Chapter 1767 Powerful Opponent. Congratulations, Master. After 8 million years, someone finally cleared, ask not, again. Wonder what kind of talent this little junior brother of ours has. In front of sacred ancestor high priest, a middle-aged in blue appeared very respectful. But his face had a look of joy. Clearing, ask not, this was a great joyous matter in the demon divine region. Because anyone knew that clearing, ask not, the sacred ancestor high priest would take them in as a disciple. This was absolutely a great event in the demon race's alchemy world. The sacred ancestor high priest slowly opened his mouth and said, "You haven't publicized this matter, right?" The middle-aged man in blue froze. Master's attitude seemed to be somewhat off. "No, when Jimo got this new, I came to report to Master straight away and haven't had time to tell the others yet." Wing said coolly, "This matter, don't publicize it anymore. Just take it as if nothing happened." Jimo could not help being taken aback when he heard it and said in surprise, "Master, why is this?" Wing smiled and said, "He's different from you all." Jimo froze when he heard that and said with uncertainty, "Different?" He could not figure out, didn't they all clear, ask not? What was different? Master selected disciples with, ask not, as the standard, attempting to be able to groom an existence that surpassed the medicine ancestor one day. This matter, the entire demon divine region knew about it. Now, there was another such genius, but Master did not seem to plan on taking him in as a disciple. This made him very puzzled. Wing slowly got up, walked to a chessboard in the corner, and said coolly, "Jimo, you all think that I cut out and simplified this, ask not, chess game in order to find a talented person. Then have you all thought before whether I found him or not?" Jimo was caught off guard by this sudden question. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically and he said, "Master's meaning is that, actually us 11 fellow apprentices aren't considered to have passed your test at all." Wing slowly turned around and looked at Jimo as he smiled and said, "The 11 of you are indeed my demon race's alchemy Dao geniuses that are hard to come by in a million years. It's just a pity that with your talents, it's very hard to surpass Master." Jimo was incredibly shocked in his heart. His understanding in these few million years was suddenly subverted. The 11 of them fellow apprentices had always viewed Master as their goal. But, over 50 million years passed, even eldest senior brother was also unable to reach Master's height. Just as Master said, for them fellow apprentices to want to surpass Master, it was virtually impossible. This was not something willing or not, but can or cannot. Could not even surpass Master, let alone talk about surpassing the medicine ancestor who towered above all life. "Master, your meaning is that he can surpass you?" Jimo said with his eyes full of shock. Wing smiled and said, "Can surpass or not, I don't know. After all, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? But, at least up to this point, he's stronger than you all." This time, Jimo was not shocked. His gaze was full of unwillingness to submit. One had to know, the 11 of them fellow apprentices, each of them was someone who had the ability to rule the world. After all, in 50 million years, only 11 of them emerged. But hearing Master's tone, they were completely not worth mentioning in front of this kid. The pride of a genius made him very unconvinced in his heart. "Master, just where is he strong?" Jimo asked. Wing gave him a glance and said smilingly, "I know that you're unconvinced in your heart, but he did what all of you couldn't accomplish." Jimo's face changed and he said, "Could it be that he shouldered all of your will?" Wing laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and shook his head as he said, "All of my will? That isn't my true test for you all. Among the 11 people, your talent is the highest, shouldering 90% of this seat's will, completing, ask not. But even all of it isn't what I desire to. My true intention is, shattering my will and replacing it, shattering Master's will. In this world, apart from the medicine ancestor, how can someone possibly do it?" Jimo's expression suddenly changed. The words that Master said made him very perplexed. His master was the demon race's strongest alchemist, not one of. Being able to shatter his alchemy Dao will, what kind of heaven-defying thing was that? Apart from the medicine ancestor in his youth, who could still accomplish it in this world? Who knew that Wing just said coolly, "If he can't even crush my will, what qualifications does he have to go and challenge the medicine ancestor?" Since the heavenspan world's ancient times, only a medicine ancestor emerged to this date. I can surmount all of the human race's alchemists, but can't surpass the medicine ancestor. Titanic waves surged in Ji-Mo's heart. Honestly speaking, he had never thought about this before. In fact, the more he cultivated, the more he felt that Master was too lofty beyond reach. But Master being inferior to the medicine ancestor was an incontestable fact. Then just how horrifying was the medicine ancestor's strength? Could it be that in this world, there was actually really someone capable of shattering Master's will? Then Master's meaning is that, he did it. Ji-Mo drew a deep breath and said. Wing's eyes narrowed slightly and he said with a smile, not only did he do it, he even defeated the medicine ancestor. Even though that medicine ancestor isn't worth mentioning at all, in regards to his realm, he's an undefeatable existence. However, he won. Wing ignored the great shock in Ji-Mo's heart and continued, what I'm looking for has never been some disciple, but a powerful opponent who can stand on par with me. Powerhouses look down upon the world, but who would know that the more one reaches my level of realm, the more fuzzier it actually is. Why did the medicine ancestor say, ask not, 2 words to me? Because those 2 words are the true gap between me and him. If I can see clearly this, ask not, 2 words, I might be able to be his match. It's just that talk is cheap, but doing it is even harder than ascending to the heavens. Speaking up to here, Wing's 2 eyes revealed rays of brilliance, and was boundlessly heroic for a moment. Invincibility is the loneliest. I think that the medicine ancestor's thoughts are the same as me, right? Therefore, I need a powerful opponent. Only a powerful opponent can let me improve further. Understand? Ji-Mo was completely unable to use words to describe his emotions. This place was too crazy. The world was envious of the 11 of them. But who could have thought that the 11 of them were merely Master's abandoned pieces? They only barely managed to have the qualifications to be Master's disciples. But what Master needed was an opponent. Ji-Mo was shocked for a long time. Finally, it turned into a bitter smile and said, Master, then have you never thought before, what if you lose? Wing smiled very brightly, and said, this seat won't lose. Ji-Mo looked at Wing with great surprise, feeling that this Master before his eyes was totally different from the one he knew. The Master in the past, that was an existence high above the clouds. Nothing could move him, but now, he was like a hot-blooded young man, bursting with youthful vigor anew. Master's spirit was burning. Chapter 1768 Tianlu Pavilion's 5th level. In short, this matter is settled. If someone reveals half a word to the outside world, kill without mercy. Inside Tianlu Pavilion, Shu seethed with killing intent. Opposite him, Di Chu was full of doubts and puzzlement. He completely did not expect that what he got was actually such an order. Cracking, ask not, was a grand event of the demon race. Virtually everyone knew about it. But why did everything change when it reached Yi Yuan here? Your Excellency, can I ask why? Shu smiled bitterly and said, how can Lord Sacred Ancestor's thoughts be what you and I can conjecture about? We only need to obey orders. Di Chu was helpless and said with a nod, yes, Di Chu obeys the command. After Di Chu left, Shu held a white light ball in his palm, his expression complicated. It was only to see him lightly pressed his palm, and then a ball of light merged into space. Before long, Yi Yuan's figure appeared in Tianlu Pavilion. Senior, you're looking for me. Yi Yuan bowed and said. Shu nodded and said, these few days, you've been in closed seclusion all along. How's the harvest? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, honestly speaking, the harvest isn't big. When Shu heard that, he had a strange look on his face. No matter who it was, as long as they did not die in, ask not, they would have some harvest. Some people after coming out, their alchemy Dao strength would advance by leaps and bounds, even reigning supreme in a city. This depended on talent. All tyrant origin imperial cities' elders had basically cleared, ask not. One had to know, inside, ask not, contained the Dao of the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest, these 2 heavenspan world's apex alchemy Dao experts. But Yi Yuan actually said that there was not much gain. Yi Yuan said that he did not have harvests was naturally not because his comprehension ability was poor, but that his strength was too strong. The Dao contained in, ask not, could not give Yi Yuan much comprehension at all. But these few years, Yi Yuan still learned quite a bit of things from, ask not. After all, those 2 were the heavenspan world's top powerhouses. Senior Shu, don't use this kind of eyes to look at me. You should be able to tell that, ask not's effect on me isn't big. Yi Yuan saw Shu's look and explained with a smile. For such a long time, Yi Yuan more or less had some understanding of Shu's alchemy Dao strength. Even though he had never exhibited it in front of him before, just based on some of his views, it was far from what those elders could compare to. He should be able to tell that his strength already far surpassed the level of, ask not. Shu heaved a sigh and said, knowing is knowing, but these words still make this old man have an impulse to beat people. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Senior didn't find me in order to beat me up, right? Shu smiled and said, you passed, ask not's test. In the future, all of this Tianlu Pavilion's floors will be open to you at any time. Especially the 5th level, I believe that there are things that interest you. When Yi Yuan heard that, his eyes could not help lighting up and he said in pleasant surprise, are Senior's words true? In half a year's time, Yi Yuan had always remained on the first 3 floors. The books here were already pretty much digested by him. Even the 3rd floor was Shu letting him enter through the back door. That place was a place that only elders could enter. As for the 4th floor, even if Yi Yuan and Shu's relationship was very good, he was not willing to open this back door either. He did not expect that clearing, ask not, actually still had this kind of benefit. Even Shu was not willing to let him enter. This showed that the books on the 4th floor and above were definitely all extremely precious stuff. Such things, probably only the hall master, a person of this level, could go in. Yi Yuan did not even know that inside this Tianlu pavilion still had a 5th floor. Now, not only could Yi Yuan enter the 4th level, he could even enter the 5th level that had never been heard of. How could this not surprise him? Shu smiled and said, why would I lie to you? Go on. Yi Yuan did not say a word and went straight up to the 4th floor. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Shu shook his head and said, this kid actually kept his mouth shut about the matter of acknowledging a master. In this world, how many people want to acknowledge the sacred ancestor as master, but he seems to hold it in disdain. Cloud pendant heavenly sunbow pill. Isn't this the demon race's supreme jade void pill? Also, these alchemy techniques are all extremely powerful treasures. And these demonic attraction art methods are truly exquisite. Yi Yuan lingered on the 4th floor, viewing those classics, gasping in admiration again and again. Although this 4th floor's classics were far lacking in quantity than downstairs, they were clearly more than a grade higher than those below. With Yi Yuan's eyesight, he could naturally discern that these classics should be the demon race's most precious batch. Even though these classics were all used by divine Dao rank 4 or 5 powerhouses, without a doubt, they were extremely precious. If these classics were in the human race, it would not be easily shown to people at all. For Yi Yuan to be able to have today's accomplishments, it was largely due to benefiting from Immortal Grove's legacy. Although he had long already surpassed his predecessor, the pill formulas that Immortal Grove left behind, alchemy techniques, etc., the significance to Yi Yuan naturally went without saying. Clearly, in the demon race, these things were similarly incomparably precious. Browsing entirely the 4th floor's classics, Yi Yuan entered the 5th level impatiently. He very much wanted to look at what kind of things were actually even more precious than the 4th floor's classics. The 5th floor's space was stark empty. Only a white light ball suspended quietly in the air. Yi Yuan was very curious and pressed his palm on it. In an instant, countless information entered Yi Yuan's mind. This is the sacred ancestor high priest's legacy. Yi Yuan's mind was shaken and came to his senses very quickly about what this mass of information was. However, these inheritances don't seem to have his comprehension toward the Tao. Instead, they are the demon race's most basic stuff. Could it be? In these legacies, there were medicinal property explanations of countless spirit medicines, detailed interpretation of alchemy techniques, and also the demonic attraction art's supreme arts. Even though the content had common aspects with those at downstairs, they were a totally different concept. These things were a top alchemist's lifetime comprehension toward the alchemy Tao. For an alchemist to want to corroborate the great Tao, they must walk out a path that belonged to him. Just like Yi Yuan, even with heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's inheritance, he still walked out an alchemy path belonging to him. And the sacred ancestor high priest's inheritance was clearly much higher rank than heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's. These two were not on the same level at all. In an instant, Yi Yuan seemingly understood something. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth and he said, what a daring sacred ancestor high priest. He wants to let me grow up and become his opponent, spurring him to break through the shackles from there. Looks like this, ask not, isn't what the world thinks at all. What he's finding is a person capable of shattering his will, and not a chess piece in his hands. Hey, most likely even the medicine ancestor also didn't expect that the sacred ancestor high priest actually has such boldness, right? Perhaps in the future, he can really become the second medicine ancestor, who knows? Chapter 1769 White Light's News. Obtaining sacred ancestor high priest's inheritance, Yi Yuan's attainments in demon divine pills could be said to have advanced at a tremendous pace. This legacy was too valuable to Yi Yuan. After several years, Yi Yuan's attainments in demon divine pills finally reached the pinnacle. At the same time, his alchemy Dao strength also had a significant improvement. In this period, the temple gathered some level 8 and 9 difficulty spirit medicines. Yi Yuan took action and refined them. Furthermore, the demon divine pills he made, the lowest was also divine grade. The priest temple's upper echelons were naturally extremely shocked by this, especially Di Chu. Back then, he did not believe that Yi Yuan could create much value for them within 300 years at all. But now, he finally knew that he was ridiculously wrong. On this day, Di Chu came to find Yi Yuan and apologized when he opened his mouth. Haha, Yi Yuan, this hall master apologizes to you about what happened that day. You fulfilled your promise. Looking at it now, it was my temple that earned big from you, Di Chu laughed loudly and said. Di Chu's personality was frank and straightforward. Admitting his fault, he did not have the slightest hesitation either. With his identity, being able to do this was truly not easy. Even though he wanted to kill Yi Yuan that day, Yi Yuan could also understand Di Chu's thoughts. After all, he still had human blood flowing in his body. To an alchemist who had never come into contact with demon divine pills before, 300 years' time was indeed not long. Hence, he smiled and said, Hall Master doesn't have to be like this. This Yi knows that the request that day was indeed somewhat brusque. Di Chu chortled and said, Fine lad, I knew that you weren't a petty person. Giving a plum in return for a peach, coming to you today, I actually have some news about the matter you entrusted to me. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled and he said with a worried look, Is he okay? But Di Chu's brows furrowed together, making Yi Yuan's heart abruptly twitch. Okay or not, I can't say either. But, the odds are likely against him rather than in his favor. Di Chu said. Yi Yuan's complexion turned deathly pale. Di Chu did not leave him hanging either, recounting the entire sequence of events. Although finding someone was like searching for a needle in a haystack, even in the demon divine region, pure white tiger bloodline was extremely rare too. The priest temple was indeed well deserving of being one of the demon race's most colossal forces. Through the news given by Yi Yuan, they finally found White Light's news within a few years. It turned out that White Light had been living in Tiger Bright Imperial City all along these few years. Tiger Bright Imperial City could be said to be the gathering ground of the Tiger clan. There were many Tiger clan powerhouses in the city. The White Tiger clan's bloodline was similarly extremely noble in the Heavenspan world. So after coming to the Heavenspan world, White Light's cultivation speed was actually not slow. It was just that compared to Yi Yuan, it was still much slower. But arriving at the demon race, and arriving at Tiger Bright Imperial City, he relied on his bloodline talent and strength and became an indispensable young powerhouse of Tiger Bright Imperial City. However, Tiger Bright Imperial City was different from Tyrant Origin Imperial City. The Skydamon mountain range in the vicinity of Tiger Bright Imperial City had a very strong faction. Both parties would frequently clash. Not long ago, Tiger Bright Imperial City and that faction had another conflict again. And White Light took part in the operation this time. White Light teamed up with another Tiger Bright Imperial City's young genius and beat the other party's leader to heavy injuries and on the verge of death. No one could have expected that this leader who was injured was actually the son of that faction's chieftain, Heavenly Tiger King. With this, a big hole was poked in the basket. The Heavenly Tiger King was enraged and sent out all of the fierce beasts under his command, surrounding Tiger Bright Imperial City until not even water could seep through. Yet, this Heavenly Tiger King's strength was stronger than Tiger Bright Imperial City's city lord. After both parties exchanged blows, Heavenly Tiger King injured the city lord and threatened that if they did not hand over the culprit, he would directly slaughter the city. Hence, White Light took the initiative to step up. Heavenly Tiger King took White Light away. That was how the beast tide retreated. Di Chu let out a sigh and said, Speaking of which, the two of you brothers are loyal people. Actually, the one who took action and injured the Heavenly Tiger King's son wasn't White Light. But he and Blackpoople are good brothers, so he took the initiative to step forward, bearing the blame on Blackpoople's behalf. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he asked, "How long ago was this?" Di Chu said, "This was just a few months ago. But, I've heard before that Heavenly Tiger King's name. He's very savage and cruel. If he didn't have some scruples, he might have really slaughtered the city. That brother of yours, White Light, is fraught with grim possibilities." Yi Yuan's expression changed and he said to Di Chu with clasped hands, "Hall Master, this matter brooks no delay. I'll set off now and head for Tiger Bright Imperial City." Di Chu did not stop either and said, "There are transmission arrays between priest temples. You can go over through the transmission array." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said with clasped hands, "In that case, thank you very much, Lord Hall Master." Imperial cities were mostly independent. Under normal circumstances, there were no transmission arrays. Just like the relationship between Heavenly Eagle Imperial City and Utmost Peace Imperial City back then, if there was a transmission array, that would be equivalent to self-destruction. But the demon race's priest temples spanned all over each imperial city. It was still permitted for them to set up some small-scale transmission arrays internally. Of course, this transmission array naturally had strict rules for usage too. People apart from the priest temple were absolutely not allowed to use it. Passing through the transmission array, what was supposed to be a several years' journey, Yi Yuan only used half a month's time and reached Tiger Bright Imperial City. Yi Yuan pays respect to Hall Master Jin Hua. Coming out of the transmission array, a man dressed in Hall Master long robes came up to welcome. Yi Yuan naturally knew it in his heart and bowed to him. Although Di Chu did not say that Yi Yuan cleared, asked not, the words in the message he transmitted to him expressed Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. Jin Hua was not a fool, he naturally understood what it meant. Hence, he personally came to welcome Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was unfamiliar with this place. His greatest reliance was the priest temple and naturally had to be more courteous to Jin Hua. When Jin Hua saw Yi Yuan, he could not help slightly revealing a look of surprise. Nodding his head, he said, "Your little friend Yi Yuan. I heard that your talent is outstanding and can already refine level 8 and 9 demon divine pills." Yi Yuan understood in his heart and said with a nod, "That is kind praise from Hall Master Di Chu. If Hall Master Jin Hua needs this Yi to put forth my strength, this Yi will naturally carry out my obligations." Jin Hua smiled, very satisfied with Yi Yuan's behavior. Clearly, talking with smart people was very easy. However, he was also secretly shocked in his heart. He even thought that Yi Yuan was a peak rank 4 powerhouse. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was only a 5th firmament divine lord. Could this bit of strength really refine the cloud pendant heavenly sunbow pill? Di Chu seemed crude and careless, but he naturally also would not be as simple as he portrayed. Even though the relationship between priest temples was much closer than between imperial cities, asking people for help naturally had to promise some benefits. And Yi Yuan was the biggest benefit. He already hinted in the news he sent over that he could have Yi Yuan refine some level 9 difficulty medicinal pills. Hoo, then I'll have to trouble little friend Yi Yuan. I heard Di Chu say that you and White Light are life and death brothers. Jin Hua asked casually. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "We're good brothers that have braved countless dangers." Lord Hall Master, I heard that he also has a good brother in Tiger Bright Imperial City, Blackpoople. I wonder if you can tell me about this person. Chapter 1770 set up. Ha ha ha, Brother Yi's alchemy skills have truly reached the acme of perfection. In my view, with your strength, there's no problem passing, ask not. In the restaurant, a demon race youth faced Yi Yuan, a flattering look on his face. Yi Yuan took a sip of wine and said coolly, "Brother Blackpoople's words are flattering a little too over the top. During these 50 million years, only 11 people have cleared, ask not. Your words are pushing me into the fire pit." Blackpoople seemed slightly awkward as he laughed and said, "Haha, no matter what, Brother Yi's alchemy standards are the most formidable that I, Blackpoople, have seen to this day. If not for you, it's probably impossible for me to break through to late stage rank 4 within a short time." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Blackpoople is too modest. With your talent, I was merely adding flowers to embroidery." Yi Yuan made a compliment very deftly. Blackpoople was indeed very pleased with himself. Hey, to talk about talent, if I, Blackpoople, admits to being second in Tiger Bright Imperial City, no one will identify as first. Black Pupil said with a proud face. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said in strong agreement, this Yi just arrived here. But I heard that there's still a pretty talented one in the city. What's he called again? Black Pupil's expression changed, but he still said, White Light. Right, called White Light. I heard that that punk overestimated his own ability and actually wanted to compete with brother Black Pupil. Yi Yuan said with an unhappy look. Black Pupil's expression was slightly unnatural as he shook his head and said with a sigh, what's brother Yi saying? White Light is my close brother. He's currently thrown in prison. I'm also very pained about it. The moment Yi Yuan heard this, he was unhappy. His face turned sullen as he said, hey, brother Black Pupil is treating me as an outside. Forget it, don't talk about this at this time. This wine is also pretty much drunk, this Yi will take his leave first. As he said, Yi Yuan was really going to get up and leave. Black Pupil got a fright and hurriedly pulled Yi Yuan and said, don't. Brother Yi, it was all Black Pupil's fault, let's sit down and slowly talk. Yi Yuan sat down with an unhappy look and said, Black Pupil, I felt that your talent is pretty good. That's why I made friends with you. Do you think that just anybody is qualified to become friends with me? Before coming, Yi Yuan already had Jin Hua spread that word, saying that he could refine level 9 medicinal pills. Prior to this, Yi Yuan already refined a medicinal pill and helped Black Pupil successfully break through his bottleneck, reaching late-stage rank 4. In reality, when Yi Yuan heard about this incident, he felt that there was something very fishy. If they were really close brothers, how could he possibly watch Heavenly Tiger King capture White Light away passively? If it were Yi Yuan, he would rather die himself than let Heavenly Tiger King capture White Light away. This matter, it was pronounced to the outside world that it was all done by White Light. But the news held by the priest temple clearly did not stop there. Even though the temple did not care about the affairs in the city, with their standing, the eyes and ears in the city naturally could not be avoided. Hence, the moment Yi Yuan came out of the transmission array, he asked about it. Setting up this plot today was in order to bait him. In terms of cunningness, 10 Black Pupil was not Yi Yuan's match too. With a few interactions, Black Pupil already took Yi Yuan to be a good friend that could be confided in. Coupled with Yi Yuan intentionally or unintentionally saying that he wanted to help Black Pupil refine the Cloud Pendant Heavenly Sunbow pill, he naturally became even more docile and obedient towards Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan never mentioned the matter of White Light all the way until today, did he casually mention it. If Black Pupil really took White Light to be a brother, then it was Yi Yuan who misunderstood. White Light standing up for a brother, he naturally had nothing to say. But, if there was really something fishy in between, then he would not be courteous. Black Pupil knew that Yi Yuan had the ability to refine the Cloud Pendant Heavenly Sunbow pill and was naturally willing to make friends with Yi Yuan. Even if they did not become friends, he could not offend either. One had to know, one medicinal pill from Yi Yuan could let him break through to rank 5. How could this sort of person be offended? Sure enough, Black Pupil had an ingratiating look as he said, Brother Yi, calm your anger. One look and you're a clear-headed person. Either way, that brat is already dead, so there's nothing that can't be said. That punk indeed didn't know how to appreciate favors. That's why I did a small trick and eliminated him. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help saying with great interest, oh. In that case, that son of Heavenly Tiger King, it was you who deliberately took action to severely injure him. Black Pupil smiled and said, that's of course. I originally wanted to directly kill him, but I didn't expect that this guy had coarse skin and thick flesh, and actually didn't die. White Light that fool actually really stood up for me and shouldered this matter. While talking, Black Pupil had a contemptuous look on his face. Yi Yuan had already inquired before, this Black Pupil normally addressed White Light as his brother and took on quite a number of things for White Light. Quite a few demons in this city found White Light an eyesore. As long as Black Pupil ran into them, he would definitely cuss the other party out. Looking at it now, these were probably arranged by Black Pupil. Yi Yuan had a smile that was not a smile when he heard it and said, Brother Black Pupil, you treated your own brother like that. You wouldn't stab me in the back one day too, right? The moment Black Pupil heard, he hurriedly said, what's Brother Yi saying? Old Black, I'm not this kind of person. Actually, I've hinted to that White Light to leave many times and not compete for the position of young city lord in Tiger Bright Imperial City with me. But he wouldn't listen. I only came up with this scheme out of helplessness. Brother Yi, you opened your heart up to me. I, Black Pupil, only take you as a friend in this lifetime. The smile on Yi Yuan's face grew increasingly thicker, making Black Pupil feel a chill run down his back. Be Brother Yi, what's with you? Yi Yuan sneered and said, then do you know that White Light and I are also close brothers who stand or fall together? Black Pupil's expression changed when he heard it and said with an ugly expression, this. How is this possible? Yi Yuan's face recovered tranquility and he said coolly, White Light has stuck together with me and depended on each other for survival from birth. Now, you actually stabbed him in the back. What do you think I should do? Black Pupil's face fell and he said in a cold voice, You deliberately tricked me. Yi Yuan said coolly, you're not considered too dumb yet. White Light is pure-hearted and really took you, this kind of venomous person, to be a friend. But how can I, his big brother, let you get off scot-free? Black Pupil's expression changed several times. Finally, it turned into a cold smile and he said, with the likes of you. You're as dumb as that brother of yours. Since you suspect me, you actually still helped me to refine medicinal pills and helped me break through. Heh, go die. While talking, Black Pupil's aura skyrocketed. The strength of late-stage rank 4 erupted in its entirety, him pouncing over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stood there and pointed a finger out very calmly. Black Pupil's body was akin to being struck by lightning, suddenly flying out backward. Fresh blood was spewing wildly in the air. Landed on the ground, he looked at Yi Yuan in horror, face revealing a panicky look as he said in disbelief, this. How is this possible? Yi Yuan looked at Black Pupil coolly and said, White Light doesn't like to show off, so he definitely didn't tell you why he'd leave my side and come to Tiger Bright Imperial City from afar. The strength that you rely on isn't worth mentioning in front of me at all. Chapter 1771 Rushing Heavenly Tiger Mountain Alone. Black Pupil's expression changed several times. Suddenly, his figure moved, suddenly vanishing, shuttling into the void. Yi Yuan had long expected it. Taking a step high into the air, a finger tapped out once more. It was only to see a trace of crack ripped in space. Black Pupil's figure was directly sent out. Black Pupil's pupils constricted and he said in horror, spatial law. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, don't need to worry, I won't kill you. Take a trip with me. Black Pupil's expression changed and he said fearfully, where are you bringing me? Heavenly Tiger Mountain. Black Pupil had a look of alarm and said in panic, I'm not going. You're courting death. White Light already died, so what's the point of doing this now? The current Yi Yuan had a calm look, but those who knew him well knew that he was very angry. Suddenly, Yi Yuan unleashed a finger again. You crippled my cultivation. You'll die a horrible death. A scream came from Black Pupil. That finger of Yi Yuan's just now directly made his inner world shatter. The current Black Pupil was already an out-and-out cripple. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a grim look, my brother's life is tenacious, so he won't die. If he really died, I'll make the entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain be buried with him. As for you, there's absolutely no hope to get lucky. Black Pupil's entire body trembled, revealing a look of despair. Suddenly, he let out a wild laugh and said, just the likes of you will make the entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain be buried for him. What right do you have? Yi Yuan slowly walked over, hauling Black Pupil up. Taking a stride out, he directly left Tiger Bright Imperial City. You sent a message out with a secret art just now, right? Don't harbor delusions anymore, no one will come and save you. As Yi Yuan sped along, he said coolly. Black Pupil's expression changed and he said in disbelief, you want to scare me? My grandfather is Tiger Bright Imperial City's Grand Elder, late-stage rank 5 powerhouse. You crippled my cultivation, he'll definitely shred you into pieces. Yi Yuan cast him a pitiful glance and said coolly, then you see if anyone will come and save you or not. Time slowly trickled by, the two people got closer and closer to Heavenly Tiger Mountain. However, there were still no activities at the rear. Black Pupil's heart gradually sunk to the bottom. He seriously could not understand why grandfather would not come and save him. And where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Thinking about Yi Yuan arriving at the border of Skydamon Mountain Range, Black Pupil finally knew that Yi Yuan was not scaring him, but he really had the confidence. He was merely a 5th Firmament Divine Lord martial artist, so why would grandfather not dare to come? Why? Black Pupil bellowed unwillingly. Yi Yuan said coolly, didn't you say that with my strength, there isn't any problem passing, ask not. Blackpoople's pupils constricted and he said in disbelief, You really passed, ask not. This isn't possible. If you passed, ask not, why doesn't the entire demon race have any news at all? Yuan said, that's because I'm different from those people in the past. Blackpoople's entire body trembled, his mind was in disorder. He previously said these words just to butter Yuan up. No one had cleared, ask not, for 8 million years already. Although Yuan was very formidable, he did not believe that Yuan had the ability to clear it at all. But now, even his grandfather did not dare to chase after. Very clearly, a powerful force stopped him. At least, City Lord His Excellency did not have this ability and strength. Then, it was really Lord Sacred Ancestor. Extreme terror after long deliberation. The deeper Blackpoople thought, the more despaired he got. This one is Yuan, requesting an audience with Heavenly Tiger King. Yuan stood in the air and said in a clear voice, his voice ringing throughout the whole Heavenly Tiger Mountain. Blackpoople was scared until his legs were quaking. This guy's nerves were really too plucky. Suddenly, several powerful auras stepped into the air and pounced over toward Yuan. 2 people. 7 to 8 fierce beasts with powerful auras directly took action indiscriminately. Blackpoople was scared until his complexion turned ashen. These 7 to 8 fierce beasts, each one was several times stronger than him. Now, Yuan and he were both dead for sure. This guy's head really had a problem, to actually dare so be insolent in Heavenly Tiger King's territory. What was this if not tired of living? Yuan's face fell, his figure immediately became vague and insubstantial, directly rushing into the beast horde. Blackpoople only felt the divine essence around him disperse frenziedly. Even though Yuan battled 7 to 8 late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts by himself, he actually did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. Was this guy a freak? His combat power was actually so strong. Just what kind of monster was White Light's brother? Suddenly, a surge of remorse welled up frantically in his heart. He discovered that he had done an extremely foolish thing, and provoked the person that he least ought to. Divine Dragon trampling heaven. One powerful move after another spewed forth. Yuan sent each one of those fierce beasts packing back into the Heavenly Tiger Mountain. Yuan stood in his air and called out in a clear voice once more, I'm Yuan, requesting an audience with Heavenly Tiger King. With this, no more fierce beasts rushed out. Before long, a black tiger rose into the sky. A powerful aura instantly enveloped Yuan and Blackpoople. Punk, who are you? To dare act wildly at my Heavenly Tiger Mountain? Said the black tiger in human language. Yuan said coolly, I want to meet Heavenly Tiger King. The black tiger gave a cold laugh when he heard that and said disdainfully, Brat, your strength is decent. But why would Lord Heavenly Tiger King want to see you? Yuan said, I can treat Tigerheart. But the black tiger burst into laughter when he heard that and said, Tiger Bright Imperial City even sent over a 5-star priest, but he was at a loss on what to do. Just the likes of you, a little brat still wet behind his ears, can treat Tigerheart's injuries. The terms of Heavenly Tiger King's retreat was naturally not just handing over White Light. There was also having the priest temple send people over to treat his son, Tigerheart. In the end, Tigerheart's injuries were too severe, even the priest temple could not treat him. Yuan said coolly, they are inferior to me. Treat the dead horse as if it's still alive, either way, you guys don't have other choices. The moment the black tiger heard, he said in great rage, Brat, what are you saying? Angry was angry, but the black tiger did not make a move. Because he knew that Yuan's words were harsh, but the logic was not wrong. This brat suddenly appeared and even dared to say such big words. He likely did not say it carelessly. Who would have nothing to do and treat their own life as a joke? Seeing that Yuan did not react, the black tiger said unhappily, since you came to treat Tigerheart, then what are you still waiting for? Come with me. But Yuan did not move and said coolly, I want to meet Heavenly Tiger King. Otherwise, I won't treat him. The moment the black tiger heard, he immediately said in a great rage, Brat, since you already came, it's no longer up to you now. Yuan said with a calm look, you can try. I can treat Tigerheart. Similarly, I can also make him unable to pray for life, nor beg for death. If you don't believe it, you can give it a try. The black tiger's face fell and he said angrily, Brat, you dare. Seeing that Yuan did not react, the black tiger immediately crumbled and gave a cold snort and said, Kid, you wait here. I'll go and ask for Lord Heavenly Tiger King's opinion. Chapter 1772 Grievous News. Human, you wanted to see me. In front of him, a majestic enormous tiger, a full person's height, talked in human language. His gaze stared intently at Yi Yuan, his body radiating a terrifying aura. Yi Yuan did not show the least bit of fear. Stretching out his hand and lightly pushing, he pushed Blackpupil in front of Heavenly Tiger King. This is the culprit who seriously injured Tigerheart. I can help you treat Tigerheart, but I need to see white light first, Yi Yuan said coolly. Heavenly Tiger King's gaze turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Punk, are you negotiating terms with me? Do you think that you have the capital to negotiate terms in front of me?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said calmly, "I'm not discussing terms with you, but I am giving you a chance. I hope that white light had better be fine, otherwise, the entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain will be buried for your foolishness." At this time, just the late-stage rank 5 fierce beasts by Heavenly Tiger King's side were as many as 7 to 8. This Heavenly Tiger Mountain, the rank 5 fierce beasts were no fewer than several dozen at the very least. When these fierce beasts heard Yi Yuan's word, each and every one of them exchanged glances, their expressions very amused. This human brat in front of them was actually threatening Heavenly Tiger King. This kid likely lost his mind, right? Ha ha ha, I, Heavenly Tiger King, have been entrenched in Heavenly Tiger Mountain for as long as several tens of thousands of years. Even Tiger Bright Imperial City's city lord, I have killed one before too. There has never been a guy who dared to say this kind of wildly arrogant words in front of me. Kid, you're very courageous. Heavenly Tiger King let out a wild laugh. Clearly, Yi Yuan's words, he listened to it like a joke. If not for Yi Yuan saying that he could treat Tigerheart, he would have long smacked him to death with one palm. But Yi Yuan had a serious look as he asked in a solemn voice, "How is white light?" Heavenly Tiger King waved his paw carelessly and said coolly, "Relax, he's currently locked up by me and suffered a small loss. But he's fine, you just have to treat Tigerheart, and I'll immediately release him." Hearing this, Yi Yuan's heart eased up and he said coolly, "As long as white light is fine, everything can be discussed. Lead the way." Under Heavenly Tiger King's lead, Yi Yuan came to a cave. On the simple and crude stone bed, a bright-colored tiger lay there, breath fleeting like gossamer. Heavenly Tiger King's face fell and he said, "Kid, don't let me find out that you're toying with me. You will know the consequences." In truth, he did not harbor much hope in Yi Yuan. After all, Yi Yuan only had Divine Lord Realm's strength. Tiger Bright Imperial City's high priests all came, and they all said that they were powerless to remedy the situation, and had him wait to collect the corpse. But he loved his son dearly. Since Yi Yuan said so, he could only have Yi Yuan give it a shot. Yi Yuan ignored Heavenly Tiger King and went straight to the edge of the stone bed, and pressed his palm on Tigerheart's body. Traces of thick divine essence probed into Tigerheart's body. Yi Yuan's brows knitted tighter and tighter, hatred towards Blackpupil welling up even more in his heart. This guy attacked really viciously. Tigerheart's insides were virtually beaten into mush by Blackpupil, the vitality within his body almost already dissipated fully. Even using medicinal pills, Tigerheart was completely unable to digest it too. It was also no wonder that those 5-star high priests were all helpless. This kind of situation, to the average person, it was basically waiting to die. Heavenly Tiger King appeared slightly fidgety as he asked, "How is it? Is there hope?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "This guy is tenacious too, to actually be able to hold out until now. You rest assured, as long as he doesn't die, I can bring him back to life." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Heavenly Tiger King's heart inexplicably eased up. Yi Yuan took out a purplish-black medicinal pill. Supporting from under with his palm, the medicinal pill suspended above Tigerheart. Yi Yuan's divine essence poured out trace by trace, guiding the medicinal strength of the purplish-black medicinal pill into Tigerheart's body. The moment Heavenly Tiger King saw this, his gaze could not refrain from turning intent as he said in surprise, "This kid has such terrifying control. What kind of visual prowess did Heavenly Tiger King have?" Yi Yuan's control over divine essence was too terrifying. No need to talk about him, even those high priests from the priest temple absolutely could not do it to Yi Yuan's degree as well. Tigerheart was only hanging in there with one breath and was totally unable to refine the medicinal strength himself anymore. If he could still consume medicinal pills, 5-star high priests naturally would not be at their wits' end. At least, prolonging his life was still doable. Previously, that high priest also said before leaving that Tigerheart was not without hope. It was just that no one had that kind of fine control to ferry the medicinal strength into Tigerheart's body. Even Hall Master Jin Hua could not do it too. Now, this rank 4 little fellow actually did it. This kid indeed has some capability. His control over divine essence is simply brilliant to the max. That black tiger from earlier marveled in admiration. Heavenly Tiger King said excitedly, "Haha, truly, heaven doesn't want my child to die." The black tiger was a little worried as he whispered, "Your Majesty, this kid wants that white light, we." Heavenly Tiger King's face turned black, 2 eyes glaring as he said in a solemn voice, "Wait for him to finish treating before talking." "Talking about this now, do you want to die?" The black tiger was startled inwardly and hurriedly withdrew, not daring to speak anymore. Yi Yuan's treatment lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Under everyone's marveling gazes, Tigerheart's vitality went from nothing to something and gradually grew stronger again. Although this process was extremely slow, the people present were all experts and could naturally feel the changes in Tigerheart's breathing. A smile unconsciously spilled out on Heavenly Tiger King's ferocious-looking face. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's palm pulled back, the treatment suddenly stopping. Heavenly Tiger King's face changed and he asked, "Kid, what's the meaning of this?" Yi Yuan slowly got up and wiped the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. This method of ferrying medicinal strength was seriously too energy-consuming. Even he also felt very strained by casting it continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. But the reason he stopped was naturally not because of this. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Tiger King and said coolly, "Tigerheart's current situation, living another few months isn't an issue. I can continue to help treat him. But I have to see white light first." The reason why he helped treat Tigerheart unconditionally was just in order to let them know that he had this strength. But his goal was white light. Not seeing white light, he would not continue taking action. Regarding Heavenly Tiger King's conduct, Yi Yuan had long inquired about it. Heavenly Tiger King's words, he naturally would not believe completely. Heavenly Tiger King's expression changed, and he said, "This king said that as long as you treat Tigerheart, this king will naturally release him." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I want to see white light first." Heavenly Tiger King's expression became incomparably ugly and he involuntarily looked toward the black tiger. Yi Yuan's face fell, immediately having a foreboding premonition. He said in a chilly voice, "Just how is white light? If you dare to deceive me, your son can forget about ever getting well." Heavenly Tiger King knew that it could not be hidden anymore and gave a cold snort as he said, "He's dead." Yi Yuan's eyes went black, staggering, nearly falling to the ground. His head suddenly exploded, endless sorrow instantly filling his whole body. Yi Yuan's anxiety struck his heart, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood mist. Chapter 1773 Magic Eye Grotto. Yi Yuan's eyes turned blood red, berserk killing intent becoming corporeal, dispersing in all directions grandly. "You really killed him," Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan's murderous aura naturally could not pose any harm to Heavenly Tiger King. In fact, the way they saw it, Yi Yuan's anger was simply laughable. Heavenly Tiger King laughed loudly and said, "Looks like your relationship with that white tiger is really very deep. But your anger is utterly meaningless to this king. This is a world where the weak are prey and the strong feast. If you don't have the strength, even if you have monumental grievances, you also have to suppress it in your heart." Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, his gaze icy cold as he said in a cold voice, "I ask you, did you really kill him?" "Haha, this kid is probably really a fool, he still can't see the current situation clearly. A rank 4 brat actually dares to threaten our Heavenly Tiger Mountain, this tone is also too big. That punk called White Light actually dared to beat young Patriarch Tigerheart to severe injuries, so serves him right to die." The fierce beasts following the Heavenly Tiger King all revealed teasing gazes. To them, these powerhouses, occasionally toying with weaklings was also something pretty good. Heavenly Tiger King burst into laughter and said, "Why, killed then killed, could it be that you'll really make our entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain be buried in death? Brat, not that I'm looking down on you, but just the likes of you. Now, go and treat Tigerheart obediently. If you dare to have any devious thoughts, this king will make you unable to beg for life nor plead for death." Suddenly, Yi Yuan's entire person recovered tranquility. His body stopped trembling. His pair of eyes looked at the Heavenly Tiger King, not carrying the slightest emotion. The current Yi Yuan already could not use words to describe his rage. A cold light flashed, the Junyi sword already arrived in Yi Yuan's hand. He walked over step by step toward the Heavenly Tiger King. The Heavenly Tiger King's eyes were full of amusement as he said with a cold smile, "Kid, if you don't treat Tigerheart today, the consequences aren't what you can bear." All of a sudden, the Heavenly Tiger King's aura was released fully. The powerful aura made the entire mountain forest tremble. Even his subordinates were also all on tenterhooks, consciously retreating. The Heavenly Tiger King already had 1 foot stepped into the threshold of rank 6. The might of his imposing momentum, ordinary powerhouses could not withstand it at all. Even Tiger Bright City Lord was not his match either. It could be seen how terrifying his strength was. However, this powerful pressure had not closed in on Yi Yuan yet, but the Heavenly Tiger King's eyes already revealed a look of horror. His powerful aura was actually being suppressed back. His figure suddenly froze there. Which Lord arrived? Please reveal yourself." No one answered him. The Heavenly Tiger King had a look of shock on his face. He completely could not feel any aura. But now, he could not even move his fingers. He could only helplessly watch Yi Yuan approach him. Same as him, none of the other fierce beasts were able to move as well. The Heavenly Tiger King suddenly startled awake, only then remembering the words Yi Yuan said before. He said that he was going to make the entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain be buried with white light. He only took it as a joke previously. He did not expect that this Divine Lord Realm human brat could actually find such a terrifying helper. Looking as Yi Yuan drew close step by step, the Heavenly Tiger King finally sensed the arrival of death. He currently could not even perform Divine Essence body protection. It was as easy as flipping his hand over for Yi Yuan to want to kill him. Looking at Yi Yuan's cold eyes, Heavenly Tiger King did not think that the other party would show mercy. Hang on. Maybe white light isn't dead. Heavenly Tiger King said rather feebly. Yi Yuan's figure paused, not carrying the slightest emotion as he said, "You only have 3 breaths of time. If you can't convince me, you die." Heavenly Tiger King broke out in cold sweat. He had never felt before such tremendous pressure. Actually, after white light was captured by us, he was thrown into the Magic Eye Grotto. That place is the Skydamon Mountain Range's forbidden land. As long as the person goes in, they have never come out alive before. So, he might still be alive, right now. Talking to the back, Heavenly Tiger King's voice became weaker and weaker. Saying that white light was still alive, even he himself did not quite believe it. If white light still had a trace of possibility of being alive, he would not deceive Yi Yuan either, saying that white light was just being locked up. However, Yi Yuan's bone-piercing icy aura immediately thawed significantly. An additional trace of hope appeared in his eyes. As long as it was not Heavenly Tiger King killing him himself, then he still had a glimmer of hope of survival. Yi Yuan believed all along that white light was not such an ill-fated person. Following Yi Yuan putting away the Junyi sword, the murderous aura on him dissipated considerably. That lofty suppression force on Heavenly Tiger King's body also disappeared along with it. Heavenly Tiger King was shocked in his heart. He was completely unable to imagine what kind of strength the other party had, to be able to make him unable to even use demonic divine essence. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Tiger King coldly and said, "Speak, what's the deal with this Magic Eye Grotto? You should be clear that you don't have a second chance." Dare not. Heavenly Tiger will definitely say all that I know and say it without reserve." How did the current Heavenly Tiger King still have any mettle of a hegemon of a region? In front of Yi Yuan, he was like a well-behaved little kitten, meek to the extreme. He knew that powerhouse hiding in the dark only needed a thought to be able to kill him. Heavenly Tiger King deliberately shrunk his body, becoming half a size shorter than Yi Yuan. He carefully paid attention to his wording before slowly saying, "The Skydamon mountain range under our Empyrean Cloudridge's command has 3 forbidden lands: Purple Void Summit, Cloud Sea Bamboo Forest, as well as the Magic Eye Grotto. Purple Void Summit is the roosting place of Empyrean Cloudridge, while the other 2 are death zones. No one knows what's inside the Magic Eye Grotto, but I heard that back then, there was a rank 6 great demon who had once gone in before. However, he never came out again. Since then, no one dared to enter anymore." Speaking up to here, Heavenly Tiger King could not resist sneaking a peek at Yi Yuan but discovered that Yi Yuan was still emotionless, unable to discern what he was thinking at all. Suddenly, Yi Yuan turned around and walked over toward Tigerheart again. The Heavenly Tiger King looked at Yuan in surprise and discovered that he actually started treating Tigerheart again. Under Yuan's marvelous skills, Tigerheart's heart grew in strength little by little. After 5 days, Tigerheart appeared in front of the Heavenly Tiger King brimming with vitality and vigor. Until now, the Heavenly Tiger King still did not quite dare to believe it. He said to Yuan gratefully, "Many thanks, Your Excellency." Yuan had a cold face and pointed at Tigerheart as he said, "Don't be in a rush to thank me first. He has to enter the Magic Eye Grotto together with me." The Heavenly Tiger King did not have time to be happy yet, and his tiger body trembled as he cried out in shock, "This? How can this do?" Yuan said coolly, "If I'm unable to come out, that person naturally won't eradicate your Heavenly Tiger Mountain. Your son will be buried in death for me and my brother. This is the karma that you planted yourself, so you have to bear the consequence." Yuan was clearly in his heart. Wing wanted to find an opponent that could rival him, and not nurture a worthless wretch who grew up in a greenhouse. If not for the sake of rescuing White Light, Yuan also would not make the temple send an expert over. As for entering the Magic Eye Grotto, that was clearly impossible. And if Yuan died inside the Magic Eye Grotto, everything was naturally dropped. Chapter 1774 Void Realm, Sundered Boundary. Heavenly Tiger King had a pained look on his face. He really regretted it greatly now. If he had long known what would happen today, why didn't he wait longer? At least, Tigerheart did not really die, right? Upon entering the Magic Eye Grotto, it was completely impossible for a person to survive. It was said that even Empyrean Cloudridge did not dare to enter deep inside. Right at this time, Tigerheart suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Father, let me go." Heavenly Tiger King's tiger body trembled, looked at Tigerheart, and said, "If you go, there's no possibility of coming out again." Tigerheart let out a sigh and said, "Father, Tigerheart living a second life is overwhelmed with many emotions. This matter was as harming the innocent in the first place. We were at fault first. Lord Yuan's loyalty is mind-boggling, not scrupling to enter the Magic Eye Grotto for his brother. What do I, Tigerheart, have to fear? If His Excellency dies inside, I'll accompany him. This is what his father and son owe him." In an instant, everyone within the cave did not seem to know Tigerheart anymore. In the past, Tigerheart was arrogant and domineering, looking down on everyone and everything, like a child who never grew up. But experiencing life and death this time, it was as if his entire person had changed. Yuan glanced at Tigerheart rather surprisedly, also not expecting that he would actually take the initiative to request to enter with him. But very soon, he understood. Between life and death, one could have a great awakening. The current Tigerheart was like him back then. Entering the Magic Eye Grotto this time, if he did not die, Tigerheart would definitely have great accomplishments in the future. Heavenly Tiger King had a conflicted look. Finally, he still heaved a long sigh and said, "Forget it. You go with him." Standing in front of the Magic Eye Grotto, Yuan seemed to see a primitive behemoth currently opening its gaping maws, wanting to swallow this mountain in one bite. The light outside was clearly very good. But such a large cave, one actually could not even see the entrance of the cave. Inside was endless darkness. The Heavenly Tiger King looked at that cave entrance, and said with a fearful look, "This place is the Magic Eye Grotto. No one has ever known what's inside and no one dares to go in as well." Clearly, he also felt the terror of this Magic Eye Grotto. Yuan nodded his head and slowly walked over toward the Magic Eye Grotto. Tigerheart said to the Heavenly Tiger King, "This child is going. Father, take care." Finished talking, Tigerheart jogged along and followed behind Yuan. Stepping into the Magic Eye Grotto, the figures of a human and a tiger were seemingly directly gobbled up by the enormous mouth, disappearing. Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes. When he looked back, how was there still the Skydamon mountain range's shadow? "Your Excellency, we seem to have come to another space," Tigerheart said. Yuan nodded and said, "Looks like this so-called Magic Eye Grotto is an entrance to another space. Furthermore, this entrance is one-directional, we can't go back anymore." Tigerheart could not help being overjoyed when he heard that and said, "In that case, this place isn't a death zone. Then Brother White Light should still be alive." But Yuan did not have any joy on his face. Clearly, he was not as optimistic as Tigerheart. "This place isn't a nice place, but there's always an additional glimmer of hope. But I hope that I can find him. You should be able to break through to late stage rank 4 after you eat it." Wait until after you break through, then we'll set off again. While talking, Yuan threw Tigerheart a medicinal pill. Tigerheart said in surprise, This is a void spirit divine grade blazing sun skyflame pill. Could this medicinal pill be refined by your excellency? Yuan rolled his eyes and said, if I didn't have this bit of ability, could I bring you back to life? When Tigerheart heard that, he said embarrassedly, haha, makes sense. However, doesn't your excellency blame me for harming Brother White Light? Yuan said coolly, this wasn't your original intention. I was angry at your father maligning the innocent indiscriminately. Moreover, every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. This matter can't be blamed on you. The moment Tigerheart heard, he could not resist saying, actually, father Yuan waved his hand and interrupted, you don't need to explain. If White Light is fine, everything is naturally easy to discuss. Tigerheart did not dare to say any more words and could only secretly pray for White Light to be okay. He swallowed the demon divine pill that Yuan gave and started breaking through in closed seclusion. To the demon race, the bottleneck from middle stage to late stage was even harder to break through than the human races. Hence, the standing of priests in the demon race carried decisive weight. Even if the heavenly Tiger King really wanted to massacre Tiger Bright Imperial City, he also did not dare to do anything to the priest temple. Otherwise, he would die without even knowing how he died. Tigerheart's strength was similar to Black Pupil's and White Light's. Presently, White Light's strength already reached peak middle stage rank 4 as well. In between this, they likely could not dispense with a bout of lucky chances. Now, Yuan produced the Void Spirit Divine Grade Blazing Sun Skyflame pill the moment he took action. Helping Tigerheart to break through was naturally something that was achieved without extra effort. After Tigerheart went into meditation, Yuan set up an array formation, isolating his aura. He then started surveying the vicinity. This place was a region of bleak and desolation, quarry rocks and craggy rocks. Furthermore, this place was completely in darkness, unable to see one's fingers when the hand was stretched out. Senior, what place is this? Dustless had vast experiences and knowledge. Facing this kind of unknown place, Yuan naturally had to consult him. Dustless shook his head and said, I've never seen this kind of place before as well. But looking at it, it's like a sundered boundary between the Heavenspan world and the Void Realms. Void Realm, sundered boundary, it was still Yuan's first place hearing these terms and could not help but wonder. Dustless said, the Heavenspan world has existed for God knows how many hundreds of millions of years already. The small worlds left behind are too many to enumerate. Small worlds will gradually die along with the passage of time, but some major powers can connect their small worlds with the Heavenspan world, becoming one with the Heavenspan world. At the same time, it stands independent outside of the Heavenspan world. This kind of small world is extremely stable and people won't easily die. They will leave behind their legacies and descendants there, living and propagating. Places like this are called Void Realms. In the place of transit between Void Realms and the Heavenspan world are known as sundered boundaries. This kind of place is very unique and will tend to give rise to some powerful existences. Yuan was surprised inwardly, not expecting that the Heavenspan world still had this kind of place. The world was truly so big that there was nothing to be surprised about. However, he frowned and said, no wonder I keep feeling that this place is threatened by a crisis of danger. Looks like this sundered boundary likely has some powerful existence. Dustless nodded and said, I'm afraid so. Suddenly, Yuan's face changed. A black shadow tore across the night sky, heading toward Tigerheart who was currently at the juncture of breaking through. Without the slightest hesitation, Yuan brandished his long sword and actually reached first despite launching later, stabbing at that black shadow. That black shadow was directly hacked by Yuan's one sword. Howl, howl, the black shadow emitted yelping cries when it felt pain. Yuan's face fell, only then, discerning that this was a ferocious black wolf. The might of its strength actually already reached late-stage rank 4. Furthermore, Yuan was secretly shocked. This black wolf was actually completely unscathed taking on a sword from him. Yuan focused his eyes and looked. This hungry wolf had bloodshot eyes. Saliva was dribbling down its mouth as if it was currently in a state of rampage. But right at this time, one dark shadow after another suddenly appeared in the darkness. Yuan focused his eyes and looked around. Tigerheart and he were actually already surrounded by hundreds of fierce beasts. These fierce beasts' conditions were the same as that black wolf's. Chapter 1775 Fierce Fighting with Fierce Beasts. Yi Yuan's pupils shrunk. Among the hundreds of fierce beasts, there was one with an extremely ferocious imposing momentum. It actually already reached peak late stage rank 4. This kind of strength was in existence rivaling a 9th firmament divine lord. Currently, Yi Yuan was already at the 5th firmament divine vortex realm. Even facing 8th firmament divine lord powerhouses, he did not fear in the least bit too. At this time, a sky thunder raging ox beast had an outer appearance similar to that of a reckless bull, but its aura was comparable to that of a 9th firmament divine lord. With Yi Yuan's movement technique, if he really wanted to escape, this sky thunder raging ox beast might not be able to catch up. It was just that right now, Tigerheart was currently at a critical juncture of breaking through. Once he left, the other fierce beasts would definitely attack and chomp on him until not even dregs remained. If it were others, their first thought at this time would be to run away. But this was Yi Yuan. Seemingly feeling the powerful pressure from the surrounding fierce beasts, Tigerheart's aura became disorderly. His breakthrough had reached the most critical juncture. Once something went wrong at this time, his realm would fall if it was minor. If severe, his foundation would be damaged and it would be hard to recover to the peak again. Right now, you don't need to think about anything. Focus on breaking through, and leave the rest to me. The sooner you break through successfully, the sooner we can break free. Yi Yuan's words were transmitted into Tigerheart's ears. Very soon, his aura became much more stable. Yi Yuan looked at ferocious fierce beasts and let out a sigh as he said, "Looks like I can only risk it and wait for Tigerheart to break through successfully." Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Yi Yuan. It was precisely Ning Tianping. Following the increase of Yi Yuan's strength, the times when Ning Tianping could help Yi Yuan were already not much. These few years, he had always been cultivating in closed seclusion inside the Purple Extreme Hall. Under Mo Lifei's devoted training and with the help of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, he already broke through the bottleneck presently. He successfully became a 7th firmament divine lord. Your Excellency, this. The moment Ning Tianping came out and saw such a shocking scene, he could not resist changing expression agitatedly. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You stand guard over this guy. Don't let fierce beasts come close. Leave the rest to me." Ning Tianping's face changed and he said, "But Your Excellency, that fierce beast is too strong." Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'm not risking my life with it either, so afraid of what?" "Yes, Your Excellency." Ning Tianping gritted his teeth and said, facing such a perilous scene, but he could only support from the sidelines, how unwilling. Yi Yuan brandished his long sword, figure shooting out like lightning, becoming erratic in the air. The moment he attacked, it was the certain kill spirit concealing sword. That black wolf previously was directly cleaved into 2 halves by Yi Yuan's sword, dying until he could not be deader. While his attack also successfully aroused the wildness of all of the fierce beasts. Roar, roar, roar. In the silent wilderness, hundreds of fierce beasts bellowed frenziedly, appearing extremely horrifying. Yi Yuan attracted all of the fierce beasts all at once. In the beast horde, Yi Yuan's figure flickered indeterminately, shuttled back and forth in space. The moment he made his move, a fierce beast was killed. But right at this time, that peak late stage rank 4 fierce beast attacked. It was only to see that sky thunder raging ox beast roared. The surroundings immediately turned into a sea of lightning. Yi Yuan's expression changed. This lightning was too strong and actually had the effect of freezing space, making his spatial law unable to execute smoothly. One had to know, Yi Yuan's greatest reliance was spatial law. If his movement technique was being restricted, he would really be dead. This sky thunder raging ox beast was clearly not so simple. With another roar, that sky thunder raging ox beast took a step, figure turning into an afterimage, butting over toward Yi Yuan. This fierce beast was incomparably fast, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. Those sharp bull horns directly stabbed 2 large holes in a late-stage rank 4 demonic beast. At the critical moment, Yi Yuan broke free from the restraints of the lightning and escaped into the void. Far away, when Ning Tianping saw the scene just now, he turned pale with fright. Only after seeing Yi Yuan dodge this horrifying blow did he let out a sigh in relief. Yi Yuan directly spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Clearly, that blow earlier, he was still injured by the power of laws. Yi Yuan did not dare to stay, fighting as he left, avoiding that area of lightning. He believed that this kind of horrifying lightning power, it was impossible for that sky thunder raging ox beast to release it frequently too. Ning Tianping's complexion was white as a sheet, his heart almost jumping out. He had not seen Yi Yuan take action for very long. So many years had passed, and Yi Yuan's strength had become increasingly terrifying. A divine lord realm who still had the strength to counterattack under the encirclement of so many fierce beasts, one likely could not find a second person, right? Suddenly, his face changed, a handful of fierce beasts sprinted over toward his side. Immediately, Ning Tianping raised his long sword and guarded Tigerheart. Fortunately, Yi Yuan restrained the vast majority of the fierce beasts' attention. Those that headed over here were merely some of the weaker fierce beasts. Presently, under Mo Lifei's guidance, Ning Tianping's strength also grew with each passing day. Wandering among more than a dozen fierce beasts, he did not fear in the slightest too. Even though he could not accomplish Yi Yuan's casual killing, ordinary fierce beasts could not get close to him as well. At Yi Yuan's side, the fierce beasts could not be killed finish. Those that he could casually kill off were all some of the weaker fierce beasts. But those fierce beasts whose strength surpassed late-stage rank 4. Hence, wanting to kill them was not so simple anymore. But even so, there were also 7 to 8 dead bodies of late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts at this time collapsed on the ground. As for weaker fierce beasts, even more collapsed on the ground. Falling into a heavy encirclement, Yi Yuan also felt unprecedented pressure. Suddenly, Yi Yuan discovered that there were 2 late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts that already rushed to Ning Tianping's side. He could not help being greatly alarmed. With Ning Tianping's current strength, he absolutely could not block those 2 late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts' assault. Moreover, he was already quite occupied with things. 2 terrifying sword lights arrived with a howl. 2 fierce beasts fell to the ground at the sound of it. But right at this time, that sky thunder raging ox beast also shot an electric ball out of its mouth. In order to kill those 2 fierce beasts, Yi Yuan opened the gates wide at this time. It was already too late to want to avoid. But this scene, Yi Yuan had long expected it. Blue patterns flashed on his body, golden light erupted. Yi Yuan forcefully suffered this blow, his entire body akin to being struck by lightning, fresh blood spraying wildly as he directly flew out several thousand feet away. Right at this time, Tigerheart's breakthrough finally completed. Seeing the corpses of the fierce beasts all over the ground, Tigerheart's heart was greatly shaken. This was all done by Lord Yi Yuan. Just how terrifying is his strength? Tigerheart had never thought that a human's strength could actually be daunting to such an extent. Facing the encirclement of a peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beast as well as a large number of fierce beasts, he was actually still able to counterattack so sharply. Lord Yi Yuan's strength was really too horrifying. One had to know, he was just a 5th firmament divine lord. You dumb tiger, what are you still stoning for? Quickly go save his excellency. Ning Tianping's eyes could not help turning bloodshot when he saw Yi Yuan getting injured. Seeing that Tigerheart was actually in a daze there, he could not refrain from bellowing loudly. Chapter 1776 Give to you. Tigerheart suddenly trembled, his figure suddenly shot out explosively. Breaking through to late-stage rank 4, Tigerheart's speed increased explosively, arriving at Yi Yuan's side in a blink of an eye. He directly hauled Yi Yuan up and left. Getting hit by only a single move, Yi Yuan's insides were in upheaval, already sustaining serious injuries. But at this time, Ning Tianping fell into heavy encirclement and found it very hard to break free. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed his injuries. Waving his hand, it was a dozen over rays of sword light, directly hacking those fierce beasts into pieces. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, pulling Ning Tianping and getting on the tiger back together. Behind them, a group of fierce beasts was in hot pursuit. Fortunately, Tigerheart's speed was extremely fast. Those fierce beasts could not catch up for the time being. Are you all right, Your Excellency? Ning Tianping asked with a concerned look. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm fine. I'll recover from my injuries first. As he said, Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill and immediately started recuperating from his injuries on Tigerheart's back. That blow from the sky thunder raging ox beast was extremely heavy. If it were an ordinary 5th firmament divine lord, they would have long been slaughtered. This heavenly Tao tattoo is indeed powerful. Otherwise, even if I have the 9 transformations golden body, I probably couldn't withstand this blow either, right? Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion in his heart. Entering the Heavenspan Mountain's realm fogged the time, and obtaining this Heavenspan Mountain tattoo, he truly benefited endlessly. After a short while, Yi Yuan's complexion gradually became rosy. Your Excellency, that bunch of fierce beasts are like crazy, chasing us all the way and not letting us go. Tigerheart said. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly and he said, these fierce beasts seem to want to force us to a certain place. I feel that they seem to be controlled by something. From the beginning, Yi Yuan felt that the states of these fierce beasts were not right. The moment these words came out, Tigerheart and Ning Tianping's expressions both changed drastically. Then what should we do? Ning Tianping said worriedly. Yi Yuan mused for a moment, his eyes revealing a firm look as he said, since someone wants to meet us, then let's make a trip. Ning Tianping and Tigerheart were naturally very worried, but since Yi Yuan made a decision, they still carried it out firmly. Yi Yuan naturally did not want to go through dangers, but if white light was thrown in, then he very likely encountered danger too. Since that was the case, he had to take this risk. Just as they were running, a gloomy and dark cave entrance appeared ahead. Before approaching yet, a gust of yin wind directly blew over, making the three people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Your Excellency, what a terrifying yin wind. There's likely an extremely powerful existence inside here. Ning Tianping said. Yi Yuan's face fell and he said, go in. Tigerheart did not hesitate in the slightest. With a few lunges, he dashed straight in. Your Excellency, those fierce beasts didn't seem to have chased in. Tigerheart said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, looks like it was someone who wanted us to enter this place. Come, let's go in. I want to take a look in what the hell this place has. After Yi Yuan, 3 people's figures disappeared. 4 to 5 figures appeared at the entrance of the cave. These few people were each riding a mount. Hey, that rank 5 evil spirit inside, we were just vexed over being unable to deal with it. I didn't expect that there were 2 suckers who delivered themselves to the doorstep, said one of the gray-robed men. The gray-robed man rode a white tiger, his aura seemingly very powerful. It's still eldest senior brother who is brilliant. Evil spirits like to possess humans the most. Once it seizes possession of those 2 scapegoats, it will definitely be in a period of weakness. At that time, we'll be able to sit down and reap the spoils without lifting a finger. The yin spirit stone and the 9 yin soul devouring grass inside this black spirit cave will be ours. Beside the gray-robed man, a girl dressed in a fiery red long skirt said. Haha, as long as we get these 2 items, our spirit-controlling sect will definitely take first place in this trial. Another person said. The gray-robed man continued saying, speaking of which, that 5th firmament divine lord guy has such powerful strength. Under the encirclement and assault of hundreds of fierce beasts, he could actually make a full retreat. If his realm was a little higher, I'm afraid we won't even be his match. Speaking of this, the other few people's faces turned slightly apprehensive. Yi Yuan, 3 people's actions had actually always been under their surveillance. But the combat power that Yi Yuan exhibited made each and every one of them extremely shocked. A 5th firmament divine lord was actually still able to make a full retreat under the encirclement and suppression of a group of late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts. What was even more frightening was that there was even a peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beast inside. At first, they only wanted to scare Yi Yuan and force Yi Yuan away. As for Tigerheart's life or death, they did not care at all. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually did not escape and instead rushed into the beast horde alone? Fortunately, that peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beast strength was quite powerful and could still suppress Yi Yuan. Otherwise, it would really be tough for them to operate. Even so, they were also startled by the combat power Yi Yuan displayed. The face of the woman in red clothes also revealed a look of surprise and said, the cultivation method that this guy cultivates is different from ours. He likely came in from the Heavenspan world. Could it be that the Heavenspan world's martial artists are all so powerful? The gray-robed man shook his head and said, impossible. That kid is definitely a top prodigy in the Heavenspan world. Sword Dao Law fused with 3rd firmament spatial law, such talent is rare in the world. Even in the Heavenspan world, it's absolutely impossible for him to be an unknown person too. He must be a major faction's top disciple. However, this has nothing to do with us. Either way, he's dead for sure. Let's go in. I reckon that kid had already been taken possession of right now. Dragging it on won't be good for us. Finished talking, the few people entered inside the cave together. This cave was very similar to the Yin Wind Den that Yi Yuan entered back then. But the evil spirits inside were clearly much more powerful compared to the Yin Wind Den. However, the strengths of the spirit-controlling sect's people were also extremely strong. Especially the gray-robed man, his strength already reached half-step celestial deity realm, the strongest existence among the party. Ordinary evil spirits could not approach him at all. The party gradually went deep in and also became especially careful. Suddenly, two figures appeared ahead. The gray-robed man focused his eyes and looked. Who was it if not Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping? The gray-robed man swept a glance around the cave and discovered that there was indeed no longer that rank 5 evil spirit, and was immediately overjoyed. Ha ha ha, you two fools, indeed seized possession of these two humans. Now, I'll send you guys on your way. The Yin Spirit Stone and the 9 Yin Soul Devouring Grass are our spirit-controlling sects," said the gray-robed man as he laughed loudly. Right at this time, an icy cold aura came out from Yi Yuan's body. He suddenly opened his mouth, looked at the gray-robed man, and said, "You deserve death." The gray-robed man was indifferent and said coolly, "I deserve death. Ha ha ha, if you were at your prime, I'd be somewhat scared of you. This appearance right now, best forget about this kind of threatening." Yi Yuan's gaze was icy cold, his body emitting waves of gloomy and cold aura. A terrifying figure drifted out of Yi Yuan's body. The gray-robed man's expression changed drastically and he said in disbelief, How is this possible? You weren't possessed." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Like to be possessed so much? Then, I'll give him to you. 1 I don't know why 2 instead of 3, maybe Tigerheart wasn't considered since they were riding on his back." Chapter 1777 Big Brother is here to pick you up. The gray-robed man revealed a look of shock. He was seriously unable to imagine how a 5th firmament divine lord escaped the fate of being possessed. Furthermore, looking at this appearance, this evil spirit was actually even being used by Yi Yuan currently. Little brother, actually, this was all a misunderstanding," the gray-robed man said with an ugly expression. He never would have thought that the scheme he designed meticulously actually buried him alive currently. Not only was this kid not possessed, he actually even used this evil spirit to deal with him instead. One should not look at how he was currently a half-step celestial deity. Because in front of a rank 5 evil spirit, it was still not enough to look at. That was an existence that could rival celestial deity realm. Misunderstanding. Those fierce beasts outside were all controlled by you, right? Driving us in was in order to have this rank 5 evil spirit seize possession. Don't tell me that this wasn't your doing," Yi Yuan said coldly. The gray-robed man's expression was incomparably ugly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually even guessed this. "Little brother, you guys should be both from the Heavenspan world, right? Bamboo Groove Void Realm doesn't allow the appearance of the Heavenspan world's humans. We're all the spirit-controlling sect's disciples, having a trial in this sundered boundary. In order to seize the Yin Spirit Stone and 9 Yin Soul Devouring Grass inside this cave, that's why we made this decision. Our spirit-controlling sect status inside the Bamboo Groove Void Realm is very high. As long as little brother you let us off, our spirit-controlling sect will definitely keep you safe." The gray-robed man's eyes swiveled as he blurted out more information. He was certain that Yi Yuan was a genius who was inexperienced in the affairs of the world. This time, he likely came out to train, that was why he strayed into the sundered boundary. This kind of people, intimidating with threats and beguiling with benefits a little, it was very easy to fall for it. Either way, Yi Yuan was completely clueless about the Bamboo Groove Void Realm's affairs. Sure enough, when Yi Yuan heard the gray-robed man's words, his expression changed slightly and he said, "Want me to let you all off, also can. But you have to promise me a condition." The moment the gray-robed man heard, he could not help being wildly elated in his heart, secretly thinking that this punk was indeed easy to hoodwink. He hurriedly said, "Whatever condition little brother has, feel free to speak up. Just take it as we offended little brother in making an apology to you." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Your mount is pretty good, I want it." The gray-robed man's expression changed, his face revealing a look of reluctance. When Yi Yuan saw his expression, he immediately turned cold and said, "Why? Can't bear to part with it." The gray-robed man had an awkward look. This white tiger's bloodline was extremely pure. There was a lot of room for future development, not like his other mounts. For this, he expended considerable effort. The gray-robed man thought, "This kid knows good stuff, to actually want my white tiger the moment he opened his mouth. Forget it, hold him steady first before talking. As long as I trick him back to the sect, wouldn't this white tiger still be mine? Haha, not hiding from little brother, but I really can't quite bear to part with it. But just now, it was indeed our fault. Then I'll bear the pain and give it to little brother. The gray-robed man had a reluctant look as well, lightly patting the white tiger. The white tiger came to Yi Yuan's side very obediently. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's heart was full of monstrous killing intent. It was just that he did not reveal a single trace of it. That was right, this white tiger was none other than precisely white light. The reason why he did not take action for so long was also precisely because of white light. Yi Yuan recognized him the moment he laid eyes on him. But very clearly, white light did not recognize him. Or should he say, he was unable to recognize Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan did not understand this spirit-controlling sect's methods and did not dare to easily show it. The current white light was like a docile kitten. If the gray-robed man made him go east, he absolutely would not head west. Without a doubt, he was controlled by this spirit-controlling sect's disciple with some kind of method. At the thought that his brother was actually at the mercy of others like so, the killing intent in Yi Yuan's heart was practically about to burst his body. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest clue about the bamboo groove void realm. If this spirit-controlling sect's method had some unique aspects, a moment of impulsiveness would harm white light instead. Although Yi Yuan was confident, it was not to the point of arrogance yet. He did not have confidence that he could get rid of this beast-controlling method. Yi Yuan lightly stroked white light's fur, revealing a very pleased expression. Indeed pretty good. What you should do, don't need me to teach you, right? Yi Yuan frowned and said. The gray-robed man chuckled and said, little brother don't blame, this beast is a transformed demonic beast and doesn't listen to taming. That's why I used the dark soul pearl to suppress his beast soul. Originally, I planned on bringing him to the spirit-controlling sect to tame him properly and make him form a spirit-beast contract with me. Since little brother likes him, then I'll give the dark soul pearl together to little brother. The gray-robed man had a smile on his face, as if very sincere. When doing a favor, go all the way. Either way, this dark soul pearl would still return to his hands in the end. When Yi Yuan heard, he could not help saying with great interest, oh. Your spirit-controlling sect is indeed a little interesting. This kind of means isn't commonly seen in the heavenspan world. I wonder how you plan on taming him. The gray-robed man chortled loudly and said, these demonic beasts are all inherently lowly beings. Want to tame him, one naturally has to teach him a good lesson, then continuously suppress his beast soul with my spirit-controlling sect's secret art. Even if he's the reincarnation of Buddha's warrior attendant, he'll also have no choice but to submit in the end. The moment Yi Yuan heard, flames of fury flared up in his heart all at once. He virtually used all of his strength before controlling his anger. Oh, so that's how it is. Then what's that dark soul pearl? How to use it? Yi Yuan was like a curious baby at this time, continuously inquiring about the spirit-controlling sect's methods. The gray-robed man was patient, silently chanting the spell. A surge of boundless soul force gushed out, entering straight into white light's sea of consciousness. Then, Yi Yuan saw a dark black pearl slowly fly out. And right at this time, white light's eyes finally turned from turbid to clear. When he saw Yi Yuan, his entire body could not help trembling, tears bursting out. Be big brother. Yi Yuan's face finally revealed a radiant smile. Lighting stroking that soft fur of white light, he revealed a trace of a tender smile and said, all right, everything is over, big brother is here to pick you up. When the spirit-controlling sect's people saw this scene, their countenance could not help changing. Especially the gray-robed man, his expression became extremely ugly. Punk, turns out that you guys know each other. You tricked me. At this point, how did the gray-robed man still not know what Yi Yuan's goal was? It was just that he never dreamed that Yi Yuan actually knew this white tiger. Now only did he know that this kid was clearly aiming for the white tiger. He thought that he deceived Yi Yuan, but he did not know that he had been led by the nose by Yi Yuan all along. He regretted in his heart. It turned out that he had a trump card in his hands, but he gave it to the other party for free. Big brother, along the way, White Light had suffered no idea how much hardship. Being overcome by sorrow at this time, he could not control anymore and dug into Yi Yuan's embrace like a child, bursting into tears. Yi Yuan hugged White Light's head and said, Big Brother knows that you suffered a lot of hardships. You rest assured, Big Brother will help you square the accounts one by one. Now, start squaring it from here. Chapter 1778 Heavenly Ghost Incarnation. You just said earlier that demon races are inherently lowly beings. Yi Yuan's eyes turned sharp, his gaze looking at the gray-robed man was icy cold. The gray-robed man's expression changed and he said in a cold voice, So what? If you dare to kill me, it's absolutely impossible to escape out of the sundered boundary. I, Sikong Shu, am the spirit-controlling sect's core disciple. If you dare kill me, the spirit-controlling sect won't let you off. At this time, the gray-robed man could only rest his hopes on that the spirit-controlling sect's prestige could suppress Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said coldly, Who cares who the hell you are? If you dare to humiliate my brother, there's only one outcome, and that's death. While talking, Yi Yuan's thought stirred, that evil spirit's aura suddenly erupted. A chill that penetrated to the bones instantly made the temperature in the cave plummet to freezing point. Kid, do you really think that we're lambs waiting to be slaughtered? Our spirit-controlling sect is far stronger than you imagine. Sikong Shu gave a cold laugh, powerful soul force spewing out. When his fellow disciples saw the situation, their expressions became incomparably ugly. Senior apprentice brother Sikong, we really have to use this move. Yeah, senior apprentice brother Sikong. Using this move, we'll fall back several minor realms. Clearly, the side effect of this move was immense. Otherwise, Sikong Shu also would not wait until now before using it. Sikong Shu gave a cold laugh and said, If cultivation realm is gone, it can be cultivated again. Losing your lives, can you all still revive? At this point, do we still have a choice? It was not that the rest did not understand this logic. It was just that their own strength was cultivated bitterly. Once it fell, wanting to cultivate it back would have to expend countless times again. This undoubtedly needed immense courage for them. But at this time, they clearly had no options already. The group of spirit-controlling sect disciples, soul forces virtually burst forth at the same time. These soul forces actually produced a strong resonance. Yi Yuan looked at this scene with a cold face and said coolly, Kill. The evil spirit emitted a shrill screech, pouncing over toward the spirit-controlling sect disciples. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Sikong Shu's mouth and he said, How can the might of my spirit-controlling sect be what an ant like you can imagine? A measly evil spirit, do you really think that you can take down us? O guardian of the sect, spirit-controlling sect disciple, Sikong Shu, offers a sacrifice with soul force and divine essence, to summon the guardian sacred beast. The other disciples and Sikong Shu were the same, chanting away. Those divine souls dispersed in the air underwent a bizarre change at this time. An enormous claw that seemingly came from great antiquity probed out of the void. This enormous claw gave off a powerful aura. It was actually a level stronger than even the evil spirit. Two mighty rank 5 powerhouses directly collided together. But that enormous claw was clearly a notch greater, directly smacking the rank 5 evil spirit flying with one claw. That evil spirit's aura immediately withered significantly. Then, an enormous beast covered in silver scales all over slowly stepped out of the void. The behemoth's body gave off an unfathomable aura. Ning Tianping's face changed and he said, This is the beast soul of a silver-scale single-horned beast. What a powerful beast soul. The auras of Sikong Shu and the rest immediately wilted considerably after this behemoth appeared. But Sikong Shu was incomparably excited and said with a big laugh, Punk, you forced me. This silver-scale single-horned beast is our sect's guardian sacred beast, a former rank 7 powerful existence. Now, suffer his wrath well. Tigerheart actually started shuddering in front of this silver-scale single-horned beast's beast soul. Even White Light was also deathly pale, akin to facing a great enemy. Your Excellency, this silver-scale single-horned beast is too powerful, it's not what we can rival at all. Tigerheart said tremblingly. Yi Yuan looked at that beast soul and said with a cold smile, Guardian sacred beast. A rank 7 powerful existence, but you guys actually wiped away the consciousness of his beast soul and imprisoned him inside the sect, making him unable to reincarnate for all of eternity, guarding the sect generation after generation. This kind of sect, how vicious. Dustless saw through with one glance that this beast soul was merely a small portion of the main body. Clearly, with the strength of these people in front of them, summon at this kind of power was already the limit. However, the baleful aura on this beast soul was very strong. It did not willingly defend the sect, but it was the spirit-controlling sect that imprisoned it in a certain place with a special method, offering it up for the sect disciples to control. This kind of method was extremely cruel. The beast soul would never reincarnate for all of eternity. Rank 7 Divine Beast, that was a powerful existence comparable to heavenly Empyreans. Each one was an incomparably proud existence, to actually be controlled by a bunch of trash. This was simply the trampling of dignity to a rank 7 Divine Beast. Sikong Shu gave a cold laugh and said, "So what? In the eyes of our spirit-controlling sect, fierce beasts and divine beasts are merely slaves provided for martial artists to control. They only need to obey our orders and do things. So what if a rank 7 divine beast, isn't it still a brutish animal?" Sikong Shu was not ashamed in the slightest but took pride in it instead. A rank 7 divine beast, what kind of proud existence was it? It actually became a brutish animal out of his mouth. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of a chill, and he said in a cold voice, "Survival of the fittest in natural selection, this in itself has no cause for much criticism. But your spirit-controlling sect's conduct is too cruel, going against nature and reason, being worse than even animals. You deserve death." Sikong Shu burst into laughter when he heard it and said, "It's just too bad that you can't kill me. That evil spirit of yours is too weak." Yi Yuan pursed his lips and said with disdain, "Although this divine beast is strong, it's just a pity that you guys are too weak. The beast soul summoned is merely just initial stage rank 5. Sikong Shu smiled and said, "Hey, dealing with that trash evil spirit of yours, it's enough. Guardian Sacred Best, tear that punk into pieces for me." An earth-shaking roar echoed out. That silver-scale single-horn beast raised its enormous claw and smack over towards Yi Yuan. This claw carried a realm suppress that shocked the soul, powerful to the extreme. Even though it was just initial stage rank 5, he was once a rank 7 powerful existence after all. That kind of pressure that came from the depths of the soul made people shudder. Even first firmament celestial deity martial artists absolutely could not survive by a fluke under this claw. In comparison, Yi Yuan's evil spirit was much weaker. Ha ha ha, go to hell. A fool who overestimates his ability. Yi Yuan looked at this scene coldly, his face not having the slightest change in countenance. Right at this time, an even more powerful soul force than the silver-scale single-horned beast suddenly burst forth. Ghost Dao 100 Runes, 21st Dao, Heavenly Ghost Incarnation. That evil spirit's body suddenly expanded more than 10 times, raised a ghost claw, and smashed over toward the silver-scale single-horned beast. Sikong Shu's expression changed drastically, looking at this scene in disbelief. Only to see the guardian sacred beast that they took great pains to summon dissipate with a loud bang under this punch. This evil spirit was suddenly more than 10 times stronger than before. With the guardian sacred beast being defeated, these spirit-controlling sect disciples suffered great damage to their minds, all spurting fresh blood wildly, bodies flying out backward. Sikong Shu's expression was struck dumb with amazement as he looked at this scene and said, This is impossible. How can this evil spirit be so strong?" Chapter 1779 Humiliation. The guardian sacred beast was actually defeated. Blasting away an initial stage rank 5 beast soul with one punch, this kind of strength simply made people shocked. One had to know, this rank 5 evil spirit was not considered powerful. Even human first firmament celestial deities could defeat him. But the guardian sacred beast was actually directly killed in one shot. "This is your greatest reliance. What laughable pride." Yi Yuan's words were full of contempt. This beast soul was indeed powerful, but in front of the present dustless, it was still not enough to look at. Following Yi Yuan's strength gradually becoming stronger, the soul-suppressing pearl also recovered a lot of power. Although this rank 5 evil spirit was powerful, it did not unlock intelligence. After Dustless appeared, he directly subdued the evil spirit. Previously, it was all the evil spirit fighting instinctively. But just now, Dustless controlled the evil spirit's actions through the soul-suppressing pearl. With his Ghost Dao attainments, the power of this punch, even a second firmament celestial deity would also find it hard to resist, let alone the beast soul that Sikong Shu summoned. The faces of the spirit-controlling sect's people revealed despair. Only at this time did they deeply experience Yi Yuan's might. Sikong Shu's face was ashen. Right now, they used their final trump card. Not only did they could not kill Yi Yuan, but their cultivation realms were also greatly damaged instead. The current Sikong Shu, his realm already fell to 7th Firmament Divine Lord. Even without borrowing the evil spirit's strength, Yi Yuan could easily kill him too. White light, I'll leave this guy to you. The humiliation that he gave you, get it back 1,000 times over. Yi Yuan turned around and said to White Light with a smile. The current White Light already recovered to human form. He looked at Sikong Shu, eyes spewing fire. Walking out of the immortal Grove world, he had yet to suffer such unprecedented humiliation before. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, he gritted his teeth and said, "Thanks, big brother. This guy's life, I'm taking it." Sikong Shu was aware that he would not get away. Hearing that, he laughed wildly and said, "Lowly animal. Turning into a human form also can't change the fact that you're lowly. Just the likes of you also want to take my life." Rage was written all over White Light's face as he said in a solemn voice, "Big brother has done it to this extent for me. If I still can't kill you, I'm also not fit to be his brother anymore." Scoundrel Sikong, prepare to die. On White Light's body, the white tiger pressure virtually turned corporeal. It was only to see him turned into an afterimage, shooting over toward Sikong Shu. Sikong Shu gave a cold laugh and directly brought out the Dark Soul Pearl and said, "Reckless and blind fool, don't you forget, the Dark Soul Pearl is still in my hands." His voice had yet to fade when a beam of sword light passed through the void, slashing directly on the Dark Soul Pearl. The strength of this sword was tremendous, directly hacking the Dark Soul Pearl flying, breaking free of Sikong Shu's grasp. Right at this moment, White Light's figure already arrived. White Light's punch smashed solidly on the right side of Sikong Shu's face, directly knocking him to the ground. Half of his face became distorted. The current White Light already reached the level of late-stage rank 4 as well. This punch was thrown in anger. How great was its power? Sikong Shu's eyes rolled back, clearly being smashed dizzy. White Light naturally knew that the Dark Soul Pearl was in Sikong Shu's hands, but he likewise knew that Yi Yuan would not let Sikong Shu have an opportunity to attack. White Light's trust in Yi Yuan was unconditional. Leaving his back to Yi Yuan, he was too at ease. White Light did not stop, following up with his victorious pursuit, pummeling Sikong Shu. Taking advantage of the initiative, how could Sikong Shu, who originally had strength matching White Light's, still have any power to resist at this time? Yi Yuan just wanted to let White Light vent the grievances in his heart. He naturally would not give Sikong Shu any chance for a fair fight. Yi Yuan picked up the Dark Soul Pearl and could not resist sizing it up. "Senior, this thing also seems to be a soul-type Divine Lord mystic treasure. It's quite mysterious." Yi Yuan communicated with Yi Yuan in his consciousness. Dustless nodded and said, "This object is refined specifically to target beast souls. It possesses extremely strong suppression effects, able to make the demon race's beast souls produce the thought of submitting uncontrollably." Yi Yuan played with it for a while and suddenly said, "Senior, this thing is a soul-type Divine Lord mystic treasure, then can you alter it?" The moment Dustless heard, he immediately understood Yi Yuan's meaning and smiled as he said with a nod, "Although beast souls and divine souls are two different forms, they are essentially the same. This old man just has to slightly add something extra and it can naturally work." The moment Yi Yuan heard, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. "White Light, all right." Hearing Yi Yuan's yell, only then did White Light stop and spat fiercely. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Vented your anger yet?" White Light grinned and said, "Feels much better." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Let you watch a show, it will feel even better." White Light's eyes lit up, faintly revealing a look of anticipation. Yi Yuan came to the half-dead Sikong Shu's side. Lifting his hand, he drove the Dark Soul Pearl into his divine soul. At the same time, a mysterious power also entered his divine soul along with it. Immediately, Sikong Shu's eyes became hollow. When his fellow disciples saw this scene, their faces could not help changing drastically. That red-clothed girl said, How is this possible? The Dark Soul Pearl's effect on humans is extremely weak. Senior apprentice brother Sikong has peak Divine Lord Realm Divine Soul, so how can the Dark Soul Pearl be effective? How could she know that the level of the soul-suppressing pearl was much higher than this Dark Soul Pearl? With Dustless's means, adding extra stuff was too easy. Yi Yuan cracked a smile and said, "Lie down." Sikong Shu seemed to have forgotten his pain, immediately laying on the ground like a dog. "Go, lick White Light's shoes properly, lick until it's clean." Yi Yuan ordered. The current Sikong Shu was exactly the same as the White Light before, obeying Yi Yuan's orders involuntarily. Furthermore, this Dark Soul Pearl only suppressed the Divine Soul. Hence, what he was doing, he was perfectly aware. Otherwise, White Light also would not have such a strong sense of humiliation after recovering his freedom. Sikong Shu crawled to White Light's side like a dog and really started licking White Light's shoes. Very soon, White Light's shoes were licked very clean. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned, the dark soul pearl returned to his hand. Sikong Shu's eyes also recovered clarity. He looked at Yi Yuan, eyes bloodshot from anger as he said, "Punk, you dare to humiliate me like this? I'll fight it out with you." White Light raised his feet and directly kicked him flying. Yi Yuan looked at him coldly and opened his mouth to say, "Now, feel humiliated. Do you feel what my brother experienced?" Sikong Shu clutched his chest and gritted his teeth and said, "Phew. How can he, a lowly brutish animal, be mentioned in the same breath with me?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Is that so? What difference was there between you and an animal just now? As long as I'm willing, I can make you be an animal for life. Do you want to try it?" Sikong Shu's face changed, eyes revealing a look of fear. Seeing Sikong Shu keep mum, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You relax, I feel it utterly beneath my dignity to use an animal like you. Doing these is purely in order to humiliate you. I'll let you know that the outcome of bullying my brother is very serious. Now, you're useless, so tell me everything you know about the Bamboo Groove Void Realm's situation." Chapter 1780 Heart of the Void Realm. Tell you, heh, dream on. Even if I die, I won't tell you anything. The current Sikong Shu was already close to going mad, his dignity was already utterly ravaged. His hatred toward Yi Yuan also reached the peak. But Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "You misunderstood. I didn't have the intention of listening to you speak. What you say, I won't believe it either. So, I'll see for myself." Sikong Shu froze when he heard that and laughed wildly as he said, "You want a soul search? Ha ha ha, my spirit-controlling sect is most proficient in the divine soul path. My realm is also a lot higher than yours. You actually said to me that you want a soul search. Ignorant fool." Yi Yuan looked at Sikong Shu very calmly and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Is that so?" Yi Yuan directly stomped Sikong Shu to the ground with a foot, divine soul pouring into his sea of consciousness frenziedly. Sikong Shu's realm fell greatly, but his divine soul was still very powerful. Logically speaking, it was totally impossible for Yi Yuan to want a soul search. Sikong Shu naturally thought so as well. His soul force also poured out frenziedly, wanting to directly extinguish Yi Yuan's divine soul. But right at this time, a mysterious energy was directly pumped into his sea of consciousness. His divine soul seemed to be instantly frozen, unable to move at all. That sort of feeling was like having his hands and feet bound up. He could only passively watch Yi Yuan's divine soul searching willfully in his sea of consciousness. Sikong Shu was overwhelmed with shame and anger. All of his secrets were displayed in front of Yi Yuan unreservedly. When the spirit-controlling sect disciples saw this scene, each and every one of their faces changed drastically. Yi Yuan really succeeded. This young man in front of them was too scary. Who on earth was he? After a slight while, Yi Yuan's divine sense withdrew, his eyes revealing a ruminating expression. "Yi Yuan, I'm going to kill you. Kill you." Sikong Shu pounced over toward Yi Yuan with a roar. Ning Tianping flashed, directly sending him flying with a slap. The current Sikong Shu was already an arrow at the end of its flight. With Ning Tianping's current skills, dealing with him was easily accomplished. "A trash like you wants to kill His Excellency," Ning Tianping said disdainfully. Yi Yuan looked at Sikong Shu and said with a cold smile, "Your spirit-controlling sect is really worse than animals. White Light, Tianping, Tigerheart, kill all of them, spare none." This spirit-controlling sect committed many evils and had utterly no humanity to speak of. This Sikong Shu was even more wicked, raping and looting, committing all kinds of atrocities. This kind of person, if Yi Yuan did not run into him, then forget it. Since he provoked him, Yi Yuan naturally would not be soft-hearted. These spirit-controlling sect disciples were all in very sluggish states currently because of summoning the guardian sacred beast. White Light, 3 people disposed of those few like chopping vegetables. "Big brother, I really didn't think that you could actually search for me until here. If not for you, I probably..." White Light's expression dimmed. Thinking of that life worse than pigs and dogs from henceforth, he could not help feeling lingering fear. Ning Tianping could not resist saying, "Brother White Light, you don't know how great a price His Excellency expended in order to find you." Yi Yuan glared fiercely and said angrily, "You talk too much. Ning Tianping stuck out his tongue and sensibly shut up. White light was moved inwardly. With Ning Tianping saying so, how could he still not understand in his heart? Alright, don't listen to this punk talk nonsense. It's good that you're alright. Yi Yuan patted White Light's shoulder and said. White Light nodded his head and said no more. Between him and Yi Yuan already did not need to say too many feeble words to thank. If Yi Yuan was in trouble, he would likewise throw caution to the winds and go save him. Only after a bout of small talk did Yi Yuan know that White Light did not want to come to the Demon Divine region on his own initiative, but he was compelled against his will. Back then, after he left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, he accidentally stumbled into a grotto. White Light obtained the Tiger clan's legacy inside the grotto and was also trapped there for as long as several hundred years. Later, White Light's strength advanced a lot, and he could finally walk out of the cave. Who knew that walking out from there, he already arrived at the Demon Divine region. Then later on, Yi Yuan knew about it. When he knew the whole story, his entire person was stunned there. He did not think that he treated Blackpoople as a brother, but Blackpoople took him to be a fool. But after hearing the Blackpoople was tortured to death by the Heavenly Tiger King, White Light also felt at ease. No matter what, Big Brother already avenged him. Big Brother, what should we do now? Did you find any useful clues from that Sikong Shu? White Light asked. The urgent matter on hand was for the few people to find a way out. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Bamboo Groove Void Realm has a Void Realm Heart. Void Realm Hearts are a singularity that connects the Heavenspan world and Void Realms. It can continuously draw energy from the Heavenspan world without ceasing, maintaining the Void Realm's consumption. As long as one can find the Void Realm Heart, they will be able to find a way back. White Light frowned when he heard that and said, this Void Realm Heart is so important. So it definitely isn't that easy to find, right? Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, this Bamboo Groove Void Realm is an Empyrean-level Void Realm. Many major sects also have true God Realm powerhouses holding down the fort. Wanting to barge into the place where the Void Realm Heart is at is simply nothing more than wishful thinking. The three people could not help drawing a cold breath when they heard. This Void Realm Heart was so important. It was definitely held in the hands of the most powerful characters. Empyrean-level powerhouses, blowing a breath could turn the few of them into dust. Wanting to barge into the place where the Void Realm Heart was simply an impossible mission. Your Excellency, could it be that we have to keep on waiting here? Ning Tianping's expression changed slightly as he said. Yi Yuan said, not necessarily so as well. The faction in charge of the Void Realm Heart is called Bamboo Groove Holy Temple. Under the Bamboo Groove Holy Temple, there are more than 10 true God-level sect forces. Every 1,000 years, these true God-level sect forces would undergo the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, and the top 5 of the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave will have the qualifications to become the Bamboo Groove Holy Temple's disciple. And these 5 people will also obtain the qualifications to enter the Void Heart Realm to gain enlightenment on Tao. Inside the Void Realm Heart, there were the lifetime comprehensions of the major power who created this Void Realm left behind. So it was not only an important treasure for maintaining the operation of the Void Realm, it was also an excellent place for comprehending Tao. Big Brother, your meaning is that we have to join these sects, then take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave? White Light said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, not us, it's me. This Bamboo Groove Void Realm martial artists' legacies are extremely ancient. The divine essence that they cultivate is also different from the Heavenspan world. When you guys arrive at the sects, as long as you utilize divine essence, you'll immediately be found out. So, the few of you wait in the Purple Extreme Hall and cultivate well. I'll bring you all back to the Heavenspan world. White Light shrugged and said, all right. Big Brother, your cultivation method is too freakish. So it is better to leave this kind of thing for you to do. He knew that Yi Yuan's cultivation method could even simulate the fiend race's fiend essence, let alone this Bamboo Groove Void Realm's divine essence. Yi Yuan carried out soul search on Sikong Shu and naturally knew the exit of the sundered boundary. He let White Light and the rest enter the Purple Extreme Hall. He then headed toward the exit that led to the Bamboo Groove Void Realm himself. Chapter 1781 Two Choices. On a broad avenue, Yi Yuan was currently walking forward slowly. On the streets, many martial artists were in groups or walking alone. The auras on these people were not weak, they were actually all Divine Lord Realm powerhouses. Yi Yuan knew that they were going to the Shadow Moon sect to take part in the sect assessment. He was also the same. Yi Yuan learned from Sikong Shu's Sea of Consciousness that among true God-level sects, only the Shadow Moon sect was currently recruiting new disciples. There were still roughly 200 years until the next Bamboo Grove martial conclave. Yi Yuan needed to break through to the celestial deity realm as soon as possible within these 200 years. Those taking part in the Bamboo Grove martial conclave must be at the celestial deity realm. And Yi Yuan seemed to still have a very long way to go to the celestial deity realm. In the previous few years, Yi Yuan had been immersed in alchemy Dao all along, and his martial Dao did not progress much. Over these 200 years, Yi Yuan planned to cultivate with all his might, and strive to break through to the celestial deity realm as soon as possible. Hey, little brother, which sect are you from? You seem like a new face here. Perhaps a burly man felt bored and moved close to Yi Yuan's side and walked alongside him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I came from a divine lord level small sect. It doesn't have much reputation. The burly man smiled and said, so that's how it is. No wonder your strength is so weak. With your strength, it's probably very difficult to pass the Shadow Moon sect's entrance examination. Yi Yuan secretly smiled in his heart. This guy's personality was very straightforward. But he could also tell that this man was a straightforward character. Whatever he had, he would say, without going through his brain at all. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, I'm just here to give it a try. After all, my original sect already doesn't have anything that I can continue to learn about. The burly man said, makes sense, for you to be able to cultivate to your current realm at a divine lord level small sect, it's indeed very not easy already. However, the geniuses capable of entering the Shadow Moon sect are all 1 in a million. If you want to pass the entrance examination, you'll probably have to take several hundred more years. Yi Yuan nodded and said, MN, if it doesn't work out, I'll do miscellaneous work in the Shadow Moon sect. When my strength is sufficient, I'll come and take part in the entrance examination again. The Bamboo Grove Void Realm's territory was vast, sects standing in great numbers. These dozen over true god-level sects were leviathans. But there were still many celestial deity-level sects and divine lord-level sects. After these sects, geniuses had some accomplishments, many people would choose to enter higher-level sects. Firstly, their own sect already did not have much room for development for them anymore. Staying would only waste time. Secondly, after these disciples entered true god-level sects, once they learned something, they would take better care of their own sect. Hence, those going to take part in the Shadow Moon sect's examination were mostly true god-level disciples. Of course, there were also some small sects, disciples who were mostly unknown and were also not too likely to pass the assessment. The burly man's words were not without basis. It was just that he did not know that Yi Yuan's combat power was far from comparable to same-rank martial artists. The burly man smiled and said, haha, I came from the Thundercloud sect. I'm called Han Yang. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you, give me their names. Yi Yuan smiled and said, many thanks, brother Han. I'm Yi Yuan. The two people were currently chatting when a burst of ridicule suddenly came from the side. Ha ha ha, Han Yang, you also don't take a piss and look in the reflection yourself, just the likes of you also dared to take care of people. I'm bullying him now, so do you dare to cover him? Yi Yuan looked sideways and saw 3 youths in bright clothing looking at Han Yang with a smile that was not a smile, having a look of ridicule on their faces. These 3 people were very similar between the eyebrows. One look and they were 3 brothers. When Han Yang saw these 3 people, his expression could not help changing. He said in a solemn voice, Zhao Shi, what are you being cocky for? If you have the ability, come over by yourself. I guarantee that I won't beat you to death. Han Yang turned around and whispered to Yi Yuan, this is Zhao Zhao, Zhao Shu, and Zhao Shi, 3 brothers, originating from Devil Elephant sect. They are sworn enemies of our Thundercloud sect. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he immediately understood in his heart. Zhao Shi said with disdain when he heard this, you're merely a hair stronger than me. You aren't even a match for my second brother. Yet, you still dare to be insolent in front of us 3 brothers. Your Thundercloud sect is really trash, just sending a good-for-nothing like you out. You can only put on a front in front of some small sects. The words angered Han Yang until his expression turned livid. Zhao Shi 3 brothers were extremely talented. The 3 people's strength had always advanced at the same rate. Zhao Shi was slightly weaker, also peak 7th Firmament Divine Lord. The other 2 were 8th Firmament Divine Lords. Han Yong's talent was actually really good. He just recently became an 8th firmament divine lord. It was just that in front of these 3 brothers, it was still a little worse. Zhao Shi, you dare to insult my Thundercloud sect. If you have the balls, fight one-on-one with me. Han Yong did not dare to challenge the 3 of them and could only use words to goad Zhao Shi. But Zhao Shi only smiled and said, after entering the Shadow Moon sect, there's plenty of time to fight one-on-one. But right now, heh, didn't you say that you're covering for this kid? Now, I'm going to bully him. I want to see what you use to shield him with. I'm going to let everybody take a look at how trashy your Thundercloud sect is. What kind of strength you have, you don't have any idea yourself. Haven't even entered the sect and you dare to cover people. Han Yong's expression changed and he said to Yuan, Yuan, I was the one who harmed you. You quickly go, I'll block him. But Zhao Shu laughed and said, isn't it too late to leave now? Your opponent is me. Zhao Shu's figure moved, directly facing off with Han Yong. Han Yong's strength was a notch weaker than Zhao Shu's. With his match-up, he could only accept the challenge passively. If he wanted to run, he could naturally escape. But if he ran, Yuan facing the Zhao trio brothers by himself, then the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. Zhao Shi slowly walked to Yuan and said with an amused look, Kid, you're actually not running away. Are you scared, silly? Heh, don't blame me for bullying me. Want to blame someone, blame Han Yong. Who asked that guy to like to posture? Yuan himself also felt baffled. Walking along the streets, he could actually get into such trouble too. However, Zhao Zai's strength, he did not take it seriously yet. If he did not provoke him and bickered a few sentences with Han Yong, then forget it. Yet, he wanted to come to provoke him. Yuan could only sigh in his heart, wouldn't die if didn't court death. Everyone is going to take part in the Shadow Moon sect's examination. We'll all be fellow apprentices in the future, why is there a need to end up like this? Yuan said with a helpless look. Regarding this kind of lame fight, he was indeed disinclined to take part in it. As long as Zhao Shi himself pulled back, he would not stoop to the other party's level too. Zhao Shi laughed loudly when he heard that and said, fellow apprentices. Ha, brat, you're thinking too much. With just the likes of your bit of strength, you also want to pass the Shadow Moon sect's examination. You and I are never of the same world. Hence, there's no way we'll be fellow apprentices. Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, then. Zhao Shi sneered and said, Kid, I have to admire your nerves. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. Number 1, kneel down and yell, Thundercloud sect is trash, 3 times. Second, I'll cripple your cultivation, break both your legs, and let you crawl to the Shadow Moon sect. Chapter 1782 understood. This kid is also pitiful, to actually provoke the Zhao 3 brothers. Isn't that so? The Zhao 3 brothers are well-known genius disciples in celestial deity level sects. That kid is just a 5th firmament divine lord. Do you guys think that he'll choose to kowtow or choose to have both legs broken? It's definitely to kowtow, even if he offends the Thundercloud sect. As long as he can stay in the Shadow Moon sect and do chores, there will always be a possibility of rising again. With a show to watch, quite a few people stopped their footsteps and crowded around to watch. They were currently all guessing which option Yuan would choose. Of course, the majority of the people felt that Yuan would choose the first one. After all, in their eyes, it was impossible for Yuan to win against the peak 7th firmament divine lord Zhao Shi. But Zhao Zai's words made Yuan's gaze gradually turn cold. He and Zhao Shi had no grudges nor enmity. But this guy still transferred his anger to him and wanted to send him to his doom because of Han Yong. If I don't choose any, Yuan said coolly. Zhao Shi smiled and said, you must choose. Because if you don't choose, I'll help you choose the second one. Yuan said, then. I'll choose the third one. Zhao Shi froze and said angrily, I didn't give you a third option. Still not choosing, I'll help you choose. Yuan smiled and said, the third one was added by me. Everybody go to the Shadow Moon sect together and participate in the entrance examination, isn't that good? Zhao Zai's face turned cold and he said in a cold voice, you're toying with me. Yuan said coolly, I wanted to save you a bit of face. Looks like your reputation is still considerable. If you were to get beaten by me in front of so many people, how humiliating would that be? The moment Zhao Shi heard this, he could not help letting out a big laugh as he said, you beat me, ha, this is the funniest joke that I've heard. Kid, I changed my mind. Now, I'm going to cripple both your hands and legs. Let you unable to even crawl. The surrounding people all used eyes like looking at an idiot to look at Yi Yuan. A fifth firmament divine lord pummeling a seventh firmament divine lord, was he trying to be funny? There was a small stage in between. This kind of fool was actually coming to take part in the Shadow Moon sect's entrance examination too. What a wonder. Zhao Shi was thoroughly enraged by Yi Yuan. He formed claws with his fingers, the world power of seventh firmament divine lord gushed out frenziedly, directly grabbing towards Yi Yuan's arms. Zhao Shi had an imposing momentum, this grab was determined to succeed. Right at this time, Yi Yuan threw out a palm swift like lightning, inconceivably quick. Yi Yuan attacked extremely precisely, directly disregarding Zhao Zai's world power, grabbing the webbing between his thumb and index finger and crushed fiercely. His fingers snapped at the sound of it. A scream came over, Zhao Shu and Zhao Zhao's expressions changed. Zhao Shu was alarmed in his heart. Repelling Han Yong with one move, he glared at Yi Yuan and said, "Punk, let him go. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly." Everyone all looked at this scene in incredible shock, feeling that it was preposterous to the extreme. Indeed, subduing the enemy in one move. However, it was completely contrary to what they thought. The powerful Zhao Shi was actually restrained in one move. Yi Yuan gave an "oh." Loosening his 5 fingers, he actually let go of Zhao Shi. The 5 fingers were connected to the heart. Zhao Shi hurt until he broke out in cold sweat. He did not expect to fail miserably in a simple task, the anger in his heart already billowing to the sky. The moment Yi Yuan let go, his left hand grabbed toward Yi Yuan's throat like lightning. He wanted to take Yi Yuan's life. However, he was fast, but Yi Yuan was faster than him. Another crisp bone-breaking sound. The 5 fingers of Zhao Zai's left hand were also directly broken by Yi Yuan. Zhao Zai's mouth emitted an even more shrill scream than just now, akin to a pig getting slaughtered. Yi Yuan made his move neat and tidily, without the least bit of sloppiness. Zhao Shu and Zhao Zhao's faces changed again and they said in anger, "Kid, do you not understand our words?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I understood. Didn't I already let go? It was he who courted death by wanting to kill me. I only broke his 5 fingers, so it's already considered courteous." Zhao Zhao's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "Kid, you're very courageous, to actually dare break my third brother's 10 fingers. If you can leave alive today, my Zhao Zhao 2 words will be written upside down." His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan raised his feet and directly kicked on Zhao Zai's knee, directly kicking his knee joints to pieces. Another bone-piercing severe pain was transmitted to his brain. Zhao Zai's eyes rolled back and he fainted from the pain. When Yi Yuan heard, he smiled faintly and said, "Your meaning is that I can only stand here and let him kill me? Hoo-hoo, now, what do you still have to say?" All around, everyone all drew cold breaths. They were all shocked by Yi Yuan's strength, but they were even more shocked by Yi Yuan's means. He actually crippled Zhao Shi in front of Zhao Zhao. In their view, Zhao Shi underestimated the enemy too much just now, that was why he would be restrained by Yi Yuan. But Zhao Zhao's strength was at the 8th firmament divine lord realm. Yi Yuan's action was undoubtedly seeking death. When Zhao Zhao saw Zhao Zai's miserable appearance, the muscles on his face were twitching. It was just that Yi Yuan's ruthlessness also made him extremely apprehensive. His expression changed several times and he finally said, "Brat, you let go of Zhao Shi, and then I'll let you leave." By the side, Han Yong was long dumbfounded from watching. He thought that Yi Yuan would be dead for sure this time. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was so vicious. Not only did he not die, he even returned Zhao Zai's words to him, directly crippling him. Hearing Zhao Zhao's words, Han Yong's expression changed and he said, "Yi Yuan, don't believe him." But Yi Yuan smiled nonchalantly and said, "Everyone will be fellow apprentices in the future. We'll be meeting frequently, falling out too hard isn't good." Finished talking, he directly made his move and threw Zhao Shi over. Zhao Shu's figure moved, hurriedly catching. But at the same time, Zhao Zhao moved. His aura was more than 10 times stronger than Zhao Zai's. Han Yong blocked in front of Yi Yuan with a flash without thinking. The two people forcefully exchanged a blow. Han Yong retreated several dozen steps in a row before barely managing to stand firm. While Zhao Zhao did not budge an inch. Striking Han Yong back, Zhao Zhao did not stop in the least bit, rushing over toward Yi Yuan. Suddenly, a youth in white slowly walked out and said to Zhao Zhao, "All right, Zhao Zhao, give me face, let this matter go like this. When Zhao Zhao saw this person, his expression could not help changing, and he said in a solemn voice, Yang Fan, this is none of your business. This punk beat my third brother until like this. Could it be that you want me to swallow the insult and endure in silence? Yang Fan said coolly, you also know my relationship with Han Yang. If you still don't know what's good for you, then I can only take action. Yi Yuan looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. He originally wanted to teach Zhao Zhao a lesson. He did not expect that someone threw a wrench in the works. But the aura on this Yang Fan's body was very powerful. He was already not far from becoming a ninth firmament divine lord. Clearly, Zhao Zhao was very wary of him. Zhao Zhao's expression changed several times, and then he gritted his teeth and said, fine, I'll give you face today. But, when this kid is unable to pass the entrance examination, I'll definitely take his life then. Yang Fan said coolly, at that time, it's naturally up to you. Zhao Zhao's face fell and he said to Zhao Shu, bring along third brother. Let's go. Chapter 1783 Team up with me. Yang Fan sized Yi Yuan up, revealing a look of curiosity. But Han Yang laughed loudly and said, haha, fortunately, old Yang you came in the nick of time. Otherwise, the two of us will die here today. Zhao Zhao this damn fellow, there will come a day where I'll make him pay the price. Yang Fan shot him a glare and said, you can really cause trouble. Han Yang cried injustice as he said, this has nothing to do with me. I was just chatting with younger brother Yi and those few fellows suddenly came out. But speaking of which, younger brother Yi is loyal enough. I like that. I can't shield you, but old Yang can definitely cover you. Yang Fan shot him a glare and said, this matter isn't over yet, don't you forget, the devil elephant lineage has considerable power and influence in the Shadowmoon sect. Some people, even I can't afford to provoke them either. Han Yang's face changed, revealing a solemn expression. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he understood in his heart. It seemed like there were many factions in this Shadowmoon sect too. But it was also not surprising, with the Bamboo Groove Void Realms system, quite a few people all come from the same sect. They would naturally help one another. Provoking the Zhao Trio brothers, a single misstep and it was provoking the entire Devil Elephant lineage's people. Humph, all in all, younger brother Yi will be my brother, Han Yang's brother, in the future. If anyone dares to bully him, they will have to ask me first. Han Yang said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, then I'll have to thank brother Han very much. Han Yang smiled and said, but speaking of which, younger brother Yi, your strength really makes me view you in a different light. Perhaps you can really pass the examination. In front of the mountain gate, several hundred Divine Lord realm powerhouses were gathered together. At this time, quite a few people's gazes looked in the same direction. That was a woman in a purple dress, skin akin to pale cream color, having arched eyebrows and bright red lips. She could be rated as an unparalleled beauty of a generation. That's the Baili Qingyan of the Immortal Abode sect. Indeed ridiculously beautiful. I heard that she's already a peak 9th firmament divine lord at less than 800 years old. This is a true genius. Coming to take part in the Shadowmoon sect's entrance examination this time, it should be for the sake of the Bamboo Groove Holy Temple slots, right? Yi Yuan was also secretly somewhat surprised. This Baili Qingyan's talent could virtually be put on par with the Leng Chuling that he met on the Heavenspan mountain. Indeed, there were no shortages of geniuses everywhere. But beside Baili Qingyan, there were still two youths. The auras on their bodies were actually not weaker than Baili Qingyan. Those two, one is called Duan Qinghong, originating from the Cloudsword sect. The other is called Zhang Hanlin, coming from the Soaring Flower sect. Coupled with Baili Qingyan's Immortal Abode sect, these three great sects are all the leaders of celestial deity level sects. The three of them joining the Shadowmoon sect at this time, their goal is likely for the sake of the Bamboo Groove Holy Temple spots. Looking is enough, Baili Qingyan, that kind of beauty, you have no chance. Although you have the appearance of a pretty boy, your strength is too weak. When Han Yang saw Yi Yuan stare at that side, he came up to beat him down without any mercy. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. When was he interested in Baili Qingyan? Just as they were talking, a disciple dressed in Shadowmoon sect outer sect attire walked over toward Yi Yuan's side. Han Yang's expression could not help change when he saw the person. He then said in a solemn voice, it's Song Ting. He's the Zhao brothers' senior apprentice brother. Song Ting's gaze was dark as he said, brat, heard that you ambushed Zhao Shi and crippled his hands and legs, making him unable to participate in the examination this time. Yi Yuan attacked him extremely heavily. Even if he swallowed medicinal pills, his injury also could not recover within a short time. With Zhao Zai's situation, he was definitely unable to take part in the test this time. And the ones present currently were only Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu, 2 people. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Senior apprentice brother misunderstood." Song Ting's face fell and he said, "You dare to quibble?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said coolly, "I didn't ambush him, but I crippled him openly and uprightly." Song Ting was taken aback, and then he said in great rage, "Punk, you dare to mess with me?" Yi Yuan said, "I was just saying it directly. Why, is senior apprentice brother going to stand up for Zhao Shi?" Yi Yuan knew that they already stepped into the mountain currently. Song Ting did not dare to make a move. "Hey, kid, looks like you feel reassured with someone's backing. But don't you forget, the entrance examination this first round doesn't restrict killing." Song Ting said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu behind Song Ting and said with disdain, "With the likes of these two good-for-nothings." Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu were greatly enraged the moment they heard and wanted to attack but was stopped by Song Ting. "Punk, you're very gutsy. I heard that you came from a small sect, so you probably don't know how powerful the Devil Elephant lineage is in the Shadow Moon sect yet, right? But you don't have a need to know either, because you can't walk out of the Shadow Moon mountain range," Song Ting said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said speechlessly, "Senior apprentice brother coming to find me is in order to let out harsh words. That's very childish." Song Ting wanted to come and see Yi Yuan wag his tag and beg for mercy. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually rebutted him until he could not get off the stage. This guy definitely did not know how terrifying the Devil Elephant lineage's strength was. That was why he would be like this. However, that was not important anymore. This punk was dead for sure. Song Ting's expression changed and he said in a cold voice, "Good, very good. Punk, you'll feel how terrifying my wrath is." When the others saw this scene, they were shocked until their jaws hit the ground. Apart from the 3 great sects, the Devil Elephant sect's strength was second to none. Their powerhouses in the Shadow Moon sect were plentiful, their power and influence could be said to be immense. But now, Yi Yuan, a 5th firmament divine lord little fellow, actually dared to provoke the Devil Elephant lineage. This guy's guts were also a little too fat, right? Han Yang gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "A fine person, indeed. Younger brother, you're really gutsy." Song Ting is already a half-step celestial deity powerhouse, as well as half a foot already stepped into becoming an inner disciple. However, he'll probably mobilize the Devil Elephant lineage's connections and make the disciples taking part in the examination this time all target you. Yang Fan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "You, kid, are also a troublemaker. What's the deal with yielding sometimes?" Those participating in the examination this time, quite a few people's strengths are all not beneath mine. Furthermore, the Soaring Flower sect's relationship with the Devil Elephant sect is pretty good. He might have Zhang Hanlin take action to deal with you. At that time, even if it's me, it's hard to resist too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I would rather die standing than live kneeling. Want to make me yield? No chance. Want to kill me? Come at me with your own capabilities then." The examination this time, Brother Han and Brother Yang form a team, I'll be by myself. The moment Han Yang heard, he said in great rage, "What are you saying? Speaking of which, this matter was still caused by me, how can you abandon you? If you still say this kind of words, don't blame me for falling out." Yi Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, a gentle voice sounded out by his eyes. "Do you have people to form a team? If you don't, why not team up with me?" Yi Yuan turned around to look, who was it if not Bailey Qingyan? Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. Haha, then, following you is too dangerous. I'd better forsake you." Han Yang coughed dryly twice and said with a mysterious smile on his face. Chapter 1784 Bring you to win lying down. Is it for real? Bailey Qingyan actually took the initiative to invite others to form a team. That kid's strength is also too weak, right? Why didn't she find me to form a team? It's killing me with envy. Bailey Qingyan's actions stunned everyone. A heaven's chosen of this generation actually took the initiative to form a team with a 5th firmament divine lord rookie. It really made people's jaws drop. Especially Duan Qinghong and Zhang Hanlin, the looks that those two people cast over were virtually going to kill Yi Yuan. Not just them, even Yi Yuan himself also had a befuddled look and did not come back to his senses for a while. But when he came back to his senses, he said something that stunned everyone even more. "Sorry, I plan on entering the mountain alone. Miss Bailey, please seek someone more capable," Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. An uproar burst out all around. Just now, everyone's eyes wished to kill Yi Yuan. But now, everyone used a look of exasperation at his failure to live up to expectations to look at him. Did this guy's brain have an issue? Didn't he see that Bailey Qingyan even rejected Duan Qinghong and Zhang Hanlin? To be able to spend a month's time in the mountain with an unrivaled beauty, that was something that everyone yearned for day and night. Even if they died, that was also worth it. This fool actually refused. With this, it was Bailey Qingyan's turn to have an astounded look. Immediately, a hint of red flashed across her face. He actually refused her. The reason why Bailey Qingyan came to find Yi Yuan was because she was certain that Yi Yuan would not refuse. In fact, she totally never thought that Yi Yuan would refuse. But now, she was so embarrassed. After musing for a moment, Bailey Qingyan said, "Can I have a word with you?" It was hard to get off after riding a tiger's back. Currently, for Bailey Qingyan, this had to work whether it succeeded or failed. Yi Yuan nodded his head and came to a remote place with Bailey Qingyan. "Why did you reject me?" Bailey Qingyan had a baffled look, her words carrying tender bashfulness, full of puzzlement. In her view, no man should be able to refuse her charm. Yi Yuan's mind was like a clear mirror, but he smiled and said, "Miss Bailey, a straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. You feel that my strength is meager and want to make use of me to shake off those two people's pestering. You feel that I hanker after your beauty and would agree to you without a word, or that I can pass the first round assessment under your protection. But, I have to say, you miscalculated. If it were others, they would definitely agree without hesitation. But what Yi Yuan thought was a lot more than others. Bailey Qingyan's reliance was not worth a single cent in front of him. He did not need beauty, much less the protection of Bailey Qingyan. So, he could be aloof if he had no selfish desires. While Bailey Qingyan was beautiful, what she had in mind did not have much temptation to Yi Yuan. Therefore, she miscalculated. Bailey Qingyan suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan's mind was ridiculously clear-headed. She understood that Yi Yuan was negotiating terms with her. With your strength, if Song Ting is bent on dealing with you, there's absolutely no way you'll survive. If you follow me, you can pass the first round. Assessment very effortlessly. Bailey Qingyan was very puzzled. She felt that Yi Yuan did not have reason to reject her terms at all. Song Ting's threat just now, Bailey Qingyan took it into her sight. She felt that Yi Yuan would definitely need to seek protection under such tremendous pressure. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's strength was meager. If she formed a team with Yi Yuan, anyone would be able to tell that she just wanted to shake off Duan Qinghong two people. To Yi Yuan, her addition could let Yi Yuan pass through the round even easier. In other words, as long as he followed her, Yi Yuan could win by simply not doing anything. Passing the first round assessment practically did not have the least bit of suspense. But Yi Yuan refused. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "That's my own business. Moreover, Miss Bailey is too self-confident. Passing the first round assessment isn't as hard as you imagine." Bailey Qingyan sneered to no end in her heart. The first round was not hard. That was said to her, Bailey Qingyan. Bailey Qingyan was very smart. She understood what Yi Yuan had in mind very quickly. Yi Yuan clearly saw through her thoughts and wanted to coerce with this, negotiating terms with her. Bailey Qingyan drew a deep breath, but her tone turned cold as she said, "I already said it, I can't take it back anymore. Speak, as long as you form a team with me, you can state your terms." Yi Yuan was speechless. Bailey Qingyan's self-importance was too high. He really did not want to team up with her, but Bailey Qingyan thought that Yi Yuan wanted to coerce her with this. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "I don't have any conditions. If Miss Bailey insists on forming a team with me, why not play a melody on the zither for me and get rid of the loneliness in the mountains?" To Yi Yuan, with or without Bailey Qingyan's addition, it did not matter at all. But the beauty already stopped so low, he really could not refuse. Hence, that was why he agreed to Bailey Qingyan with such an excuse. Yi Yuan learned from Han Yang that Bailey Qingyan's zither skills were unparalleled. It was just that there were scanty few who could hear her zither sounds. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan said so. Bai Li Qingyun was slightly taken aback, the flush on her face grew redder as she said with bashful anger, "You, despicable villain." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said indifferently, "If you can't even satisfy this bit of request, then forget about it." Bai Li Qingyun was helpless and said angrily, "Fine. Consider it that I succumbed in your hands. This incident today, this Bai Li will remember it." Yi Yuan was somewhat perplexed in his heart, just playing a song on the zither, was there a need? When the two people returned, everyone's eyes concentrated on Yi Yuan. This guy is so shameless, looks like he really said yes. That act just now was probably loosening the line to rein it in better later, right? This guy is really despicable and shameless. Yi Yuan and Bai Li Qingyun standing together, everyone immediately understood in their hearts. Toward Yi Yuan's impudence and shamelessness, they also had grieving and indignant faces. It was as if a fresh flower was stuck on a cow dung. Even though they all knew that Bai Li Qingyun was merely making use of Yi Yuan. Before long, a celestial deity powerhouse stepped out of the sky and said to everyone, "For you all to want to join my Shadow Moon sect, you must pass 2 rounds of examination. This first round is to hunt fierce beasts in the Shadow Moon mountain range. Now, you're free to team up, but each squad mustn't exceed 3 people. Fierce beasts killed in teams are only half of those killed individually. This hunt, killing isn't restricted. As long as you all have the strength, you can snatch fierce beasts from other people's hands. Alright, now, the first round assessment, begin." Following that celestial deity powerhouse's word of command, the martial artists entered the Shadow Moon mountain range in a single file. When everyone saw Yi Yuan together with Bai Li Qingyun, they could not help having envious looks. And in the crowd, when Song Ting saw this scene, his gaze was incomparably sinister and ruthless. "Punk, you think that after hiding behind a woman, you can escape the fate of death? Heh, you're thinking too much. Even a genius like Bai Li Qingyun also can't stop my Devil Elephant sect's intention to kill you." Chapter 1785 Beg Me. A ray of cold light flashed past, the swift and fierce sword energy directly dismembered a late-stage rank 4 fierce beast. Yi Yuan hugged both arms and was taking it easy with nothing to do by the side. "Go take the heavenly demon crystal." Bai Li Qingyun's face was cold as frost as she ordered Yi Yuan. Looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, she would get angry. Yi Yuan found it funny in his heart. This lass was still angry with him. Ever since entering the Shadow Moon mountain range, Bai Li Qingyun had never shown Yi Yuan a good attitude. But he did not refuse, walking over and retrieving the heavenly demon crystal neat and tidily. After the demon core within divine rank demonic beasts evolved into heavenly demon crystal, inside the heavenly demon crystal contained the lifetime essence of the fierce beast. Along the way, they already killed 3 late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts. Seemingly intent on exhibiting her powerful strength, Bai Li Qingyun practically killed with 1 sword when she encountered fierce beasts. She wanted to see shock from Yi Yuan's eyes, but she was disappointed. Yi Yuan's performance was incomparably calm. But this kind of composure became sitting idly and reaping the fruits of others' labor in her eyes, sharing her achievements with no qualms of conscience. This made Bai Li Qingyun very unhappy. "Look at you showing off. Do you really think that I can't take care of you?" Bai Li Qingyun sneered in her heart. The next day, the 2 people ran into a late-stage rank 4 fierce beast very luckily once again. Yi Yuan hugged both arms calmly, waiting to watch the show. Bai Li Qingyun suddenly said, "I'm tired. I'll leave it to you." This was merely a newly ascended late-stage rank 4 fierce beast, equivalent to a 7th firmament divine lord martial artist. For Bai Li Qingyun to want to kill it, it was naturally very easy. But now, she deliberately wanted to teach Yi Yuan a lesson. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If you're tired, rest for a while, I'll be right back." Bai Li Qingyun was very disdainful in her heart and said with a cold smile, "Pretend. I'll see when you can pretend until." Although this Zilong Cloud-Eye beast has just entered late-stage rank 4, 8th firmament divine lords also have to expend some effort to deal with it. "In a while, I'll watch you beg me to take action sobbingly." Sword rose, sword fell. That Zilong Cloud-Eye beast was virtually cut down under Yi Yuan's sword without the least bit of strength to resist. When Bai Li Qingyun saw this scene, her gaze involuntarily turned sharp, revealing a look of surprise. How can this guy be so strong? If it were Bai Li Qingyun herself, she could naturally do it to this extent. But Yi Yuan was just a 5th firmament divine lord. This guy actually had the strength to jump realms in battle. Yi Yuan retrieved the heavenly demon crystal, came in front of Bailey Qingyan, and said with a faint smile, "Miss Bailey, are you rested enough?" Bailey Qingyan's expression was somewhat ugly and she said in a cold voice, "Have you seen before someone rest so fast?" "No." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Like this huh, then let's rest for a while more." As he said, Yi Yuan sat down not far from Bailey Qingyan and sized her up with interest. Bailey Qingyan's brows furrowed slightly and she said with displeasure, "Looking at what?" "Keep looking and I'll dig your eyeballs out." Actually, Bailey Qingyan normally did not have such a cold personality. On the contrary, she was different from those iceberg beauties, her temperament was rather warm. It was just that in her warmth, it exuded pride and keeping people 1,000 miles away, making people unable to look directly at her. But now, when she faced Yi Yuan, she was unable to be calm at all, and also could not display that kind of pride at all. Toward Bailey Qingyan's threat, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart at all, but smiled and said, "Miss Bailey, can I ask? So many examinees, but why did you pick me?" Bailey Qingyan gave a cold snort and said, "I felt that you had quite the backbone, that's why I picked you. I didn't expect that you're a despicable villain who takes advantage of others' perilous state." Yi Yuan immediately understood when he heard that. Looks like when Song Ting threatened him, Bailey Qingyan just happened to see it, that was why it would attract her attention. Taking advantage of others' perilous state, is it? Miss Bailey finding me, isn't it in order to make use of me to shake off those people's harassment? Your action mounted me onto the fire to barbecue and provoke that kind of powerful adversary at the same time. Do you think that it's me who took advantage of someone's perilous state, or was it you who harbored ulterior motives? Or is it that you feel that with your charms, I wouldn't refuse you at all?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Bailey Qingyan's expression changed, she did not expect that Yi Yuan saw it so thoroughly. Yes, if it were others, even if they clearly knew that they were being exploited, they would also agree to it willingly. But Yi Yuan would not, that was why there was that scene of rejection. With me around, they naturally don't dare to do anything to you. Bailey Qingyan defended herself through sophistry. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This kind of words, Miss Bailey can use them to bluff a 3-year-old kid. Your 3 major sects are powerful, for the 2 of them to want to kill me, they don't need to personally make a move at all. Moreover, with Miss Bailey's horizons, would you care about the life and death of an insignificant character like me?" Bailey Qingyan looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. She suddenly discovered that this fellow seemed to be quite different from the rest. Although Yi Yuan's age was not old, he was calm when encountering matters, totally different from the average young person. Indeed, she might give a heads up afterward because of today's matter, but would not really be concerned with Yi Yuan's life and death at all. Duan Qinghong they all getting Yi Yuan killed afterward was also something within expectations. Heh, looks like this kid still has quite the self-awareness. The 2 people were just talking when suddenly, a cold laugh sounded out. A figure dashed out of the woods. Zhang Hanlin. Bailey Qingyan's dark brows furrowed slightly as she said, "This guy appearing, he clearly did not have any good intentions." Zhang Hanlin used a pair of greedy eyes to look at Bailey Qingyan and said with a smile, "Junior sister Qingyan, wait until I kill this toad, then I'll come and catch up with you." Done talking, he turned to Yi Yuan and said, "Hunk, you should never have ever formed a team with junior sister Qingyan. That instant when you agreed, you should have known your outcome, right?" When Yi Yuan heard, he was speechless for a while and said, "I rejected her, it was her who insisted on teaming up with me." Zhang Hanlin smiled coldly and said, "That's also one of the reasons you deserve to die. Junior sister Bailey's invitation, you should feel overwhelmed by flattery and honor. But you actually made her unable to step down the stage in front of so many people. You deserve to die 10,000 times over." When Yi Yuan heard, he was amused for a while and said, "Your meaning is that no matter what, I have to die?" Zhang Hanlin smiled slightly as he nodded and said, "Yes. That moment when junior sister Bailey came to find you, you're destined to die. Want to blame your fate for not being good." Zhang Hanlin had a high and mighty appearance, pronouncing Yi Yuan's death sentence. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart to no end. In the eyes of this kind of so-called geniuses, life was worthless. As long as they were willing, they could determine other people's life and death as they pleased. Putting it bluntly, he was looking at Yi Yuan's strength being meager and that he was easy to bully. If Duan Qinghong was here, he absolutely would not dare to say so. Yi Yuan's gaze looked at Bai Li Qingyan and he said coolly, "You're planning on looking on with folded arms?" Bai Li Qingyan's expression alternated between green and red, but at the thought of Yi Yuan's hateful expression, she felt annoyed in her heart. "Beg me, as long as you open your mouth, I'll take action," Bai Li Qingyan suddenly said. Chapter 1786. You should thank Miss Bai Li. Bai Li Qingyan's words made Zhang Hanlin had a stunned face. Why did these words sound like coquettishness between lovers? Zhang Hanlin felt jealous and his killing intent towards Yi Yuan immediately strengthened several degrees. Yi Yuan was taken aback and turned to Zhang Hanlin and said, "You get started then." Making him beg Bai Li Qingyan, that was impossible. A man must have a backbone. Bai Li Qingyan was taken aback and said in exasperation, "You this guy, want to keep up appearances to cover up your predicament." Zhang Hanlin's strength isn't what you can imagine. She felt that she could finally take Yi Yuan down a notch. She did not expect that Yi Yuan would rather be killed than be willing to beg her. This made her feel a loss of face. But Yi Yuan said without a care, "Is that so? Maybe he isn't as strong as imagined." These two people, one chiming in after the other, Zhang Hanlin felt that he was very redundant. And this also made him very enraged. "Reckless and blind thing, you can go die already." Zhang Hanlin gave a furious roar, suddenly throwing out a palm. The powerful world power of Ninth Firmament Divine Lord instantly crushed over from all directions towards Yi Yuan. Blazing Sun Astral Palm. The place where Yi Yuan stood was immediately leveled to the ground. Zhang Hanlin revealed a look of disdain and said, "Can't stand up to a single blow." An inexplicable hint of sadness flashed across Bai Li Qingyan's eyes. She also did not know why she actually had a feeling of emptiness. "This is your strength, doesn't seem to be much." Yi Yuan's figure slowly walked out of the void and was actually completely unscathed. Zhang Hanlin's face revealed a look of disbelief as he said, "How is this possible?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I said before, maybe you're not as strong as imagined." Zhang Hanlin's face fell and he said angrily, "Punk, don't get smug too early. I didn't use my full strength at all just now. Now, I'll let you take a look at my true strength." While talking, Zhang Hanlin brandished his long spear. It was shockingly a celestial deity mystic treasure. His aura surged to the sky, his entire person was like a long spear, the momentum astonishing. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, revealing a rather surprised look. This Zhang Hanlin's strength was indeed formidable. The moment this domineering spear momentum came out, Yi Yuan felt the pressure that came from head-on. With his current strength, he was still not Zhang Hanlin's match. But Yi Yuan was not worried. That evil spirit which Dustless subdued did not even fear First Firmament celestial deity powerhouses, let alone a puny little Zhang Hanlin. He was just about to release the evil spirit but saw Bai Li Qingyan move daintily. Soft cloud heavenly sacred spear. Right at this time, Zhang Hanlin's overbearing spear suddenly thrust out. Mist wave traceless sword. Bai Li Qingyan's sword energy was overwhelming, rushing over with a diagonal stab, facing off with Zhang Hanlin's certain kill spear. Two mighty peerless geniuses exchanged blows at this moment. The intense divine essence undulations obliterated everything in the middle. Zhang Hanlin and Bai Li Qingyan each retreated more than 10 steps before barely managing to stand firm. As a bystander, Yi Yuan took the two people's strength into his sights. Even though the two people looked to be evenly matched in strength, Zhang Hanlin fighting to a draw with Bai Li Qingyan with his domineering spear already lost by a hair. Zhang Hanlin completely did not think that Bai Li Qingyan would actually suddenly rush out. At this time, his expression was livid as he said, "Junior sister Qingyan, you actually attacked me for this good for nothing." Bai Li Qingyan said coolly, "You should leave. He's my companion, so I won't let you kill him." Zhang Hanlin's face changed when he heard that and said, "You wouldn't really be interested in this kid, right?" Bai Li Qingyan's face turned cold and she said, "That has nothing to do with you." Still not going, "Don't blame me for not being courteous." Zhang Hanlin was angered until he stomped about in a frenzy. Carrying his long spear, he pointed at the Yi Yuan behind Bai Li Qingyan and said, "Kid, if you're a man, step forward and have an open and above-board battle with me. What kind of man are you considered, hiding behind a woman?" Yi Yuan had both hands behind his back as he said calmly, "You should be thanking Miss Bai Li. Otherwise, you would already be a dead man now." When Bai Li Qingyan heard these words, she could not resist rolling her eyes. Why were the words said by this guy so unpleasant? "I saved you currently, alright. It was fine if you were not grateful, you still wanted to posture." Although Yi Yuan dodging Zhang Hanlin's palm just now surprised her a little, she did not think that Yi Yuan had the ability to deal with Zhang Hanlin, let alone talk about killing him. When boasting, at least come up with a draft, okay. Zhang Hanlin sneered and said, is that so? I'm standing right here, come kill me if you have the capabilities. I really want me to kill you. A cold light flashed across in Yi Yuan's eyes and he said coldly, you really want me to kill you? Baili Qingyan was speechless. Interrupting Yi Yuan's words, she said, all right, Zhang Hanlin, you go. He and I are currently teammates. If I can't even bring him out, it will be very bad for my reputation. Whatever grudges you guys have, talk again in the future. But right now, no way. Zhang Hanlin gritted his teeth when he heard that. Pointing at Yi Yuan, he said, fine then, I'll let this punk live a little longer. A month later, I'll definitely take your life. Finished talking, Zhang Hanlin's figure moved, disappearing. Baili Qingyan turned around and looked at Yi Yuan crossly as she said, will you die if you don't brag, based on your strength, can you kill him? Yi Yuan just smiled and did not explain much. But this scene was even more of a guilty conscience in Baili Qingyan's eyes. This guy was clearly hiding behind her, putting up a bold front. There were no words along the way. Baili Qingyan was very upset with Yi Yuan and naturally could not be bothered to acknowledge him. Yi Yuan naturally would not court a rebuff, so he also did not take the initiative to talk. Even Baili Qingyan herself could not understand why she would take action to save Yi Yuan that day. On the road after that, when encountering powerful fierce beasts, it was still Baili Qingyan acting to dispose of them. But Baili Qingyan was very certain that Yi Yuan indeed had the strength to jump realms in battle. Ordinary newly ascended late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts, he could resolve them. And this also surprised her greatly. With Baili Qingyan's talent, jumping realms and battling was naturally not an issue. But when she was 5th Firmament Divine Lord, dealing with a peak 6th Firmament Divine Lord was already her limit. A 7th Firmament Divine Lord was absolutely impossible for her to defeat. But Yi Yuan clearly had this strength. No wonder this guy was so cocky. There's a cave here, perhaps there are fierce beasts inside. Baili Qingyan said with joy. Along the way, the fierce beasts that they encountered were not considered many. And 2 people forming a team required even more heavenly demon crystals. Hence, that was why Baili Qingyan would be so excited at finding a place where there might be fierce beasts. Either way, she was bold stemming with superb skills and did not fear fierce beasts either. Yi Yuan nodded and said, go in and take a look then. The 2 people did not walk for long when 3 brass bell-like eyes appeared in the 2 people's light of sight. Roar! An earth-shaking loud roar echoed out, making the 2 people's hearts shock. Baili Qingyan's expression changed and she cried out in shock, this is a 3-eyed jade bristlebeast. Looking at this aura, it's already almost breaking through to rank 5. Quickly run. Finished talking, Baili Qingyan's figure leapt, speeding hastily toward the cave entrance. Chapter 1787 Who's Saving Whom? In the darkness, a black figure dashed over swiftly, catching up to the 2 in a blink of an eye. Baili Qingyan knew that she could not escape and could only turn around and deal with it. You quickly run, I'll deal with him. Baili Qingyan barked charmingly. Yi Yuan did not escape but looked at Baili Qingyan in surprise. This lass was actually going to sacrifice herself to save others. At this time, with Baili Qingyan's hatred toward him, shouldn't it be leaving him behind to feed the tiger's mouth, and then escape by herself? Baili Qingyan's strength was powerful. Sword Dao laws crisscrossed wantonly within the cave. But, facing the powerful 3-eyed jade bristlebeast, she was still more than a magnitude weaker. Under the powerful impact of the fierce beast, Baili Qingyan's orderly style was thrown into chaos very quickly. Suddenly, the 3-eyed jade bristlebeast's 3rd eye suddenly lit up, emitting a ray of terrifying beam. Baili Qingyan's expression changed, it was already too late to want to avoid it. That guy should have already escaped, right? There must be something wrong with my head, why would I abandon myself to save him? This was the final thought in Baili Qingyan's mind before becoming unconscious. That beam of light directly struck Baili Qingyan. Baili Qingyan's body flew out backward, falling heavily to the ground, unconscious to the world. Defeating Baili Qingyan, the 3-eyed jade bristlebeast emitted a heaven-shaking roar once more. It was as if declaring its might. He walked over toward Yi Yuan step by step. The powerful aura was virtually crushing Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan completely ignored him, slowly walked to Baili Qingyan's side, picked her up, and walked over toward outside the cave. Roar! Roar! The three-eyed jade bristlebeast was clearly enraged by Yuan. This tiny human actually did not pay attention to him. He raised his giant claw and smacked down toward Yuan. In his view, this claw going down, Yuan would definitely be smacked into a paste. But right at this time, a terrifying aura came out of Yuan's body. This aura, even he felt a chill. The three-eyed jade bristlebeast was directly blasted flying. Bailey Qingyan slowly opened both eyes, everything in front of her became clear. I'm not dead yet. Bailey Qingyan looked around. There was no one, and also no shadow of the three-eyed jade bristlebeast. Who saved me? Could it be that the Shadowmoon sect's powerhouse just happened to pass by here? My injuries are all healed. Bailey Qingyan was full of doubts. She clearly remembered that she was severely struck by the three-eyed jade bristlebeast, her injuries very serious. But now, not only was she saved, her injuries even recovered. Of course it was me who saved you. You wouldn't naively think that some savior will appear, right? A voice rang out. Yuan's figure walked out of the cave not far away. Bailey Qingyan was slightly stunned. This guy actually did not run away. Or was it that after running away, he came back again? Of course, regarding Yuan's narrative, she would not believe even if beaten to death. With just you, the three-eyed jade bristlebeast can shred you with one claw, you still want to save me from under his hands? Bailey Qingyan said disdainfully. Yuan smiled and said, otherwise, who else do you think can save you? Bailey Qingyan smiled coldly and said, of course it's the Shadowmoon sect's powerhouse. You take the credit of others, it's in hopes of moving me, then getting into my good graces, right? You're thinking too much. Yuan was speechless when he heard that. Please, it was you who was thinking too much, okay? But since Bailey Qingyan thought so, he could not be bothered to explain either, and casually threw a few fruits in front of Bailey Qingyan. Bailey Qingyan's expression changed and she said, These are jade citron fruits. Yuan said coolly, to be able to have the three-eyed jade bristlebeast protected, it's naturally good stuff. We are teammates, these few are yours, don't say that I don't share profits. Bailey Qingyan looked at Yuan and could not help getting a big shock as she said, You broke through. She discovered to her amazement that Yuan's aura became much stronger. He actually broke through to 6th Firmament Divine Lord in one stroke while she was unconscious. Yuan's realm had long already reached peak 5th Firmament Divine Lord. Finding these jade citron fruits at this time, breaking through was naturally something within expectations. It was just that in Bailey Qingyan's view, this breakthrough was also a little too casual. Even if one obtained the jade citron fruit, they also could not immediately turn it into strength. Jade citron fruits contained immense spiritual energy. It was even stronger than the medicinal effects of some medicinal pills. If consumed too many, the martial artist would not be able to digest it at all. Even if one was about to break through, they also had to go into closed seclusion patiently to slowly refine, before it could convert into strength. But it shouldn't have been too long from when she went into a coma until now, right? This broke through like this. How could she know that after Yuan obtained the jade citron fruits, he directly ate them like fruits? With the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon's overbearingness, it was naturally all refined, converging into the divine vortex. You refine the jade citron fruits first. This way, you should be able to break through to the peak 9th Firmament Divine Lord realm, Yuan said coolly. Bailey Qingyan felt that it was a little too dramatic. Encountering the three-eyed jade bristlebeast, she even thought that she was dead for sure. Who knew that in a twinkle, not only did she not die, her strength could even go up a level. Bailey Qingyan collected her emotions and started refining the jade citron fruits. After several days, Bailey Qingyan slowly opened both eyes, her gaze revealing excitement. Refining a jade citron fruit, her strength already broke through to peak 9th Firmament Divine Lord. Confronting Zhang Hanlin again at this time, Bailey Qingyan had absolute confidence in defeating the other party. Tisk tisk, indeed well deserving of being a proud daughter of heaven. Your effects of refining the jade citron fruit is even better than I imagined, Yuan praised. Bailey Qingyan's talent could virtually rival Leng Chuling's already. In this void realm, she was absolutely a first-rate genius. Even Zhang Hanlin, they all were unable to be mentioned in the same breath as Bailey Qingyan too. After all, their ages were much older than Bailey Qingyan. Bailey Qingyan had a proud look and said coolly, that's of course. The Bamboo Groove Holy Temple slot, I must obtain it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, then when the time comes, we'll become opponents. Baili Qingyun looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and said, you want to take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave too? Stop joking, you wouldn't think that you're invincible under the heavens after you broke through becoming a sixth firmament divine lord, right? Yi Yuan smiled and shook his head as he said, are you all, these geniuses, always so condescending? There's still more than 200 years' time away from the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. Who will emerge victorious is still unknown. But Baili Qingyun said very calmly, over 200 years, to people like you can at most promote to become a ninth firmament divine lord. Even if you're exceptionally talented, there's also not a trace of hope of breaking through to half-step celestial deity. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, it's useless to say more for now. Let's wait and see. Baili Qingyun also considered herself to be important and did not argue. Instead, she asked, there's already not much of the 1 month's time left. The heavenly demon crystals in our hands are not considered many. It's a little troublesome now. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you don't need to worry about this. Someone will come and deliver heavenly demon crystals to us. Chapter 1788 Can't even win a hand. Did you guys hear? That guy who formed a team with senior sister Bailey seemed to have been kicked out by senior sister Bailey. Of course I heard. So do you want to go and find him too? I heard that people who went to find him were all pilfered until not even pants remain in the end. This guy is also too ferocious. I didn't expect that his strength is so strong. However, he also can't jump around for much longer. I heard that Duan Qinghong and Zhang Hanlin both went to look for him. Baili Qingyun capitalized on that her strength was powerful. The places she went were all very dangerous. Otherwise, she also would not have run into such a powerful existence like the three-eyed jade bristlebeast. That kind of place, the martial artists encountered were naturally few. The moment Yi Yuan and Baili Qingyun separated, it attracted a large group of people to come over and encircle him very quickly. These people all thought that his strength was meager and purely wanted to take a bit of advantage. Who knew that they tried to steal a chicken and ended up losing the rice, and was robbed clean of heavenly demon crystals by Yi Yuan instead. At this time, in an open area, Yi Yuan was blocked by more than a dozen powerhouses. These people's auras were all powerful. They were actually all 7th and 8th firmament divine lord powerhouses. Among these people included Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu. Yi Yuan, I'll see where you're going to run this time. Zhao Shu had an appearance like he had cornered Yi Yuan as he said these words smugly. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, when did I say that I was going to run? I'm here, waiting precisely for you all to deliver yourselves to the doorstep. Zhao Zhao sneered and said, waiting for us to deliver ourselves to the doorstep. A toad yawning, what high-sounding sentiments. You wouldn't say that you're waiting here to snatch our heavenly demon crystals, right? Yi Yuan nodded his head solemnly and said, looks like you're not too stupid. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, this group of people all revealed amused looks. Did this guy's head have a problem? Zhao Zhao shook his head and laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, breaking through to become a 6th firmament divine lord, is this your reliance? You wouldn't really think that defeating third brother by a fluke, you can similarly defeat me, right? Kid, I have to say that you're very naive. Zhao Shu also laughed loudly and said, truly an ignorant fool. Why do you think that Han Yong was so wary of my big brother? My big brother fused water and fire, 2 kinds of laws, and it's hard to find an opponent in the same rank. Moreover, we have so many people, each one has a higher realm than you. How dumb are you to say words that have such an exaggerated opinion of your abilities? The Devil Elephant lineage's force in the Shadow Moon sect was very powerful. Furthermore, they themselves had many affiliated sects. These people were all the Devil Elephant lineage's elites. Among these dozen over people, there were even quite a number of 8th firmament divine lords. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said with an indifferent look, is that so? Then you all attack together, let me witness your strength. I'll only use one hand, hope that you all don't disappoint me too much. Finished talking, Yi Yuan placed his left hand behind him, with a very proud look. The Devil Elephant lineage's disciples all had stunned faces. This guy was really crazy. One hand dealing with so many people. Even Duan Qinghong, the 3 of them also did not dare to be arrogant, right? Ha ha ha, the genius Yi Yuan wants to witness the strength of us rookies. Everyone, don't be polite. Take good care of him. He's so impressive, so we mustn't let him down. All keep your chins up. Zhao Zhao laughed loudly and said. When everyone heard that, they immediately let out a series of loud guffaws. This fellow, his strength isn't strong, but his tone is even bigger than the heavens. This is called as having ambition loftier than the heavens, but life thinner than paper, right? Ha ha, everyone, go easier, loosen up his bones and joints well for him. If he's beaten to death at once, it won't be fun. Zhao Zhao waved his hand grandly. Those devil elephant lineage's disciples all had shocking momentums, each displaying their abilities and rushing over towards Yuan. Several figures arrived at the same time. It was all blade lights and sword images all around Yuan. However, Yuan was as steady as Mount Tai. All of a sudden, Yuan's right hand shot out like a spirit snake, directly grabbing at that disciple who rushed over from head-on. That disciple's wrist was directly snapped by Yuan, his weapon falling onto the ground with a clank. While the other people's frantic attacks danced wildly around Yuan, but not one landed on Yuan. Yuan gave a slap with a backhand, directly flinging it onto another disciple's face, immediately sending him flying out several thousand feet away. The present Yuan already utilized spatial law to a transcendent degree. For ordinary attacks to want to land on him, it was simply even harder than ascending to heaven. Unless their strength was much greater than his, then they could use powerful world power to suppress spatial law. Otherwise, there was only the outcome of being abused. These devil elephant lineage's disciples were mostly 7th firmament divine lord. In terms of realm, they were only that tiny bit stronger than Yuan. But the thickness of Yuan's divine essence was much stronger than even 7th firmament divine lords. Overwhelming laws, overwhelming cultivation realm, this was a totally mismatched battle. It was only to see tragic screams ring out, causing Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu, two people's expressions became livid. Spatial law, it's spatial law, no wonder this guy dares to be so arrogant. It turns out that he actually comprehended spatial law. Zhao Shu cried out in shock. Zhao Zhao's expression was very grim. Yuan's might far exceeded their imagination. Attack together. Zhao Zhao gave a cold cry, figure shooting out explosively. Zhao Shu's expression also changed, and he followed closely behind. Twin Dragon Spitting Pearl, Swift Wind Sword Art. Among these people, it was clearly Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu whose strengths were the strongest. The addition of the two of them made the overall strength go up a large step. However, Yuan laughed coldly, forming a sword with his finger, and suddenly pointed. The two enormous dragons that Zhao Jian condensed with the power of water and fire, two mighty laws, were directly scattered. Following that, he clamped two fingers, and actually directly clamped down on Zhao Shu's sword. Zhao Zhao was akin to being struck by a heavy blow, spewing out a mouthful of blood mist, figure flying out backward. Yuan's two fingers were like iron pliers. Zhao Shu used all of his strength, but could not pull it out at all. This is the strength of your devil elephant lineage. Really disappoints me. Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. Zhao Shu's face flushed red. No wonder whether it was because he used too much force, or was it because of Yuan. All in all, it was very humiliating. Previously, Song Ting even said that the devil elephant lineage was not to be trifled with. But they sent out more than a dozen people and actually could not even beat one of Yuan's hand. This result truly made people perspire from embarrassment. Humph, truly a bunch of trash. So many people and you actually can't even deal with a 6th firmament divine lord. At this time, a cold snort sounded out, the words were full of disdain. Hey, that punk comprehended spatial law, no wonder he's so arrogant. With the strength of these trash, defeat is also within reason, another voice sounded out. Two figures, one north and one south, slowly walked out of the woods. When Zhao Zhao saw these two people, he could not help being overjoyed. Duan Qinghong, Zhang Hanlin, these two people arrived, then Yuan was dead for sure. Even if Yuan comprehended spatial law, the result was also the same. Having the devil elephant lineage's number one person around, Yuan was too weak to stand up to compete with them all. Zhang Hanlin looked at Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Punk, there was junior sister Bailey protecting you the last time. This time, you won't be so lucky." Chapter 1789. Stop making so much noise, attack together. Duan Qinghong's pupils constricted slightly and he said in a solemn voice, "Zhang Hanlin, what did you say just now?" With the two of their strengths, they naturally disdained to team up with others. Only a proud daughter of heaven like Bailey Qingyan could make them stoop down and take the initiative to form a team. Therefore, Duan Qinghong did not know Zhang Hanlin's encounter at all. Zhang Hanlin gave a cold laugh and recounted the events that happened previously. Duan Qinghong's face gradually turned grim. You scram to one side. This punk, I want him. Duan Qinghong said in a cold voice. Zhang Hanlin said disdainfully, it's you who scram to one side. This kid is mine. Nobody is allowed to snatch him. Duan Qinghong said in a solemn voice, why? You want to attack? Attack then. Think I'm scared of you. The two people, their ninth firmament divine lords, pressure released, making everyone feel shocked. The two people's auras collided fiercely in the air. Neither could do anything to the other and they were actually evenly matched. These two people did not place Yi Yuan in their sights at all, as if the moment they made a move, Yi Yuan would submit obediently. The devil elephant lineage's disciples all had stunned looks. What was going on? Yi Yuan had not been dealt with yet and these two people were actually going to start fighting first. Weren't they afraid of Yi Yuan running away? But when they heard Zhang Hanlin's words, they similarly felt incredulous. Baili Qingyan, that kind of goddess, actually came to blow for Yi Yuan. This was simply inconceivable. Stop making so much noise, the two of you attack together. Just as the two people were locked in entanglement, Yi Yuan said with a calm expression. The two people turned their heads at the same time, using a murderous gaze to look at Yi Yuan. Punk, you're really seeking death, you know that. Zhang Hanlin said with a grim expression. Yi Yuan said coolly, the self-confidence of you all, these so-called geniuses, are really good. Wonder where your confidence came from, thinking that you can take me down casually. Duan Qinghong gave a cold laugh and said, you'll know very soon where our confidence comes from. Kid, I changed my mind. I'll going to make you a mute first, then settle scores with Duan Qinghong. Duan Qinghong was like his namesake, movement technique as relaxed as elegant as a free swan, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. A folding fan carried horrifying power of law and swept toward Yi Yuan's neck. Zhang Hanlin was taken aback, not expecting to have the initiative taken by this guy. However, he just gave a cold snort and did not take action. A person like him was disdainful to bully with numbers. Yi Yuan's bit of strength was not sufficient to have him and Duan Qinghong join forces against the enemy at all. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and he exclaimed, Law's fusion. How is this possible? Not just him, all of the people looked at Yi Yuan in great shock, with looks of disbelief. Duan Qinghong was fast, but Yi Yuan was faster than him. Yi Yuan's sword was drawn like a rainbow. The incomparably swift and fierce sword forced Duan Qinghong into a fluster instead. The two people clashing together, Duan Qinghong was virtually suppressed by Yi Yuan in an instant. How could Duan Qinghong have thought that not only did Yi Yuan comprehend spatial law, but he also fused spatial law and sword Dao law together? Those rays of sword light were akin to the scythe of the death god, making him palpitate with anxiety and fear. What are you still in a daze for? Why haven't you hurry up and come and help? Duan Qinghong was under immense pressure but discovered that Zhang Hanlin was still in a daze, and could not refrain from bellowing loudly. At this time, how was whatever dignity of an expert still needed? As long as they could take down Yi Yuan, this fellow, so what if 2-on-1? Zhang Hanlin felt like he woke up from a dream. Brandishing his long spear, he charged over toward Yi Yuan. The two people's strengths were extraordinary in the end. Fighting 2-on-1, they actually managed to block Yi Yuan's powerful sword. Zhao Zhao and brother exchanged a glance, both seeing the look of shock from the other person's eyes. Only then did he know how foolish their three brothers were. Yi Yuan's strength was not what they could imagine at all. Back then, Han Yang said that he was covering Yi Yuan, and then they actually ran to threaten Yi Yuan stupidly. It served old Third right to have his hands and legs crippled. Looking at it now, it was simply a joke back then. Yi Yuan not leaving, it was not because of Han Yang and Yang Fan, these two supports, but that he did not take the Zhao three brothers seriously at all. Duan Qinghong and Zhang Hanlin, two people were both middle stage ninth firmament divine lord, their law's comprehensions were even more peerlessly powerful. Furthermore, the weapons in the two of their hands were both celestial deity mystic treasures. The power increment was far from what divine lord mystic treasures could compare to. Now, going 2-on-1, they actually only barely managed to fight to a draw with the Yi Yuan wielding a divine lord mystic treasure. Yi Yuan's strength was simply too terrifying. In a blink, the three people fought for more than 1,000 moves, Duan Qinghong and Zhang Hanlin could not gain the slightest bit of advantage. Suddenly, Yi Yuan glimpsed an opening and stabbed a sword out bizarrely. Duan Qinghong turned pale with fright. It was already too late to want to dodge. But his movement technique was indeed extraordinary, avoiding his vital points. This sword of Yi Yuan's drew a cut on his arm. Duan Qinghong screamed and fell to one side. However, what everyone did not expect was that he suddenly moved, speeding into the distance. This guy actually made an expeditious retreat and ran. When Zhang Hanlin saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically. Facing Yi Yuan alone, he felt tremendous pressure. Duan Qinghong, you coward. You'll die a horrible death. Zhang Hanlin bellowed, but Duan Qinghong already could not hear it anymore at this time. Losing an opponent, Yi Yuan's sword art became even sharper. Zhang Hanlin only had the ability to parry but did not have the strength to retaliate. Yi Yuan integrated the spirit-concealing sword into his sword moves. Even though the move was not as powerful as when it erupted, it came and went like a shadow when facing the enemy, impossible to guard against. Very soon, Yi Yuan found an opening in Zhang Hanlin, with a long sword poking out like a spirit snake, aiming straight for Zhang Hanlin's throat. With this sword landing, Zhang Hanlin would die without a doubt. Toward Zhang Hanlin, Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of pity. Zhang Hanlin already had killing intent toward him previously. Even if they entered the sect in the future, he definitely would not let him go either. Therefore, Yi Yuan's original goal was to kill people. The surrounding people were infected by this sword, giving off a series of exclamations. Right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A terrifying aura rushed out between the two without any warning. Even Yi Yuan was caught off guard as well. But his reaction could be rated as fast. At once, Yi Yuan urged spatial law to the extreme, narrowly avoiding this attack. However, this aura was too powerful and it was also a sneak attack. Yi Yuan still could not avoid it completely in the end. Yi Yuan spurted fresh blood wildly, his body falling heavily to the ground, already seriously injured. A youth in blue slowly walked out of the void and looked at Yi Yuan with a contemptuous look. When Zhang Hanlin saw this youth in blue, he was immediately wildly ecstatic. Senior apprentice brother Qian Yi. Qian Yi nodded slowly, but his gaze looked at Yi Yuan as he said coldly, "You must have tremendous bravery, to actually dare kill my soaring flower sect's people. Indeed have some capability, but it's just a pity that, in front of a celestial deity realm, no matter how high your law's comprehension, it's also empty talk." Yi Yuan glared at the youth in blue and stood up stubbornly. Even though he found it somewhat difficult to even stand currently. Chapter 1790 won't be so lucky next time. Celestial Deity Powerhouse. This youth in blue in front of him was a genuine celestial deity powerhouse. He used a gaze that overlooked the ground below from a height, gazing at Yi Yuan apathetically. Yi Yuan's gaze was icy cold, and he said with a cold smile, "An exalted celestial deity powerhouse actually sneak attacked a sixth firmament divine lord. Your esteemed self is truly awe-inspiring." Qian Yi's ambush could be said to be very shameless. The attack of a celestial deity powerhouse, how powerful was that? Even in a head-on crushing, divine lord realm powerhouses were completely not a match to. But this Qian Yi actually chose to ambush, and it was even during Yi Yuan and Zhang Hanlin's great battle. Qian Yi said coolly, "Hanlin is my soaring flower sect's genius. His future prospects are limitless. Him entering the sect is already set in stone. You want to kill him? I made a move to stop you. What's the problem?" Yi Yuan sneered when he heard that and said, "Is that so? You didn't just make a move to stop earlier, right?" Qian Yi's brows raised up, and he still said calmly, "A sixth firmament divine lord, if killed, then killed, it's of no importance to the sect." The moment these words came out, the other people all revealed strange expressions. Of no importance. A peerless genius who fused sword Dao laws and spatial law was actually of no importance to the sect. These words were truly shameless. Heh, a trash like you can even enter the sect, I can't. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said sarcastically. Qian Yi's brows furrowed slightly, and he said unhappily, "You said that I'm trash." Qian Yi was an outstanding person of the young generation and had long promoted to an inner disciple. He was a pillar of the soaring flower lineage. Now, he was actually said to be trash by someone. An exalted celestial deity powerhouse sneak attacked and actually couldn't even kill a sixth firmament divine lord. I say, are you trash or not? What use does the sect want a trash like you for? Yi Yuan's sharp retort rendered Qian Yi speechless. Yi Yuan comprehended spatial law and was extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. Wanting to sneak attack, one must reduce the undulations of space to freezing point. This was still when Yi Yuan and Zhang Hanlin were currently fighting, the majority of his mind placed on Zhang Hanlin. Otherwise, if he wanted to ambush, it would be totally impossible. But even so, he still failed. Yi Yuan's sensitivity to spatial law exceeded his imagination. Qian Yi's expression was livid as he said in a solemn voice, "Razor-tongued brat, but it doesn't matter, because you won't be able to speak anymore very soon." Finished talking, Qian Yi's celestial deity realm pressure suddenly erupted and was about to take action against Yi Yuan. Suddenly, a graceful figure dashed out swiftly, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Qian Yi's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "Baili Qingyan, you want to get in my way?" Baili Qingyan's expression was calm as she said, "Before completing the first round assessment, he's my companion. No one is allowed to kill him." Qian Yi's expression changed and he said with a cold snort, "With just you." From when he saw Yi Yuan fighting Zhang Hanlin and Duan Qinghong alone, he already decided to kill Yi Yuan. Such a monstrous existence would surely break the Shadow Moon sect's current structure. Currently, the Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave was at hand, he would not allow such a thing to happen. The entrance examination this time, he just so happened to be picked to be in charge of supervising and protecting these disciples. But he did not expect that he encountered such a thing. Hence, he decisively made a move to ambush Yi Yuan. While talking, Qian Yi's aura grew even stronger. Baili Qingyan's power improved greatly, but it was still too weak in front of Qian Yi. Yi Yuan's face fell, planning on letting Dustless take action. That evil spirit was currently Yi Yuan's trump card. In this foreign sect, Yi Yuan did not wish to expose him prematurely, so he did not take action all along. As long as Dustless made a move, finishing off Qian Yi was also a cinch. But that way, he would not have a backup plan anymore. The soaring flying lineages and cloudsword lineage's strengths were definitely far beyond this. Once they knew his trump card, it would be much easier for them to want to plot against him. Looking at it now, he had no choice but to take action. Suddenly, his heart stirred and made Dustless withdraw again. "Baili can't, then what about me?" A woman in a martial arts outfit slowly stepped out of the void, making Qian Yi's expression choke up. That instant when this woman appeared, he knew that he could not kill Yi Yuan today. Her looks could not compare to Baili Qingyan's, but her disposition was similarly extraordinary. The martial arts outfit added some heroism. She was not the least bit weaker than Qian Yi in terms of imposing momentum. "Zhang Shuiyan, I didn't have the intention of touching Baili Qingyan. You move aside, the person that I want to kill is that kid." Qian Yi pointed at the Yi Yuan behind Baili Qingyan and said. Zhang Shuiyan sized Yi Yuan up with curiosity and said coolly, "The person that Baili wants to protect is what the person that my immortal abode sect wants to protect. If you want to kill him, pass me first." "You, Zhang Shuiyan, are you waging war with our soaring flower lineage?" Zhang Shuiyan pursed her lips and said with disdain, "So what if start a war? You said it as if our immortal abode sect is scared of you." Qian Yi was angered until his expression was livid. This woman was notoriously difficult to deal with, no idea why she showed up here today. But no idea what the hell was wrong with this Baili Qingyan, to actually want to protect Yi Yuan no matter what. Really depressing. Zhang Shuiyan saw Qian Yi being quiet, and so she said with a cold smile, "Qian Yi, don't you forget your identity. The sect asked you to come to protect these examinees, and not to kill them. I say, if I reported this matter to the sect, would the law enforcement hall come to find trouble with you or not?" Qian Yi stared fixedly at Zhang Shuiyan, gnashing his teeth in hatred as he said, "Consider yourself ruthless. Kid, consider yourself lucky today. The next time, you won't be so lucky." Inside the Shadow Moon sect, the various major faction strifes were severe. Although Yi Yuan was talented, wanting to kill him was too easy. In short, he would not give Yi Yuan the chance to grow up. Yi Yuan did not give any impression of weakness and said through clenched teeth, "You got it the other way around. Next time, you won't be so lucky." Qian Yi was taken aback when he heard and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Haha, alright then, I'll wait for next time. Hanlin, let's go." After Qian Yi left, Zhang Shuiyan's face fell and she said in a cold voice, "What are you all stoning for? Leave behind the heavenly demon crystals, scram. How could the devil elephant lineage's disciples still dare to stay? Each and every one scrambled away. After everyone left, Bailey Qingyan had a look of joy like a little girl who saw her big sister. Pulling Zhang Shuiyan, she said, "Senior apprentice sister, you really came to in time. Otherwise, this guy is dead for sure." But Zhang Shuiyan's face turned cold and she said, "You lass, to actually not even want your life anymore for a man, are you crazy?" Bailey Qingyan's pretty face turned red and she refuted, "Senior apprentice sister, where are you going with this? He's just my companion." Yi Yuan also cupped his fists and said, "Senior sister Zhang, many thanks for taking action to help. Senior sister is indeed mistaken. Miss Bailey and I are just teaming up in this assessment. There's nothing else." Hearing this, Bailey Qingyan's heart felt very uncomfortable. This guy really did not understand the relationship between men and women at all. Zhang Shuiyan's pretty face turned cold, and she said in a cold voice, "Best that there isn't. Punk, don't blame me for not warning you. Stay further away from Bailey. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly." Chapter 1791 Reading out the results. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. His good impression of this Zhang Shuiyan immediately plummeted heavily. He did not have the intention of pestering Bailey Qingyan, but that Bailey Qingyan insisted on teaming up with him. Yi Yuan believed that with the immortal abode sect strength, it was impossible to not know about this intel. But she still warned him. When Zhang Shuiyan saw Yi Yuan's expression, she said with a cold smile, "Don't think that you're impressive because your talent is high. Sometimes, talent is also a kind of original sin. Regardless of whether it is the Soaring Flower sect, the Cloudsword sect, or our immortal abode sect, wanting to kill you is as simple as crushing an ant. Just like earlier, if not for Bailey, if not for me rushing over, you would already be a dead man now. While you can only hide behind a woman, indignant but powerless." Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold. That trace of favorable impression towards Zhang Shuiyan also vanished into thin air along with it. These words were rather incisive. "Your pride is because you have a powerful faction at the back. Then I have to say, you're very pitiful. Your lame sense of superiority isn't worth mentioning in front of me. Also, what relationship Miss Bailey and I have, isn't your turn to care about yet. She only belongs to herself," Yi Yuan said coldly. Except, Zhang Shuiyan did not get angry because of Yi Yuan's words, but she sneered and said, "This is that pitiful bit of self-esteem of yours. Relax, very soon, you'll see how cruel reality is. The Shadow Moon sect doesn't lack geniuses. Bailey, let's go." Senior apprentice sister. The assessment hasn't ended yet. But Bailey Qingyan was not willing to go and made an excuse. Zhang Shuiyan's face fell, and she said, "The heavenly demon crystals in your hands are already sufficient to pass the assessment, there's also no need to stay anymore." Finished talking, Zhang Shuiyan gave no chance to explain and forcefully brought Bailey Qingyan away. After everyone left, Yi Yuan spewed out another large mouthful of blood. "Qian Yi, is it? Today's grudge, I've remembered it," Yi Yuan said with a chilly gaze. How powerful was the blow of a first firmament celestial deity? That was only the case for Yi Yuan. If it were others, they would already be dead until not even dregs remained at this time. That instant just now, Yi Yuan employed spatial law, directing the vast majority of the force out. That was how he escaped death by a hair's breadth. The perils involved were hard to describe. Divine Tao realm, each major realm was a layer of firmament. The world power of martial artists went from a quantitative change to qualitative change. From a small world, transforming into a genuine world, evolving myriad life, becoming the sovereign of a world. Celestial deity realm powerhouse was when one started giving birth to myriad life. When the small world truly consolidated, all life was about to form, it was also when one broke through to the true God realm. Hence, the celestial deity realm, even just a first firmament celestial deity, that was also an invincible existence to those in the divine lord realms. For Yi Yuan to be able to avoid this attack, it was truly incredibly dangerous. Alone by himself, Yi Yuan found a secluded place to heal up his injuries. After several days, a month's time was up, Yi Yuan walked out of the Shadow Moon mountain range. Returning to the mountain gate once more, the number of people in the plaza was clearly significantly lesser. This examination did not forbid killing. Quite a number of disciples lost their lives at the maws of fierce beasts or died at other people's hands. Those able to live were all powerhouses. Of course, if not for Qian Yi's forceful intervention, Zhang Hanlin, this so-called genius would have to remain in the Shadowmoon mountain range forever. That old man in charge of the assessment slowly opened his mouth and said, "Now, hand over all of your heavenly demon crystals." After verifying, this old man will naturally announce the rankings. Baili Qingyan's and Yi Yuan, two people's heavenly demon crystals, had been under Yi Yuan's custody all this while. At this time, Yi Yuan slowly walked out of the crowd and handed the storage ring issued by the sect to a miscellaneous affairs disciple. Seeing Yi Yuan come out, soft discussions immediately started in the crowd. "It's that guy senior apprentice Sister Baili took the initiative to team up with. He's really lucky, really entered the second round lying down. Hey, one-time luck is useless. The second round is the true test. With his strength, it's totally impossible to pass. Tisk tisk, spending the night together with senior apprentice Sister Baili in the mountain, make me die and I'd also be willing." The news of Yi Yuan and Duan Qinghong's great battle did not spread. This concerned the Soaring Flower lineage and Cloudsword lineage, two major Foss's reputations. How could they dare to simply talk about it? Although the Devil Elephant lineage was strong, compared to the three great factions, it was still much weaker. Moreover, this also concerned the Devil Elephant lineage's own reputation. Such a powerful faction was actually defeated in Yi Yuan's hands alone, how could they have any face? The Devil Elephant lineage already issued a gag order, that everyone was not to mention that events that happened that day. Baili Qingyan was also in the crowd. Looking at Yi Yuan's back view, her expression was complicated. The gazes of Qian Yi, Duan Qinghong, Zhang Hanlin, and the rest also kept on following Yi Yuan, full of enmity. The moment Yi Yuan took the field, he practically became the center of everyone's attention. That old man looked at Yi Yuan with a curious look on his face. What in the world did this kid do? Why would so many people pay attention to him? Very soon, everyone handed in their storage rings. After a bout of checking, the old man called Qian Yi to his side and said, "Qian Yi, you announce the results." Qian Yi bowed and said, "Yes, Deacon Hong." But, when his gaze landed on the name list, his expression could not help becoming very ugly. The first place was shockingly Baili Qingyan and Yi Yuan, this combo. This damn fellow, how did he get so many heavenly demon crystals? He and Baili Qingyan teaming up, the heavenly demon crystal quantity that they acquired in the end is actually more than the remaining top 5 added up. Qian Yi was reluctant to accept it in his heart. One had to know, under the situation of teaming up, not only did the number of heavenly demon crystals have to be greatly discounted, one even had to share equally with their teammates. This way, for teams to want to get first place, it was doubly difficult. The normal situation of teams were all those disciples whose strength were not strong. Because they had to face uncertain danger. Disciples who truly had strength felt it beneath their dignity to form teams. Why, could there be a problem? Deacon Hong asked when he saw Qian Yi keeping mum for a long time. Qian Yi's expression changed and he hurriedly said, no problem." He recollected his mind and started reading out the results. First place, Baili Qingyan, Yi Yuan, heavenly demon crystal quantity, 223 pieces each. Second place, Zhang Hanlin, heavenly demon crystal quantity 83 pieces. An uproar burst out below all at once. That Deacon Hong also had a stunned face, looking at Qian Yi in disbelief, suspecting whether he read wrongly or not. 223 pieces of heavenly demon crystals. Furthermore, this was teaming up, this number was too much. Furthermore, this quantity of heavenly demon crystals was converted into late-stage rank 4 heavenly demon crystals. 10 pieces of middle-stage rank 4 heavenly demon crystal could exchange for the heavenly demon crystal of a late-stage rank 4. This was also to say that these two people hunted down at least 1,000 rank 4 fierce beasts. Doing to this extent in a month's time was simply fantastical. In the past, the first place was merely 80 to 90 pieces of heavenly demon crystals. Baili Qingyan's pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief, with an incredulous expression on her face. Suddenly, her beautiful body shuddered, suddenly thinking of something, her pupils involuntarily constricting. Chapter 1792 Shameless Action. This guy wouldn't have gone to Silkcloud Canyon, right? Silkcloud Canyon was a very dangerous place in the Shadowmoon sect. To Divine Lord Realm martial artists, it was equivalent to a forbidden area. That place had tens of thousands of blackwater salamanders. Those blackwater salamanders, the weak ones were rank 3, but those of rank 4 were absolutely no less than thousands. What was even more frightening was that there was even a rank 5 existence in there. Bailey Qingyan suddenly remembered that she and Yi Yuan had once gone to the Silk Cloud Canyon's entrance area. Back then, Yi Yuan wanted to go in to take a look but was stopped by Bailey Qingyan. Thinking about it now, it was only there that Yi Yuan could hunt so many heavenly demon crystals. Wanting to obtain so many heavenly demon crystals, one must have encountered a beast horde. Otherwise, even if one hunted day and night, it was also impossible to obtain so many heavenly demon crystals. Except, once one fell into a beast horde, was there still hope of survival? Yi Yuan hunted so many blackwater salamanders, wouldn't it alarm the rank 5 beast king? For some time, Bailey Qingyan was full of questions. Wait a minute, Deacon Hong's expression suddenly turned dark, and he stopped Qian Yi and said, how can there possibly be so many? Is there a mistake? At this time, a miscellaneous affairs disciples who counted the number hurriedly stepped out of the ranks and said in fear and trepidation, replying Deacon Hong, this disciple absolutely didn't count wrongly. Inside this storage ring, there are a total of 321 pieces of late-stage rank 4 heavenly demon crystals, 50 pieces of middle-stage rank 4 heavenly demon crystal. Converted to late-stage rank 4, it's a total of 526 pieces. Then splitting 50-50 between two people, it's 263 pieces. Deacon Hong received Yi Yuan's storage ring and counted it. Sure enough, there was not a piece more and not a piece less. But this result made him extremely shocked. Such a large quantity of heavenly demon crystal, this was unprecedented in the history of the Shadowmoon sect. He could not help looking toward Bailey Qingyan and asked curiously, Bailey girlie, what's going on here? Bailey Qingyan was just about to open her mouth when Zhang Shuiyan suddenly cut in. Deacon Hong, Qingyang encountered a beast horse in the mountains. She fought in a bloody battle for as long as half a month by herself before slaying so many fierce beasts. And her cultivation also had a breakthrough in this battle. I believe that not long after, she'll be able to reach half-step celestial deity. The moment these words came out, everyone's eyelids twitched fiercely including Bailey Qingyan. While in a corner, Yi Yuan was directly overlooked. No one would think that he, a 6th firmament divine lord, could be of any help. However, regarding Zhang Shuiyan's shameless action, Yi Yuan did not have much fluctuation. Firstly, Bailey Qingyan blocked in front of him several times, helping him out of his predicament. Although this kind of help did not have much effect on Yi Yuan, it at least protected him from showing his trump card. He, Yi Yuan, made clear distinctions between kindness and hatred. This favor, he accepted it. Secondly, Yi Yuan knew that his words carried little weight. Even if he said it, no one would believe either. Of course, Qian Yi they all might guess some details, but would they help him speak up? Obviously not. As for Zhang Shuiyan's goal of doing this, Yi Yuan also knew in his heart. She was simply borrowing this to raise Bailey Qingyan's status and overpower the other two lineages, while elevating the immortal abode lineage. Although doing so had no cause for much criticism standing on Zhang Shuiyan's viewpoint, it was a little too shameless. This kind of magpie in dove's nest method made Yi Yuan very uncomfortable. However, Bailey Qingyan was very anxious and was just about to speak, but saw Zhang Shuiyan turn back with a warning gaze. Bailey Qingyan immediately swallowed the words back. She was very smart, how could she not know Zhang Shuiyan's goal? It was just that doing so, she had a guilty conscience. Bailey Qingyan could not help looking over in Yi Yuan's direction but discovered that Yi Yuan was like an old well without ripples, his face not having the least bit of change, as if this had nothing to do with him at all. But she knew that Yi Yuan must be angry. Encountering this sort of thing, who would not be angry? This was not just a matter of reputation, there was also the issue of future benefits. Geniuses would naturally obtain more resources. And losing this chance to rise to prominence, Yi Yuan's road of ascent would undoubtedly be much harder. As for Qian Yi they also could not help having gloating faces when they heard this. Yi Yuan suddenly threw out a heavyweight bombshell, catching them off guard. If Yi Yuan was paid close attention to by the sect, it would be difficult for them to want to put their hands on Yi Yuan. In contrast, although Bailey Qingyan's talent was monstrous, it was not monstrous to Yi Yuan's extent yet. The talent that Yi Yuan displayed made them feel tremendous pressure. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Zhang Shuiyan doing so was exactly what they wanted. Deacon Hong had a look of realization when he heard it and said, so that's how it is. I didn't expect that last Bailey's strength was actually so strong. This matter, I have to report it to the sect to know. As expected, Deacon Hong decided to report this matter to the sect. Finished talking, he even looked at Yi Yuan rather disdainfully. This kind of fellow with meager strength actually followed Bailey Qingyun and one lying down, getting the strongest battle achievement of the Shadow Moon sect's entrance examination, really hit the jackpot. Alright, continue reading out the results. Deacon Hong said coolly. Qian Yi's mood instantly became much better. But his vigilance toward Yi Yuan also grew stronger. Sixth Firmament Divine Lord, and he could do it to this step, how dreadful would it be after he grew up in the future? But he believed that Yi Yuan absolutely could not live long. He could tell that Zhang Shuiyan was not aware of Yi Yuan's astonishing achievements beforehand. Her action was equivalent to offending Yi Yuan to the core. With that kid's temperament, he absolutely would not walk closely with the immortal abode lineage. In this case, Yi Yuan had offended all three major lineages before even entering the sect. As well as the Devil Elephant lineage. The Devil Elephant lineage's strength was not weak at all. The results at the back also did not have anything to pay attention to anymore. Everyone was marveling at Bailey Qingyun's strength and lamenting at Yi Yuan's dog shit luck. Alright, everybody, rest for 3 days, and enter the second round assessment. Deacon Hong said in a clear voice. The moment it ended, Bailey Qingyun pulled Zhang Shuiyan to one side and complained, Senior Apprentice Sister, how could you do that? You're making me unjust and disloyal like this. Zhang Shuiyan smiled coldly when she heard that and said, Justice and loyalty. Can justice and loyalty make you become strong? The Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave is about to arrive, you must let your strength become stronger, and have to suppress your opponents ruthlessly. And this kid's appearance will make the final result very difficult to predict. If he can't break through to the celestial deity realm, it's still alright. But if he really breaks through in the 200+ years, at that time, who can be his match? If not looking on the account of your face, I'd have killed him at the Shadow Moon mountain range. Bailey Qingyun had an indignant look on her face. But when she recalled Master's great trust toward her and thought of the sect's ardent hopes, it was seriously hard to choose. She thought of Yi Yuan again, feeling very depressed in her heart. Why did he have to swallow his pride and endure in silence, and not argue for himself? What in the world was this guy thinking? She desperately wanted to go and apologize to Yi Yuan, but Zhang Shuiyan guarded her without leaving a step, making her unable to leave at all. Chapter 1793. Those who find it hard don't know, those who know won't find it hard. After 3 days of rest and recuperation, the disciples taking part in the examination were all full of high spirits, returning to their peak states once more. Deacon Hong turned in the direction of the sect and directly bowed down. Shadow Moon sect disciple, Hong Shao, respectfully invites the Jadelight drum. While talking, Deacon Hong took out a small flag, poured divine essence into it, and directly plugged it into the void. The void immediately emitted intense tremors, rumbling sounds lingering on incessantly. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, a huge drum slowly emerged from the void. Arg, my ears, I can't hear anymore. The humming sounds that the huge drum emitted shocked until everyone's eardrums hurt. Those slightly weaker ones even directly spewed out a mouthful of blood, their internal organs already injured. This is the melody of great Tao. Yi Yuan's brows raised up as he marveled a little. Regarding this kind of mysterious feeling, Yi Yuan was not foreign to it. Back then when he preached on Tao at the Fiend race, he had once triggered great Tao heavenly melody. The sound that this Jadelight drum gave off achieved the same wondrous effect with different means. It was just that the great Tao heavenly melody that Yi Yuan triggered belonged to Alchemy Tao. While the Jadelight drum's melody of great Tao was extremely aggressive. Clearly, it was a Tao with extremely strong offensive power. Yi Yuan was secretly startled in his heart and said, looks like this Shadow Moon sect is indeed extraordinary. This Jadelight drum should be a top-level true god mystic treasure, its power unimaginable. Just the slight aftermath of the vibrations of the drum surface have such power. Toward this kind of great Tao melody, Yi Yuan accepted it calmly. But Bailey Qingyun and the rest secretly revolved divine essence, blocking this impact. Gradually, the Jadelight drum's vibration noises subsided. Everyone immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Deacon Hong's gaze swept over everyone slightly and said majestically, the people who vomited blood just now can leave. Those people who vomited blood were all incomparably depressed, but they could only leave helplessly. I've long heard that the Jadelight drum's power is boundless, but I didn't expect that it's actually so terrifying. If it's unleashed, Probably even celestial deity powerhouses can be instantly killed too, right? Regarding the Jade Light Drum's power, these people were all extremely shocked too. After those people left, Deacon Hong continued slowly, now, the second round assessment begins. No matter what method you all use, as long as you can make the Jade Light Drum sound out, it's considered passing the assessment. People who pass the assessment will become my Shadow Moon sect's inner disciple. People who fail will become miscellaneous affairs disciples. If you aren't willing to become a miscellaneous affairs disciple, you can also leave. However, this old man warns you all first, live within your means. Your attacks, the Jade Light Drum will return it with several times the force. It might directly collapse your physical bodies. Deacon Hong's words made the group of disciples feel slightly alarmed. This Jade Light Drum's power was seriously too terrifying. Striking the drum without cultivation attainments was equivalent to seeking death. Alright, now, you all cast spells in reverse order according to the results of the first round assessment, Deacon Hong said in a clear voice. The first one to take the field was a very lean guy. Only to see him leap up, arrive in midair, beckon his hand, a metal rod came into his hands. Limitless astral cudgel. The lean man brandished the metal stick and smashed over toward the Jade Light Drum. Only to hear a scream. The Jade Light Drum did not sound out, but his right arm that gripped the stick directly exploded into pieces. When Duan Qinghong saw this scene, he said scornfully, "Hey, really foolish. Does he think it's beating an ordinary drum? Choose a metal rod and it can sound out." When Han Yang saw this scene, his expression changed slightly too and said to the Yi Yuan beside him, "Fine lad, that kid just now, his strength wasn't weak. He's actually crippled just like that." Yi Yuan said coolly, "What this Jade Light Drum tests isn't strength, but comprehension toward Tao. Using brute force will only accomplish the very opposite. The stronger the brute force, the greater the countershock force. He only had one arm crippled, it's considered light already. If you went up, your entire person would probably explode into nothing." Han Yang chuckled and said, "I wouldn't be as stupid as him." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "There's naturally no problem with your passing the test. But, it's impossible for you to want to win Zhao Zhao." Han Yang's expression choked up, involuntarily revealing an aggrieved look. Their Thundercloud sect and the Devil Elephant sect are sworn enemies. Han Yang and Zhao Zhao were also lifetime enemies. It was just that no matter how hard he worked, he kept on being unable to surpass Zhao Zhao. This had always been his heart knot. Yi Yuan, don't smack the face when hitting people, don't rake up one's shortcomings when picking on people. You being like this, you make me very depressed. Han Yang said gloomily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'll teach you a move that can let you overpower Zhao Zhao, what do you think?" Han Yang's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "For real? You don't fool me, otherwise, we won't be brothers anymore." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Fool you for what? This round is as easy as turning my hand over to me." The moment these words came out, not just Han Yang, even the Yang fan by the side also revealed skeptical looks. The two of them did not know Yi Yuan's stunning performance in the Shadow Moon Mountain range and naturally did not know Yi Yuan's true strength. "Yi Yuan, these words are a bit too conceited, right? Even though you got first place in the first round, this second round's Jade Light Drum, even to the first place, it's absolutely not easy too." Yang Fan said. These words were said veiledly, but actually, it was saying that Yi Yuan actually took advantage of people in the first round, and was not a true winner. How your strength was, did you not have any score in your heart? Blowing your own trumpet here, why didn't you take a piss and look at your reflection as well? Yi Yuan did not refute, but said to Han Yang with a smile, "If you trust me, I'll teach you. If you don't believe, then forget it, take it as I didn't say anything." Han Yang's expression flickered incessantly. Honestly speaking, he was a little skeptical. But overpowering Zhao Zhao was also his long-cherished wish of many years. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, you say, I believe you." Yi Yuan nodded his head and whispered a few words in Han Yang's ear. When Han Yang heard, his face could not help revealing a dubious look as he said, "So simple. Can it work?" Yi Yuan nodded and said with a smile, "Those who find it hard don't know, those who know won't find it hard. This round's assessment isn't as difficult as you imagine." Han Yang's face revealed a strange look and could not quite make up his mind for some time. At this time, the test was also progressing in an orderly manner. But up to this point, not a single person passed yet. Some people also did not dare to go all out when they saw those in front getting injured. Finally, when more than 40 people took the field, someone sounded the jade-light drum for the first time. It was just that this sound was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. Whether or not it was counted as sounding, was also hard to say. Ding Yuan, Tier 0. Pass the test. At this time, Deacon Hong said in a clear voice. Clearly, Deacon Hong could decide the ranks of the people who passed the test through that small flag. Tier 0 could virtually be ignored, but being able to do it to this step was also indeed not easy. The people who took part in the test at the back, those who passed also gradually increased. But the vast majority were all Tier 0 or Tier 1, all the way until the top 100, only then did a Tier 2 disciple appear. Chapter 1794 Drumming Method that made people don't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhao Shu, Tier 3. Passed the assessment. Zhao Zhao, Tier 4. Passed the assessment. The moment Deacon Hong's voice fell, it immediately aroused a wave of exclamations. Zhao Zhao actually reached Tier 4. Him being called the Devil Elephant lineage's #1 person indeed wasn't simply boasted out. In comparison, Thundercloud sect's Han Yang is much worse. The genius that the Thundercloud sect nurtured this time is too weak. The grudges between celestial deity level sects were not some secret here. Everyone all came from celestial deity level sects. Regarding Zhao Zhao and Han Yang's matters, everyone was very clear. Han Yang's expression was very ugly. He thought that Zhao Zhao would at most be peak Tier 3. He did not expect that Zhao Zhao actually reached Tier 4. This way, the pressure he was experiencing was very great. It did not matter if he lost, but people would say that the Thundercloud sect was inferior to the Devil Elephant sect. In reality, the two great sects each had their own merits. It was just that the Devil Elephant sect developed rapidly these few years, and already faintly showed trends of overshadowing the Thundercloud sect. Therefore, Han Yang did not want to lose even more. Zhao Zhao landed from midair and deliberately passed by Han Yang and said with a sneer, Han Yang, I've already broken through to Tier 4. I know that you're not convinced, so don't get lower than this. Han Yang's expression changed and opened his mouth, wanting to refute. But he truly did not have any confidence. Putting out the big talk now, if he could not achieve it in a while, that would be even more humiliating. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up, you rest assured, when Brother Han goes up in a while, he'll only be higher than you and not lower than you. The Zhao three brothers and Han Yang were implacable enemies. He came down only because he wanted to show off a bit to Han Yang, so he did not notice that Yi Yuan was actually still here. Hearing Yi Yuan speak, Zhao Zhao's expression could not help changing, his eyes revealing a look of fear. Humph, with just the likes of him. Don't I know how capable he is? Zhao Zhao raised his neck and forcefully argued. He was afraid of Yi Yuan, but it did not mean that he was scared of Han Yang. After fighting for a little less than half of their lifetimes, could he still not know Han Yang's strength? Yi Yuan said coolly, what this jade-light drum is testing is potential and not strength. Your strength is indeed greater than his, but it doesn't mean that your potential is greater than his. The moment Zhao Zhao heard, he said disdainfully, just him. If he can surpass me, I'll pluck my head off for him to kick as a ball. Yi Yuan smiled and said, no need for that. If he can surpass you, yell in front of so many people. That the Devil Elephant sect is no good 3 times. Do you dare or not? When Zhao Zhao heard Yi Yuan's words, his expression could not help but become stifled. This was betting with the sect's reputation, it was not up to him to not be cautious. When Yi Yuan saw his appearance, he said coolly, looks like you don't have much confidence in yourself. Therefore, when people haven't appeared on the stage yet, don't posture here. There are plenty of people stronger than you. Seeing Yi Yuan stump Zhao Zhao with a few words, Han Yang could not help being greatly excited. He naturally knew that he could not beat Zhao Zhao, but being able to make him feel deflated, he was also very happy. Zhao Zhao smiled coldly when he heard that and said, you're goading me. Do you think that I'd fall for it so easily? Yi Yuan smiled and said, regardless whether I'm goading or not, you're a gutless loser. You don't dare to bet, isn't it still because you don't have the confidence? You look, I dare to say that if I lose to you, I'll commit suicide in front of the Shadowmoon sect's mountain gates to atone for my crime. But you, don't dare. Zhao Zhao's expression became incomparably ugly. Of course you freaking dared to say so. How could a peerless genius who fused spatial law and sword Dao law possibly lose to him? This guy was even stronger than Duan Qinghong and Zhang Hanlin. Ha ha ha, you're indeed a loser, to not even dare to agree to this. If you don't dare to agree, then scram to one side, don't be an eyesore here. Is Tier 4 very impressive? Han Yang also laughed loudly and said. Being looked down upon by Yi Yuan, he felt like he had no temper. But being despised by Han Yang like this, he could not quite endure it anymore. Han Yang, I dare to bet, then do you dare? If you lose, you'll also shout Thundercloud sect is no good 3 times. Do you have the guts? Zhao Zhao said with a cold smile. Han Yang's expression choked up when he heard this. It was as if he had his throat clutched. When Zhao Zhao saw the situation, he said to Yi Yuan with a cold smile, see. It's him who doesn't have the guts, not that I don't have the guts. The moment Han Yang heard this, his head heated up. He said, compete then, who's scared of who? Zhao Zhao was startled inwardly, but he thought about it, it was impossible for him to lose to Han Yang. His face could not help turning dark as he said, okay, I want to see whether or not you can really turn into a phoenix from a hen. I'm going to make your Thundercloud sect lose all of its face in front of everyone. This matter was settled like this. But Han Yang's heart was racing. He truly did not have much confidence in winning Zhao Zhao. Yi Yuan, you went a bit too overboard. If Han Yang loses, he won't be able to even lift his head in the Shadow Moon sect in the future. He'll become a common target for scorn. Yang Fan said in a solemn voice. Clearly, he was enraged. Yang Fan and Han Yang's relationship was very close. Seeing Yi Yuan incite the wager this time, the fury in his heart blazed. If Han Yang lose, the Thundercloud lineage's people would thoroughly cast him aside, and view him as the sect's traitor. In the future, he'd be alone and helpless in the Shadow Moon sect. This was not as simple as yelling 3 times. The future implications were too great. Saying something unpleasant, this wager might directly ruin Han Yang's future. Furthermore, Yang Fan really could not see any hopes of victory for Han Yang. The method that Yi Yuan said he would teach Han Yang, Yang Fan was very pessimistic about it too. If casually teaching could defy the heavens, then wouldn't the Shadow Moon sect's assessment become a joke? Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that, and said, you turn it around and think about it. If Han Yang wins, Zhao Zhao and brothers won't be able to lift their heads in the Shadow Moon sect in the future. Right at this time, a miscellaneous affairs disciple shouted, next one, Han Yang. Han Yang's expression changed, a pair of legs like they grew roots, and actually did not dare to walk out. When Zhao Zhao saw this scene, he was even more certain in his heart that Han Yang could not do it. Originally, Han Yang was already inferior to him. Yi Yuan lightly patted Han Yang's shoulder and said with a smile, remember, use the method that I taught you to drum the drum, you won't lose. Han Yang's heart was somewhat racing as he said, can this really work? Yi Yuan nodded his head with an indifferent look. Now that it was hard to dismount from a tiger's back, Han Yang was aware that he had no way out already too. Stealing his heart, he leapt and arrived up in the sky. Han Yang suddenly turned around, back facing the jade-light drum, his abdomen ballooning more and more. When everyone saw this scene, their faces became extremely fascinating. Zhao Zhao's complexion flushed even redder as he let out a big laugh and said, ha ha ha. You're really killing me with laughter. This guy wouldn't be thinking of using a fart to sound the jade-light drum, right? Bai Li Qingyan's face turned red and she could not help turning away. Below, waves of ridicules also came over. Yang Fan was angered until his expression was livid and he questioned Yi Yuan, this is the idea that you gave him? You want to make him become the laughingstock of the world? Pooh! Yang Fan's voice had yet to face when a loud fart could be heard clearly in the entire plaza. However, everyone's smiles had yet to fade away when an even more resounding drum sound spread out. Dong! Chapter 1795 trampled flat in one day. An earth-shaking drum sound spread out, shocking until everyone's eardrums hurt. Everyone who was still laughing before, after hearing the drum sound, their faces all changed drastically. As long as one was not a fool, they would be able to tell that this drum sound was the most sonorous one up to this point. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one would have thought that Han Yang's fart actually struck the jade-light drum so resoundingly. Han Yang let out a scream and actually could not stand steady, falling down from midair. But he did not feel pain. Scrambling to his feet, his face appeared flushed because of excitement. He ran in front of Yi Yuan and said with an excited face, it was actually really useful. You didn't bluff me. Yi Yuan scolded laughingly when he heard this, and he said, turns out that you felt that I was bluffing you all along. Han Yang choked and said embarrassedly, I didn't mean that. Hoo-hoo, suspicion is also normal. After all, this method is rather fantastical, Yi Yuan said with a smile. By the side, Yang Fan was shocked until he did not speak until now. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of incredulity. This guy's pointer was actually really useful. Deacon Hong looked at this scene with a stunned look. This was still his first time seeing someone use this kind of utterly absurd method to pass the assessment. Han Yang, Tier 5. Pass the test. These words were like a heavy hammer, smashing onto Zhao Zhao's heart. He gritted his teeth and said in a clear voice, Deacon Hong, I'm unconvinced. How can he be considered to have passed the assessment like this? Deacon Hong's face fell and he said in a cold voice, are you questioning this old man? Zhao Zhao was startled inwardly, but he defended himself strongly through sophistry and said, Deacon Hong, if letting out a fart can pass the test, then wouldn't our Shadow Moon sect become the laughingstock of the world? Deacon Hong frowned and said, past means past, the jade-light drum won't deceive people. Keep on being long-winded and I'll revoke your qualifications. Zhao Zhao's face changed, how could he still dare to say any more? Han Yang said with a smug look, Zhao Zhao, weren't you very proud of yourself earlier? Didn't you say that I can't possibly surpass you? Heh, now, admit defeat. Zhao Zhao's expression was grim as he gritted his teeth and said, you beat the drum with such a ludicrous method, to actually still have the nerve to mention the wager. Han Yang seemed to have long predicted his attitude and said with a sneer, something that even Deacon Hong has confirmed isn't up to you to deny. Whether or not I pass the test, that small flag can naturally ascertain it. Hence, are you going to go back on your words now? Zhao Zhao was pushed to the edge of the cliff all of a sudden. Quite a few people around all cast strange gazes, all looking at Zhao Zhao with disdainful looks. The two of them wagering, that was witnessed by many people. Now, Zhao Zhao was actually going to go back on his word. Zhao Zhao gritted his teeth and said furiously, I'm reneging, so what can you do to me? But Han Yang smiled and said, what can I do to you? Heh, everyone saw it, the people that come from the Devil Elephant sect don't keep their words. No strength and he still dared to bet with me, he loses and doesn't acknowledge his debt. Such a sect is truly laughable. This Zhao Zhao, I didn't expect that he's so shameless. The Devil Elephant sect's face is utterly lost by him. Hey, lost and doesn't admit it, who would still dare to walk close with such a person in the future? Han Yang's words immediately aroused a wave of contempt. Zhao Zhao's expression was ugly to the extreme. He currently found it hard to dismount the tiger after getting on its back. Whether or not he admitted it, the sect's reputation was ruined by him. Just as he was at a loss on what to do, a figure suddenly flashed past. A resounding slap landed on Zhao Zhao's face. Song Ting looked at Zhao Zhao with a grim expression and said furiously, you fool, are you nuts? To actually dare agree to such a wager. Zhao Zhao was full of grievances in his heart. How could he know that Han Yang actually used a fart and surpassed him? Zhao Zhao was just about to defend himself with sophistry, but heard Song Ting said icily, you? From now on, you're not my Devil Elephant lineage's member anymore. Zhao Zhao's expression changed and he said in a panic, how can this be? Once rejected by the Devil Elephant lineage, he would not be able to get protection within the Shadow Moon sect in the future. Inside this sect where geniuses were abundant like clouds, it was very hard for him to gain a foothold. Song Ting sneered and said, otherwise, how do you want to resolve this matter? Zhao Zhao choked the moment he heard this. It seemed like this was the best way to resolve the problem. Zhao Zhao's expression was ashen. He suddenly discovered that his future became gloomy. And the prime culprit was actually a wager. The wager that was originally in the bag, in the end, he actually lost. Han Yang watched the show by the side, enjoying it thoroughly. For so many years, Zhao Zhao had always suppressed him, making him virtually unable to catch his breath. Did not expect that he only used one opportunity and thoroughly brought this fellow down. Without the Devil Elephant lineage as the patron, the Zhao three brothers would die very horribly. Just like the words Zhang Shuiyan said when she warned Yi Yuan, even Yi Yuan's talent could not stand firm, let alone a measly little Zhao Zhao. At this time, Han Yang was jubilant in his heart. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was also filled with gratitude. Actually, the thing that Yi Yuan taught him was very simple, it was to let him continuously perform great circulatory cycles within his body with world power, finally sinking it inside the dantian. When it accumulated to the limits of the body, then let it out in one go. Although Han Yang did not understand why, very clearly, he did it. At the thought that he suspected Yi Yuan previously, he would feel very ashamed. Yi Yuan was intentionally helping him get rid of Zhao Zhao here, but he doubted Yi Yuan's intentions. Yang Fan suddenly opened his mouth and said to Yi Yuan, I apologize to you. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, you were worried about your bro, that's why you did that. Would I fail to make a distinction between right and wrong? There's no need for this apology. Yang Fan looked at Yi Yuan in surprise, secretly alarmed in his heart. This kid's heart was clear as a mirror. Yi Yuan, I discovered that when Zhao Zhao was talking to you previously, he seemed to be particularly scared of you. Yang Fan found it weird just now, when Zhao Zhao was facing Yi Yuan, he became like a different person from before, as if Yi Yuan was a dreadful monster. This feeling made him feel very preposterous. Even though Yi Yuan broke through, Zhao Zhao should not reach the extent of being afraid, right? That guy was taught a fierce lesson by me and Baili Qingyan in the Shadowmoon Mountain range, that's why he's like this, Yi Yuan said ambiguously. Yang Fan felt enlightened in his heart. But Yi Yuan's words made him feel even more puzzled. Could it be that there was really some unclear and unknown relationship between Yi Yuan and Baili Qingyan? The assessment continued, the people remaining were all strong players. Quite a number of Tier 3 and Tier 4 figures appeared. It was just that there was not even a single Tier 5. Only all the way until Duan Qinghong made a move did he firmly take Tier 5. Zhang Hanlin and Duan Qinghong were almost on par, similarly the standard of Tier 5. This way, Han Yang was actually ranked at 3rd place thus far. This was what everyone never thought of. It was Yi Yuan's turn, but he did not move and said to Deacon Hong with clasped hands, Deacon Hong, can this disciple request to be the last to be tested? Chapter 1796 Sudden Drumbeat. Is there a mistake? This kid is also posturing too hard, right? To actually want to contend for the finale with Baili Qingyan. Hey, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Who does he think he is? Yi Yuan's request immediately caused a series of boos. What the finale represented was strength and status. Yi Yuan was a freeloader in everyone's eyes, what right did he have to be the finale? Zhang Shuiyan's brows furrowed when she heard that and said, what does this guy want to do? He's using this method in order to fight for vindication. This kid is also too childish, right? Baili Qingyan was similarly at a loss, not knowing what Yi Yuan was doing here. Deacon Hong frowned slightly and said, you and Baili Lass are tied for 1st place, as long as she has no objections, there's no problem. Finished talking, everyone's gazes looked over toward Baili Qingyan. Zhang Shuiyan was just about to speak when Baili Qingyan agreed without hesitation, no problem, I'll go first. Zhang Shuiyan stomped her feet angrily, secretly thinking that this girl was so worrying. Was this the time to yield out of courtesy? Baili Qingyan took a stop out, arrived high up in the air, akin to a fairy maiden. Descending upon the mortal world, her beauty transcendent. The disciples below all revealed worshipping looks. Baili Qingyan gave Yi Yuan a glance with a complicated expression but discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking at her with a smile, involuntarily making her stupefied. What medicine was this fellow selling in his gourd? This scene was another flavor when it landed in everyone's eyes. Baili Qingyan collected her mind, divine essence surging on her body. Suddenly, she cast out a silk ribbon, which flew over toward the jade-light drum like lightning. Thus far, the most sonorous drumbeat spread out. The shockwave coming of the jade-light drum rippled out like breaking a dead branch from a tree, leveling the trees in the several-mile radius to the ground. Seeing such a shocking commotion, everyone's countenance also changed visibly. This strength was even above Duan Qinghong two people. Deacon Hong's face revealed a look of approval as he said with a nod, not bad. Not bad, Baili Qingyan, high-grade Tier 6. Passed the test. Zhang Shuiyan's face revealed a relieved smile. With this, their immortal abode sect suppressed the other 2 lineages until they could not even lift their heads anymore. Furthermore, Baili Qingyan's performance also provided powerful proof for her breathtaking first round. Now, who would still suspect that was not done by Baili Qingyan? Most likely, even Duan Qinghong they all also would not suspect it, right? Her gaze looked over toward Yi Yuan away, and she could not help sneering. Foolish fellow, think that you can snatch away Baili's limelight like this. Even though you comprehended spatial law, your realm is too low. But the jade light drum's requirement for cultivation realm is very high. Although she witnessed Yi Yuan's powerful strength, Zhang Shuiyan was not optimistic about Yi Yuan. She, as the Shadow Moon sect's disciple, naturally knew the jade light drum's power. The higher the realm, the deeper the comprehensions toward Tao, and the louder the drumming would be too. Although Yi Yuan's attack power was high, his realm was too low. If he used full strength to attack the jade light drum, he would only suffer an even stronger countershock force. Hence, Baili Qingyan's first place was already locked in. Yi Yuan wanting to be the finale, this action was merely the laughable dignity of a man. Baili Qingyan's performance made everyone marvel with admiration, and also made Duan Qinghong and Zhang Hanlin feel ashamed of their unworthiness. They had always been pursuing Baili Qingyan previously, but her potential was more than a level stronger than theirs. Baili Qingyan said to Deacon Hong with clasped hands, "Thank you, Deacon Hong." Deacon Hong nodded his head as he smiled and said, "Baili lass is indeed pretty good. High grade tier 6, among all of the former season's assessments, it also ranks among the best. It's just a pity that it missed by a step and didn't break through to tier 7. Baili Qingyan said, "Qingyang will cultivate even harder in the future and won't let the sect down." Deacon Hong smiled and said, "MN, cultivate well. The Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave this time, hope that you can have a place." Baili Qingyan nodded slightly and floated down. Zhang Shuiyan went up to welcome with a smile and said, "Baili, you indeed didn't disappoint me." But Baili Qingyan's attitude was somewhat cold as she said coolly, "Senior apprentice sister, there's still someone who hasn't taken the stage, don't be happy too early." But Zhang Shuiyan said without a care, "Although that kid's talent is high, his realm is too low after all. Even if he's stronger than Duan Qinghong they all, it's also impossible to surpass you." Baili Qingyan shook her head slightly but did not dispute. She kept feeling that Yi Yuan doing this had a deep meaning. Most likely, it would not be that simple. Furthermore, it was clearly impossible for Han Yang to surpass Zhao Zhao, but he broke through to tier 5. And Han Yang's relationship with Yi Yuan was very good. Could this just be a coincidence? Last one, Yi Yuan. After repeated calls, it was finally Yi Yuan's turn to appear on the stage. However, he did not come out yet and there was another wave of booing. Clearly, everyone was very disdainful of his finale that overestimated his own ability. This guy is really utterly without shame, this bit of strength also dared to snatch the finale. Hey, Miss Baili is magnanimous and doesn't haggle over it with him. This guy even went from bad to worse. Sixth Firmament Divine Lord, don't even know whether or not he can make it sound and he dares to snatch the position of the finale. Originally, Baili Qingyan was a genius at the same level as Duan Qinghong and Zhang Hanlin in everyone's eyes. But now, Baili Qingyan's status in their minds already far surpassed those two people. The present Baili Qingyan outshone the others. Coupled with that kingdom-toppling looks of hers, she already became the goddess in everyone's hearts. A goddess that could not be profaned. But Yi Yuan, this guy actually dared to blaspheme the goddess and snatch her finale position. Towards these questioning voices, Yi Yuan naturally paid no attention to it. He slowly walked out of the crowd but did not fly up high to the sky. Then, he just flicked lightly, carrying a light breeze, blowing towards the jade light drum. This movement was like brushing off dust, relaxed and natural. It was just that this action made everyone feel very perplexed. Even Deacon Hong's face revealed a very doubtful look. What is this guy doing again? Have to admit, he really knows how to gain notoriety by doing something sensational. What he did just now is already beating the drum. No divine essence undulation at all. This guy knows that he's going to reveal his true colors and gave up. Just as the ridiculing voices grew higher than the previous wave, an earth-shattering drumbeat sounded out, overshadowing all of the sounds all at once. In the entire world, only the jade light drum's drumbeat was reverberating. The faces of everyone present all changed visibly. The sound of this drum was actually identical to Baili Qingyan's. That power plowed once more within the radius of several miles. Everyone all used incomparably horrified gazes to look at Yi Yuan. But even more were confused faces. Was this drumbeat just now really done by Yi Yuan? But how could that kind of casual and light action cause such a big commotion? Chapter 1797 Old Youth. The drumbeat gradually subsided. Everyone was still immersed in the midst of shock, because no one could have thought that Yi Yuan could actually accomplish exactly the same as Baili Qingyan. Among them included Zhang Shuiyan and Duan Qinghong. They all. Deacon Hong's pupils constricted as if understanding something. Yi Yuan, high grade tier 6. Passed the test. He looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing a gratified look. Deacon Hong thought in his heart, this child is different from the others and already saw through the jade-light drum's reality, simplifying things by cutting out the superfluous, triggering the resonance of the jade-light drum with the power of great Tao. It looked casual, but it's actually no idea how many times more profound than others. Other people saw 100 steps away, but he already saw 1,000 steps away. Except, it looked like he still held back somewhat, but don't know why is that. With Yi Yuan not displaying his full strength, he was unable to judge Yi Yuan's limits. But without a doubt, Yi Yuan was a genius too. At least, he was not beneath Bailey Qingyan. He originally thought that Yi Yuan was just a supporting character who only worked his way to first place by following Bailey Qingyan. Looking at it now, it was ridiculously wrong. So incredible, Han Yang said in shock. Although after he reached tier 5, he had long changed his views on Yi Yuan. When he saw Yi Yuan reach high-grade tier 6 effortlessly, standing shoulder to shoulder with Bailey Qingyan, he was still extremely shocked. Yang Fan had a strange look. He previously still thought that Yi Yuan boasted without coming up with a draft and that his behavior was flashy with substance, and could not get close with. Looking at it now, he was really blind. Yi Yuan saying that it was a breeze for him to pass the assessment, it was really accomplished with the greatest of ease. Too effortless. A casual flick and it was high-grade tier 6, too relaxed and casual. Yi Yuan slowly turned around and looked over in Zhang Shuiyan's direction with a profound meaning. Zhang Shuiyan's entire body turned stiff and was actually floored by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum. Zhang Shuiyan's face felt fiery hot. Yi Yuan used this light flick and gave her an incomparably resounding slap. A moron could also tell that Yi Yuan seemed to have plenty left in the tank. But he got a high-grade tier 6. This move of Yi Yuan's had a deep meaning. Firstly, Yi Yuan helped Bailey Qingyan achieve the title of first place, repaying Bailey Qingyan's friendship and loyalty. Secondly, Yi Yuan used this flick to tell everyone that he, Yi Yuan, did not rely on Bailey Qingyan to get first place. He was very strong. Thirdly, Yi Yuan was telling her, Zhang Shuiyan, you cannot suppress my edge. As long as I, Yi Yuan, am willing, I can surpass everyone at any time. This was a blatant declaration of war. The entrance examination ends here. You all will be my Shadow Moon sect's disciples starting from now. No matter which sect or faction you all belonged to in the past, now, you all only have one identity, that is the Shadow Moon sect's disciples. Entering my sect, everything will be the sect's interests as the top priority. If there's any act of betraying the sect, kill without amnesty. Now, you all ascend from the mountain gate, there will naturally be someone to fetch you all in. Deacon Hong's voice reverberated in front of the mountain gate. The disciples all had fearful expressions, clearly frightened by Deacon Hong's words. Yi Yuan was very indifferent and did not have any surprised look. The Shadow Moon sect seemed to have many factions, the forces intricate and complicated. Actually, that was just tacit allowed by the sect in order to increase the competition between disciples and accelerate their strength increase. But, if someone jeopardized the sect's interests, the sect would definitely annihilate them at all costs. The Shadow Moon sect would not nurture geniuses for other sects. There were 43 inner disciples who passed the examination at the end, and 102 miscellaneous affairs disciples. These people officially entered the sect under Qian Yi's lead. The Shadow Moon sect's main peak towered into the clouds, unable to see any end in sight. Yi Yuan climbed up the steps along with the crowd, as if arriving at a fairyland. And the spiritual energy thickness also became increasingly stronger as the height of the mountain got taller. Just the spiritual energy concentration at the halfway point was already God knows how many times stronger than ordinary high-order imperial cities. The Shadow Moon sect had a main peak and 9 sub-peaks, presenting the appearance of 9 stars twinkling around the moon. All were majestic and grand. Yi Yuan could feel that this place was absolutely a rich land that fostered great talents. The 9 sub-peaks were under the charge of the 9 great skill-imparting elders. Disciples who entered the sect all have to be assigned under the name of a skill-imparting elder. Of course, it was just belonging under them. Skill-imparting elders were all true God-level existences, ordinary disciples could not see them at all. However, each skill-imparting elder had a ranked 6 cultivation method in their possession. If one could stand out in their performance, they could become the skill-imparting elder's personal disciple. At that time, they would be able to learn a true god-level cultivation method and martial techniques. This was what all of the disciples dreamed of. Of course, in a large true god-level sect, disciples ranging in the tens of missions, wanting to become a personal disciple, that was doubly difficult. This is your identity token. Kid, I have to admire you. Before even entering the sect, you already offended the 3 great factions in our devil elephant lineage. Do you know how many elders and deacons the Shadow Moon sect has that all come from these 3 major factions? Song Ting threw the identity token to Yi Yuan and scoffed with a look of amusement. Yi Yuan received the token and discovered that, Tianying, 2 words were written on the back. Presumably, he was assigned to Tianying Peak. According to Han Yong, Tianying Peak was the weakest sub-peak. The strengths of the disciples were the weakest, resources were the most deficient, and cultivation method and martial techniques were the most scarce. Looks like he was indeed targeted. Shadow Moon sect did not lack geniuses. His performance was also not stunning enough in order to help Bailey Qingyun achieve her aim and was unable to catch the sect's attention. This was also what Yi Yuan had expected. It was just that being assigned to whichever sub-peak did not make much difference to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan put away the token and said coolly, "What has that got to do with me? Only second-rate disciples like you will be interested in this sort of thing, right?" Second-rate? Hey, you actually said that the Tianju Peak's disciples are second-rate. Song Ting deliberately said it very loudly. The surroundings immediately cast a series of unfriendly gazes. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "What I said was that you are doing this kind of welcoming new disciples thing. You're definitely a second-rate minor character in the sect." "Don't you say so, senior apprentice brother Song. You're not young anymore as well, but you can't even break through to the celestial deity realm and are still just an outer disciple." "I didn't say that Tianju Peak is second-rate, I mean that you disgrace Tianju Peak." The more Yi Yuan said, the uglier Song Ting's expression became. Those unfriendly gazes also immediately became amused. Calculating it, Song Ting was indeed an old youth already. With his talents, even if he broke through to celestial deity realm, it was very hard to promote to an inner disciple too. Yi Yuan's words poked Song Ting's sore spot. Yi Yuan being assigned to Tianying Peak, he originally came deliberately to give Yi Yuan a blow, and regain face in the passing. He did not expect that he suffered a huge loss of face. This kid's mouth was so venomous. "Brat, you just be smug. Being remembered by the 3 great factions at the same time, I hope that you can live for a month." Song Ting gritted his teeth and said with a grim expression. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "No need for senior apprentice brother Song to worry. I'll live very well." Chapter 1798 Abode Gone. The main peak was extremely far away from the sub-peaks. Yi Yuan arrived at Tianying Peak through the transmission array and immediately had a feeling of falling to the human world from heaven. Compared to the main peak's splendor, this place was clearly much shabbier. "Yi Yuan, I really feel unfair for you. With your talent, you should at least be on the top 3 sub-peaks. That bunch of fellows abuses their power to bully people and actually relegated you to Tianying Peak." Beside Yi Yuan, a short and skinny young man said with an indignant look. This young man was called Seng Yu. He came from an unknown small sect. His strength was not bad, peak 7th firmament divine lord. During the second round's assessment, he even reached tier 2. Among the disciples that came out of small sects, he was already a dragon among men. Logically speaking, he should not have been relegated to Tianying Peak, but he became the only inner disciple sent to Tianying Peak. The other 41 people were all relegated to the other 8 sub-peaks. Regarding this kind of unfair treatment, Seng Yu was naturally unhappy about it in his heart. However, Seng Yu admired Yi Yuan greatly. That simple and casual flick shocked him deeply. Similarly, coming from a small sect, Yi Yuan's potential was clearly much stronger than him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If it's gold, it will shine anywhere. I heard that Tianying Peak's skill-imparting elder came from a small sect. But didn't he also enter the ranks of True God Realm, becoming the ruler of a region?" Seng Yu smiled bitterly when he heard it and said, "Even so, Tianying Peak is still the most rundown sub-peak, ostracized by the other 8 peaks. In the Shadow Moon sect, Tianying Peak could be said to be a land of exile. No one was willing to come to this place. Those who came here were mostly not wanted or disciples without factions. And arriving here was also basically equivalent to having one's future cut off. It would be very hard to have great accomplishments again. Yi Yuan patted Seng Yu's shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother, upon entering the Shadow Moon sect, you already forgot who you are." Finished saying, Yi Yuan walked over toward Tianying Hall. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Seng Yu's entire body trembled. Yeah, his sect was just an unremarkable divine lord level sect, deficient of resources and severely lacking cultivation methods. But he relied on his own efforts and walked until today step by step. He thought that entering the Shadow Moon sect, with his talent, he would be able to soar to the heavens in one bound. But the current situation was too far from what he imagined. So he felt indignant, felt wronged, felt that the future was bleak and dark. However, looking back, even if he arrived at Tianying Peak, his current situation was also far better than before. Hence, what was he still not satisfied with? As long as he took out his past efforts, he would be able to stand out among his peers one day, and viciously slap those snobs. To martial artists, while resources were important, what was more important was to have an unyielding heart that sought Tao. Losing one's true self, then the future would really be bleak. Rousing the dreamer from his sleep with a word, "Yi Yuan, thank you." Looking at Yi Yuan's back view, Seng Yu's gaze became determined once more, just as before. "Senior apprentice brother, we're new disciples here to receive cultivation abodes. This is my identity token." Shadow Moon sect was established on a spiritual vein. The sect opened up many abodes on each sub-peak and laid down array formations, providing for disciples to cultivate. The better the aptitude of the disciple, the better the cultivation abode they would get, and the faster the cultivation speed will naturally be as well. Tianying Peak was where the spiritual vein was the thinnest among the 9 sub-peaks. The spiritual energy was naturally also the thinnest. That disciple took a look at the two people's identity tokens, his brows involuntarily raising up, and he threw the tokens on the table with a thud as he said lazily, "You're called Seng Yu, right? Tianying Peak still has one last low-grade level 2 abode. This is the abode's token, go on." Seng Yu put away the token and said joyfully, "Thank you, senior apprentice brother." "Senior apprentice brother, then what about Yi Yuan?" That disciple raised his eyelids and said with a fake smile, "Him. That was Tianying Peak's last abode already. This junior apprentice brother will have to be inconvenienced and go to other stray peaks to open up an abode yourself." As he said, he took out an array flag and placed it in front of Yi Yuan with a smile and said, "This is the Spirit Gathering Formations array flag, you go to Firecloud Peak right now. As long as you find the eye of the spiritual vein there and open up an abode, then deploy the array flag, it will naturally be able to gather spiritual energy and become your own abode." Seng Yu's expression changed when he heard that and said, "How can it be so coincidental? Senior apprentice brother, I heard that opening up an abode is very dangerous. That place is all desolate mountain peaks, fierce beasts everywhere. Quite a few disciples have been buried there." That disciple's gaze turned cold and he said, "Dangerous? Opening up an abode is dangerous. This main peak, 9 sub-peaks, several hundred stray peaks, which one wasn't opened up by Shadow Moon sect disciples? Why is there an exception when it comes to him?" Seng Yu had just received Yi Yuan's pointers and was endlessly grateful toward Yi Yuan. He could not bear to see Yi Yuan take the risk and could not refrain from saying, "Senior apprentice brother, why don't you take a look again? Perhaps there are still vacant abodes on the stray peaks in this vicinity." The moment that disciple heard, he said in a great rage, "Insolence. Ask you to go where? That's where you go, what's with all the crap? I said don't have means don't have, could it be that you want to replace me on duty?" Seng Yu was merely a newcomer, how could he dare to argue? He said with a guilty conscience, Dare not. Senior apprentice brother, how about this, give my abode to Yi Yuan, I'll go open up an abode." That disciple's face fell and he was just about to fly off the handle but heard Yi Yuan pick up the array flag and say coolly, "All right, don't need to be long-winded anymore. This guy has clearly been bribed by people already, deliberately making me go to Firecloud Peak to open up an abode, then get killed by fierce beasts. You're just looking for a rebuff by telling him these." Seng Yu's face changed, only then, coming to a realization. That disciple's expression similarly changed and he said in a cold voice, "Punk, you dare to talk to your senior brother like this?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance scornfully and said coolly, "You already want to kill me, so could it be that I still have to speak to you politely? Moreover, who the hell do you think you are, to be fit to be called as my senior brother?" That disciple assigning abodes was merely a 9th firmament divine lord, so Yi Yuan did not take him seriously yet. That disciple's expression turned cold and he said with a cold smile, "Very well, looks like it's a very proud newcomer. Then I'll let you take a look at whether I'm fit to be your senior brother or not." Within the radius of Shadowmoon sect's main peak and sub-peaks, it was forbidden for disciples to kill one another. But with a valid reason, taking action against a disciple for a bit was no issue. That disciple saw that Yuan was merely 6th Firmament Divine Lord and actually dared to be insolent in front of him. So he was also genuinely angered. No wonder senior apprentice brother Qian Yi wanted to teach this guy a lesson. Looks like this punk was used to being condescending. While talking, that disciple's 9th Firmament Divine Lord aura suddenly released. A slap smacked over toward Yuan's face as quick as lightning. Yuan, be careful. Sang Yu did not think that this guy would attack the moment he said so. It was already too late to want to stop it. The other party was 9th Firmament Divine Lord. His strength was more than a level stronger than him. An incomparably resounding slap transmitted over. That disciple was directly slapped flying out. Chapter 1799 Obstructed Tillage Spiritual Eye. Is there a mistake? My eyesight isn't failing, right? A 6th Firmament Divine Lord smacked a 9th Firmament Divine Lord flying with one slap. Even though there were only a few disciples in the hall, this scene still made them extremely shocked. That disciple held his face, his teeth already knocked out. Looking at Yuan, his eyes were full of fear. Yuan looked at him and said with an indifferent look, "Those people got you to do things, didn't they tell you not to provoke me? You're the disciple assigning abodes and have the authority to assign where disciples go. I originally didn't plan on refusing either, yet, you were looking for a beating yourself. Then I can't be blamed." Done talking, Yuan took the array flag, turned around, and was about to leave. "Wait a minute, Yuan, I'll go together with you," Sang Yu suddenly said. He turned to that disciple and said, "That whatever dog fart abode, I don't want it anymore. You give me an array flag. I'll go to Firecloud Peak too." Yuan's brows furrowed and said, "They are making me go to Firecloud Peak because that place is definitely very dangerous. You have no need to take the risk with me." But Sang Yu had a calm look and said smilingly, "My strength is inferior to yours, but it's more or less an assistance. Moreover, opening up an abode, I'll just take it as a trial." The moment Yuan heard, he understood in his heart. Sang Yu was a smart man too. He gave a pointer or two and he already found his original heart. Cultivating was sailing against the current to begin with. If this Sang Yu thought that he soared to the heavens in one bound after entering the Shadowmoon sect, that would be wasting his talents. Yuan nodded his head and said, "Let's go together then." Looking at the two people's departing back view, that disciple had a venomous look on his face. "Hey, the Firecloud Peak is a desolate land with countless rank 4 fierce beasts. There are even quite a few rank 5 existents. There are already no fewer than several dozen people among the disciples who wanted to open up an abode. I don't believe that you guys can still return." On Firecloud Peak, it was indeed desolate and bleak, with traces of fierce beasts everywhere. The powerful undulations coming from the surroundings made Sang Yu's complexion somewhat pale. "Yuan, this Firecloud Peak is truly riddled with perils. Those guys really want your life." Sang Yu immediately understood those people's intentions after arriving at Firecloud Peak. He vaguely knew that Yuan had conflicts with the 3 major factions, but he did not expect that those people were actually so vicious. Yuan smiled and said, "As long as the ordeals that others give me can't kill me, it will all make me stronger. This will become a nightmare for them." Sang Yu's expression turned austere. He discovered that he was too far apart from Yuan in terms of heart realm. Under Yuan's influence, Sang Yu's mind also gradually settled down. "What should we do now?" Sang Yu asked. Yuan thought about it and said, "Familiarize ourselves with the environment first. Let's walk toward the place with the richest spiritual energy. Since it's an undeveloped stray peak, then we naturally have to choose the best eye of the spiritual vein." Sang Yu nodded and said, "The spiritual energy in the southwest direction seems to be rather thick. Let's go over and take a look." Yuan nodded his head and headed in the southwest direction together with Sang Yu. Along the way, the astonishment in Sang Yu's heart grew more and more. The strength that Yuan displayed made him dare not to look straight at him. Those ordinary rank 4 fierce beasts could not take a single blow at all in front of him. Even the late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts comparable to 8th Firmament Divine Lords were also not enemies that could last one exchange with Yuan. Only those peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts could tussle with Yuan for a while. But in the end, they still could not escape the fate of being slaughtered. After separating from Baili Qingyan, Yuan tempered himself in the Shadowmoon mountain range. Presently, his realm already thoroughly consolidated, his strength improving further as well. Sang Yu originally thought that Yuan being able to smack a 9th firmament divine lord flying with one slap more or less had some elements of luck involved. Only now did he know that that 9th firmament divine lord was too weak. That 9th firmament divine lord was completely too weak to stand up to competition compared to these peak late stage rank 4 fierce beasts. And these peak late stage rank 4 fierce beasts were similarly finished off in one blow in front of Yuan. With one comparison, the level was immediately established. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Sang Yu's mind. Recalling the scene of the entrance examination, his eyes revealed deep shock. Everyone was mocking Yuan, thinking that Yuan only got first place by being stained with Baili Qingyan's light. Looking at it now, it was simply Baili Qingyan getting stained by Yuan's light. Sang Yu naturally knew Baili Qingyan's prowess. But he believed that no matter how formidable Baili Qingyan was, it also would not be so effortless when facing peak late stage rank 4 fierce beasts. During these past few days, he personally saw Yuan slay 3 peak late stage rank 4 fierce beasts alone. This kind of combat power already exceeded the scope of a 9th firmament divine lord. It turned out that Yuan was the number 1 person in the entrance examination this time. And this glory was shamelessly usurped by the immortal abode sect in Baili Qingyan. But why didn't Yuan contend? Sang Yu's mind revolved like lightning, thinking of many things in an instant. The spiritual energy in front seems to be somewhat different, Yuan suddenly said. Sang Yu said in surprise, different. Yuan nodded and said, the spiritual energy here should be the thickest place in the entire Firecloud Peak already. But in that area, spiritual energy is extremely thin. Sang Yu was startled and said, such a great distance, you can feel it. Yuan smiled and said, let's go over and take a look. There might be an unexpected find. The two people gradually approached. Sure enough, Sang Yu discovered that the spiritual energy seemed to have disappeared all at once, suddenly becoming much thinner. What's going on here? Logically speaking, this position should be the eye of the spiritual vein. Why is the spiritual energy so thin? Sang Yu said with a frown. He did not notice that Yuan's gaze gradually became bright. Hey, don't know if it's the Cloudsword lineage or Soaring Flower lineage, they really gave us a big gift. Yuan said in surprise. Sang Yu felt puzzled and said, a big gift? The spiritual energy here is so thin, why would it be a big gift? Yuan smiled and said, have you heard before of obstructed tillage spiritual eye? Sang Yu's entire body trembled when he heard that and said in panic, You're talking about the obstructed tillage spiritual eye whose spiritual energy thickness is even above level 9. Yuan smiled and said, that's right. In a spiritual vein, there were numerous spiritual vein eyes. They were divided into a total of 9 levels according to the concentration of spiritual energy. But above level 9, there were still some extremely hard to come across spiritual vein terrains. Obstructed tillage spiritual eye was one of them. These spiritual vein eyes required an extremely complex environment before it could form. Furthermore, it was very hard to identify. Even if ordinary saw it, they might not be able to recognize it too. Of course, this could not stump Dustless. Obstructed tillage spiritual eye has the spiritual energy's eruption obstructed by a special terrain. In the course of time, it will produce extremely thick spiritual energy. Once opened, the spiritual energy concentration would be far above level 9. Heh, don't you think we picked up a great bargain? Yuan said with a smile. Encountering an obstructed tillage spiritual eye, he was very delighted too. He was currently very eager to increase his strength too. Being able to encounter this kind of obstructed tillage spiritual eye would hasten his cultivation speed 10 times over. His luck was really not the ordinary kind of good. Chapter 1800 enough to guard the door. When Yuan laid down the last divine essence stone, the originally thin spiritual energy suddenly spewed out frenziedly like a volcanic eruption. That violent spiritual energy was akin to materializing, visible to the naked eye. Sang Yu's face revealed a look of wild elation as he said with a big laugh, ha ha ha. Yuan, this time, it's really all thanks to you. I didn't expect that we actually ran into an obstructed tillage spiritual eye. Under such berserk spiritual energy, me breaking through to become an 8th firmament divine lord is also a matter of within these few days. He originally felt that Yuan coming to open up an abode was too dangerous. That was why he came to help. In the end, he did not help much and got a great bargain for nothing. Yuan smiled and said, with this spiritual energy's concentration, our cultivation shouldn't have any worries within 1,000 years. However, we have to cover up the eruption of spiritual energy here. Otherwise, it will definitely attract the coveting of observant people. Sang Yu deeply felt that way too and said with a nod, what you said is right. But wanting to block such berserk spiritual energy is probably not easy. Yuan smiled and started bustling around again. After several hours, the spiritual energy in this place returned to tranquility. On the surface, it did not look any different from the other places again. But under the tranquility, that turbulent and surging spiritual energy made each of their pores relax and open up. Looking at Yuan's bustling figure, the shock in Sang Yu's heart grew stronger. This guy was simply unfathomable. The two people were currently busying about when Sang Yu suddenly felt his heart palpitate. Several horrifying auras suddenly appeared from all directions. Following that, 3 fierce beasts with different forms slowly walked out of the dense woods from 3 directions. A deer-formed fierce beast said in human language, "Hey, didn't expect that there's actually a spiritual eye with such thick spiritual energy on this firecloud peak." Very clearly, these 3 fierce beasts had already unlocked spiritual wisdom. Yuan, this, 3 rank 5 fierce beasts. Sang Yu instantly turned deathly pale. The joy of encountering the obstructed tillage spiritual eye immediately evaporated into thin air. Yuan was still busying about with his own things and did not seem to have the intention of paying attention to these 3 fierce beasts at all. A wild boar similarly spoke in the human tongue, "Kid, in order to reward you, your grandpa pig will personally eat you." Another giant bear said, "Damn fat pig, old dear, this place has nothing to do with you, get further away." "Damn black bear, who the hell do you think you are? Do you really think that Grandpa Pig will be scared of you?" The 3 fierce beasts did not place Yuan and Sang Yu in their sights at all, as if this place was already their territory. At this time, Yuan slowly stood up and said with a look of relief, "Finally done with it." That giant bear said, "Heh heh, this kid has some capability, to actually completely conceal this spiritual eye. Completely can't see anything strange from the outside. Alright, kid, quickly run. Grandpa Bear gives you 10 breaths of time. If you can escape, that's your life being tenacious." Yuan ignored him and said with Sang Yu with a smile, "The remaining is opening up the abode. Stop stoning, quickly get to work." Sang Yu was about to go crazy. How could this guy's nerves be so thick? Didn't you see that rank 5 fierce beasts talking to you? That old deer laughed loudly as he said, "Ha ha ha, damn black bear, you are being ignored by a rank 4 punk, truly disgraceful." The giant bear was angered when he heard that and said, "Brat, Grandpa Bear is talking to you. Did you hear me?" Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Damn black bear, you were talking to me." The giant bear had black lines on its head. This kid completely did not know what being scared was. "Damn brat, to dare make fun of your Grandpa Bear, be careful that Grandpa Bear smacks you into mush with one smack." The giant bear was greatly enraged and slowly raised its enormous bear claws, assuming a posture of smacking toward Yuan. Yuan smiled and said, "The 3 of you guys took a liking to the obstructed tillage spiritual eye. If you guys want to cultivate here, can as well, but you have to protect the abode well for me. Otherwise, I'll kick you all out." Yuan's words made the 3 fierce beasts thoroughly dumbfounded. Sang Yu listened until his scalp tingled. Yuan was crazy, right? To actually provoke 3 great rank 5 fierce beasts. Ha ha ha, this brat actually wants us to guard his door. Looks like he's really a fool. Grandpa Bear will send you on your way. The giant bear laughed loudly, smacking a slap toward Yuan. This slap was truly daunting to the extreme. The might of the celestial deity realm could not be stopped. But right at this time, an incomparably cold aura suddenly appeared. The moment this aura appeared, it was actually even stronger than the giant bear's palm. The giant bear's large body was directly sent flying out. When the other 2 fierce beasts saw this scene, their eyes were full of astonishment. How could they have thought that Yuan actually still had such a powerful evil spirit following around him? Sang Yu looked at that evil spirit, a chill running down his spine. He did not think that not only was Yuan's own strength powerful, but there was also actually still such a terrifying evil spirit following by his side. The giant bear roared and said angrily, "Damn brat, to actually dare sneak attack me. You're dead for sure, a mere evil spirit, you think that you can rest easy without a care." Yuan grinned and said, "Big stupid bear, you alone isn't enough. Get the two of them to attack together. Although the three of you are a bit weak, it's enough to guard my door for me." Yuan's words made the giant bear even more infuriated. "Punk, Grandpa Bear will tear you to pieces." While talking, the giant bear waved its terrifying giant paw, clashing together with the evil spirit. This time, he brought out all of his strength. However, the giant bear discovered that he was wrong very quickly. Outrageously wrong. Yuan's words just now were not a false statement. This evil spirit was too strong. In a few rounds, it beat him until he did not have the slightest strength to retaliate, crying out strangely. The giant bear shouted, "What are the two of you still stoning for? Don't you guys want to cultivate here anymore?" When the wild boar and old deer heard this, they exchanged a glance and also joined in the fray. With three fierce beasts attacking together, the situation finally took a turn for the better. However, the evil spirit under Dustless's control was seriously too strong. His Ghost Dao 100 runes was used at the highest level, forcefully raising the evil spirit's combat power several levels. Three rank 5 fierce beasts were actually suppressed firmly by an evil spirit. By the side, Sengyu was long dumbstruck with amazement from watching. This evil spirit's aura was logically speaking not as strong as the three fierce beasts, but his combat power was abnormally terrifying. Sure enough, around freaks were all freaks. It was just that he could not figure out, why would a rank 5 evil spirit submit itself to Yuan? Three beasts and a ghost fought intensely for a full 2 hours, fighting until the entire Firecloud Peak was thrown into chaos. On Firecloud Peak, wails of fierce beasts would transmit over from time to time. The giant bear shouted, "Not fighting anymore. Not fighting anymore. We admit defeat." The three powerful fierce beasts had bloody noses and swollen faces at this time, wounds all over their bodies, their auras incomparably disorderly. They were finally beaten into submission by Dustless. Yuan smiled and said, "How is it? Agree to guard my door for me now." The three fierce beasts exchanged glances and actually could not make up their minds for a moment. They were Firecloud Peak's kings, but guarding the door for a human was too shameful. But they also could not resist the temptation of the obstructed tillage spiritual eye. How frustrating. Chapter 18:01 Three beasts showing off their power. Outside Firecloud Peak, three figures stood in the air. The person in front was wearing a blue long robe. His aura was powerful. He was already a celestial deity realm powerhouse. If Yuan were here, he would be able to recognize that this person was precisely Qian Yi. And the two people behind him, one was the Zhang Hanlin who had entered the sect not long, while the other was that disciple who arranged for Yuan to enter the Firecloud Peak to open up an abode. Wang Quan, pretty well done this time. From today onward, you're my soaring flower lineage's outer member. This medicinal pill is your reward. Qian Yi casually threw a medicinal pill over, his tone full of arrogance. However, Wang Quan did not mind at all. In fact, he was wildly ecstatic instead. "Many thanks, Senior Apprentice Brother Qian Yi. In the future, if Senior Apprentice Brother Qian Yi has any instruction that you want to give, Wang Quan offers his service. Feel free to speak up. Wang Quan will definitely brave any danger to perform my duty." Qian Yi nodded his head and said, "You're certain that they entered Firecloud Peak?" Wang Quan hurriedly said, "Senior Apprentice Brother, rest assured. That day, I constantly kept watch on him and saw that the two of them indeed entered Firecloud Peak." Qian Yi said coolly, "The spiritual energy on Firecloud Peak is sparse. Furthermore, there are quite a few rank 5 fierce beasts. That punk has high regard for himself, going along with the current, wanting to come here to train. But if he encountered rank 5 fierce beasts, that's certain death. Come, let's go take a look." Qian Yi was very confident in his own strength. Even if he ran into rank 5 fierce beasts, he also had confidence in retreating unscathed. Right at this time, several more figures flew closer from afar. There were 3 groups of people among the arrivals. They seemed to have made an appointment, arriving at this desolate Firecloud Peak at the same time. Qian Yi's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold smile, "You guys really know how to pick up a bargain." Beside Duan Qinghong, a youth in white said, "Hey, Qian Yi, don't say that. It's your movement that was too fast." This person's aura was not the slightest bit weaker than Qian-Yi's, also a celestial deity realm powerhouse. These two people were of the Cloudsword lineage. There were also two other groups of people. One batch was the immortal abode lineage's Zhang Shuiyan. The other batch was the devil elephant lineage. Who could it be if not Song Ting? Hey, you can't say that. Screwing a puny little Yi Yuan to death doesn't take much effort. Didn't you take his life by playing a small trick? Zhang Shuiyan said with a smile. Qian-Yi pursed his lips and said disdainfully, when we were at the Shadowmoon mountain range, you insisted on doing something superfluous and stopping me. Now, you're going to kill him. Zhang Shuiyan smiled and said, times have changed. You were going to make a move against Bailey at that time. Qian-Yi gave a cold snort and said, enough crap. Since everybody is here, why not go to Firecloud Peak and take a look? I believe that with the few of our strengths, making a round-trip exploration shouldn't be an issue. The moment these words came out, everyone all nodded. Several mighty celestial deity realm disciples taking action, even if there were rank 5 fierce beasts, they could also deal with it. The party went down to the Firecloud Peak and started searching for Yi Yuan two people's traces. The traces that Yi Yuan left behind were very obvious. There were quite a few places on the mountain that had traces of fighting. They were not hard to find. Qian-Yi and the rest did not spend much time and found the corpses of fierce beasts strewn all over the ground. When they saw the corpses of those 3 peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts, the expressions on their faces became solemn. This kid's combat power is too strong. Just a 6th firmament divine lord and he can actually kill 3 peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts. Furthermore, it looks like the battle didn't last long. Qian-Yi said with a solemn face. But Zhang Shuiyan said coolly, what's so strange about it? How do you think he got first place in the first round's assessment? Therefore, he must die. Everyone all nodded when they heard it. The appearance of such a genius would break the balance of the 3 major factions. This kind of situation was absolutely not allowed to happen. Yi Yuan being assigned to Tianying Peak, the 3 major factions clearly contributed to it. Otherwise, with the talent that Yi Yuan displayed, even if he did not have a powerful faction behind him, it was also absolutely impossible to be assigned to Tianying Peak. The Cloudsword sect celestial deity realm disciple, Yi Qingshang, said with a smile that was not a smile, the spiritual energy ahead is getting richer and richer. Looks like the abode he chose lies not far ahead, but this kind of place is also very close to rank 5 fierce beasts territories already, right? Hearing Yi Qingshang's words, everyone also revealed knowing smiles. Even if Yi Yuan had astonishing talent, encountering rank 5 fierce beasts were also certain death. Everyone followed Yi Yuan's footprints and gradually closed in on the place where the obstructed tillage spiritual eye was at. This Firecloud Peak is really a remote hinterland. The place with the thickest spiritual energy also can't compare to a level 3 abode. Feeling the surrounding spiritual energy, Qian-Yi said with a disdainful look. The other people's faces also revealed expressions that deeply felt that way too. The abodes that they cultivated in, those were all very high-grade spiritual eyes. Toward the Firecloud Peak, this sort of place, they naturally looked down on it. Tianying Peak was originally the spiritual vein with the most impoverished spiritual energy, and Firecloud Peak was even a stray peak with very sparse spiritual energy within the radius of Tianying Peak. The spiritual energy here could be imagined. All of a sudden, a series of beast roars echoed out. Countless powerful auras instantly rang from all directions. When the few people heard, their scalps immediately tingled. The aura of each fierce beast was extremely powerful. Among them, there were several which were clearly rank 5 fierce beasts. Not good. Why would so many fierce beasts suddenly appear? Quickly go. I can't stay in this place. Zhang Shuiyan's expression changed greatly as she said. However, her voice had yet to fade when 3 fierce beasts directly scurried out of the dense woods, surrounding the few people in the center. Desolate Cloud Ancient Bear, Gold Rainbow Skyphian Deer, Dragon Thunder Mystic Hog. When Qian-Yi saw these 3 rank 5 fierce beasts, he was frightened out of his wits. Although these 3 fierce beasts were only initial stage rank 5, their strengths were definitely much stronger than them, these first firmament celestial deities. If it was only one, the few of them could still barely manage to deal with it. 3 appearing all at once, this was simply fatal. These 3 fierce beasts were naturally those 3 that Yi Yuan subdued. They were finally still unable to resist the temptation of the obstructed tillage spiritual eye and chose to submit. After all, Firecloud Peak's spiritual energy was still relatively speaking a little too impoverished. Reckless and blind things, to actually dare interrupt Grandpa Bear's cultivation, deserve to die. The Dragon Thunder Mystic Hog said, "Damn Black Bear, talk what nonsense with them. Just directly kill them." The Gold Rainbow Skyphian Deer also said, "Kill. Grandpa Deer, I still have to cultivate." The three people did not take nonsense either, directly charging over towards Qian Yi and the rest. In an instant, the few people were forced until they were in a fluster by three incomparably powerful fierce beasts. These few fellows already unlocked spiritual wisdom, were not their match. "Quickly run," Zhang Shuiyan yelled. How could the few people dare to linger, frantically wanting to break out of the encirclement? However, how could these three fierce beasts be easy to get along with? Wanting to run was not that easy too. For some time, Qian Yi and the rest fell into a bitter fight. That Wang Quan was only a ninth firmament divine lord. Being hit by a slap from the desolate cloud ancient bear, he directly died until not even dregs remained. It was a pity that he joined the soaring flower lineage for less than a day and ended up perishing, with his Tao disappearing. The group of people retreated as they fought, wanting to fly out of the boundary of Firecloud Peak. At that time, no matter how strong these three fierce beasts were, they also did not dare to chase after anymore. Chapter 1802 A Zither Melody. Several figures flew out of Firecloud Peak. Each and every one of them was in a hurry. Qian Yi, Yi Qingshang, Zhang Shuiyan, and the rest were all in tattered clothing currently, as if they were beggars. Song Ting, Duan Qinghong, Zhang Hanlin, and the rest, their appearances were even more miserable. They were seriously injured and already on the verge of death. Under the three great fierce beasts' encirclement, this group of people narrowly broke out of the heavy encirclement. But the price paid was also extremely heavy. Qian Yi's expression was livid as he gritted his teeth and said, "Really damn it to hell. Rank 5 fierce beasts are all extremely proud. So how could they possibly join hands with each other? How did Zhang Shuiyan still have any hint of the appearance of a fairy maiden at this time? She was like a crazy woman instead." Hearing Qian Yi's words, she panted and said, "These three fierce beasts must be Firecloud Peak's overlord class existences. Why would they appear in the same area at the same time?" Qian Yi gave a cold snort and said, "Ignore that. Since even those three fierce beasts appeared in the same area, that punk is definitely dead until not even dregs remain already." The rest all nodded their heads in agreement when they heard that. Although very puzzled in their hearts, they did not want to come to this Firecloud Peak anymore. Either way, judging from the traces, Yi Yuan definitely entered that area. Then the outcome that awaited him could only be one. Confirming that Yi Yuan was already dead, they naturally did not have the mind to care about whatever oddity in this remote hinterlands anymore. Yi Qingshang scolded angrily, "If this kid died, then he's died. To actually cause us to be injured like this, truly deserve death." Zhang Shuiyan said coldly, "All right, enough crap. If that kid doesn't die, his threat would be immense to us three great factions. You guys hurry up and bring those two back. Otherwise, they would really die." Qian Yi and Yi Qingshang's faces changed, gave a cold snort, and flew over in the direction of Tianying Peak. After several years, an elegant and ethereal figure arrived at Tianying Peak, immediately attracting a series of sidelong glances. Isn't that the Baili Qingyan of Canopy Peak? Why would she come to our Tianying Peak? Truly beautiful. What's even more damnable is that her talent is even extremely terrifying. I heard that she just entered the sect for a few years, and she already broke through to half-step celestial deity. Truly monstrous. Right now, the sect is already grooming her with all their power, planning on having her take part in the Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave this time. These few years, Baili Qingyan could be said to have no equal in the limelight in the Shadowmoon sect. Her talent utterly crushed her peers. Even some veteran genius disciples were also firmly suppressed by her. The requirements of participating in the Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave was extremely stringent. Skeletal age could not exceed 2,000 years, and one must even be a celestial deity realm powerhouse. In the entire Shadowmoon sect, there were few who satisfied this condition. The likes of Zhang Shuiyan and Qian Yi were all strong contenders for this Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave slots. It was just that their talent compared to Baili Qingyan was still not enough to look at. Baili Qingyan's startling performance during the entrance examination, coupled with the Immortal Abode lineage's powerful strength, the sect had large quantities of resources biased towards her currently. Having talent in addition to resources, Baili Qingyan's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, with a trend of catching up from behind. In just a few years, Baili Qingyan was already almost breaking through to the celestial deity realm. To ordinary disciples, although this step was not considered a heavenly chasm, it absolutely could not be achieved in such a short time. This junior apprentice brother, I wonder where Yi Yuan is at. Baili Qingyan stopped a ninth firmament divine lord disciple. That disciple immediately felt lightheaded, his chest instantly filled with happiness. Except, about this question, he clearly did not know. Asking several people in a row, no one knew Yi Yuan this person. This made Baili Qingyan puzzled. Impossible. With his talent, how can he possibly be unknown in Tianying Peak? Carrying this doubt, Baili Qingyan found the abode assigning disciple again. This junior apprentice brother, I'm Canopy Peak's Baili Qingyan. I want to check Yi Yuan's residence. The present Baili Qingyan already gradually developed the aura of a sovereign. When talking to ordinary disciples, she was akin to a fairy maiden high above the clouds, making people not dare to look her in the eyes. But only toward Yi Yuan, she could not quite let it go all along. Wang Quan already died, so the disciple here naturally is a different person. But even if Baili Qingyan did not introduce herself, he also recognized her, and naturally would not refuse. He checked and saw Yi Yuan's name very soon. His expression could not help changing as he said, Junior apprentice brother Yi was sent to Firecloud Peak, most likely. Baili Qingyan's heart thumped, immediately having a foreboding premonition, and she said anxiously, most likely what? That disciple said, Firecloud Peak isn't developed yet. There are fierce beasts everywhere, and also quite a few rank 5 existences. The disciples who went to open up an abode there have never returned alive before. About junior apprentice brother Yi, there have already been no news for several years. Most likely, he's already buried in Firecloud Peak. Baili Qingyan's face changed and she said in a cold voice, nonsense. With Yi Yuan's strength, how can he possibly die at the hands of fierce beasts? She knew what place Yi Yuan had gone before. How could he possibly have died? That disciple saw Baili Qingyan fly off the handle and immediately did not even dare to breathe loudly, faltering and unable to speak. At the same time, he was also very curious in his heart. Who in the world was this Yi Yuan, to actually be able to make the goddess so concerned? Seeing that disciple not speak, Baili Qingyan bit her lips gently, turned around, and left Tianying Peak, going to find Zhang Shuiyan. Senior apprentice sister, was Yi Yuan's matters arranged by you? Baili Qingyan's face was cold as frost as she questioned. Zhang Shuiyan knew that she could not hide for long and said smilingly, it has nothing to do with me. It was all arranged by Qian Yi. If you want to take revenge, you can go find him. Baili Qingyan's expression changed and she said in shock, take revenge. Yi Yuan, he really died. Zhang Shuiyan recounted the events on that day with a smile. Baili Qingyan immediately turned ashen pale, a sorrowful emotion welling up in her heart. What's with me? I clearly hate him very much. But why do I have a feeling of wanting to cry? When Zhang Shuiyan saw this scene, she could not help heaving a sigh as she said, that kid was too arrogant and insolent on the account of his ability. He didn't know how to restrain himself. He'd die sooner or later in the Shadowmoon sect. Now, isn't it great that he's dead? You can focus on cultivating and strive to break through to the celestial deity realm as soon as possible, and then you can prepare for the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. Baili Qingyan ignored her and left in low spirits. After several days, a Baili Qingyan in white clothes appeared at the top of Firecloud Peak. The Baili Qingyan without any makeup, clad in white, seemed like an otherworldly fairy maiden. In front of her, a zither was placed. You frivolous scoundrel, my Baili Qingyan's zither will only be played for the person I love. But you blackmailed with this and followed me into the Shadowmoon mountain range. I hate you. Now, you and I are separated by death. The promise of that day can no longer be fulfilled. Today, I'll play a melody on my zither. I hope that you can hear my zither sound in the underworld. 10 fingers moving lightly, the sounds of the zither lingered sweetly, spilling throughout the entire Firecloud Peak. 1,000-mile lonely grave, nowhere to speak dreary words. In the zither sound, tenderness and saddened pain exuded everywhere. With the song ending, Baili Qingyan already had tears covering her face. Turned out that my zither strings have already been stirred by you. Baili Qingyan choked. Chapter 1803 Rage. There were no years inside the abode. Time flew, 200 years passed in a flash. On Firecloud Peak, it was still so desolate and barren. But on this day, there were several additional figures on the peak. One of them looked around in a panic and said fearfully, "I heard that this Firecloud Peak has quite a few rank 5 fierce beasts. I hope we won't run into them." The person in the lead said, "Scared of what? Firecloud Peak is so big. There are only that few rank 5 fierce beasts, they will just happen to be encountered by us. As long as we pluck the crimson tail grass, we'll be able to complete the sect's mission." Another person complained, "Really damn it. Why did this crimson tail grass have to grow on Firecloud Peak? Firecloud Peak is more dangerous compared to most of the other places in the Shadowmoon Mountain range." Suddenly, the eyes of that person leading lit up and he said in great joy, "Crimson tail grass." Everyone looked. There was indeed a small tuft of spirit medicine not far away. The crimson-colored leaves trailed very long, like a tail. The few people were overjoyed and hurriedly dashed over. But right at this time, an aura that almost made them suffocate suddenly appeared. Then, an enormous bear appeared in front of them. Desolate Cloud Ancient Bear, R rank 5 fierce beast. Wouldn't be so coincidental, right? When that person in the lead saw the old bear, his face immediately turned deathly pale, his pair of legs quaking. He was a 9th Firmament Divine Lord powerhouse too, but in front of the old bear, his strength was completely not enough to look at. The desolate Cloud Ancient Bear's eyes revealed a murderous gleam and said angrily, "A few damn bugs came to interrupt your Grandpa Bear's cultivation again. You guys really deserve to die." As he said, he swung a big slap over. Under this horrifying pressure, those few Shadowmoon sect disciples could not muster up any desire to resist at all, closing their eyes and waiting for death. "Old bear, don't harm their lives." Suddenly, a voice came out of the dense woods. The old bear's expressions turned solemn, his aura immediately dissipating with the wind. Those few disciples let out a long sigh in relief, feeling joyful from surviving a disaster. Disciple Lin Fan thanks Senior for your life-saving grace. That disciple in the lead bowed down in the direction of the voice. The others also followed suit one after another. In Lin Fan's view, to be able to stop a rank 5 fierce beast with a word, that must be a deacon-level existence. Otherwise, with the ferocious nature of fierce beasts, how could it possibly listen obediently? The old bear said with a disgruntled look, "Ye brat, you finally came out of seclusion." In the dense woods, a youth in white slowly walked out. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? When that group of disciples saw Yi Yuan, their eyeballs almost popped out. They even thought about which senior or expert he was. Messing around for half a day, he was actually the same as them, all Divine Lord Realm martial artists. Except, why would a rank 5 fierce beast be so obedient? Yi Yuan looked at the desolate Cloud Ancient Bear and said with a smile, "Old bear, you don't need to show an appearance like you suffered bitterly and have a deep hatred. In these 200 years, your strength also increased considerably. So shouldn't you thank me?" Yi Yuan's seclusion took 200 years' time. The obstructed tillage spirit eye's abundant energy also made Yi Yuan's realm rise rapidly within the 200 years, breaking through to 9th Firmament Divine Lord in one stroke. The 3 fierce beasts naturally also had a great increase in strength under such berserk spiritual energy. Presently, their strength was already comparable to a human 2nd Firmament celestial deity. Seeing Yi Yuan mention it, the old bear smiled embarrassedly and said, "Heh, isn't it still all thanks to you?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Good that you know." When those few disciples heard Yi Yuan and the desolate Cloud Ancient Bear chatting, each and every one of them was shocked until it could not be greater. When could a human chat so peacefully with fierce beasts? Furthermore, Yi Yuan was just a 9th Firmament Divine Lord. Hearing them talk, Yi Yuan seemed to live in this Firecloud Peak. Wasn't it said that Firecloud Peak was still a barren land, people who opened up abodes all died here? Then, what was going on here? Yi Yuan glanced at the crimson tail grass not far away and said coolly, "You guys are here to look for the crimson tail grass?" Lin Fan drew a deep breath and said with clasped hands, "Yes." "Junior apprentice brother, could this place be your abode?" Yi Yuan slowly nodded, considered to have tacitly acknowledged it, and responded with a question, "Which sub-peak are you all from?" Lin Fan did not dare to dawdle and answered, "The few of us are from Heavenly Heart Peak. Because we received the sect's missions and need to use the crimson tail grass, that's why we came to Firecloud Peak. We didn't expect to disturb junior apprentice brother's quiet cultivation." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "It just so happens that I exited seclusion today. Otherwise, Old Bear probably won't let you guys off. His words made everyone's hearts clench, secretly thinking that they got lucky. That slap of Old Bear smacking down earlier, none of them could escape. But what surprised them even more was that this rank 5 fierce beast was actually guarding Yi Yuan's door. Who in the world was this guy? Opening up an abode on Firecloud Peak, this young man should be Tianying Peak's disciple. But when did Tianying Peak produce such a monstrous existence? Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked Lin Fan, "Oh, right, I have a good brother called Han Yang, also at your Heavenly Heart Peak. Not seeing him for 200 years, I wonder how he's been doing recently." After the entrance examination back then, Yi Yuan, Han Yang, Yang Fan, and the rest were assigned to different sub-peaks. Han Yang, Yang Fan, and the rest had their own lineages as backers. The sub-peaks that they were assigned to naturally would not be too lousy as well. Heavenly Heart Peak was already considered average level among the 9 peaks, the resources were still rather abundant. Mentioning Han Yang, Lin Fan's face could not help changing. Yi Yuan's heart thumped, immediately having a foreboding premonition. His expression turned cold, a terrifying aura crept out from his body. What's wrong with him? Feeling Yi Yuan's powerful aura, Lin Fan felt like he was almost suffocating. That was the aura of death. Only now did he know that similarly 9th Firmament Divine Lords, but Yi Yuan was God knows how many times stronger than him. After Han Yang entered the sect, he improved very quickly and became an outer sect elite very fast. But, in the last 9 peaks competition, Han Yang ran into Heavenly Bud Peak's Zhang Hanlin. In the end, he was dealt a deadly blow by Zhang Hanlin on the stage. Now, he's already a cripple, being relegated as a miscellaneous affairs disciple. When Lin Fang said finish, he discovered that a layer of frost already hung on Yi Yuan's face, and his heart could not help pounding. He seemed to have seen a blazing fury on Yi Yuan's body. This was bristling with anger, right? You guys pick the crimson tail grass and leave, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Lin Fan was akin to being granted amnesty, being endlessly grateful toward Yi Yuan. Only then did he bid farewell and left. After the few people left, Yi Yuan's face was cold as frost as he gritted his teeth and said, "Qian Yi, Zhang Hanlin, you guys are really ballsy enough." Yi Yuan naturally understood in his heart. Han Yang was remembered by Zhang Hanlin, and hence, he was being implicated by him. His feud with the Soaring Flower lineage grew deeper and deeper. Han Yang, this person was very crude, but he was very straightforward and also very loyal. He was deserving of being a good brother. Old Bear, you guys help me watch over the abode well. I have some matters and need to go somewhere, Yi Yuan said to the Old Bear. Old Bear nodded and said, "Relax, with the 3 of us around, unless it's the Shadow Moon sect's deacon powerhouses that come, otherwise, no one can touch this place." Yi Yuan nodded his head, feet striding out, his figure disappearing from Firecloud Peak. Chapter 1804 Avenging Grievances if there are, taking revenge if there's grudge. Made you transport a few pieces of heavy gold stones and you took your own sweet time. You didn't eat rice, I say, you good for nothing, what use do you have? Why don't you go and die? A 7th Firmament Divine Lord Supervisor held a whip in his hands, landing it viciously on a burly man. That lashing was deep until bone could be seen. He still did not vent his anger like this and followed up with a kick onto that burly man's body, directly kicking him flying. When the burly man landed on the ground, he immediately vomited out a large mouthful of fresh blood. A dozen over miscellaneous affairs disciples stood in front of that supervisor, each and every one incomparably respectful. No one dared to come forward. The supervisor was wearing the outfit of Heavenly Heart Peak's disciples. He was very eye-catching. Han Yang struggled to stand up, gaze looking at the supervisor coldly, clenching his jaws tightly. "You, temper isn't small. Still dare to glare at me? I'll make you stare." Another whip lashed over. The flesh on Han Yang's face was taken out, looking gruesome and savage. That supervisor's technique was clearly extremely accomplished. The divine essence used was just right. This whip landing would not kill people, but it would absolutely flay apart skin and flesh, with the pain penetrating into the marrows. Han Yang had a dark expression as he gritted his teeth and said, "Du Zichuan, I went up the mountain to deliver heavy gold stones, but I just happened to run into Li Jinyao. Then he made me go do stuff. You dare say that this wasn't arranged by you?" Du Zichuan said angrily when he heard that. "Insolent thing, a mere miscellaneous affairs disciple actually dares to slander an outer sect disciple. Have you eaten a bear's heart or leopard's gall? Finished talking, it was another whipping. Du Zichuan said disdainfully, do you think that you're still that high and mighty genius disciple? You're merely a good-for-nothing now. A complete and utter trash. Ha ha ha. With Han Yong being seriously injured by Zhang Hanlin that time, even though he went through a period of healing, he was already unable to return to his peak state. The current Han Yong's realm fell drastically and only had third firmament divine lord cultivation. So in front of Du Zichuan, he did not have the strength to retaliate at all. Han Yong had a dark look on his face as he gritted his teeth and said, you lackey, if you have the capabilities, kill me. Otherwise, there will come a day where you'll regret it. He had a stubborn temper. Although he was humiliated in all kinds of ways, he never gave in. Du Zichuan laughed loudly and said, kill you? Why do I have to kill you? I'm currently happy every day, wouldn't killing you miss out on a lot of fun? Moreover, senior apprentice brother Zhang made me entertain you well. But this time, I'm really not happy anymore. So, you suffer my wrath then. Finished talking, Du Zichuan's whip landed on Han Yong's body like a venomous snake's tongue flashing out. This guy was clearly a master of torturing people. Each lash landing, the flesh and skin on Han Yong's body would be taken out. This was not fatal, but it was even more horrible than death. Han Yong was beaten until he kept rolling on the ground, but refused to make any bit of sound, forcefully enduring it. The whip sounded out but did not land this time. Du Zichuan's expression changed. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and a person suddenly appeared in front of him. That person grabbed the whip firmly in his hand. No matter how Du Zichuan tried to move his whip, he was unable to pull it out. Du Zichuan's face flushed red from exertion as he said, let go. A cold light glinted in Yi Yuan's eyes, his wrist lightly shaking, and the whip slipped out of his hand. Du Zichuan was startled inwardly and said with a grim expression, Who are you, to dare act wildly on my heavenly heart peak? Do you know who I am? Yi Yuan said coolly, I know. You're Zhang Hanlin's lackey. Du Zichuan's face changed. How could he still not know that Yi Yuan was here to find trouble? But he was used to running amok every single day by relying on the fact that he was a member of the Soaring Flower lineage. Hence, he did not take Yi Yuan seriously. Merely an outer sect disciple that he had not seen before, did he still dare to challenge the Soaring Flower lineage? I'm warning you, I'm a member of the Soaring Flower lineage, if you dare to touch me, you won't have a good end. Du Zichuan appeared tough outward but was timid inward as he threatened Yi Yuan. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled. If you didn't say that you're a member of the Soaring Flower lineage, I might still pull my punches with you. But now, you'll die very horribly. Yi Yuan and the Soaring Flower lineage's conflict had a long history. This guy actually used this to threaten him. Truly, the evil that we bring upon ourselves was the hardest to bear. However, Yi Yuan did not immediately do anything to him, but bent over and inspected Han Yong. Han Yong already fainted from the pain. Currently, his body seemed to have blossomed, skin flayed open and flesh torn, not an intact spot on his body from head to tie. The fury in Yi Yuan's heart had long already burst through the fence. Fishing out a medicinal pill, he stuffed it into Han Yong's mouth and used divine essence to help him process it. When Du Zichuan saw this scene, he took the chance when Yi Yuan was not paying attention, wanting to slip away. However, the moment his figure moved, a force already arrived through the air. The back of Du Zichuan's legs were struck, causing him to directly kneel down. Yi Yuan grasped it very accurately. Du Zichuan's legs already completely lost feeling now. He was completely unable to run anymore. Don't be in a hurry. It hasn't started yet, run for what? Yi Yuan's nonchalant voice seemed to have come from the underworld, making him feel a chill run down his spine. He wanted to run, but he could not run. Very soon, Han Yong slowly woke up. The injuries on his body were already recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was all some flesh wound. While it was painful, it was not a big deal. Of course, it was also that Yi Yuan came in the nick of time. Otherwise, it would be hard to say. Why Yi Yuan, you actually didn't die. When Han Yong opened his eyes and saw Yi Yuan, he could not help looking shocked. Ever since 200 years ago, with Bailey Qingyan playing a melody on the zither on Firecloud Peak, everyone already knew that Yi Yuan died. But Yi Yuan was actually standing in front of him alive now. No, wait, 200 years' time, breaking through from a 6th Firmament Divine Lord to becoming a 9th Firmament Divine Lord, what was this speed? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Some things, talk again later. Right now, we will be avenging grievances if there are, taking revenge if there's grudge. As he said, Yi Yuan passed the whip to Han Yang. Han Yang was taken aback and immediately understood. These few years, he was tormented by Du Zichuan till the verge of death. Many times, he wished to commit suicide but endured it. He was someone with a very tough and tenacious personality, he still pulled through in the end. Even though he knew that it was difficult to recover to his peak again, he always held on to that glimmer of hope. Han Yang received the whip and said through gnashed teeth, Yi Yuan, thank you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, we're brothers, thanking me for what? This is merely a small fry. So hurry up and finish him off. Do you dare to make a scene with me? Han Yang's expression changed, immediately guessing what Yi Yuan wanted to do. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm already like this, what's not to dare? Even if I can't return to the peak, this grudge, I have to avenge it too. It's just that, it will drag you down like this. Yi Yuan sneered and said, drag me down. Heh heh, my enmity with the soaring flower lineage has long been irreconcilable hatred already. Han Yang was stunned and suddenly nodded and said, you're not even scared, what am I afraid of? But this Du Zichuan, I must vent this frustration properly today. Finished talking, Han Yang slowly walked over toward Du Zichuan. Du Zichuan's expression changed and he threatened, Han Yang, you good for nothing. Do you dare to hit me? Han Yang smiled coldly and said, are you stupid? Not hitting you these few years was because I couldn't beat you. Otherwise, you'd have long died 10,000 times. Now, my brother is here. So you just savor it well. Chapter 1805 Kowtow and apologize. Are you all a bunch of pigs? Can't even handle such a small matter. This time, you let Duan Qinghong that damn thing gets off cheap again. Inside a small room on Heavenly Bud Peak, Zhang Hanlin was currently bellowing at the soaring flower lineage's disciples. Clearly, he was very upset. After 200 years of cultivation, Zhang Hanlin, who had talent surpassing others, already broke through to become a half-step celestial deity. Just one more step and he could reach celestial deity realm. And he would also become the soaring flower lineage's outer sect #1 person officially. Duan Qinghong and he were running neck to neck, similarly becoming the Cloudsword lineage's outer sect #1 person. These two people had also been secretly competing all along. Zhang Hanlin scolded the disciples fiercely. Suddenly, someone came to report, saying that someone outside was looking for him. He gave a cold snort and said angrily, you all just wait, you will all get it. The moment he went out the door, Zhang Hanlin saw Du Zichuan whose skin was flayed open, his flesh torn. His face fell and he said, Du Zichuan, who beat you until like this? Although Du Zichuan's talent wasn't much, he knew how to ingratiate himself to people very well and was also very reliable when doing things. So Zhang Hanlin liked him a lot. One had to look at the master when beating a dog too. This Shadow Moon sect actually still had someone who dared to touch his, Zhang Hanlin's, people. It's me. Behind Du Zichuan, a figure appeared. Zhang Hanlin was just about to fly off the handle when he suddenly jumped up like he saw a ghost and said stammeringly, why you? Why aren't you dead? You didn't die, how could I dare die? His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan raised his hand like lightning and gave a slap. Clear and resonant. Caught off guard, Zhang Hanlin was directly slapped by Yi Yuan until he looked for teeth on the ground. Of course, even if he was prepared, it was also impossible to dodge this strike of Yi Yuan's. This scene immediately attracted a large group of disciples to surround and watch. Who is this person, to actually dare hit Zhang Hanlin? He doesn't want to live anymore. Never seen before. When did such a powerful existence appear among the outer sect disciples? Just now was just a sneak attack, right? With Zhang Hanlin's strength, it's impossible for him, a 9th firmament divine lord, to be Zhang Hanlin's match. Zhang Hanlin crawled to his feet and only felt the world spinning around, unable to find his bearing at all. Only after swaying for a long time did he vaguely see Yi Yuan's figure. He roared angrily, you actually dare to hit me. I'll tell you very clearly, you'll die very miserably. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, these words, regardless whether it's you, or Qian Yi, or Zhang Shuiyan, you've said it many times already. But I'm still perfectly fine right now. Zhang Hanlin's expression changed, his eyes swiveling around. He knew that he was definitely not Yi Yuan's match, so he could not muster up the thought to resist at all. Back then when Yi Yuan was 6th firmament divine lord, He, a ninth firmament divine lord, was already not a match. The current Yuan already skyrocketed, directly breaking through to become a ninth firmament divine lord. He, this half-step celestial deity, was not totally not enough to look at. This bit, Zhang Hanlin was aware in his heart. What he had to do right now was inform Qian Yi. At this time, the Soaring Flower lineage's disciples also all came out. He secretly made a hand gesture to one of his confidants. That disciple understood and turned around and left. How could this scene escape Yi Yuan's eyes? However, he did not stop him but allowed him to leave. Today, Yi Yuan was hell-bent on blowing the matter up. Go, kowtow and apologize to my brother. Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhang Hanlin was taken aback. Looking over in the direction Yi Yuan pointed, his expression could not help changing. Han Yang, you want me to kowtow and apologize to this trash? No way in hell. If you have the capabilities, kill me. Zhang Hanlin stuck his neck out, revealing an appearance of the situation being so bad that making it worse made no real difference. Except, his words made everyone's jaws hit the ground. People around them were all outer sect disciples. They naturally knew Zhang Hanlin's might and also knew that he normally acted like a tyrant. Today, being given a slap by someone, he actually did not even dare to resist. Everyone used extremely shocked gazes to look at Yi Yuan. What kind of god was this unknown guy? Another slap. The last time, it was the left side of the face. This time, it was the right side of the face. 2 slaps smacked out half of Zhang Hanlin's teeth. On his face, 10 fingerprints could be seen clearly. Not going. Slap until you go. Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhang Hanlin gritted his teeth and said, I'm not going. Fucking hell, do you really think that I am scared of you? Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Hanlin and smiled until his hair stood on ends, and he said, if you feel that you can dodge, feel free and try. Finished talking, his hand raised up unhurriedly, Zhang Hanlin immediately went on full alert. Then, Yi Yuan's hand took his time to slap over. Zhang Hanlin wanted to dodge, his movement technique swift as lightning. At this moment, his half-step celestial deity strength was displayed in its entirety. Another incomparably clear slapping sound sounded out. Zhang Hanlin was smacked until he flew out horizontally. Going or not? Yi Yuan asked again. Not far away, Han Yang's entire person was dumbfounded from watching. Only all the way until today did he know how powerful Yi Yuan's strength was. In front of him, the Zhang Hanlin who was as powerful as a heavenly god actually did not have the slightest strength to retaliate under Yi Yuan's hands. He could not even dodge a slap from Yi Yuan. These two people were not on the same order of magnitude at all. That was a half-step celestial deity. Even though half-step celestial deities were not as good as real celestial deity powerhouses, compared to ninth firmament divine lords, they were powerhouses from a totally different world. But he was still like a fragile paper in front of Yi Yuan. Not talking, then I'll take it as you're not going. Yi Yuan said coolly and slapped again fiercely. Zhang Hanlin was slapped until he saw stars, his entire head giddy. Yi Yuan did not speak either, just smacking slap after slap like this. Finally, Zhang Hanlin could not take it anymore. He could not distinguish north, south, east, west at the moment. He quickly shouted, go. I'll go. Zhang Hanlin knew that he could not hold out until Qian Yi arrived at all. Now, there was only buying time. When Qian Yi arrived, he would return it to Yi Yuan 1,000 times over. Being slapped 4 times in a row by Yi Yuan, Zhang Hanlin's face swelled, turning into a pig's head. Only to see him stall for time step by step, practically shifting in front of Han Yang. Yi Yuan's gaze was sharp as he said in a cold voice, kneel down. Zhang Hanlin was beaten silly by Yi Yuan. Hearing these words, he could not hold on anymore and kneel down with a thud. What you should do, don't need me to teach you, right? Yi Yuan said coldly. Zhang Hanlin hurriedly said, no need, no need. Han Yang, I'm sorry. As he said, Zhang Hanlin apologized as he kowtowed. Yi Yuan said coldly, if I don't make you stop, you're not allowed to stop. Kowtow all the way until my brother is satisfied. How could Zhang Hanlin dare to stop? He kept on kowtowing just like that and kept apologizing. When everyone saw this scene, all of them opened their mouths wide, eyes full of disbelief. Since Zhang Hanlin entered the sect for over 200 years, it had always been him screwing with people. When was it other people's turn to humiliate him like this? But they also secretly broke into a sweat with fright for Yi Yuan. This was offending the soaring flower lineage's people to the core. Chapter 1806 Not giving face to anybody. On Heavenly Bud Peak, the people surrounding and watching God more and more. Sweat gradually seeped out on Han Yong's forehead. This commotion was a little too big. Carry on stirring up trouble like this, it would alarm the sect. The matters between disciples, as long as it did not get too overboard and did not violate the sect's rules, the sect would not care too much. But this incident today was blown out a little too big. Yi Yuan, it's really heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk, hell has no gate yet you want to barge inside. The person had yet to arrive and the voice arrived first. Clearly, it was Qian Yi who came. The moment Zhang Hanlin heard this voice, he was immediately overjoyed. Scrambling to his feet, he laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, you're dead for sure this time. To dare offend my soaring flower lineage, you're really tired of living." Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at a fool and directly kicked a foot over. Zhang Hanlin wanted to dodge, but how could he dodge? He took a hit solidly and could not get up for quite a while. "All right, now that my brother's scores are squared, we should settle ours." Yi Yuan stomped on his chest and said coldly. Qian Yi rushed over and just happened to see this scene, and immediately burned with fury. "Yi Yuan, let Zhang Hanlin go. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly," Qian Yi said in a great rage. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Are your soaring flower lineage all idiots? You're already making me die very horribly, why would I still let him go?" When everyone heard Yi Yuan's arrogant words, they all had shocked faces. That was Qian Yi. This guy actually dared to speak to Qian Yi like this, he really did not know how the word death was written. As he said, Yi Yuan even stomped on Zhang Hanlin's chest viciously. Zhang Hanlin vomited out a large mouthful of blood with a cough. Zhang Hanlin went utterly mad. Holding blood in his mouth, he laughed angrily and said, "Yi Yuan, you just hit. The harder you hit, the more terrifying senior apprentice brother Qian Yi's revenge. Could you even dare to kill me? Bring it on, kill me, ha ha ha." Qian Yi had a dark look as he closed in on Yi Yuan step by step, aura growing stronger and stronger. What Hanlin said is right, even if lend you a few galls, do you dare to kill him? Using a person you don't dare to kill to come and threaten me, how foolish are you? Each step he took, Qian Yi's aura climbed up a great deal. The pressure of celestial deity realm forced everyone to fall back repeatedly. While Yi Yuan was bearing the brunt of it, he wanted to use his aura to make Yi Yuan submit. Right at this time, the sound of bone breaking sounded out. Zhang Hanlin spewed out another large mouthful of blood, his injuries already extremely severe. Yi Yuan stomped down without the least bit of mercy. He looked at Qian Yi and said with a faint smile, "You said that. I don't dare to kill him. You try saying it one more time." The force under Yi Yuan's foot grew heavier and heavier. Zhang Hanlin's eyes rolled back, the blood in his mouth dribbling out, it was evident he could not survive anymore. When Qian Yi saw this scene, his eyes could not help turning intent, the imposing momentum on his body immediately dissipating into thin air. He thought that with his imposing momentum coupled with the sect's rules, he could break Yi Yuan's will. But who knew that Yi Yuan was not moved at all? "Yi Yuan, you're mad. You dare to kill your fellow apprentice within the sect." Qian Yi's voice was grim to the extreme. "Fellow apprentice, hey, these two words coming out of your mouth is really satire. During the entrance examination, Zhang Hanlin already wanted to kill me. But his strength was lacking. When it was evident that he was going to be killed by me, you ambushed me with celestial deity realm cultivation. Later, I entered the sect, you used despicable means to make me go to Firecloud Peak to open up an abode. You dare say that, you didn't do it in order to kill me. If it's merely these, forget it too. Han Yang had no grudge nor enmity with you guys. But just because of our relationship, Zhang Hanlin crippled his cultivation and even had his subordinates humiliate him. Today, you guys must die." Yi Yuan's words were cast loudly, making everyone get a big shock. They had never heard before that among the disciples who entered the sect this season, there was actually still such a monstrous existence. The key point was that Qian Yi went to ambush Yi Yuan with first firmament celestial deity strength and Yi Yuan actually survived safe and sound. This kind of thing was simply inconceivable. Qian Yi's methods also indeed made people feel contempt. Entrance examination, to actually deal a deadly blow toward a disciple who had not officially entered the sect, too shameless. Qian Yi looked at the Zhang Hanlin spasming on the ground and said in a solemn voice, "You quickly let him go. If Zhang Hanlin dies, you have to die too." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? That doesn't need you to worry about it." Qian Yi's expression was gloomy, his gaze also flickering waveringly. Suddenly, several figures flew over from the horizon. Qian Yi's eyes lit up, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became gloating. "Impudent thing, to actually dare harm your fellow apprentice in broad daylight. How do you plead?" A middle-aged man landed from the sky. His aura was extraordinary, he was clearly a high-level celestial deity realm. Looking at the Zhang Hanlin who was already heavily injured on the verge of death under Yi Yuan's foot, the middle-aged man was greatly enraged. Qian Yi cupped his fists and said, "Deacon Zheng, this boy is very cruel and savage. He beat Zhang Hanlin until like this without a word after coming up Heavenly Bud Peak. Not eliminating this fiend, our Shadow Moon sect disciples will be bitterly disappointed." Deacon Zheng glared at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "This seat is the Law Enforcement Hall's Deacon Zheng Yunj. Now, I order you to let Zhang Hanlin go and surrender without resisting, and accept the sect's punishment." Yi Yuan looked at Deacon Zheng and suddenly grinned and said, "Deacon Zheng, if I didn't guess wrongly, you're also a member of the Soaring Flower lineage, right?" Deacon Zheng's face changed and he said in a cold voice, "Insolence. Upon entering the sect, all of us are Shadow Moon sect's disciples. Little animal, still not letting him go, don't blame me for not being courteous anymore." Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "Come on, I want to see how you won't be courteous." As he said, the force under his foot grew a little heavier again. The pitiful Zhang Hanlin was already only breathing in and not breathing out anymore. This guy wanted to kill him time and again, how could Yi Yuan possibly let him off? When Deacon Zheng saw this scene, his face turned grim to the extreme. This Yi Yuan did not give any face to him at all. Zhang Hanlin was a cornerstone talent of the Soaring Flower lineage. Even though he could not compare to Bailey Qingyan, his position was also irreplaceable. Therefore, he could not die. It was also precisely because of this that Deacon Zheng and Qian Yi would hold back from taking action for fear of repercussions. Just as both parties were at a standoff, more and more people swarmed over. The news spread throughout the entire Shadow Moon sect very quickly. On Canopy Peak, when Bailey Qingyan heard this news, her lovely body could not help trembling, and she disappeared from where she stood with a flash. On Tianying Peak, a woodcutter who was currently chopping firewood suddenly had his thoughts stir and he said with a smile, "Hey, this kid indeed didn't disappoint this old man. It's just that, this old man wants to know how you're planning on clearing this hurdle." Done talking, his body gradually dissipated in place, finally turning into nothing. While at this time, an old man slowly walked out, arrived in front of Yi Yuan, and said in a solemn voice, "I'm Heavenly Bud Peak's Anhal head elder. Young man, show mercy whenever possible. Give this old man some face and let Zhang Hanlin go." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, "Sorry about it, today, I'm not giving anybody face. He must die." Finished talking, Yi Yuan suddenly stomped down. Zhang Hanlin's chest was directly caved in. Chapter 1807. You are afraid. You, actually, really killed him. Qian Yi looked at the Zhang Hanlin who was already thoroughly dead. His eyes was full of disbelief. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Yi Yuan actually really killed a person. That Heavenly Bud Peak's Anhal head elder's expression was even ugly to the extreme. He thought that his prestige was big enough, his status high enough, but Yi Yuan completely ignored him. It was still fine if he did not say. The moment he said, Yi Yuan directly trampled Zhang Hanlin to death. This poked a big hole in the basket. Is this guy crazy? There has never been anyone who dared to kill people within the boundaries of sub-peaks. This guy is seeking death. He might be thinking of mutual destruction. After all, the Soaring Flower lineage is too much. Regarding this kind of suicide-style murder, everyone was full of puzzlement too. It could only be thought that Yi Yuan lost his mind in his hatred and wanted to perish together with Zhang Hanlin. Deacon Zheng's expression was sullen to the extreme and he roared furiously, "What audacity! Take him down for me." Behind him, two celestial deity realm powerhouses had long accumulated their power, awaiting release. Under the word of command, they sped towards Yi Yuan like lightning. A delicate voice came over. Bailey Qingyan's figure appeared in the nick of time, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. This sudden change made Yi Yuan rather surprised. Bailey Qingyan turned around and glanced at Yi Yuan, her eyes full of complicatedness, seeming to have thousands of words that she wanted to say. However, now was clearly not the time to speak. Bailey Qingyan's sudden appearance caught everyone by surprise. Deacon Zheng, although Yi Yuan violated the sect rules, this matter was incited by Qian Yi and Zhang Hanlin to begin with. They wanted to kill Yi Yuan time and again. I saw it with my own eyes. The present Bailey Qingyan was different from when she just entered the sect. The person she was back then still appeared somewhat inexperienced, being impeded by Zhang Shuiyan in all respects like a little sister. But now, her aura was already totally different. When she spoke, she radiated awe without being angry, with the dignified manner of a sovereign. With over 200 years past, Bailey Qingyan had long broken through to the celestial deity realm already. Her current aura was not the slightest bit weaker compared to Qian Yi as well. Prodigies were prodigies, their rising trend was not what anyone could stop. The moment she spoke, the weight was different. Even Deacon Zheng also did not dare to casually say to take him down. At this time, that anthill head elder snorted coldly and said in anger, "Humph. Bailey lass, this kid is too overweening, to actually kill my heavenly Bud Peak's disciple with the most potential in front of this elder. If I don't kill him today, how will I still be this anthill head elder in the future?" Here, his strength was the greatest, his position also the highest. But Yi Yuan did not give any face at all. Now, he could not quite maintain his dignity anymore. Bailey Qingyan said to him with clasped hands, "Elder Dao, Yi Yuan was indeed improper in doing this, but he's in the heat of anger right now. Doing unwise actions is also within reason." Bailey Qingyan apologizes to Yuan on his behalf. But this matter, Bailey will bring Yi Yuan up to the law enforcement hall and confront with Qian Yi. Yi Yuan, his crime doesn't deserve death. Qian Yi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "So many years have passed, you're still so useless. You can forever only hide behind a woman's back." Bailey Qingyan's expression turned cold and she said in a cold voice, "Qian Yi, you shut up for me." Qian Yi laughed loudly and said, "Why, could it be that I said wrongly?" Bailey Qingyan was just about to say something, but Yi Yuan walked in front of her and said coolly, "Qian Yi, you self-righteous fool. This time, you won't have such good luck anymore. Today, our score should be settled properly." The moment these words came out, everyone looked at Yi Yuan like looking at an idiot. "Bro, you can hardly fend for yourself right now, alright? Posturing can change time and venue. To also be able to utter this kind of big talk, really don't know what you're talking about." Sure enough, Qian Yi burst out laughing when he heard it and said, "I won't be so lucky. Punk, you're soft in the head, right? What's the situation currently, can't you see clearly yet?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I came today to take Zhang Hanlin's life and yours. Now, he has already gone first. Very soon, I'll send you to go see him." Qian Yi sneered when he heard that and said, "With just you?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "With just me. Do you dare to have a fight with me?" Bailey Qingyan's pupils constricted and she cried out in shock, "Yi Yuan, are you mad? He's a celestial deity realm powerhouse." Qian Yi laughed wildly when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha, you, a ninth firmament divine lord, want to challenge me? What qualifications do you have?" Yi Yuan looked at Qian Yi with a smile that was not a smile and said, "You are scared." Qian Yi smiled coldly and said, "I'm scared. Heh heh, brat, goading techniques are useless. You, a measly outer sect disciple. What qualifications do you have to challenge me?" What Yi Yuan said was right, Qian Yi was really a little lacking in self-confidence. It was not that he was scared of Yi Yuan, but it was just that he felt that Yi Yuan's unpredictability was too great. When Yi Yuan was at second firmament divine lord, he could cross 3 minor realms to battle. Furthermore, it was even 1 versus 2. Furthermore, it was even with Duan Qinghong and Zhang Hanlin, this kind of elite. Not seeing for 200 years, how Yi Yuan's combat strength was, Qian Yi really could not be sure. Right now, Yi Yuan was in a certain death situation. He had no need to fight to the bitter end with Yi Yuan. Win, he had no benefits at all. Lose, he would not be able to raise his head in the future. Although Qian Yi was very confident, Bailey Qingyan still perceived a trace of Qian Yi's lack of confidence. The shock in her heart could not be described with words. These 200 years' time, she obtained the sect's heavy grooming. Her strength had long soared to the sky in one bound already, leaving her peers behind. Could it be that Yi Yuan's present strength was actually not worse than hers? Was this possible? The present Yi Yuan was merely ninth firmament divine lord. Humph, does this brat want to fish in troubled waters? A ninth firmament divine lord challenging a celestial deity realm, overestimating his own ability. In my view, there's no need to compete. What Qian Yi said was right, you're a criminal and have no right to compete. Baili lass, move aside, Elder Dao said with a cold snort. Baili Qingyan's expression changed and she said, not moving. Even if Yi Yuan made a mistake, it also needs to be up to the law enforcement hall to punish. Yi Yuan, follow me to the law enforcement hall. Baili Qingyan pulled Yi Yuan and was about to leave. Everyone's faces changed. With Baili Qingyan's present identity, no one really dared to do anything to her. Yi Yuan's protective talisman was very emboldened. Baili lass, do you want to rebel? With Elder Dao having his face rebuffed time and again, he was already almost losing himself in rage. Right at this time, a horrifying aura descended from the sky. A figure slowly walked out of the void. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan felt his heart palpitate. He felt like the whole world was about to collapse. In an instant, his whole body was drenched in sweat. At this moment, it was like someone used their hand to clutch his heart, making him unable to even breathe. True God Realm Powerhouse. This was the first thought that flashed through Yi Yuan's mind. That person's gaze was like lightning. Staring at Yi Yuan coldly, he slowly opened his mouth and said, Sect decree, those who kill fellow apprentices, kill without amnesty. Now, you can go and die. Done talking, that person did not give Yi Yuan the slightest chance to argue too, pointing a finger out casually. Chapter 1808. Not one who appreciate goods. The finger of a true God realm, even a casual finger, was also extremely horrifying. Yi Yuan just felt that the surrounding space was completely locked down. He was unable to mobilize spatial law at all. True God realm powerhouses, even if they did not know spatial law, their application of spatial law already reached a level where it makes one's hair stand on end too. This was completely the crushing of realm, and this finger directly ignored the Baili Qingyan in front of Yi Yuan, falling straight onto Yi Yuan. When Baili Qingyan saw this scene, she could not help turning pale with fright. When she learned the news that Yi Yuan was not dead, she had no idea how happy in her heart. But now, they had just reunited and were going to become separated by death. She was unwilling. Qian Yi and the rest all had gloating faces. This damn guy was finally going to die this time, right? But right then, a layer of ripple suddenly emerged in the space in front of Yi Yuan. A rusty axe poked out of the void. That finger dissipated into thin air. That true God realm powerhouse's gaze turned sullen, and he said in a cold voice, Lumberjack, you're not chopping wood on your Tianying Peak. What did you run to my heavenly bud peak for? While talking, a woodcutter in shabby clothes walked out of the void and said with a chuckle, this place isn't Tianying Peak, but Yi Yuan is my Tianying Peak's member. Zhang Hong, you want to kill my Tianying Peak's people, how can I take it as I didn't see it? Zhang Hong's face fell and he said, he violated the sect rules and deserves to be executed. That woodcutter rolled his sleeves up and also rolled his trousers up. Hemp garment and sackcloths, he did not look like an expert at all. But that attack earlier, it was still vivid in everyone's mind. This person was absolutely a powerhouse on the same level as Zhang Hong. Hearing Zhang Hong's words, the woodcutter chortled and said, sect rules. Hoo-hoo, are my Shadow Moon sect's rules to let disciples with talent die with hatred? Zhang Hong's face fell and he said, Lumberjack, watch your identity. Pay attention to your words. But the woodcutter was indifferent. Waving his hand grandly, he said, don't talk about whatever identity with this father of yours. I am a woodcutter. If you want to kill my Tianying Peak's people, ask the axe in my hand first. Zhang Hong snorted coldly and said, boorish people can't be reasoned with. No matter what, that kid must die today. Otherwise, where will my heavenly bud Peak's face go? The woodcutter completely ignored Zhang Hong's threat and said with a laugh, didn't Yi Yuan look for that kid called Qian Yi to cross swords? Young people's matter, let them settle it themselves. This old fellow shouldn't get involved. The woodcutter's words made everyone's faces change. Was this coming to save Yi Yuan or coming to make Yi Yuan seek his doom? Having Yi Yuan face off with a celestial deity realm powerhouse, wasn't this courting death? Zhang Hong snorted coldly and said, since you want to make him seek his doom, I'm naturally not stopping it. Qian Yi, I'll leave him to you. Qian Yi's expression flickered waveringly and he gritted his teeth and said, yes, Elder Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong gave Qian Yi a glance rather surprisedly and started becoming uncertain in his heart. This Qian Yi seemed to be somewhat lacking in confidence against Yi Yuan. Could it be that there was really something fishy about this Yi Yuan? But he did not say much either. Questioning Qian Yi at this time was clearly not some wise action. At this point, everyone naturally had some surmises about these two mighty true god powerhouses' identities. 9 great sub-peaks skill-imparting elders normally came and went like shadows. But the matter today was stirred up so big, it clearly alarmed these 2 great skill-imparting elders. This Tianying Peak skill-imparting elder of the 9 great sub-peaks was the most mysterious. Because, concerning Tianying Peaks matters, he had never cared about it before. No one could have thought that today, for Yi Yuan, he actually revealed his true self. Everyone similarly also did not expect that Tianying Peak's skill-imparting elder was actually a woodcutter. Even Zhang Hong clearly looked down on this woodcutter, feeling that he was too boorish. In reality, if not for neutralizing Zhang Hong's skill previously, no one could think that this woodcutter in front of them was actually a true god realm powerhouse. This guy was too ordinary. Ordinary until when dropped into a pile of people, it was impossible for anyone to recognize him. But Yi Yuan saw power from this woodcutter. That Zhang Hong was clearly very wary toward the woodcutter. At this time, the woodcutter suddenly turned his head and looked at Yi Yuan cheerfully. There was completely no difference from those lumberjacks chopping wood in the mountains. This kind of woodcutter gave people an extremely absurd misconception, making people truly unable to regard him as an expert. Yi Yuan looked at the woodcutter, incomparably shocked in his heart. This kind of feeling was absolutely not because the woodcutter was too ordinary, but because he was too unordinary. This was a boundary of returning to one's original simplicity, a realm that most people could not imagine. Heh, kid, don't lose face for our Tianying Peak. Pummel him fiercely for me, the woodcutter said to Yi Yuan gaily. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, many thanks to Elder for taking action. Yi Yuan won't bring shame upon you. The woodcutter patted Yi Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile, from that moment you, kid, stepped onto Tianying Peak, I already noticed you. That bunch of fools only know how to form factions, not one who appreciates goods. Powerhouses ultimately need themselves to be powerful. No matter how strong one's faction is, that's also not theirs. Exhibit your talent and let those fools regret away. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. He did not expect that the woodcutter had actually paid attention to him so long ago. It seemed like he was well aware of each and every one of Yi Yuan's actions. Hence, that was why he would be so confident in him. Furthermore, the words that the woodcutter said happened to coincide with Yi Yuan's views. A faction being powerful indeed had many conveniences but also had many shortcomings. To really talk about who was better and who was worse off, it was hard to say. But there was one thing. Martial artists ultimately still had to rely on themselves. There would always come a day when others could not be trusted. Stepping into the ring, Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, unmoving like a pine tree. Qian Yi smiled coldly and said, "Foolish fellow, you think that by breaking through to become 9th Firmament Divine Lord, you can deal with celestial deity realm powerhouses. I'll tell you today, how great the disparity between the Divine Lord realm and the celestial deity realms are." The present Qian Yi was already not the Qian Yi back then. Although he did not break through to become a 2nd firmament celestial deity, his strength was much stronger compared to 200 years ago. Even though Qian Yi's talent could not compare to Baili Qingyan, this kind of freak, but it was also absolutely not what any random Tom, Dick, and Harry could compare to. In reality, this generation's representative figure of Heavenly Bud Peak was him. Hence, Yi Yuan's behavior was undoubtedly like a moth flying into the fire in everyone's view. Even if the woodcutter seemed to feel very optimistic about Yi Yuan. The difference between the celestial deity realm and the divine lord realm was known to everyone. Even for a genius like Baili Qingyan, it was also impossible to jump realms in battle. Forget about a 9th firmament divine lord, even if Baili Qingyan was a half-step celestial deity, she could not do it too. Celestial deity realm powerhouses, their inner worlds already started to give birth to myriad life. Their world power was more than 100 times of Divine Lord realm powerhouses. Coupled with the horrifying Divine Essence reserves, even if it was a casual strike, it was also not what Divine Lord realm martial artists could resist. On what basis could Yi Yuan win? Chapter 1809 Battling Qian Yi. The gap between celestial deity realm and divine lord realm, I don't need you to remind me. I'm very clear about what I'm doing. The more you talk, the more it displays the hesitation in your heart. Yi Yuan looked at Qian Yi and said coolly. Qian Yi's faltering confidence, Yi Yuan naturally saw through it with one glance. Divine Lord realm challenging celestial deity realm, this kind of courting death action, if Qian Yi was brimming with confidence, he would not have the least bit of hesitation. However, he hesitated. This showed that the strength he exhibited previously already left behind an indelible impression in Qian Yi's heart. Following the increase in his realm, the uncertainty in Qian Yi's heart grew even greater. Hence, that was why he did not dare to answer the challenge. Because punishing Yi Yuan through the sect rules was much safer. Qian Yi smiled coldly and said, "Hey, with just the likes of you, I'm just disdainful to take action. Since you're courting death yourself, then I'll personally avenge Hanlin and redress his hatred." Yi Yuan smiled scornfully and said, "Really so much crap? Something that can be settled with a slap, what are you hesitating for?" Zhang Hong's brows furrowed and he could not help scrutinizing Yi Yuan anew. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that Qian Yi was really faltering. Although the two people's realms were far apart, from start to end, it was all Yi Yuan grasping the initiative. If it was an opponent of similar strength, this bit of flaw was enough to be fatal. Did Yi Yuan really have this strength, or was he making an empty show of strength? "Woodcutter, you're so optimistic about this brat?" Zhang Hong could not resist asking. The woodcutter smiled simply and said, "Heh, I know what you want to ask, but I don't know. Maybe, the one who loses is Yi Yuan, but I know that even if Yi Yuan can't win, it absolutely won't be easy for Qian Yi to want to take him down too." A hint of strange expression revealed on Zhang Hong's face, thinking to himself that this guy did not even have confidence himself and yet let that kid take the field. This guy was indeed a lunatic that cannot be explained by reason. Junyi's sword entering the hand, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Since you're not making a move, then I'll make a move." Finished talking, Yi Yuan raised his long sword and stepped forward. The swift and fierce sword energy made everyone's faces change. Sword Dao rank 5, this is his reliance. Foolish. When Elder Dao saw this scene, his expression could not help changing slightly. But his words were full of contempt. Divine Lord realm comprehending Sword Dao rank 5, this was absolutely a genius among geniuses. Except, dealing with celestial deity realm with this was clearly still not enough. But Qian Yi behaved akin to facing a great enemy and gritted his teeth and said, "Who cares about your laws? I'll just use realm to crush you." Done talking, Qian Yi's aura climbed frenziedly, the ring teemed with his world power. At this moment, the entire arena seemed to have become Qian Yi's world. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and had a direct understanding of the might of celestial deity realm. If the world power of the Divine Lord realm was just a trickle, then the world power of the celestial deity realm was a great river. World power was the martial artist's control of a region of the world. Celestial deity realms already reached a subtle and meticulous degree regarding this control of a region of the world. Those able to contend with celestial deity realms were only celestial deity realms. Of course, Yi Yuan was not subjected to the rules. His figure started becoming erratic, the space around also emitted strange undulations. If Qian Yi's world power was an impervious shield, then Yi Yuan was a sharp blade. This was the showdown between the spear and the shield. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Yi Yuan broke through the heavy barrier of world power and rushed in front of Qian Yi. When Qian Yi saw this scene, his pupils constricted. A divine lord could actually break through the world power of the celestial deity realm. One had to know, the world power of a celestial deity was more than 100 times stronger than a divine lord. This guy's spatial law also became much stronger. Like this, how could Qian Yi still dare to be careless? He immediately went up to receive it and clashed together with Yi Yuan. Saber lights and sword shadows, the two people's moves were inconceivably swift and were actually hard evenly matched. The surrounding audience, each and every one of them felt a chill, being dumbfounded with amazement by this scene in front of them. Zhang Hong opened his mouth wide and had disbelief written all over his face as he muttered, "Rank 5 Sword Dao Law fused with Rank 3 Spatial Law. How in the world, this did Brat achieve it?" At this moment, he finally knew where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Such monstrous talent entered the sect for more than 200 years, he was actually unknown to the public. In front of Yi Yuan, Baili Qingyan was merely thus as well. Such a prodigy was actually relegated to Tianying Peak. Which pig did it? Zhang Hong's inner heart was practically roaring. These skill-imparting elders, did not belong to any faction. If even this position was monopolized by the respective factions, then the Shadowmoon sect would also not be far from decline. Hence, when he saw Yi Yuan's terrifying strength, Zhang Hong's first thought was to curse and swear. Looking at it now, Yi Yuan was hated by others for being more talented and deliberately ostracized to Tianying Peak. No wonder Yi Yuan had such great resentment. Anyone would also not be reconciled to it. These 200 years, Yi Yuan did not only break through realm. He also constantly fought with himself in the death cultivation space. His sword Dao Law already broke through to rank 5. Spatial Law also broke through to the level of Grand Completion rank 3. The two fusing together, Yi Yuan's combat power was no idea how many times stronger than before closed seclusion. While celestial deity realms were strong, Yi Yuan's cultivation method was powerful. Similarly, 9th Firmament Divine Lord, he was much stronger than those in the same rank. Powerful cultivation method coupled with powerful laws fusion, the disparity between Yi Yuan and a 1st Firmament celestial deity was not as great as others imagined. Of course, it was also absolutely not that easy. Qian Yi was not an ordinary 1st Firmament celestial deity. His law comprehension was likewise very high. In addition, his ubiquitous world power formed an absolute suppress against Yi Yuan. Except, this did not impede the people's surprise at Yi Yuan's strength. Ha ha ha, so what even if you can jump realms to battle? Aren't you still suppressed firmly by me? Foolish thing, do you really think that you can defy the heavens? Not wasting time with you anymore, now, I'll let you take a look at my true strength and send you on your way. Qian Yi's long spear moved, the terrifying aura locked Yi Yuan down firmly. Heavenly Dragon Howling Fang Spear. The berserk world power rushed to the tip of the spear frenziedly. It was as if that in this entire world, there was only this spear left. At this moment, the people felt Qian Yi's might. That spear seemingly transformed into an enormous dragon, exhaling a breath that made people shudder. Not good, this spear is too powerful, Yi Yuan is in danger. When Baili Qingyan saw this spear, her beautiful face could not refrain from turning pale with fright. But the woodcutter chuckled and said, don't need to worry. Qian Yi has an ultimate move, but Yi Yuan's ultimate move isn't out yet. Sure enough, his voice had yet to fade and the aura on Yi Yuan's body became stronger. The surging chaos power poured out without any reservations. The swift and fierce sword energy surged to the sky. At the same time, the surrounding space also became illusory. Spirit concealing sword, two peerlessly powerful auras collided together violently. At this moment, the void shattered, divine essence surging wildly. Everyone's countenance changed visibly. Suddenly, the Junyi sword in Yi Yuan's hand could not withstand that terrifying pressure and actually fell apart. Chapter 1810 Big Dipper 7 Stars Drum. Not good, Yi Yuan's weapon is at too much of a disadvantage. Celestial Deity Martial Technique versus Divine Lord Martial Technique. Furthermore, the two people's martial techniques are both too strong, Yi Yuan's weapon can't withstand it anymore. Junyi sword's collapse made everyone worry about Yi Yuan, especially Baili Qingyan. Her pretty face was already ashen pale. Ha ha ha, see if you still don't die. When Qian Yi saw this scene, his face revealed a look of wild elation. Raising his long spear, his strength increased a bit more. For some time, the long spear's momentum was akin to a startled flock of ducks, thoroughly overwhelming Yi Yuan. That violent spear momentum already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan withstood the tremendous pressure, his expression very ugly. But he gave a cold snort and said, "You're happy too early." As he said, a sword intent that was faintly discernible spread out from Yi Yuan's body. In virtually an instant, those shattered Junyi sword fragments seemed to have been activated. In midair, the pieces of fragments seemed to be stars that filled the sky, incomparably dazzling. Sword intent akin to silk. Zhang Hong and the woodcutter both blurted out, extremely surprised. Clearly, this scene exceeded their expectations. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. Those countless stars turned into flowing streams of light, rushing over toward Qian Yi. Qian Yi's expression suddenly changed. His world power could not stop the assault of those fragments at all. For a moment, Qian Yi felt as if there were tens of millions of swords rushing over towards him from all directions. Although his long spear was sharp, its momentum was already formed and could not be withdrawn at all anymore. Qian Yi clenched his teeth and shouted fiercely, Want to kill me, you have to die too. Arg, this sudden change exceeded everyone's expectations. It naturally also included Qian Yi. He was aware that he could not withstand it and planned to perish together with Yi Yuan. Qian Yi's long spear shook, shocking away countless fragments. But there were still many fragments and punctured right into his body, turning his entire person into a sieve. However, Yi Yuan was not any better either. This spear was too domineering. Yi Yuan still could not block it completely in the end. Golden light flickered on Yi Yuan's body, blue pattern swimming, but he flew out backward under the tremendous impact. After the intense showdown, both people fell to the ground, life and death unknown. Sword intent akin to silk, this kid actually reached such a realm. Zhang Hong looked at the Yi Yuan on the ground, eyes full of shock. Sword intent akin to silk was not some specially designated realm, but it was a sublimation of sword intent application. After Sword Da Law reached a transcendent realm, it did not reach the end. When a martial artist's application of sword intent was sublimated once more, it could reach the realm of sword intent akin to silk. Legends had it that when Sword Da Law was cultivated to the extreme, grass and vegetation could be used as swords. One did not need any mystic treasure at all. With a wave of a hand, it was all sword intent. Yi Yuan reaching the realm of sword intent akin to silk was already taking a solid step towards the great Tao of sword. The woodcutter's shock was no less than Zhang Hong's. He also did not think that not seeing for 200 years, Yi Yuan's strength was actually already so daunting. This kind of talent was truly rare in the world. On the stage, Qian Yi's entire person was convulsing. His body was already riddled full of holes. But with the might of celestial deity realms, it was naturally not so easy to die. While at this time, Yi Yuan's finger moved and he actually slowly got up, and walked over toward Qian Yi. Zhang Hong's expression changed. Yi Yuan was going to kill people. Zhang Hong's figure moved, blocked in front of Yi Yuan, and said in a solemn voice, "Enough, you've already enjoyed all the limelight today. Leave it at that. The crime of you killing Zhang Hanlin, I'll ask the sect for leniency. I believe that with your talent, the sect won't do anything to you." Qian Yi was Heavenly Bud Peak's top genius, and existence who even had hopes of breaking through to the true God realm. He could not allow Qian Yi to be killed. A Zhang Hanlin already died today. If Qian Yi died too, Heavenly Bud Peak's young generation would surely have a missing generation. Although Yi Yuan's talent made Zhang Hong covet endlessly, Zhang Hong also understood that wanting to let Yi Yuan belong under Heavenly Bud Peak was already impossible. If Yi Yuan was really willing to come, forget about one Qian Yi, even 10 Qian Yi, he would not bat an eyelid too. Yi Yuan was full of injuries all over his body. Even lifting his arm was difficult. But he stood stubbornly and said coldly, "I said before, he must die today." Zhang Hong's brows furrowed and he said with a cold snort, "Kid, don't go too far. This seat's patience has a limit." Yi Yuan did not show any weakness. Looking straight into Zhang Hong's eyes, he said with a cold smile, "Elder Zhang is a skill-imparting elder. Then pray tell, what kind of crime is it to do harm to fellow disciples during the entrance examination? Also, sending me to Firecloud Peak to die with despicable means, what crime is that?" Zhang Hong's expression could not help choking and he said with a frown, "But you're still standing here perfectly fine now. Furthermore, Zhang Hanlin was already killed by you. This matter can stop here already." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Zhang Hanlin was merely a clown jumping around. If not for Qian Yi stopping me, I'd have killed him at Shadowmoon Mountain Range. The real culprit is Qian Yi." Zhang Hong felt that Yi Yuan was somewhat pestering unreasonably already and said angrily, "Enough. This seat is here today. Could it be that you still want to kill people with the likes of you?" Yi Yuan smiled miserably and said, "If I hadn't exhibited my strength, it serves me right to be toyed to death by Qian Yi, is that it? Their lives are more valuable than others." Zhang Hong said coolly, "Otherwise. This is a world where the strong reigns supreme. Without strength, you can only be eliminated. Withdraw, it's impossible for you to kill him today." The woodcutter gave Yi Yuan a glance and said with a sigh, "Yi Yuan, forget it. Qian Yi is Heavenly Bud Peak's lifeblood. Zhang Hong won't let you kill him." The woodcutter could naturally tell that Zhang Hong was unshakable in his resolve to protect Qian Yi. Even if he acted, it would not work too. Moreover, even if this matter was escalated up the sect, it was also Yi Yuan's fault. Yi Yuan killing a Zhang Hanlin was already unjustifiable. Killing another Qian Yi would be too much. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Hong and suddenly smiled. When Zhang Hong saw Yi Yuan smile, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent as he said, "Hoo, I, Yi Yuan, will definitely carry out what I said. If I want him to die, he must die." Zhang Hong's brows furrowed, feeling that Yi Yuan was rather unreasonable. He flicked his sleeves grandly. Qian Yi's body flew towards Elder Dao involuntarily, who said lightly, "Bring him to go treat his wounds." Everyone looked at Yi Yuan, revealing rather reluctant looks. He had done so much, but in the end, he still could not kill Qian Yi. It can't be helped. There was a true god powerhouse taking action. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was also unable to change the outcome. Zhang Hong looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Killing Qian Yi, you can give up on this. Just for your attitude, if Woodcutter wasn't here today, no matter how great your talent is, this seat will also kill you." Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly became sharp and he said coldly, "I heard that as long as someone sounds the Big Dipper 7 stars drum, they can request the sect to do one thing. Elder Zhang, I wonder if it can make the sect kill him like this." Chapter 18:11 9 Great Skill Imparting Elders. Yi Yuan's words stunned everyone. Zhang Hong reacted very quickly and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Big Dipper 7 stars drum. Hey, do you think that the Big Dipper 7 stars drum is the same as the Jadelight drum you sounded during the entrance examination? Let me tell you, that Jadelight drum only had restrictions added. That's why you all could sound it. Otherwise, you all, these people who entered the sect, none of you can think about sounding it." Yi Yuan heard after entering the sect that the Big Dipper 7 stars drum was the Shadow Moon sect's ultimate treasure. 7 drums emerging together could practically exterminate Empyrean-level powerhouses. This treasure was not a true god mystic treasure, but a genuine Empyrean spirit treasure. These 7 drums, each article was a peak true god mystic treasure. But combined together, it would become a genuine Empyrean spirit treasure. Of course, the prerequisite was that someone could sound all of them. The Big Dipper 7 stars drum was left behind by the Shadow Moon sect's founding ancestor, who set a rule: anyone who could sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum, the entire sect had to do their sect to help him fulfill one wish. But, ever since the founding father, no one had accomplished it before for millions of years. Now, Yi Yuan actually shot his mouth off, saying that he was going to sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. Wasn't this turning himself into a laughingstock? This guy prides himself on having astonishing talent, truly overestimating his ability too much. Hey, since time immemorial, how many overwhelmingly talented people wanted to sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum? But no one could do it. What right does he have? Ignorant fool, doesn't know what kind of existence the Big Dipper 7 stars drum is at all, and he dares to talk wildly. The moment Yi Yuan's words came out of his mouth, it immediately attracted a series of ridicules. The Big Dipper 7 stars drum was the Shadow Moon sect's holy artifact. In the course of time, no one wanted to overestimate their ability to go and beat it already. But now, there was actually a guy who talked wildly, saying that he was going to sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. The woodcutter leapt and arrived on the ring, and he said to Yi Yuan, "Kid, stop messing around. The Big Dipper 7 stars drum, even sect master can't sound it too. It's impossible for you to sound it. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. This enmity, let's avenge it again in the future." Baili Qingyan also went up to the stage and urged, "Yeah, Yi Yuan. You've displayed your talent now. The sect will definitely view you in a different light. With your talent, taking revenge won't need very long. Moreover, sounding to Big Dipper 7 stars drum to kill him is really using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken." Even he also thought that Yi Yuan saying this was merely words said in anger. Once the Big Dipper 7 stars drum sounded, that was to have the power of the entire sect from top to bottom help him fulfill one wish. Such a massive favor, using it to kill Qian Yi was simply using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. This was wasting fine material for petty use. Who knew that Yi Yuan said sternly, "I'm not messing around. I said that I'm going to kill him, it means that I must kill. Benevolence toward enemies is cruelty to yourself. This drum, I'm definitely sounding it." Everyone did not think that Yi Yuan's attitude was actually so resolute. 7 Stars Valley, the Shadow Moon sect's forbidden land, also the place holding the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. At this time, the 9 great skill imparting elders were gathered in one hall. Quite a few people used unfriendly gazes to look at that figure in front of them. Humph, nonsensical brat, to actually want to sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. Heavenly Heart Peak's skill imparting elder said unhappily. A brat still wet behind his ears is actually going to trouble us 9 great skill imparting elders to gather together, what haughty airs. Heavenly Rush Peak's skill imparting elder similarly said unhappily. Woodcutter, you're sure that you want to accompany this kid and go nuts? If this kid can't even sound 3 times, not only will he have to be exiled to Remorse Cliff, you'll also have to suffer heavy punishment. Tianju Peak's skill imparting elder looked at the woodcutter deeply and said. Opening up the 7 Stars Valley required 9 great skill imparting elders to gather. They each controlled a part of the spell. Only 9 stars gathering together could open the 7 Stars Valley. Being so troublesome was naturally in order to prevent outsiders from intruding. But, in order to prevent disciples from having malicious fun, the sect naturally set strict rules too. If the disciple beating the drum was unable to sound it 3 times, not only did they have to be punished severely, even their peak skill imparting elder would also have to suffer heavy punishment. Hence, before disciples entered the 7 Stars Valley, they must get their own peak skill imparting elder's approval. Yi Yuan's talent naturally went without saying. The woodcutter had long approved of him already. It was just that these 3 drumbeats were also not that easy to achieve. The woodcutter said coolly, don't you worry. With Yi Yuan's talent, even if he can't sound 7 drumbeats, 3 drumbeats are absolutely not a problem. Tianju Peak's skill imparting elder laughed mockingly and said, you're also too confident in this brat. For so many years, not one disciple could sound 3 drumbeats. The woodcutter chuckled and said, Yi Yuan is different from them. Enough nonsense, open up the 7 Stars Valley. The moment 9 great true god powerhouses released their auras, just that pressure made Yi Yuan's complexion turn pale. True god realm was too powerful. 9 beams of light rose from the ground up and shot straight into 9 points. The 7 Stars Valley's restrictions slowly opened under these 9 beams of light. Yi Yuan looked at the woodcutter's figure, eyes full of gratitude. The incident this time somewhat deviated from his expectations. If not for the woodcutter's words, he would really die very horribly this time. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and slowly walked into the 7 Stars Valley. The 9 great skill imparting elders also followed closely behind. Upon entering the 7 Stars Valley, a piercing cold gale blew over. Yi Yuan was caught by surprise and was nearly blown away. This scene landing in the eyes of several skill imparting elders, they naturally felt even more disdain. Hey, an outer sect disciple beating the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum, it's really the first time in the sect's history. To talk about overestimating one's own ability, this seat will yield to this brat. Zhang Hong looked at Yi Yuan and said with a scornful look. Yi Yuan's goal was drumming the drum. It was in order to kill Qian Yi. Among these 9 great skill imparting elders, the sight of Yi Yuan naturally turned him off the most. While Yi Yuan's talent was astonishing, he could not wait for Yi Yuan to be shocked to death by the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum right now. The woodcutter said coolly, Zhang Hong, I know that you're very covetous of Yi Yuan right now. Heh, you all, these guys who came from large sects, all look down on those who came from small sects, all look down on my Tianying Peak. But you all don't know, true geniuses tend to come out of small sects. Just like myself. Back then, I chopped those so-called proud children of heaven dazed and confused with an axe. That's how I have today. While today, Yi Yuan similarly used his strength to make you all regret your actions back then. Woodcutter's words made the other 8 great skill imparting elders' faces turn black. The woodcutter back then was indeed a legend of the Shadowmoon sect. He came out of an unknown small sect, carried an axe, and swept across the so-called proud children of heaven back then. Later, the woodcutter was the same as Yi Yuan, being squeezed out to Tianying Peak. But he did not grumble about anything, carrying an axe and chopped wood every single day. Chopping day in and day out, chopping year in and year out. He was laughed at by God knows how many people, spurned by no idea how many. All the way until one day, a powerful aura burst through the horizon. He, the woodcutter, broke through to true God. Chapter 18 12 5 Drumbeats. High up in the sky, 7 enormous drums spanned above the clouds, faintly discernible. Auspicious clouds intertwined between the drums, portraying an enormous ladle shape. It was precisely the shape of the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. 7 huge drums combined together, the might of that aura made Yi Yuan shudder with fear. The jade-light drum that was drummed when entering the sect compared to now simply paled in comparison. Yuan had a feeling that if one's prowess was up to par, the power of the 7 drums sounding together could probably level a sub-peak to the ground. It was also Yuan's first time seeing an attack-type Empyrean spirit treasure. The power of the Big Dipper 7 stars drum also made him secretly astonished. Regardless of whether it was the world-suppressing steel or the soul-suppressing pearl, they were both very gentle. But this Big Dipper 7 stars drum was filled with an offensive aura, making people palpitate with anxiety and fear. Scared silly, right, kid? However, the 7 stars valley has already opened. You already have no regret medicine that you can eat, Tianju Peak's skill-imparting elder said with a cold smile. Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, there has never been the word regret in my dictionary. Yuan leapt and flew toward the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. Arriving in front of it, Yuan felt as if he arrived inside a vortex of laws. The power of laws from all directions were all assailing him. For a moment, Yuan seemed to have walked into a turbulent flow and could not even stabilize his figure, teetering on his feet. Haha, that kid doesn't know anything and he dares to challenge the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. Woodcutter, I think that you probably suffered a big loss this time, said an elder with a big laugh when he saw Yuan's distressed state. The woodcutter gave a cold snort but did not refute. If Yuan was in this state, it was likely really hard to complete 3 drumbeats. He was also faintly worried. But right at this time, a profound aura on Yuan's body gradually spread. The moment this aura emerged, those violent turbulent flows immediately calmed down. Yuan's figure also immediately stabilized. When the group of elders saw this scene, all of them had strange expressions, clearly being quite surprised. No matter how high one's talent was, without corresponding strength, it was also pointless. For example, a heaven-glimpsed realm martial artist was incredibly talented and even had the possibility of reaching the true god realm in the future. But without the support of strength, when facing the Big Dipper 7 stars drum, it was very dangerous. These skill-imparting elders had all before drummed the Big Dipper 7 stars drum and were deeply aware of its might. They clearly did not expect that Yuan could get acclimatized to it so quickly. However, Yuan's next move gave them an even bigger scare that they turned pale. It was only to see Yuan form his fingers as a sword and directly pointed toward the jade-light drum. The jade-light drum was sounded without any hindrance. The drumbeat shook the heavens, instantly sweeping throughout the entire 7 stars valley. However, Yuan did not stop in the slightest. He pointed a finger out again. The second sun-opening drum was also sounded. Yuan pointed a third finger out, the jade scale drum was sounded. 3 drumbeats in a row made all of the skill-imparting elders' faces change. How did this kid do it? Even if it's me, it's also impossible to do it as effortlessly as him. This old man sounded 3 drumbeats back then, but I only barely managed to do it after failing several dozen times. He did it on the first try. When the woodcutter saw everyone's astonished expressions, he could not resist laughing loudly and said, "Your father said that Yuan is different from the others. How is it? Are you surprised?" Haha. The woodcutter had always been a maverick and did not get along with the other skill-imparting elders. Now, seeing them get deflated, he could not help feeling immensely pleased. Right at this time, Yuan pointed a 4th finger out. But this time, he did not succeed. It was only to see his mouth spray blood wildly, figure flying out backward, already injured by the heavenly authority drum. The woodcutter's face changed, directly firing out a stream of world power, catching Yuan. When the other elders saw this scene, each and every one of them secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, Yuan amazed the world with a single brilliant feat really gave them a big scare. The main reason was that Yuan beat the drums too casually. It was as if these drums were like Yuan's toys. There was that instant where they virtually thought that Yuan could really sound the 7 drums. Only all the way until Yuan was injured did they suddenly realize that beating the drums was not that easy for Yuan. Although these skill-imparting elders were high above the masses, their strength no idea how many times stronger than Yuan, they still did not escape the boundary of humans and still had 7 emotions and 6 desires. They were all once peerless geniuses, presently top experts. Everyone was all unable to sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum, they were all very at peace in their hearts. But now, someone wanted to break this balance and ride above them, they could not quite accept it in the depths of their hearts. The woodcutter asked rather worriedly, are you alright, Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, looks like I underestimated the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. Heh, indeed well deserving of being an Empyrean spirit treasure, strong enough. Yi Yuan discovered that these 7 drums were completely not independent entities, being able to sound one means being able to sound the next. When Yi Yuan sounded the sun-opening drum, he discovered that the great Tao aura coming from it grew more than 10 times stronger than before. While the jade scale drum was also more than 10 times stronger than the sun-opening drum. This was also to say that when Yi Yuan sounded the jade scale drum, the countershock force was already 100 times stronger than the jade light drum. That 4th heavenly authority drum was 1,000 times. Moreover, the power of this jade light drum was completely overwhelming. This terrifying increment was not what ordinary people could withstand at all. The woodcutter urged and said, looks like you felt it too. The Big Dipper 7 stars drum as a whole, the more you drum, the stronger it gets, and the greater the amplitude too. Reaching the last heavenly pivot drum, that backlash force is not what the average person can imagine at all. Yi Yuan, don't push it. You've already proven your talent now. Even if you withdraw, no one will look down on you too. He was optimistic about Yi Yuan's future but did not look well on Yi Yuan being able to sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. This kind of thing was not what human strength could accomplish at all. Perhaps Yi Yuan could really do it in the future, but right now, he definitely could not. Yi Yuan struggled to get up and shook his head as he said, no matter how difficult this drum is to sound, I'll also sound it today. Finished talking, he leapt and arrived high up in the sky once more. After preparing for a while, Yi Yuan attacked once more. After 3 drums, Yi Yuan was knocked flying again. But he was not discouraged. After a period of adjustment, he made his move once more. Attempting, failed, trying again, failed again, rinse and repeat. Yi Yuan's stubbornness did not cause the elders to be moved. On the contrary, they mocked Yi Yuan's overestimation of his ability even more. This brat's physical body is also strong. If it were others, they would have long died several times over. Hey, some things can't be done by relying on effort. Reckless and blind fool, really wasting time. Best that it shocks him to death. This kid only has the strength of 3 drums, still not conceding to it is also a waste of time. That elder's voice had just faded when the 4th and 5 drumbeats sounded in a row after several dozen attempts. Chapter 18:13 Enlightening the Benighted. On the couch, Qian Yi opened his eyes with difficulty. A hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. I didn't die, ha, I didn't die. The feeling of those countless fragments piercing into the body was still vivid in his mind until now. At that moment, he thought that he was dead for sure. Except, he did not expect that he was actually saved. By the side, Elder Dao said in a solemn voice, relax. Elder Zhang Hong personally moving out this time, no one can kill you. A hint of surprise flashed in Qian Yi's eyes. For his sake, and skill-imparting elder actually personally took action. This showed that his standing in the skill-imparting elder's eyes and heart was still very high. Skill-imparting elders normally came and went like shadows. They all, these disciples, could not get in contact with them at all and also did not know what the main peak's intentions were. The matters normally were all handled by Elder Dao, this Anthal elder. There's actually such a thing. When this matter's limelight blows over, I want to thank Elder Zhang Hong. I wonder if all have the luck, Qian Yi said excitedly. Elder Dao's expression was slightly grim as he said, you'd better not be happy too early. Today, our heavenly bud peak's face was utterly lost. It was all caused by the soaring flower lineage. Elder Zhang Hong taking action to save you was merely being forced against his will. In the future, you have to cultivate hard and earn back our heavenly bud peak's face. His elderly self will naturally be happy. The moment Qian Yi heard, the excitement from earlier immediately dissipated into thin air. Yi Yuan that punk, didn't die. Qian Yi said with a baleful look. Die, heh, your business isn't over yet. Elder Dao laughed as he said with a sardonic face. Qian Yi was taken aback when he heard that and said, not over yet. Elder Yao recounted the matter of Yi Yuan beating the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. Qian Yi could not help bursting into laughter when he heard it. Haha, this kid is also really a genius, to actually think of using this method to make me die. I admit that his talent is very high, but no matter how high, he's also merely a divine lord realm, he can sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. When Qian Yi heard Yi Yuan's foolish actions, disdain was written all over his face. How could someone possibly accomplish this kind of thing? Elder Dao chuckled and said, "This kid is also a stubborn mule who can't be pulled back by 8 horses. You don't know, but everyone's gazes when looking at him back then was like looking at a fool." Elder Dao also disliked Yi Yuan, this incredibly stubborn fellow, very much. He and Qian Yi exchanged a glance and both started laughing loudly. All of a sudden, a drumbeat that reverberated throughout the clouds shot up to the sky. Elder Dao and Qian Yi were currently laughing away. When they heard this drumbeat, their faces suddenly changed. Especially Qian Yi, the panic in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Elder Dao, what drumbeat is this? In Qian Yi's voice was a tremor that could not be concealed. Elder Dao's expression was also very ugly. His gaze revealed a look of shock and he said, "No idea how many people have sounded the drums in Shadow Moon sect, but I've heard of someone who could transmit the drumbeat out of the 7 Stars Valley." Qian Yi's experience and knowledge were inferior to Elder Dao's after all. Hearing Elder Dao's words, he immediately turned ashen pale. Then he wouldn't. Qian Yi felt his mouth and throat turn parched. That smug appearance just now could not be found at all. His voice had yet to fade when another earth-shaking drumbeat sounded out. This sound was even louder than the one before. At the same time, the entire Shadow Moon sect was shocked. It was still their first time hearing such a terrifying drum sound outside of the 7 Stars Valley. This drum sound was like the muffled thunder in the sky, as if it was heaven's furious roar. The sound of it could be heard clearly in every corner of the Shadow Moon sect. Everyone at the main peak, the 9 great sub-peaks, the several hundred stray peaks, including every inch of Shadow Moon mountain range's earth, could hear this drumbeat. People slowly walked out of the halls, walked out of the abodes, gazes looking over in the direction of the 7 Stars Valley. As Shadow Moon sect disciples, they naturally knew what this drumbeat signified. They were only concerned just how many times this drumbeat could sound out. At this moment, each of their divine essence was seething, becoming incessantly surging along with this drumbeat. This drumbeat seemed to have activated their bloodlines. Quite a number of people actually started breaking through in the midst of this drumbeat. The third drumbeat sounded out. The expression on Bailey Qingyan's face could not hide the pleasant surprise and idolization. "Senior apprentice sister, I've long told you that his edge can't be stopped. Yet you didn't believe it." Bailey Qingyan did not turn around. She knew that Zhang Shuiyan already arrived behind her. Zhang Shuiyan's gaze revealed an extremely complicated look. Finally, she let out a sigh and said, "Silly lass, if he goes to the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, he'll be your #1 enemy." Bailey Qingyan's face revealed an extremely relieved look as she smiled and said, "So what? In this life, my zither strings are stirred by him." Zhang Shuiyan's gaze flickered incessantly. Finally, she still turned around and left. Walking a few steps, she said softly, "Silly girl, can your affection really be rewarded?" Finished talking, she turned around and left. The fourth drumbeat sounded out without a surprise. Inside an area of void at the main peak, an old man slowly opened both eyes, his gaze incomparably deep. "I didn't expect that in this world, there's actually really someone who can sound the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum." The fifth and sixth drumbeats sounded out. Inside the 7 Stars Valley, the 9 great skill-imparting elders looked at this scene incomparably shocked, their surging emotions unable to calm down for a long time. They were the closest to the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. The shock of these drumbeats, they felt it the strongest. That wave after wave of great Dao aura made them feel as if heavenly Dao descended. That shock simply could not use words to describe. This is the true power of the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. I really can't imagine just how terrifying the attack power will be once a true God realm sounds this drumbeat. How on earth did this kid do it? He released all of the great Dao power inside the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. That's how it triggered the entire Shadow Moon sect's resonance. After going out this time, this old man will be going into seclusion. This drumbeat enlightens the benighted. This drumbeat seemed to have magical power, making their entire person have a feeling of being reborn anew. The woodcutter's shock was not the slightest bit less than the rest. He looked at Yi Yuan's back view, feeling that it was infinitely tall and big. He knew that Yi Yuan's talent was extremely strong, with his potential being immense. But he did not think that Yi Yuan was actually strong to this extent. Strong to the point where it made him somewhat afraid. The Big Dipper 7 Stars drum that had never sounded in the Shadow Moon sect echoed above the Shadow Moon sect at this moment. The first drumbeat dissipated after the drumbeats at the back appeared. The second was similarly like so. At this moment, 6 drumbeats could be heard clearly and distinguished clearly. Finally, the last drumbeat fell. The entire Shadow Moon sect started trembling. 7 drumbeats like 7 thunderclaps, they reverberated in the sky above the Shadow Moon sect continuously. Not only were there no signs of dissipating, but there was also a trend of becoming louder and louder instead. Everyone was listening attentively, everyone was using their hearts to feel, and everyone was devoting their full attention to understanding it. This drumbeat was extraordinary. Chapter 18:14 Entire sect gaining enlightenment on Tao. Qian Yi's complexion was deathly pale, whole body lying limp there. His gaze revealed a look of despair. This drumbeat to others was endless benefits, but to him, it was the final death knell. Elder Dao, save me. Qian Yi pulled Elder Dao's arm with a look of despair. Just now, everyone was still waiting to see Yi Yuan make a fool of himself. No one would take Yi Yuan's obsession seriously. Who knew that in a twinkle, the Big Dipper 7 stars drumbeat echoed in the sky above the Shadow Moon sect. Elder Dao was still in the midst of shock currently and did not come back to his senses for a long time. Qian Yi shook repeatedly before he suddenly snapped back to reality. What did you say? Elder Dao asked like he woke up from a dream. Qian Yi directly knelt in front of Elder Dao and cried, save me. Elder Dao, I don't want to die. When the 7th drumbeat sounded out, his entire person broke down. There was only a thought in his mind right now, that was to keep living. Elder Dao's face suddenly fell and he kicked Qian Yi to the ground and said in a cold voice, You fool, what kind of existence did you provoke? Qian Yi had tears strewn all over his face as he said weepingly, How could I have known that he could actually sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum? Currently, he regretted it until his intestines turned green. If he had long known that it would be like this, he would not go and rear his head even if beaten to death back then. The ones who fell out with Yi Yuan were not just him, Qian Yi, there was also the Cloudsword lineage and Immortal Abode lineage. But, only he was the bird who took the lead, wanting to kill Yi Yuan several times. Especially the first ambush, it nearly almost killed Yi Yuan, and this also thoroughly enraged Yi Yuan. Qian Yi naturally did not think that Yi Yuan could do anything to him. Just a mere 6th firmament divine lord, even if a genius, who knew how long it would take to grow up to. But how could he have thought that Yi Yuan only used 200 years and possessed the strength to kill him? What was even more damning was that after Zhang Hong made a move, Yi Yuan still stubbornly wanted to sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. As a result, he succeeded. He actually succeeded. How did the current Elder Dao still have that doting look? Rage was all over his face. He pointed at Qian Yi's nose and cursed, You pig. You provoked a colossal leviathan for the entire soaring flower lineage. Do you know what this Big Dipper 7 stars drum being sounded signifies? It means that he's the Shadow Moon sect's #1 genius since ancient times. It signifies that he'll surmount everyone in the future. Wanting to kill you is merely a matter of casually saying a word. At this time, who would dare protect you? Who dares to protect you? Elder Dao's current mentality was already totally different from before. Previously, he only took Yi Yuan's stubbornness as a joke and waited to watch the show. But now, Yi Yuan proved his terrifying talent. This was equivalent to provoking an incredibly powerful foe for the Soaring Flower lineage. The Soaring Flower lineage might very likely be suppressed in the sect because of this in the future. The situation of 3 lineages in a tripartite balance of forces will be broken very soon. Originally, a Baili Qingyan, emerging from the Immortal Abode lineage already put a lot of pressure on the Soaring Flower lineage. Now, things were good, one disaster piled on after another. Qian Yi collapsed to the ground with a thud, his entire person seemed to have been drained. Elder Dao gave him a pitiful glance. Suddenly, his tone eased up and he said coolly, Relax, the temptation of sounding the Big Dipper 7 stars drum is too great. That's the entire sect from top to bottom owing him a favor. Using such great favor to kill people, I believe that kid won't be so foolish. After 7 drumbeats, it did not dissipate right away. The sound reverberated above the sky of the Shadow Moon sect, lingering on. The Shadow Moon sect disciples practically all entered cultivation states under this drumbeat. The great Tao this drum sound contained complemented that cultivation method and was greatly beneficial to them. One had to know, the Shadow Moon sect had already established the sect for no idea how many tens of thousands of years. This was the first time the Big Dipper 7 stars drum was sounded. Past this village and there would be no such shop anymore. Even the 9 great skill-imparting elders also all entered a state of comprehension at this time. The Big Dipper 7 stars drum was an Empyrean spirit treasure. The great Tao contained inside could be said to be a supreme treasure to them. Rather, Yuan seemed a little bored at this time. His entire body was already drenched in sweat. Beating the drums was not so easy. Empyrean spirit treasure, even a true god powerhouse could not beat it. If not for Yuan being in possession of the lesser Heavenspan mountain, he absolutely could not sound it too. Even so, Yuan also expended tremendous effort before sounding the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. After recovering for a while, Yuan felt a little bored. He reckoned that right now, the entire Shadow Moon sect was in the midst of comprehension. It was impossible for anyone to come and acknowledge him. As for Qian Yi, he was not worried. He knew that under this situation currently, no matter how foolish the Soaring Flower lineage's people were, they also did not dare to let Qian Yi go anymore. Hence, he simply started cultivating on the spot. This drumbeat reverberated for an entire month's time. During this 1 month's time, the Shadow Moon sect was in great jubilation from top to bottom. Quite a few people directly broke through realms after hearing the drumbeat. Finally, the drumbeat gradually dissipated. The skill-imparting elders also woke up from meditation. Their gazes when looking at Yuan was already totally different. They knew that the entire Shadow Moon sect from top to bottom owed Yuan a massive favor. This favor was because of the ancestors' ancestral teachings. The significance of this drumbeat to the Shadow Moon sect was too great. Zhang Hong's gaze suddenly turned intent, and he cried out in shock, "Woodcutter, you gained enlightenment again." When everyone heard this, they all looked over toward the woodcutter, each and every one of them turning pale with fright. The woodcutter's aura was much stronger than it was a month ago. Clearly, the benefits that he obtained from this drum sound was much more than the others. One had to know, reaching their boundary, even a tiny bit of improvement was extremely hard to come by. The woodcutter chuckled and said, "Such a great opportunity, how can your father let it go easily? Comparing talent, your father isn't as talented as Yuan, but compared to the few of you, it's still more than sufficient." When the other few people heard the woodcutter's arrogant words, each and every one of their faces became black like the bottom of a pot. Right at this time, a middle-aged man in azure Dao robes slowly walked out of the void. Seeing the arrival, the 9 great skill-imparting elders immediately adjusted their clothing and went forward to welcome. Paying respects to sect master, the 9 people said in unison. The middle-aged man slowly nodded and said, "MN, the few of you have worked hard." The 9 people hurriedly said, "Dare not." The middle-aged man's gaze went past the 9 people and looked at the Yuan in the distance. Yuan also bowed and said respectfully, "Yuan pays respect to sect master." Yuan could feel that this middle-aged man's aura was even more unfathomable than the 9 great skill-imparting elders. It seemed like this Shadow Moon sect's foundation was really deep. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, "Since my Shadow Moon sect was established, I can't tell how many people wanted to sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum, but no one has ever succeeded before. I really didn't expect that it was actually sounded by a Divine Lord Realm youngster. Yuan, the ancestors' last order, we dare not defy. Now, you can say out your wish. Of course, if you haven't thought of it yet, you can say again later." Yuan smiled and said, "No need, I've thought about it long ago." Yuan has no other request and only wants to kill Qian Yi. Chapter 18:15 Tit for tat. Yuan's words made the sect master stunned. The other 9 people all used eyes like looking at a fool to look at Yuan. This guy was really stubborn. "Yuan, do you know what sounding this Big Dipper 7 stars drum means?" The entire sect from top to bottom, regardless of which cultivation method, martial technique, medicinal pill you want, even if you want this sect master to personally take action, it's not a problem. As long as it's something that the sect can do, this sect master won't refuse. The sect master thought that Yuan did not know what sounding the Big Dipper 7 stars drum signified and deliberately reminded Yuan. The 9 great skill-imparting elders also all looked toward Yuan. They felt that the sect master's explanation was already detailed enough. They felt that Yuan would not use such a big favor to do this sort of silly thing. However, Yuan said firmly, "Thank you, sect master, for the reminder. Yuan only has one request, that's to take Qian Yi's life." The sect master frowned and looked at Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong understood the sect master's meaning. His expression was also very ugly and he briefly recounted the conflict between Yi Yuan and Qian Yi. After the sect master listened, he could not help falling silent. Yi Yuan was not in a hurry either, quietly waiting for the sect master's reply. After a moment, the sect master slowly opened his mouth and said, "Yi Yuan, why not, you reconsider it? This is a one-in-a blue moon opportunity for you. A measly little Qian Yi is just a passerby on your road to greatness. Using such a big favor to exchange for his life, it's not worth it." Finished talking, the sect master looked at Yi Yuan calmly. He felt that Yi Yuan was a clever person and should know how to make his choice. However, Yi Yuan's performance disappointed him. It was only to see the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth reveal a hint of a sneering expression as he said coolly, "Sect master, don't use this kind of high-sounding words to dodge it. Putting it bluntly, you merely can't bear to part with Qian Yi, this genius disciple, that's all. Lord Sect Master, you cannot have the best of both worlds." The moment these words came out, the 9 great elders' faces all changed. Zhang Hong even reproached him, saying, "Insolence. Boy, how do you speak to the sect master?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'm just telling the truth." The sect master's expression was also a little unsightly. While this boy's talent was great, he was also too arrogant. But he had to admit that Yi Yuan, this kid, was not easy to hoodwink. Just as Yi Yuan said, he could not bear to kill Qian Yi. Standing from his perspective, naturally the more geniuses, the better for the sect. While Yi Yuan, this prodigy throughout the ages, held extraordinary significance to the sect, Qian Yi was similarly a rare genius. Every genius concerned the sect's future, so he wanted to have the best of both worlds. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan was even harder to deal with than he imagined, seeing through his intentions at a glance. For some time, the scene was somewhat awkward. The sect master's face fell and he said, "If I say no." Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected and shrugged his shoulders and said coolly, "The sect talks like letting out a fart. This kind of sect, I feel that there isn't anything left for me." The sect master's aura turned heavy and he said in a cold voice, "So, if I don't agree, you're planning on betraying the sect." It was not that he definitely could not kill Qian Yi, but Yi Yuan's words put him somewhat on the spot. In the Shadow Moon sect, he could control everything. But Yi Yuan's appearance made him have a feeling of not being able to control. This feeling made him very displeased. Even so, Yi Yuan sounded the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Sect master's words aren't appropriate. It's not that I want to betray the sect, but it's the sect that abandoned me. Qian Yi wanted to kill me several times, but the sect refused to deal with it. I had a fair fight with him and Yuan, and was stopped by the skill-imparting elder. I sounded the Big Dipper 7 stars drum for this and in the end, I still can't get a fair result. Pray tell, sect master, what does such a sect have for me to stay on?" Yi Yuan spoke righteously, rendering the sect master speechless. The woodcutter saw that the sect master's expression became uglier and uglier. He could not resist to reprimand Yi Yuan and said, "Yi Yuan, don't talk nonsense. Lord Sect Master is also thinking of the sect's long-term future." Yi Yuan said, "Being neither obsequiously nor haughtily, elder's life-saving grace, Yi Yuan will never forget it. But this Yi touches his own heart and feel that this Yi's contributions to the sect far exceed Qian Yi's. I only ask for the sect to give a chance to be treated fairly." Yi Yuan knows that the words of the lowly carry little weight. If Sect Master doesn't allow it, you can very well kill this Yi. The 9 great elders were all dumbfounded listening to Yi Yuan's words. This kid was also too lawless. The sect master's expression became increasingly uglier and he said in a cold voice, "Do you think that your talent is exceptional and this sect master doesn't dare to kill you?" Yi Yuan did not speak and met the sect master's gaze, not backing down in the slightest. Clearly, he expressed his standpoint. The sect master gritted his teeth and said, "Good, very good. My Shadow Moon sect really produced a disciple with backbone. This sect master wants to see how tough your bones are." Suddenly, Yi Yuan's entire person seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar. A horrifying pressure descended upon his body, making him unable to even breathe. However, Yi Yuan stood firm, clenched his jaws tight, eyes staring firmly at the sect master. Feeling Yi Yuan's gaze, the sect master became even angrier. He was just about to increase the power when suddenly, darkness descended. The sect master's horrifying pressure seemed to have fallen into darkness. Yi Yuan felt the pressure on his body lighten, his entire person seemingly hauled out of the water. The sect master's expression changed, and he exclaimed, Martial uncle. A cold snort came out of the void and said, Zhou Qing, you, this sect master, is really declining with each passing day. Are you trying to disrespect your forefathers? The sect master's face changed and he hurriedly clasped his hands and said, Zhou Qing dare not. Humph, you even dare to defy the ancestors' ancestral instructions, what do you still not dare to do? Another cold snort came out of the void, clearly very displeased with Zhou Qing's way of doing things. Zhou Qing's expression was incomparably ugly. He did not think that this matter actually startled martial uncle. His elderly self was the Shadow Moon sect's last trump card. Normally, he stayed in closed seclusion and did not come out, and had never asked about the sect's matters. This time, for Yi Yuan's sake, he actually acted. The 9 great skill-imparting elders exchanged glances. They did not know that there was actually still such an existence in the sect. Zhou Qing was deeply aware of this martial uncle's terrifyingness and naturally did not dare to defy. He could only explain himself, Zhou Qing is also looking out for the sect. A cold laugh came out of the void and said, Zhou Qing, you're really declining with each passing day. You think about yourself back then. How many geniuses' corpses did you step on to walk over? The sect's supreme powerhouse, the sect only needs one and that's enough. A genius who can sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum, you actually wanted to murder him for your face. Are you mad? Zhou Qing's expression changed again and again. Finally, he lowered his head and said respectfully, yes, martial uncle, Zhou Qing knows that I was wrong. Zhou Qing knows what should be done. Although this old man doesn't ask about worldly affairs, I also know a thing or two about the sect's matters. Originally, struggles between factions is a good thing. But now, the sect from top to bottom has already been befouled with a foul atmosphere by the struggle of factions. And you actually even gave the green light for it. Zhou Qing, all the best to you. Done talking, there was no more sound in the void. Chapter 18:16 Breakthrough. Yi Yuan really used this opportunity and killed Qian Yi. My god, such a waste. Isn't that so? If requesting the sect master to take action, one can probably even kill a true god powerhouse. He actually used it to kill a first firmament celestial deity. Really capricious. The thoughts of a genius are really not what we mortals can understand. Qian Yi finally still died. Under Zhou Qing's word of command, Qian Yi's head hit the ground. It was just that this matter was simply incomprehensible to the sect's disciples. Just like a mortal suddenly had a chance to request 10 carts of gold one day, but he only asked for a copper coin. Just a massive opportunity, everyone yearned for it in their sleep, but it was cast aside by Yi Yuan like an old shoe. Except, they did not know that the wish they sought after assiduously was no big deal in Yi Yuan's eyes. Cultivation methods, martial techniques, medicinal pills, all did not have much attraction to Yi Yuan. And after that day, the Shadow Moon sect returned to tranquility once more. Sect Master Zhou Qing and the 9 great skill-imparting elders collectively entered a retreat. The drum sound this time held extraordinary significance to them. They needed closed seclusion to slowly digest their gains. Quite a few disciples also chose to enter a retreat. For some time, the Shadow Moon sect appeared much more deserted. A melodious, zither sound echoed in the sky above Firecloud Peak, gentle and melodious. Deep love flowed within this zither sound. It was completely different from the beauty and poignance the last time. The zither followed the heart. If the mood of the person playing the zither was different, the music played would naturally be completely different too. A figure seemed to have been attracted by the zither sound and slowly walked up to the summit. With the song ending, Bailey Qingyan said with faint resentment, "This song was owed to you. Now, I paid it back to you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Miss Bailey is indeed unparalleled in zither skills. Looks like this condition raised back then was still really worth it." Bailey Qingyan nibbled her lips lightly. Her face slightly red as she opened her mouth and said, "You scoundrel, still exactly as hateful." Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard it and said baffledly, "Why does praising you become hateful? Could it be that I should say that Miss Bailey's zither skills are awful?" Bailey Qingyan spat and said, "You dare." Yi Yuan was speechless. Waving his hand, he said, all right, I didn't say anything. Since I've already heard the zither sound, then the two of us are squared." A hint of disappointment flashed across Bailey Qingyan's face and she said gloomily, sounding the Big Dipper 7 stars drum, "Why did you have to use it to kill Qian Yi?" Do you know how great this favor was? Yi Yuan smiled and said coolly, the sect has nothing that they can give me. So to me, this favor's only function was to be used to kill Qian Yi. Baili Qingyan was taken back when she heard that and looked at Yi Yuan with a contemptuous face. This guy really bragged without coming up with a draft. The Shadow Moon sect was a true god-level sect, no idea how many people wanted to enter the sect but could not. But Yi Yuan said that the sect had nothing they could give him. Since the sect has nothing to give you, then why did you enter the sect? Baili Qingyan said with a contemptuous look. Yi Yuan said coolly, I entered the sect naturally for the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave spot. Baili Qingyan's brows raised up and she said, this Baili Qingyan must be in the celestial deity realm to take part. You're merely a 9th firmament divine lord right now. You definitely can't catch up this time. Actually, Baili Qingyan also felt that it was somewhat a pity for Yi Yuan. His strength was clearly already qualified enough to take part, but with his realm not reaching the requirement, he could not participate at all. In 10 years' time, wanting to break through to the celestial deity realm was simply a fool's talk. If Yi Yuan was a half-step celestial deity right now, then everything could naturally be discussed. It was just too bad that he was only a 9th firmament divine lord. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, breaking through to the celestial deity realm is very easy to me. Baili Qingyan was speechless, this guy was simply an egomaniac. Okay, then I'll wait and see if you can break through to the celestial deity realm within 10 years' time. Baili Qingyan could not be bothered to argue and just waited to see the joke. She admitted that Yi Yuan's talent was outstanding, but Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was not considered fast. In front of her, Yi Yuan's speed was pretty much the same as ordinary geniuses. Even she, Baili Qingyan, also could not break through to become a 1st firmament celestial deity from a 9th firmament divine lord in 10 years. It was naturally even more impossible for Yi Yuan. After Baili Qingyan left, Yi Yuan started closed seclusion to assail celestial deity realm. These 200 years' time, Yi Yuan did many things. Among them included creating the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's 5th level cultivation method. Actually, ever since breaking through to Divine Lord realm, Yi Yuan already started deducing the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's follow-up cultivation method and finally created it during the last 200 years. Having passed the 4th level cultivation method, this great hurdle, this 5th level cultivation method was relatively much easier. Creating the 5th level cultivation method showed that Yi Yuan was already very clear about the celestial deity realm. Breaking through was merely a matter of water flowing when the channel formed. The celestial deity realm that was as difficult as ascending to heaven to others, it was not that complicated to Yi Yuan. With the obstructed tillage spirit vein around, Yi Yuan did not worry about the lack of spiritual energy at all and did not even need to borrow the power of medicinal pills. 10 years passed in a twinkle. On this day, the 3 great fierce beasts were currently cultivating when suddenly, a powerful aura came over from the direction of Yi Yuan's abode. Here to make trouble again. This time, it's a 1st firmament celestial deity again. Go, let's go take good care of this fellow, the old bear said. Hey, thanks to this kid, our strengths have improved greatly now. Got to watch this gate well. Otherwise, if this kid chases us away someday, it wouldn't be good, the old deer said. The 3 people talked for a moment, figures rushing away. The 3 beasts' figures landed, and they were immediately incomparably shocked. They felt the aura of a 1st firmament celestial deity and even thought that it was an outsider intruding. They did not expect that this person was actually Yi Yuan. Kid, you actually broke through to celestial deity realm. The old bear opened its eyes wide, eyes full of disbelief. 10 years ago, Yi Yuan was still only a 9th firmament divine lord. 10 years later, he was actually already 1st firmament celestial deity. Celestial deity realm seemed to be too worthless, right? Yi Yuan nodded and said with a smile, MN, just broke through not long ago. I see that you all have been very attentive and watchful these few years. So I took the time to refine a few medicinal pills. Take them as your reward. The old bear waved its bear claw and said, no need, your humans' medicinal pills. We can't use them. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, it's demon divine pills. The old bear said in surprise, you, a human, actually know how to refine demon divine pills. Yi Yuan casually threw out a few pills. The 3 beasts caught them and took a look, and nearly dropped them onto the ground with a tremble of their hands. The old bear cried out in surprise, 10 heart pill. Divine grade. This This medicinal pill was refined by you. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, not refined by me, then could it be refined by you? I just happened to have some 10 heart pill spirit medicines on hand and refined it for you guys. When at the Tyrant Origin Imperial City back then, Yi Yuan practically got everything he asked for. So he also casually picked up some rank 5 spirit medicines. Although they were not some rare spirit medicines, refining a few 10 heart pills could still be done. Chapter 1817 Spo. Hey, Song Ting's luck is really good. Qian Yi was finished off by Yi Yuan. That's how he covered his position without a hitch and obtained the qualifications to participate in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. His strength is too weak. He's also playing a supporting role by going. In my view, might as well let Yi Yuan go. What a pity. Yi Yuan's strength can absolutely go to the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, but he's unable to break through to the Celestial Deity realm. On the plaza in front of the main peak's Great Hall, the entire sect was sending off the disciples taking part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. There were a total of 4 disciples taking part in the Baili Qingyan. They were respectively Baili Qingyan, Zhang Shuiyan, Yi Qingshang, and Song Ting. Originally, Song Ting had no chance to participate in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. But Qian Yi's death gave him a chance. Within the scope of the age allowed, picking the best person available, there was only Song Ting remaining. Song Ting broke through and became a first firmament celestial deity more than 100 years ago. Presently, his strength already could not be compared to what it used to be. The current Song Ting appeared to be in high and vigorous spirits. No matter what, being able to take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave was also a very glorious thing. At least, the Devil Elephant lineage would benefit along with him. Hey, so what if Yi Yuan's talent is outstanding? At least in this season, he has no hopes of participating in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. Song Ting was pleased with himself inwardly. He knew that him participating in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave was hard to convince the masses. But with Yi Yuan failing to live up to expectations, who could be blamed? Over there, Baili Qingyan's beautiful eyes scanned the crowd, as if searching for something. Zhang Shuiyan smiled coldly when she heard that and said, "Stop looking. It's impossible for that kid to appear. Breaking through to the celestial deity realm in 10 years, nobody can do this sort of thing. Or is it that you feel that he'll come to see you off?" Baili Qingyan said quietly. He said before that he'll break through. No idea why, even though Baili Qingyan herself did not believe it, she still looked forward to Yi Yuan succeeding. Sometimes, human psychology was so wondrous. Zhang Shuiyan pursed her lips and said scornfully, although that kid's law comprehensions is formidable, his cultivation speed isn't considered fast. With his cultivation speed, it's simply impossible to cultivate to become a first firmament celestial deity from a 9th firmament divine lord. Don't you know about this? But Baili Qingyan insisted and said, others can't, maybe, he really can. Zhang Shuiyan could not resist rolling her eyes and said, you lass, you're really silly. Participating in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave this time, the one leading the team was the Canopy Peak's skill-imparting elder, Xu Yan. This time, Canopy Peak had 2 disciples taking part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. He, as the skill-imparting elder, naturally felt proud. He gave a few words of encouragement on the plaza, flicked his sleeves grandly, and said, set off. Baili Qingyan's expression turned dim and she let out a soft sigh. He still didn't come in the end. Finished talking, she followed Xu Yan and flew high into the sky. Right at this time, a figure leapt into the air, blocking the few people's path. It's Yi Yuan. He actually broke through to the celestial deity realm. Truly inconceivable. In just 10 years' time, he broke through 2 realms in a row, reaching the celestial deity realm. Heh. With this, Song Ting is probably feeling awful in his heart, right? The cooked duck suddenly flew. Serves him right. This guy looks like a scoundrel who realized his ambitions all day long ever since obtaining the qualifications of the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. Song Ting's expression was incomparably ugly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually broke through at the final juncture. This way, his Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave qualifications would definitely be revoked. This kind of thing, he really found it a little hard to accept. Zhang Shuiyan's expression was also not much better than Song Ting's. She was still mocking Yi Yuan just now, saying that there was no way he could break through to celestial deity realm. In the end, her voice had yet to fade and Yi Yuan appeared in front of her in the manner of a celestial deity realm. Bailey Qingyan had a surprised expression on her face. She did not expect that Yi Yuan really did it. 10 years ago, Yi Yuan said that he could break through to the celestial deity realm. She did not believe it at all. From the divine lord realm to the celestial deity realm, this hurdle, many people spent several tens of thousands of years and found it difficult to break through. Yi Yuan was exceptional. He did it in 10 years. Yi Yuan looked at Shu Yan and said, "Elder Shu, I want to take part in the Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave." Shu Yan looked at Yi Yuan with an astonished look and said with a nod, "I didn't expect that you actually broke through at the last juncture. You really surprised this old man. Since you already broke through to the celestial deity realm, then everything can naturally be discussed. With your strength, you should naturally obtain a spot." Hearing this, the expression on Song Ting's face was incomparably ugly. He went through numerous fights and eliminated many powerhouses of the same generation before obtaining this spot. In the end, a word from Shu Yan revoked him. Now, he already rose into the sky, but had to return to the main peak again. Those people below were probably all watching the joke, right? What a big loss of face. Yi Yuan smiled and said with clasped hands, "Many thanks, Elder Shu. But this disciple has long broken through. It's just that I made a trip to the medicine refining hall, that's why it took some time." Shu Yan was rather surprised as he said, "You just broke through and shouldn't need medicinal pills. What did you go to the medicine refining hall for?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I heard that geniuses gather at the Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave this time. There are even some sects, disciples who already broke through to second firmament celestial deity. So I specially went to refine a medicinal pill for senior apprentice sister Bailey." Bailey Qingyan was extremely surprised when she heard that. Yi Yuan actually refined a pill for her. Shu Yan said in surprise, "You even know how to refine pills?" As he said, Yi Yuan passed a small bottle to Bailey Qingyan and said, "With senior apprentice sister's aptitude, swallow this Jadatha Purple Heart pill and you should be able to break through to second firmament celestial deity." Even though Bailey Qingyan's talent was outstanding, after breaking through to the celestial deity realm, the speed of her realm improvement also clearly slowed down. These 200 years' time, she only barely managed to cultivate to late-stage first firmament celestial deity. There was still a way off from the peak. But Yi Yuan said that this medicinal pill could make Bailey Qingyan directly break through to become a second firmament celestial deity. Was this medicinal pill so magical? Bailey Qingyan opened the small bottle puzzledly. A burst of medicinal fragrance rose into the sky. She opened her mouth wide and said in disbelief, "The divine grade Jadatha Purple Heart pill." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hurry up and eat, keep staring blankly and the medicinal effect will weaken." Bailey Qingyan was slightly startled and hurriedly swallowed the medicinal pill. Shu Yan looked at Yi Yuan in incomparable shock. He already could not use words to describe his feelings at this time. Not only did this boy's strength surpass others, his talent outstanding, but his pill refining skill was also impressive too. Not long after Bailey Qingyan consumed the medicinal pill, the aura on her body started climbing frenziedly, rushing towards second firmament celestial deity. Broke through. Really broke through. My God, the medicinal effect of this medicinal pill is also too strong, right? With this, senior apprentice sister Bailey's strength is going to soar a great deal. The hopes of our Shadow Moon sect seizing a spot also greatly increased. This Yi Yuan brought us pleasant surprises time after time. This guy is really remarkable. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Bailey Qingyan's really broke through to become a second firmament celestial deity just like that. Chapter 18:18 Whatever you say. 100 days later, the party landed in front of a vast ocean. Shu Yan took out a token and threw it into the ocean. When that token fell into the water, it immediately turned into a streak of white light and disappeared. Not long after, a small rowboat was faintly discernible, traveling over from the surface of the sea. On the small boat, a youth in white stood on the bow, suave and elegant. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. This youth in white was not old, but he was already a fourth firmament celestial deity. It seemed like this Bamboo Grove Divine Temple indeed lived up to its reputation. The Bamboo Grove Divine Temple gathered the entire Bamboo Grove Void Realm's most talented figures. Those able to enter, their talents were probably not beneath Bailey Qingyan's. They might even be stronger. This kind of powerful talent, coupled with the Bamboo Grove Void Realm's top-notch resources, cultivation speed being fast was also within reason. Zhu Wen pays respect to Elder Shu. That youth in white clasped his hands at Xu Yan and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. But Xu Yan greeted with a smile as he said, "Hu, turns out that it's honorable nephew Zhu. Not seeing for 1,000 years, honorable nephew Zhu's cultivation advances with each passing day." Zhu Wen smiled faintly and said, "The cultivation of the divine temple, outsiders can't imagine it at all. Zhu Wen's bit of improvement is nothing." Between the lines of Zhu Wen's words exuded arrogance everywhere, as if the martial artists outside of the divine temple were all lice. Xu Yan's expression was somewhat awkward as he smiled and said, "That's of course. Our bamboo groove void realm hails the divine temple with veneration. This place is a holy land. A genius like honorable nephew Zhu is 1 in 10,000. Zhu Wen had a smug look on his face. Sweeping a glance behind Xu Yan, he said with disdain, "You even brought a guy who just broke through to the celestial deity realm. Looks like your Shadow Moon sect really has no successors." These words, Zhu Wen said them looking at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just broke through not long ago, his aura was much weaker compared to the others. With one glance, one would know that he just broke through not long. Celestial deity realm, the disparity of each minor realm was tremendous. In order to facilitate the distinction, each minor realm would have initial stage, middle stage, late stage, as well as peak, 4 stages. And Yi Yuan's aura, one look and it was initial stage first firmament celestial deity realm, so Zhu Wen was very disdainful. Those coming to take part in the Bamboo Groove martial conclave, even if they were first firmament celestial deity, they were mostly late stage or peak first firmament celestial deity powerhouses too. There were very makes sense, let alone talk about initial stage. Except, as soon as these words came out, the few people including Xu Yan all revealed strange looks. When Zhu Wen saw the few people's reactions, he could not help getting a little annoyed. At this time, shouldn't they be indignant, but dare not speak up? His face could not help turning dark and said, "Why? Could it be that I said wrongly?" Xu Yan appeared slightly awkward as he smiled and said, "Right, what honorable nephew Zhu said is correct." Although he said so, how could Zhu Wen not hear the mockery in Xu Yan's words? Xu Yan was implying, "You came from the divine temple, whatever you say then." Rather, it was Bai Qingyan who pursed her lips and said, "Senior apprentice brother Zhu had best not be too confident. When Yi Yuan enters the divine temple, surpassing you shouldn't take too long." The moment Zhu Wen heard, he immediately flew off the handle and said with a cold smile, "Hey, this junior apprentice sister has such high-sounding sentiments. It's just that your Shadow Moon sect seems to not have anyone enter the divine temple for 10 consecutive seasons already, right? Where in the world did your confidence come from? For close to 10,000 years, the Shadow Moon sect's performance in the Bamboo Groove martial conclave got worse and worse. Among Bamboo Groove Void Realm's 14 true god-level powerful sects, only 5 people could enter the divine temple in the end. This struggle was very fierce. Among these 14 true god-level sects, the Shadow Moon sect was only in the middle to lower reaches. Some major sects prospered with each passing day. Each season, there would be someone entering the divine temple. But sects like the Shadow Moon sect would naturally be looked down upon. This Zhu Wen was obviously very disdainful of the Shadow Moon sect. This kind of sect, each time they came to take part in the Bamboo Groove martial conclave, they were all supporting castes. Without strength, it was very hard to gain other people's respect. This rule was the same everywhere. Yi Yuan said coolly, "The confidence of martial artists comes from powerful strength and not an unduly high opinion of oneself. After your esteemed self came, you've been constantly reproving the Shadow Moon sect. Presumably, you aren't living very well in the divine temple, right?" Yi Yuan's words made Zhu Wen's expression change. Yi Yuan really hit the mark. To the outside world, the divine temple was a holy land. Entering the divine temple represented resplendent glory. But in reality, the competition within the temple was extremely cruel too. Naturally they could not dispense with the survival of the fittest. For Zhu Wen to be able to enter the Bamboo Groove divine temple, his talent naturally went without saying. It was just that after entering the divine temple, everyone was similarly geniuses. His previous advantages were gone too. You were talented, but others were more talented than you. Zhu Wen discovered that after entering the divine temple, although he improved with amazing speed, other people's improvements were even faster than him, and could obtain the temple's high regard even more. His days naturally became more and more difficult. Insolence. Who the hell do you think you are, to dare speak to me like this? Zhu Wen's face fell and said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan looked at Zhu Wen pitifully and shook his head as he laughed in spite of himself and said, "Your esteemed self's feelings, I can understand. So I won't stoop to your level." Zhu Wen's face became black as the bottom of a pot. This Yi Yuan really rubbed his nose in it. Each sentence caused a 10,000-point critical hit to him. Shu Yan also felt his anger vented in his heart. These few years, every time they took part in the Bamboo Grove martial conclave, the Shadowmoon sect would be treated differently. Regardless of whether it was the temple's disciples or other sects, few thought highly of the Shadowmoon sect. But no choice, the temple was sublime, he could only tuck his tail between his legs and behave. Seeing Zhu Wen get deflated, he was naturally secretly pleased in his heart. However, he was also secretly startled by Yi Yuan's observational power. Very clearly, Yi Yuan guessed Zhu Wen's situation correctly. The temple was incomparably mysterious and never opened up to the outside world. The people outside never knew what was happening inside. Even the heads of true god-level sects also did not know anything about the temple. But nobody doubted the temple's power. So the divine temple's disciples, even if only celestial deity realm, had always been high and lofty too. Being critiqued by them a little, they all, these skill-imparting elders, could only endure it too. But Yi Yuan could perceive so many things through only a few sentences. It was truly remarkable. All shut up for me. Honorable nephew Zhu is a temple disciple, how can it be your turn to teach him what to do? Shu Yan suddenly glared and scolded. It was just that the expression on his face not only did not have any anger at all, it instead had some approval. When Yi Yuan and the rest saw, they could not help secretly finding it funny. They knew that Shu Yan was giving Zhu Wen a way out. All of them shut their mouths sensibly. Shu Yan had his back to Zhu Wen could not see his expression. Seeing Shu Yan fly off the handle, his expression indeed became much better. However, he still gave a cold snort and said, "Ignorant thing, is the temple what you all are qualified to appraise?" Yi Yuan and the rest exchanged glances and said in unison, "Yes, yes, yes, whatever senior apprentice brother Zhu says goes." Zhu Wen's face virtually almost turned into a horse's face. One pulled a long face. Chapter 18-19 Treading on the waves. On the vast expanse of water, a small rowboat slowly advanced. All around was a stretch of white fog lingering, unable to see one's fingers when the hands were stretched out. Powerful restriction powers came from all around, making Yi Yuan and the rest secretly startled. The Bamboo Grove Divine Temple was indeed incomparably powerful. It actually turned such a vast ocean into their forbidden land. Nobody urged the small boat, but it just drifted on the ocean just like that. Suddenly, the small boat rocked violently. The bow of the boat swayed and actually plunged into a cloud of mist. Even if it was face to face, one could not see their companions clearly too. "Everyone, be careful. We are entering the restrictions storm. The undulations of the power of laws are incredible. Everybody needs to avoid the power of restrictions. Otherwise, if you fall into the spirit nether sea, no one can save you." From the bow came Zhu Wen's warning. Everyone's hearts went slightly cold, each carefully avoiding the power of restrictions. No idea how long had passed either. The party finally passed out of the fog and returned to the normal sea. Suddenly, Bailey Qingyan's face changed and she said, "Where's Yi Yuan?" "Yi Yuan is gone." Everyone looked sideways and discovered that the Yi Yuan who was originally at the stern of the boat was really gone. Shu Yan's face fell and he said, "Zhu Wen, this kind of thing had never happened before in the past, what's going on here?" How could Shu Yan still not understand? Zhu Wen had resentment arise in his heart and deliberately set up a stumble, sending Yi Yuan down. Unknowingly, Shu Yan even changed his term of address. Yi Yuan was this Bamboo Grove martial conclave's latent growth stock. Shu Yan thought very highly of him. Now that he was gone, how could he not be angry? When Yi Yuan was a 9th firmament divine lord, he could only fight with the 1st firmament celestial deity realm Qian Yi until neither could gain the upper hand. Now that he broke through to the celestial deity realm, his strength would really be hard to gauge. But Shu Yan felt that Yi Yuan should have no problem matching up against 2nd firmament celestial deities. As for how far he could go, it was really hard to tell. Such a great black horse was actually gone now. Shu Yan's entire person felt dreadful. Zhu Wen sneered in his heart, but feigned ignorance on the surface as he said, "Didn't encounter in the past doesn't mean that the spirit nether sea is without dangers. The power of restrictions here will often undergo changes. A single misstep and even true god powerhouses will fall inside. Just now, that was just a minor restriction undulation, that's how we could be safe and sound. Elder Shu, not that I'm saying you, but your disciple's strength is too weak, right? You look, aren't the rest fine? He naturally did it on purpose. This spirit nether sea, outsiders did not know, but he was very familiar with it. Zhu Wen deliberately went off course and had a small contact with the restriction. And the place of contact was precisely the stern of the boat where Yi Yuan was at. The stern was naturally also the place where the law undulations were the strongest. Baili Qingyan's eyes turned red and she said angrily, "You're despicable and shameless. Turn around right now for me, I'm going to look for Yi Yuan." But Zhu Wen shook his head and said, "Can't find any more. This spirit nether sea changes myriad of times in a twinkle. Dropping into the sea, he would definitely trigger the power of restrictions, it's already impossible to come back." Baili Qingyan's eyes turned red and she said angrily, I'll fight it out with you." Zhu Wen said coolly, "If you want to make everyone be buried together with you, then feel free to give it a try." Shu Yan grabbed hold of Baili Qingyan and said in a cold voice, "Don't be rash, wait until we get ashore before talking." Baili Qingyan's tears rolled down. But she was unable to resist the powerful Shu Yan and could only give up. But her gaze when looking at Zhu Wen was icy cold. But Zhu Wen smiled coldly in his heart. Toward Baili Qingyan's threat, he did not take it to heart at all. Although Baili Qingyan's strength was decent, wanting to pass the Bamboo Grove martial conclave was still a little forceful. As long as she could not enter the temple, there was nothing to discuss. Before long, an island appeared in everyone's eyes. Stepping onto the island, Baili Qingyan immediately turned into a stream of flowing light and rushed over towards Zhu Wen. Zhu Wen seemed to have long expected it and casually pointed a finger out. "Break for me." Zhu Wen gave a cold cry. Baili Qingyan only felt a tremendous force transmit over, directly being knocked flying back. The disparity between Zhu Wen and her was too great. "Humph, overestimating your own ability. If not looking on the account of Elder Shu's face, I'd have killed you just now." Zhu Wen said with a cold snort. Baili Qingyan looked at Zhu Wen coldly and said in a chilly voice, "Just you wait, there will come a day where I'll take revenge for Yi Yuan." Zhu Wen pursed his lips and said disdainfully, "That will have to depend on whether you can pass the Bamboo Grove martial conclave or not. But in my view, the hope isn't big." Shu Yan also felt a wave of anger well up in his heart and he said in a solemn voice, "Zhu Wen, you're too much. Today's matter, I'll definitely report it to Lord Envoy and request him to uphold justice." But Zhu Wen did not care at all and just said with a faint smile, "Go ahead." Seeing Zhu Wen's attitude, Shu Yan's heart also sunk. In front of the temple, they all, these true god powerhouses, really did not have any right to speak at all. You guys look, there seems to be someone on the spirit nether sea." Yi Qingshang suddenly said. Everyone's face changed, looking over in the direction Yi Qingshang pointed at. Sure enough, they discovered that a small black dot was currently closing in on here. Although everyone's eyesight was excellent, the sea was foggy, they could not see the actual situation too. Could it be Yi Yuan? Shu Yan said in surprise. Zhu Wen's expression similarly changed, both eyes narrowing into a line, seemingly wanting to see through the fog. But there was indeed a black figure swaying about inside the fog, currently coming towards the shore. How is this possible? Zhu Wen said with an astonished look. When Baili Qingyan saw the flickering figure, she was immediately overjoyed. "It's definitely Yi Yuan, it must be Yi Yuan," Baili Qingyan said excitedly. That figure got closer and closer, the outline also became clearer and clearer. In the end, everyone could see a slightly thin figure currently speeding like the wind over to this side, sweeping up waves. And he came treading on the waves. It's real, he didn't die, he really didn't die. The agitated Baili Qingyan was somewhat incoherent in speech. But, at this time, no one paid attention to these. All of the people including Shu Yan were all inexplicably in shock. This is impossible. Apart from the temple's disciples, no one has ever been able to pass through the spirit nether sea. How did he do it? Zhu Wen had a look of disbelief. This scene in front of him was seriously too fantastical. Yi Yuan stepped on massive waves and walked over leisurely like he was a surfer. You can't, doesn't mean Yi Yuan can't. Now, you must be very disappointed, right? Baili Qingyan smiled coldly, her gaze looking at Zhu Wen was full of disdain. Seeing Zhu Wen's expression, she was also incomparably delighted in her heart. In her heart, the temple had always been an extremely sacred place, incomparably holy. But now, seeing Zhu Wen's performance, she had a trace of wavering in her heart. Yi Yuan took a step and flew to the shore. Baili Qingyun burst into tears of joy. She immediately pounced forward and started sobbing. Yi Yuan was also struck dumb with amazement by this scene. But he still lightly patted Baili Qingyun's shoulder and consoled, "It's fine, it's all over." Chapter 18:20 Exposing. Seeing Zhu Wen's incomparably shocked expression, Yi Yuan said with an amused look, "Looks like you're very disappointed." The corners of Zhu Wen's mouth twitched, finally recovering with the shock. He seemed slightly awkward as he laughed dryly twice and said, "I already said, that was just an accident." Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, "You're really very weak. So what if it was deliberate? Your gaze is flickered all over the place, and you don't even dare to look straight into my eyes. A person like you doesn't even have the qualifications to be a bad guy. No wonder you're depressed and failed to achieve your ambition at the temple." A cold aura crept out when Yi Yuan was saying this. Zhu Wen looked at Yi Yuan angrily, somewhat turning angry from the initial embarrassment. Zhu Wen gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Punk, you're challenging my bottom line." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Challenging your bottom line? Then you come and kill me. Want to kill me? Come openly and above board. With your strength, I'm not a match. See, you don't dare again. You have no status in the temple. If you kill the disciples who came to participate in the Bamboo Grove martial conclave, the temple will hold you accountable. In the end, it's still that you're too weak. Enough, shut up for me," Zhu Wen said with an angry roar. Yi Yuan's words struck the heart one by one, virtually about to shatter his mind. Shu Yan looked at the crazed Zhu Wen, incomparably shocked in his heart. Yi Yuan made a fourth firmament celestial deity powerhouse's Dao heart almost collapse with a few words. This was really killing people without seeing blood. With Shu Yan's eyesight, he could naturally tell that Zhu Wen's Dao heart already reached the verge of collapse. This could inevitably cause tremendous hindrance to his future cultivation. Zhu Wen, who was originally already struggling to stride forward in the temple, after this it was probably hard for him to stand up again this time. Yi Yuan shook his head as he smiled and said, "Entering the temple doesn't mean getting it over with once and for all. One would instead enter an even more cruel environment. Even if I don't say it out loud, your weakness cannot be changed too. A person like you doesn't even have the qualifications to become my opponent. Elder Shu, let's go." Done talking, Yi Yuan walked over toward the building on the island first. This place had powerful restrictions everywhere. Even true god powerhouses were unable to fly in the air too. For Yi Yuan to be able to come over from the spirit nether sea by treading on the waves, it was not because Yi Yuan could ignore these powerful restrictions, but that the place Zhu Wen threw him at, the restrictions were too weak. In those places with powerful restrictions, Zhu Wen did not dare to act carelessly too. Otherwise, it would not be throwing Yi Yuan down, but it would be him being buried with Yi Yuan. And along the way, Yi Yuan had pretty much grasped the spirit nether sea's restrictions long ago. Coupled with that there was Zhu Wen himself guiding in front, it was not that surprising for Yi Yuan to be able to come out. The party walked onto the island. A bunch of well-arranged palaces appeared in front of everyone. Bamboo Grove Holy Realm. There was an enormous archway ahead with 4 big characters written on it, Bamboo Grove Holy Realm. It's said that this place is just the tip of the iceberg of the Bamboo Grove Holy Realm, the only place in the Bamboo Grove Holy Realm that's opened up to the public, and also where the Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave is at, Shu Yan explained. Yi Yuan came to a realization and was just about to enter the Bamboo Grove Holy Realm when he heard a loud noise coming from the island. Back of the mountain, a building was directly blown up, the entire roof blown off, looking spectacular. Shu Yan's face changed and he said, "What happened? Could it be that someone dares to cause trouble in the Bamboo Grove Holy Realm?" Yi Yuan said, "It's fine. That should be a furnace explosion. But being able to produce such great power, the alchemist's standard shouldn't be weak." Zhang Shuiyan was suddenly very curious and asked, "How is he compared to you?" Ever since Yi Yuan stepped into celestial deity realm, Zhang Shuiyan never had the idea of making things difficult for him anymore. She knew that Yi Yuan's rise was already unstoppable. The Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave this time, Yi Yuan's hopes were even greater than Baili Qingyun's. As for how great, no one knew right now. All in all, he was definitely very strong. The Yi Qingshang by the side also had the same thought as Zhang Shuiyan. He did not wish to become a second Qian Yi. Opposing Yi Yuan, that was equivalent to seeking death. Yi Yuan gave Zhang Shuiyan a glance and said smilingly, "I've never blown up my furnace before. Of course, if I insist on doing it, it will at least be 100 times more powerful than this." Including Shu Yan, the few people's pupils constricted. They had never seen before Yi Yuan's pill refining strength. But from the medicinal pill he gave Bai Li Qingyan, they could tell that his strength was definitely very formidable. But, 100 times stronger than the explosion just now, they felt that it was somewhat fantastical. One had to know, inside pill refining rooms all had protective arrays. To be able to directly blow off that building's roof was already very horrifying. 100 times stronger than this, what kind of concept was that? TCH, ignorant fool, who do you think you are? 100 times more powerful than that just now, do you know what it means? When the Zhu Wen who had been silent all along heard this, he finally could not resist jeering. But Yi Yuan did not seem to hear it at all, lifting his leg and leaving. Along the way, Zhu Wen finally managed to make his state of mind calm down a bit. Yi Yuan's attitude made the evil fire in his heart flare up with a whoosh. "Hey, I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" Zhu Wen said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Are you talking to me? I only hear a dog anyhow barking." Zhu Wen's face changed and he was just about to speak, but then he heard Yi Yuan continue coolly saying, "I said it before, if you don't dare to kill me, then keep your mouth shut, so as to avoid asking for trouble." Zhu Wen's eyes seemingly spewed fire, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Punk, let's wait and see. You'll regret it one day." Yi Yuan pursed his lips, a disdainful look on his face as he continued walking ahead. Under Zhu Wen's lead, the Shadow Moon sect party arrived at a bunch of thatched houses at the borders of the Bamboo Grove Holy Realm. "This is your residence," Zhu Wen said lightly. Shu Yan's face fell and he said, "Zhu Wen, you're really too outrageous. If I didn't remember wrongly, this should be the woodshed, right?" Zhu Wen pursed his lips and said, "Supporting role sects like you all still want to have any good treatment. I reckon that you guys can't stay too long either and will be sent packing back home very soon." The Shadow Moon sect's few people were all filled with righteous indignation. This guy was clearly using his position to get even with a personal grudge. Yi Yuan did not care and said coolly, "Woodshed then, cultivators take the world to be their homes, why would we care about this?" Shu Yan's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. This boy could have such talent, yet remain indifferent when granted favors or be subjected to humiliation. To be able to say these words showed that he already saw through the secular world, his hard realm reaching no idea what kind of realm already. Even Shu Yan was also ashamed of his inferiority. Yi Yuan's words made Zhu Wen's face turn black. He originally vented his pent-up feelings on some pretext. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not fall for it and even said these words? Suddenly, a pink object turned into a stream of light and bored right into Yi Yuan's embrace. Even Yi Yuan had a baffled look too. "Treasure pig, where did you run to, treasure pig?" Very soon, a childish voice was heard. Chapter 1821 Blissful Treasure Pig. Yi Yuan lowered his head and took a look at his bosom. A pink piggy was currently desperately boring into his clothes. Then a little boy around 5 or 6 years old ran in front of Yi Yuan with a waddle. The child reached his hand out to Yi Yuan and said, "Return treasure pig to me." Yi Yuan was taken back, grabbed hold of the little pink pig in his bosom, and passed it to the child. The child giggled and reached his hand out to receive the little pink pig. Taking over the little pink pig, it struggled and immediately broke free of the child's arm, boring into Yi Yuan's bosom again. The child was stunned and could not help saying furiously, "Treasure pig, are you trying to rebel?" "Awoo, awoo." That little pink pig clamored in Yi Yuan's bosom and refused to come out. Yi Yuan was also perplexed, uncertain of what was going on. The kid could not help saying angrily when he heard Treasure Pig's cries, "What the hell are you doing? A first firmament celestial deity stinking brat, you actually like him? Did you eat too many medicinal pills and spoiled your head?" The child gave no chance to explain and directly reached his arm out to grab Treasure Pig. But Treasure Pig bored into Yi Yuan's bosom desperately and refused to come out. Yi Yuan had a flash of inspiration, as if understanding something, and said coolly, "You let it go, let me do it." Who knew that that kid did not buy it at all, and said angrily, "Brat, who the hell do you think you are? Keep being long-winded and Grandpa Tong will immediately kill you. Hurry up and return my treasure pig to me. Yi Yuan was stunned. This child talked in a kiddish manner but had the appearance of a patronizing elder. The feeling that it gave people was extremely weird. But this kid's arrogant appearance also ignited Yi Yuan's anger. His brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "Are you letting go or not?" The kid raised his head and said, "I'm not letting go, what can you do to me?" Yi Yuan laughed coldly and reached his hand out to grabbing toward the child. That child similarly laughed coldly, figure immediately becoming illusory. Yi Yuan's grab actually caught nothing. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and he said in surprise, "Spatial law." The child was proud of himself as he said, "Merely a first firmament celestial deity, and yet you really take yourself to be somebody noteworthy." This child's strength was very vague. Even by his side, Yi Yuan could not sense his strength too. It was just that this spatial law, it was still Yi Yuan's first time seeing apart from his and cold feathers. Furthermore, this child's spatial law comprehension was not weak. That child was currently being pleased with himself when a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, reaching his hand out to grab at him once more. The child chuckled and said, "It's no use, your bit of ability isn't even fit to carry shoes for your Grandpa Tong." This time, he still wanted to avoid Yi Yuan's grab through spatial law. It was just a pity that Yi Yuan's grab trailed closely behind like a shadow. Inside the void, Yi Yuan grabbed hold of the child's arm. The child turned pale with fright and cried out in surprise, "You actually know spatial law too?" Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "You wouldn't think that only you know spatial law in this world, right? Really don't know which family's child, so mischievous. Today, I'll discipline you well on behalf of your family's grown-ups." Finished saying, Yi Yuan allowed no explanations and put the child on his legs and smacked his buttocks. Children had thin skin and tender flesh, how could they withstand Yi Yuan's iron palm? With a few slaps, the child burst into tears. "Wah, wah, let me go, you stinking brat, I'll definitely kill you. Definitely kill you." By the side, Zhu Wen looked at this scene, a gloating look on his face. Heh, the evil that people brought on themselves is the hardest to bear. Shu Yan's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, "What do you mean by this?" Zhu Wen had a smug look as he said, "That kid has always been following Elder Du Rufeng recently. Elder Du Rufeng listens and does whatever he wants. Their relationship must be extraordinary. That punk hit Elder Du Rufeng's people now, do you think his outcome can be good?" The moment these words came out, Shu Yan's expression instantly became very ugly. Bailey Qingyan had been watching happily by the side all along. Now, hearing Zhu Wen say so, she could not resist asking, "Elder Shu, who is Elder Du Rufeng?" Shu Yan's expression was ugly as he said, "Over 300,000 years ago, he was the #1 alchemist of the Bamboo Groove Void Realm's young generation. That season's Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, he entered the temple by getting the first place. Presently, he's already a true God Realm Elder." Bailey Qingyan's expression changed drastically. The temple's elder, also an alchemist, this was having provoked an incredible major figure. Zhu Wen, this kind of person could only be a minor character in the temple. But a ranked 6 alchemist, that identity was absolutely extraordinary. She hurriedly shouted, "Yi Yuan, stop hitting." Yi Yuan did not listen at all and still beat the child's buttocks severely. Right then, a figure swept over here as swift as lightning. An old man had an imposing momentum as he looked at Yi Yuan with a furious look and bellowed loudly, "Where did this punk come from, to actually dare hit little Tong? Ouch, so painful, my butt, Du Rufeng, hurry up and save me." Little Tong cried. Yi Yuan really dealt heavy blows. The kid was really in pain right now. Yi Yuan gave Du Rufeng a glance and said coolly, "This is your family's child." Du Rufeng was taken aback and immediately nodded his head and said, "That's right." Only at this time, did Yi Yuan stop. Throwing little Tong to Du Rufeng, he said coolly, "Your family's child, you have to discipline him well. Acting patronizingly like an elder, wanting to kill people at the drop of a hat. This child's talent is pretty good, he mustn't take to evil ways." Du Rufeng had a peculiar expression on his face. Reaching his hand out and beckoning, he caught little Tong. Little Tong shed tears and mucus, looking extremely pitiful. Grandpa Du, quickly help me take a look. I can't feel my butt now, sniff sniff." As he said, he stuck his little buttocks up, almost killing people with cuteness. Du Rufeng had a dark expression. Pulling down little Tong's pants, he discovered that the buttocks were bright red. He gritted his teeth and said, "You punk, really ruthless in your blows, huh? Looks like you really want to die." Du Rufeng raised his head, the aura of true god realm suddenly released. Everyone's faces changed drastically, but when Du Rufeng looked over toward Yi Yuan again, he discovered that he was currently squatting there, Treasure Pig wriggling into Yi Yuan's palm extremely happily. Treasure Pig's cheerful cries made Du Rufeng have a stunned look. The powerful aura also disappeared into thin air. Du Rufeng looked at Little Tong with a shocked expression as he said, "Little Tong, this." Little Tong also stopped crying already, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of shock. Hearing Du Rufeng's yell, he nodded his head and said in a solemn voice, "Treasure Pig, he has never bleated so happily before. How did this kid do it?" Grunt, grunt. The pink Treasure Pig baby had a blissful appearance and finally ate all the medicinal pills in Yi Yuan's hand. Then, his neck tilted and he collapsed on the ground, falling asleep blissfully. Yi Yuan picked up Treasure Pig and returned it to Little Tong and said coolly, "Little snotty brat, don't yell about killing at every move. This little pig is clearly hungry. Just feed it to its fill and that would do it." Chapter 1822 Upper Groove Cower. What did you feed him just now? Du Rufeng asked with a surprised look. This Treasure Pig was notoriously difficult to serve. During this period of time, he racked his brains and was also unable to satisfy Treasure Pig. Just now, in order to refine pills, he even directly exploded the furnace upward, even blowing off the roof. But who would have thought that a kid who popped out of no idea where casually fed a little something and made Treasure Pig satisfied to the max? Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, "Of course it's medicinal pills. Didn't this snotty brat say just now that this piggy likes to eat medicinal pills? I just happened to have on hand some medicinal pills that I refined in the past and fed them to him conveniently." Hearing Little Tong's words, Yi Yuan had some guesses in his heart. This Treasure Pig might have smelled the smell of medicinal pills on his body, that was why he would tunneling into his bosom desperately. With an attempt, it was indeed like so. But Yi Yuan was very surprised, this Treasure Pig's nose was really sharp enough. Looking at its appearance, it did not smell the medicinal fragrance after seeing him but smelled it from a very far away place. This little pink pig was very unusual. Humph, don't think that you're off the hook by feeding Treasure Pig to its fill. Grandpa, kill him for me. This punk actually dared to hit my buttocks. Ouch. Little Tong pointed at Yi Yuan and said furiously. Du Rufeng's face fell and he immediately exuded a murderous air. Shu Yan's face changed and he immediately felt a big headache. Du Rufeng's strength was far above his. Furthermore, even if he was worse than him, with Du Rufeng's identity, he did not dare to make a move either. Yi Yuan, this brat was really courting death. When Zhu Wen saw this scene, he was excited until he was practically about to jump up. But right at this time, Treasure Pig suddenly startled awake and broke free of Little Tong's embrace with a whoosh, and blocked in front of Yi Yuan, showing its teeth at Du Rufeng. Grunt, grunt. This Treasure Pig was very human-like. Everyone could see that he was venting his dissatisfaction. When Du Rufeng saw this scene, his originally imposing momentum immediately disappeared into thin air. When Little Tong saw this scene, he said in a great rage, "You stupid pig, ungrateful and forgetting my kindness. Come over here for me." Treasure Pig shook its head and directly turned its head away, the appearance very arrogant. Little Tong jumped up angrily and said, "Angering me to death. Angering me to death. If you have the capabilities, follow this brat in the future. Don't come and find me anymore." It was just that he spoke in a childish voice and did not have any deterrence at all. He originally thought that Treasure Pig would be scared. Who knew that Treasure Pig leapt and bored right into Yi Yuan's bosom, and even shook its head at Little Tong like putting on a show of force, cute to the extreme. The moment Little Tong saw, he said angrily, "You ungrateful fellow, we're cut off." Done talking, Little Tong walked off acting like an elderly, with his hands behind his back. Du Rufeng was frozen there. Looking at Treasure Pig and looking at Little Tong again, he had a difficult look on his face. Suddenly, he saw Zhu Wen by the side. His expression turned somber and he said, "You're the disciple in charge of the Shadow Moon sect's daily living." Zhu Wen hurriedly said, "Yes, it's just that." Zhu Wen did not know what Du Rufeng wanted and was just about to lodge a complaint when he was immediately interrupted by Du Rufeng. "Arrange for them to stay in Upper Groove Court. Whatever requests they have, satisfy them to the best of your ability, especially that kid. If Treasure Pig were to suffer any inconveniences in this period of time, I'll hold you accountable. Zhu Wen's expression was instantly ugly to the extreme. Upper Groove Court was the Bamboo Groove Holy Realm's top residence. Putting aside the extravagant facilities, it was also the place where spiritual energy was the most abundant. Even the rank 1 high clarity sect among the dozen over true god level sects also did not have the qualifications to be hosted in the Upper Groove Court. Elder Du actually let the Shadowmoon sect be hosted in Upper Groove Court for a pig. On what basis? Forget that they were staying in Upper Groove Court, he even wanted him to handle all demands. Zhu Wen wished to hit his head and die right now. Except, Du Rufeng's status, he was well aware. At this very moment, he could only swallow the knocked-out teeth into his stomach. This disciple obeys. Zhu Wen bowed and said. Du Rufeng completely ignored Zhu Wen and immediately turned around to go chase after Little Tong. Shadowmoon sect's people all used strange expressions to look at Zhu Wen. Just now, this guy still wanted to use his position to get even with a personal grudge, putting them in the woodshed to humiliate them. Who knew that in a blink of an eye, the situation had a big reversal? Zhang Shuiyan came in front of Zhu Wen with an amused look as she opened her mouth and said, "Senior apprentice brother Zhu, lead the way." Zhu Wen's face became black as the bottom of the work and he said in a solemn voice, "What are you being smug for?" "A villain intoxication by success." Zhang Shuiyan giggled and said, "Senior apprentice brother Zhu, you have to pay attention to your words. You scold us villains, Yi Yuan won't be happy. If he's not happy, Treasure Pig won't be happy. If Treasure Pig isn't happy, you know the consequences." Seemingly affirming Zhang Shuiyan's words, Treasure Pig grunted twice in Yi Yuan's bosom and fell asleep again. Zhu Wen's face changed, stifling back a breath, almost exploding. The temple's disciples had always been high and lofty in front of true god-level sects. But today, he had to compromise out of consideration for the general interest, truly aggravating. Forcefully enduring the humiliation, Zhu Wen sucked in a deep breath and said, "Follow me then." Upper Groove Court compared to the woodshed was really like heaven and earth. This place was like a miniature palace, pavilions with flowing water, houses and courtyards, extremely ingenious. Upon entering Upper Groove Court, a burst of thick spiritual energy hit head-on, making the few people perk up considerably instantly. "There are a dozen over courtyards here. You all pick yourselves. If there's anything, call me again." Finished talking, Zhu Wen was about to head outside. This place, he did not wish to remain for a moment. "Hang on." Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said. Zhu Wen's face changed and he said in a solemn voice, "Anything else?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, revealing a displeased look. Zhu Wen hated him in his heart immensely, but he could only soften his tone and say, "May I ask if junior apprentice brother Yi has anything else?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's more like it. You wait for a moment, I'll give you a list, you go and prepare a batch of rank 5 spirit medicines for me." The rank 5 spirit medicines in Yi Yuan's hands were not many, it could not stand up to the consumption at all. Bamboo Groove Divine Temple was the Bamboo Groove Void Realm's top faction. Mere rank 5 spirit medicines shouldn't be a problem. Such a good opportunity to practice now, if he did not take advantage of it, wouldn't it be too regrettable? However, Zhu Wen's face could not help turning black. When he heard it and was just thinking of flaring up when suddenly, his eyeballs swiveled and he said with a nod, "Okay, I'll wait for you." Upper Groove Court was very big, the 5 people each picked a courtyard and Yi Yuan went to make a list. Before long, Yi Yuan handed the list to Zhu Wen. The moment Zhu Wen took it and looked, his eyeballs almost popped out. This kid was really demanding an exorbitant price. On the list, several hundred types of rank 5 spirit medicines were listed. Unless it was an elder-level existence, otherwise, who had the authority to mobilize so many rank 5 spirit medicines? Did he really think that a pig could let him act recklessly without fear of anybody in the Bamboo Groove Holy Realm? One had to know, this place was the temple's territory, the Bamboo Groove Void Realm's supreme ruler. Leaving Upper Groove Court, Zhu Wen said with a cold laugh, "Hey, the status of Elder Chai who is in charge of the Spirit Medicines Hall isn't beneath Elder Du. I want to see whether or not you can rely on a pig to bear his wrath." Chapter 1823 The wind outside is strong, be careful not to catch a cold. Bringing Yi Yuan's list, Zhu Wen came straight to the Spirit Medicines Hall. Sure enough, the moment he saw the list, the senior apprentice brother inside got a big fright and immediately threw him outside. Senior apprentice brother Song, these spirit medicines are not what I want. Elder Du Rufeng made me send the Shadow Moon sect's people to Upper Groove Court. He asked me to take good care of them and satisfy any requests. In the end, the moment they went in, they came up with this list and gave it to me, insisting on making me come and pick them up. I had no choice to. Zhu Wen said with a distressed look. The moment that senior apprentice Brother Song heard Zhu Wen's explanation, he could not help but wonder. Elder Du Rufeng, Shadow Moon sect, what's going on? Zhu Wen smiled bitterly and said, how would I know what's going on? Elder Du's orders, as disciples don't dare to not listen either. Senior apprentice Brother Song, why not? You report this matter to Elder Chai and let him make a final decision. Senior apprentice Brother Song's expression turned somber, feeling that what Zhu Wen said made a lot of sense. The matters between the big guys, they had better be more careful. Hence, he brought Zhu Wen to go find Elder Chai. Zhu Wen repeated his words earlier and embellished the details as he said, that kid called Yi Yuan is very arrogant in attitude, completely disregarding our temple by relying on that he has Elder Du's golden words, and even said that if this disciple doesn't get these spirit medicines, he'll make this disciple get out of the temple. This disciple, sure enough, the moment Elder Chai heard, he said in a great rage, insolent thing. When is the Shadow Moon sect arrogant until it looks down on the temple? Lead the way, I want to see what right the Shadow Moon sect has to stay in Upper Groove Court. Is Du Rufeng that old punk muddle-headed with age? Seeing Elder Chai angry, Zhu Wen felt pleased with himself inwardly. He wanted to see who could still protect you with this. Who is Yi Yuan? Get out here for this old man. Elder Chai's roar instantly spread throughout the entire Upper Groove Court, also alarming quite a few people to come and watch. Shu Yan's reaction was the fastest. The moment he came out and saw that it was the Elder Chai who was burning with rage, his expression could not help changing and he said with clasped hands, turns out that it's Brother Chai Zhen. I wonder what mistake Yi Yuan has made, to cause Brother Chai Zhen to be so angered. When the people who came over to watch saw Shu Yan as well as Baili Qingyan and the rest who came out in succession, each and every one of their eyes could not help popping out. Isn't this the Shadow Moon sect Shu Yan? Why is their Shadow Moon sect staying in Upper Groove Court? I heard that Upper Groove Court is specifically used to entertain elders who came from the inner island. We've never stayed before. Reckon that they checked into Upper Groove Court without permission. This time, angering Elder Chai Zhen, there's a good show to watch. These people were all here to take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. When they saw that the Shadow Moon sect actually checked into Upper Groove Court, each and every one was extremely surprised. Shadow Moon sect was just middle-lower standard among the true god-level sects. How did they have the qualifications to stay in Upper Groove Court? Reckon that it was them checking in without authorization and was found out by Chai Zhen, that was why he would fly into a great rage. This Chai Zhen was famed for being hot-tempered. Each and every one of them harbored the emotions of watching a show and onlooking. Chai Zhen immediately threw the list onto Shu Yan's face, not giving him, this true God realm elder, the least bit of face, and said in a solemn voice, what mistake he made. You take a look yourself. This punk called Yi Yuan really take the temple to be your Shadow Moon sect. The moment he opened his mouth, it's several hundred kinds of rank 5 spirit medicines. What high-sounding sentiments. Also, who the hell are you guys, to actually dare stay in Upper Groove Court? Right now, immediately, right away, get out of here for me. Shu Yan took the list and had a look, his mouth unable to close for a long time. He thought that Yi Yuan just casually wanted some spirit medicines. He did not expect that the moment Yi Yuan asked for it, it was several hundred kinds. Did this kid really think that the temple's spirit medicines were roadside cabbages? Shu Yan's expression was somewhat awkward as he said, there's probably some misunderstanding involved. But as staying in Upper Groove Court was personally said by Elder Du Rufeng. When Chai Zhen heard this, his face turned black, and said, Shu Yan, are you using Du Rufeng to pressure me? Do you feel that in this Bamboo Groove holy realm, I still have to be kept in check by him? Shu Yan's face changed and knew that he said the wrong thing. He had also heard before that this Chai Zhen was hot-tempered. With this, it was not easy to clean up the mess. Brother Chai Zhen, calm your anger. This Shu doesn't mean that, Shu Yan hurriedly said. Chai Zhen flicked his sleeves grandly and said with a cold snort, regardless whether you mean it or not, right now, immediately, get lost from me right away. Within 3 breaths, if you guys still don't scram, don't blame this old man for not being courteous. 1. Similarly, a true god powerhouse, Chai Jen did not give Xu Yan the slightest bit of face, and immediately started counting down. In his eyes, Xu Yan was merely a yokel. Xu Yan's expression was incomparably ugly. This guy was too unreasonable. Right then, Yi Yuan slowly walked out of Upper Groove Court and said with an indifferent look, "Elder Shu, since this elder asks us to move out, then let's just move out. Oh, also, those spirit medicines, don't give then don't give, flying into such a big temper for what?" Chai Jen's face fell and he said, "You're that brat called Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Junior Yi Yuan, pays respect to Elder Chai." Chai Jen snorted coldly and said, "A mere true god-level sect's disciple dares to be so unbridled, not having the slightest bit of respect for the temple. Today, not teaching you a lesson, you'd really think that you're some genius." Finished talking, Chai Jen's true god realm aura suddenly released, reaching his hand out and grabbing at Yi Yuan. Chai Jen attacked straight away, not giving Yi Yuan a chance to react at all. Yi Yuan only felt a power that blotted out the skies and covered the earth, crushing over towards him. Yi Yuan's face changed, not expecting that this guy was so unreasonable. Suddenly, a lump of pinkish thing tunneled out of Yi Yuan's bosom and started grunting away at Chai Jen. When Chai Jen saw Treasure Pig, his expression could not help changing and he hurriedly pulled back and exclaimed, Treasure Pig." Treasure Pig bared its teeth at Chai Jen, an appearance of sullen anger. Chai Jen had an embarrassed look and said to Treasure Pig with a smile, "Sorry, I didn't know that Treasure Pig, you were here." Treasure Pig did not seem to buy it at all and still bared its teeth at Chai Jen. Chai Jen smiled fawningly and said, okay, I'll go right away. I'll go at once. That, you all carry on staying in Upper Groove Court. Brother Xu Yan, Yi Yuan, you guys quickly go in, don't stay outside. The wind outside is strong, be careful not to catch a cold. Peef. Bai Qingyan even turned pale with fright when she saw Chai Jen attack just now. But now she was tickled by this Chai Jen's behavior. Chai Jen had a look of embarrassment. Suddenly, he thought of something. Smacking his head, he said with a look of realization, "Oh, right, Brother Xu Yan, return the list Yi Yuan made to me. I'll order people to prepare it at once. Today, I'll definitely send it over to Yi Yuan." Everyone was struck senseless by Chai Jen's sudden change. Everyone was incomparably surprised, not knowing what origins this pink pig had, and what relationship it had with the Shadow Moon sect. After saying all these, Chai Jen turned around and prepared to leave, and just happened to see Zhu Wen behind him. A crisp slap sounded out, then came Chai Jen's bellow. He shouted, "You idiot! Why didn't you tell me that Treasure Pig was here?" Chapter 1824. He can't teach me. What was that Treasure Pig? With Chai Jen not saying anything, no one knew either. But the people knew that this pink cute piggy definitely had an extraordinary background. Except, no idea why this pig was so close to Yi Yuan. This made all of the sects extremely envious. Returning to the spirit medicine hall, Chai Jen ordered people to go prepare the spirit medicines on the list straight away. He instructed that no matter how difficult, they must prepare it by today, and then deliver it to Upper Groove Court. Finally, he returned to his residence, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and let out a long sigh of relief. So close, so close. Du Rufeng, this damn thing, almost scammed your father. But why would Treasure Pig appear here? Could it be that Lord is also here? Thinking of this, Chai Jen could not help being alarmed into breaking out in cold sweat. Upper Groove Court, Yi Yuan's residence, Treasure Pig was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. Saliva even hung off the corners of its mouth, as if it was still eating delicacies in his sleep. This little thing was really like a pig, apart from eating, it was sleeping. Xu Yan looked at the asleep Treasure Pig and said with a look of awe and asked Yi Yuan softly, "What background does this little thing have, for both Du Rufeng and Chai Jen to actually be afraid of him?" Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "How would I know? But shouldn't you be more concerned about that child?" Xu Yan was taken aback and said uncertainly, "You mean, Little Tong, isn't he just a kid? Even though he knows spatial law, his strength seems to be ordinary." "Right," Yi Yuan smiled and said, "his strength indeed isn't strong, but don't you forget the words he said to Treasure Pig. He might be the disciple of Treasure Pig's master or descendant. And Treasure Pig's owner is the true big shot." Xu Yan's face changed, he clearly did not think as deeply as Yi Yuan. Currently, through Yi Yuan's tip, he was immediately startled into breaking out in cold sweat. To be able to make two great true god elders so fearful, then what kind of existence was the important person behind him? This important person, Yuan nodded his head and said, although the gap between true god realm and true god realm is similarly extremely great, to be able to make them so afraid at seeing a pet, that important person is very likely an Empyrean powerhouse. Although he was long mentally prepared, Shu Yan was still taken aback with fright by Yuan's statement. Empyrean powerhouse. Even in the Heavenspan world, Empyrean powerhouses were absolute sovereigns in a region, an existence that rode above all life. True gods and Empyreans, both were existence from two completely different worlds. Although Shu Yan was strong, barring no accidents, Empyrean this realm, was cut off from him. In the Bamboo Groove Void realm, practically no one had seen before Empyrean powerhouses. This was an extremely mysterious bunch, gods standing high above the masses, existences that all life looked up to. How could Shu Yan not be shocked? Actually, Yuan was also deeply moved in his heart. As early as in the Immortal Grove world, he had already heard of Empyrean powerhouses. All the way until today, it was his first time being so close to an Empyrean powerhouse. Back then, Kungwu and Dustless both predicted that it was absolutely impossible for him to reach the realm of Empyrean. But now, he did not seem to be that far away from the Empyrean realm anymore. But I can't figure out why Treasure Pig would stick to you. It should be its first time meeting you, Shu Yan suddenly said. Yuan smiled and said, most likely, it's aiming for the medicinal pills on me. Shu Yan said in puzzlement, the medicinal pills on you. Elder Du is a 6-star alchemy god, could the medicinal pills he refines be worse than yours? Moreover, the temple's alchemists are also not just Du Rufeng alone. Some people's strengths are even above his. Why would this Treasure Pig pick you? Yuan laughed when he heard that and said, Elder Shu, how do you want me to answer your question? Shu Yan said, of course it's to answer truthfully. He was indeed very curious about what unique aspect Yuan had, to be able to make Treasure Pig not scruple to fall out with Little Tong. Yuan was helpless and could only say, of course it's naturally because the quality of my medicinal pills is better than theirs. Shu Yan was stunned and scolded laughingly, you punk, not coming up with a draft when you're bragging. How can a 6-star alchemy god's strength be what you can imagine? Forget it, this kind of thing, maybe it's fate. Yuan smiled and shrugged his shoulders, and did not say anything. Chai Zhen's efficiency was very high, he sent over all of the rank 5 spirit medicines on that very day. When Yuan saw the dazzling array of spirit medicines, he was also beside himself with joy. He had always worried about the problem of spirit medicines after rank 5. Wanting to become a qualified 5-star alchemy god naturally needed large quantities of spirit medicines to practice. Now, with Treasure Pig, this matter was resolved with ease. There was still around half a month from the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. Yuan could just make use of this period of time to become proficient in rank. 5 divine pills. After 3 days, a skinny figure slipped into Upper Groove Court sneakily. His figure was erratic and extremely elusive. In a blink of an eye, he ducked into Yuan's room. One look and he saw the Treasure Pig drooling away on the bed, and was immediately bellowing smoke from all 7 orifices from anger. Little Tong took a step and immediately seemed to have hit into a wall, knocking until his nose ached badly. This kid actually even knows how to lay down a spatial restriction. Treasure Pig is mine, what right does he have? Little Tong said angrily. Waiting for 3 days, Treasure Pig did not have the slightest sign of returning. Little Tong finally could not bear it anymore and wanted to quietly steal Treasure Pig away. But very clearly, he underestimated Yuan. Yuan was extremely familiar with spatial law, how could he possibly let people break into the room? Right then, a layer of ripples appeared in space, Yuan's figure appeared. When Little Tong saw Yuan, his eyes spewed fire as he said, punk, what's the meaning of this? Treasure Pig is mine. Yuan shrugged and said, weren't you going to cut off all ties with him? Little Tong choked when he heard that and said with a cold snort, that was just words said in anger. Moreover, Treasure Pig following you is just feeling novel for some time. Don't think that occasionally refining a few pretty decent quality medicinal pills, you can make Treasure Pig commit himself to you. Let me tell you, Treasure Pig's mouth is very picky. Oh, then when it's willing to go back, I'll let it go back. You relax, I won't take forcible possession of it, Yuan said coolly. He indeed did not have the idea of making Treasure Pig his. He could not afford to raise this dainty pig. Eating medicinal pills every day, how could he afford to rear it? Hearing Yi Yuan say so, Little Tong's expression eased up. He then said in a childish voice, "You can refine medicinal pills that satisfy Treasure Pig, so you indeed have a lot of potential. How about this? I'll make Du Rufeng take you in as a disciple, you just follow Du Rufeng in the future." Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and shook his head as he said, "Acknowledge him as my master. I'm not interested, he can't teach me." The moment Little Tong heard, he was furious again and said, "You brat, really don't know how to appreciate favors. You merely just broke through to celestial deity realm, do you really think that you're remarkable? Do you know how many people in Bamboo Groove Void Realm want to acknowledge Du Rufeng as master, but have no way? Who do you think you are, that even a 6-star alchemy god can't teach you?" Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him. Flicking his palm, several medicinal pills appeared in his palm. The moment the medicinal pills appeared, the sleeping Treasure Pig seemed to have been struck by lightning, turning into a streak of pink light and pouncing toward Yi Yuan. Chapter 1825 Arousing Hostility. Grunt, grunt. Treasure Pig ate the few medicinal pills in Yi Yuan's hand clean in no time flat. But Little Tong's gaze turned intent, looking at Yi Yuan in astonishment. What you fed Treasure Pig just now were Void Spirit Divine pills." Yi Yuan's brows raised up and he said, You, this snotty brat, still have some knowledge to actually know that it's Void Spirit Divine pills with just a glance. Treasure Pig ate very quickly just now, it was just a blink of an eye but was seen clearly by Little Tong. Little Tong's face revealed a hint of solemnness and he said, "These medicinal pills were all refined by you." Yi Yuan said speechlessly, "Not refined by me, could it be that you refined them?" At this time, Little Tong's expression had a complicatedness that was not commensurate with his age. Clearly, he was very shocked. "That's impossible, you broke through to celestial deity realm at most for a few years. Such a short time, how can you possibly refine rank 5 Void Spirit Divine pills?" Little Tong said in disbelief. It was not that Void Spirit Divine pills were impossible to be refined. It was just that wanting to refine Void Spirit Divine pills undoubtedly required the accumulation of a long time. Alchemy Dao geniuses, even if it was geniuses among geniuses, it was also impossible to comprehend the method to refine Void Spirit Divine pills within a few years' time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Others can't, doesn't mean I can't." Little Tong's eyes narrowed slightly and he said, "Impossible, I don't believe." Yi Yuan twisted Little Tong's ear and dragged him outside. Little Tong was in pain and screamed, "Ouch, let me go. You punk, ate a bear's heart or a leopard's gall. To actually dare twist my ears." Yi Yuan pursed his lips and said, "You broke into my residence without permission. I haven't settled the scores with you yet, so what if I pinch you a little?" Little Tong was so angry. Yet, Yi Yuan was proficient in spatial law, he did not have the strength to fight back at all. At this time, Treasure Pig suddenly circled around in front of Yi Yuan and used a pitiful expression to look at him, seemingly pleading. Yi Yuan was taken aback, only then, letting go. Little Tong shot Treasure Pig a hateful glance and said huffily, "Humph. At least you still have a bit of conscience." Treasure Pig seemed to be currying favor, rubbing against Little Tong's trousers. Sure enough, Little Tong's expression became much better. But he still said angrily, "Treasure Pig, you tell me now, want me or him?" The moment Treasure Pig he looked at Little Tong and looked at Yi Yuan, the blank face revealing a difficult look. Clearly, Treasure Pig could not bear to part with any. Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up, "Aren't you making things difficult for Treasure Pig like this?" Little Tong said in a childish voice, "Treasure Pig is my pet, I can do whatever I want, is it your business?" Yi Yuan's expression suddenly turned sharp, gaze staring at Little Tong heatedly as he said, "You're saying that Treasure Pig is your pet?" Little Tong was stared at by Yi Yuan until he was breaking out in goosebumps a little. Holding his little head high, he said unyieldingly, "I mean that it's my grandpa's pet." "Then isn't it my pet?" Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed and he asked, "Who is your grandpa?" Little Tong pursed his lips and said, "Saying it out will scare you to death. So, I won't tell you." Yi Yuan did not speak, but according to his guesses, Little Tong's grandpa was very likely to be an Empyrean powerhouse. With Little Tong not saying anything, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of forcing it. Either way, this level of powerhouse was also not what he could currently come into contact with. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "You go back then, as long as Treasure Pig is willing to leave, I won't stop it. But, if I discover that you sneak into my residence again, it won't be as simple as ringing your ears next time." Seeing Yi Yuan's gaze that had ill intentions, Little Tong unconsciously touched his butt. Vivid in his mind, Little Tong thought about it and said, "I'm not leaving anymore. I want to stay together with Treasure Pig." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "No way." However, Treasure Pig looked at Yi Yuan again pitifully, the short pigtail wagging non-stop. Even if Yi Yuan was decisive in going for the kill, he could not stop Treasure Pig's cute attack too. He owed Treasure Pig a favor. If not for Treasure Pig, he would also be unable to refine pills to his heart's content like now. Helpless, Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Fine then, but if you want to stay, you must listen to me. Things that I don't let you do, you absolutely can't do, understood?" Little Tong giggled and said, "Okay, deal. Are you going to refine pills now? I want to watch you refine pills." Yi Yuan said, "Before the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, I'll be refining pills. If you want to watch me refine pills, can, but if you disturb me, get lost at once." The moment Little Tong heard, his head nodded like a rattle drum. "Hey, I want to see how high your pill refining standard is. You can refine rank 5 Void Spirit Divine pills, this Empyrean doesn't believe even if beaten to death." Little Tong thought in his heart. Upper Groove Court had an independent pill refining room. Inside, all kinds of facilities were prepared. Yi Yuan was very satisfied. Little Tong carried the sleeping Treasure Pig and quietly watched Yi Yuan refine pills from the side. The expression on his face became more and more solemn, and the astonishment in his heart also grew greater and greater. This kid's pill refining level is already a consummate work of art. No wonder he looks down on even Du Rufeng, saying that old punk really has no way of teaching him anything. Forget about Du Rufeng, even I, in terms of the refinement of rank 5 divine pills, also don't dare to say that I'm stronger than him. This kid is just 1,000 over years in Bone Age, how in the world did he cultivate? The more Little Tong looked, the more shocked he was inward. Yi Yuan's technique in refining rank 5 divine pills still seemed a little unfamiliarized. But it was merely relatively speaking. Even if he did not perform well, it was still peak heaven grade 2. Furthermore, along with the passing of time, Yi Yuan's refining technique also became more and more skillful. The probability of heaven grade also became smaller and smaller. On the 12th day, Little Tong said, "This kid is simply a natural-born alchemist, his improvement is too fast. This kid has absolutely already glimpsed the source great Tao, too strong." No wonder the moment Treasure Pig saw him, he couldn't move anymore. On this day, the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave officially began. When the Shadow Moon sect disciples walked over, they immediately attracted a series of sidelong glances. Especially the disciples of the High Clarity sect, Rui sect, and several powerful sects. Each and every one of their expression was unfriendly. "Heh, Yang Shen, even with your strength, you're unable to stay in Upper Groove Court. This bunch of rookies actually check into it." The person talking was called Luo Zhen, Rui sect's #1 person, peak 2nd firmament celestial deity powerhouse. Yang Shen was the #1 High Clarity sect disciple. His cultivation was also at the peak 2nd firmament celestial deity. Yang Shen's face fell and he said, "What can staying in Upper Groove Court mean? Merely because of a pig? Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, strength decides everything. Staying in Upper Groove Court also doesn't mean that they can enter the Divine Temple." Luo Zhen smiled and said, "I've already talked with the junior brothers and sister, this time, must shave the Shadow Moon sect bald. As long as all of us run into Shadow Moon sect disciples, must make them lose very horribly." Yang Shen's brows raised up and he said with a nod, "I also really want to see what extraordinary aspects this season's Shadow Moon sect disciples have." These two people exchanged a glance, clearly reaching some kind of tacit agreement. Actually, not just them, quite a few powerful sects, elders and disciples were all brooding on the Shadow Moon sect staying in Upper Groove Court. Chapter 18:26 3 moves are too many, just one move. 14 true god level sects, 64 disciples gathered on the practicing field, but everyone's attention was on the Shadow Moon sect, on Yi Yuan. Yi Qingshang felt these gazes that had ill intentions and could not resist somewhat feeling fear. "Elder Shu, why are they using this kind of eyes to look at us?" Elder Shu said coolly, "Staying in Upper Groove Court with our strength will naturally arouse their displeasure. One has to know, even the high-clarity sect doesn't have the qualifications to stay in it. In a while, you guys have to be careful. Yi Qingshang and Zhang Shuiyan's faces immediately became very ugly. These few days, they had all obtained considerable benefits cultivating in Upper Groove Court. But this benefit obtained had a price too. This kind of treatment that did not match one's status was very easy to arouse other people's displeasure. This was what they did not take into account previously. This is all Yi Yuan's fault. Zhang Shuiyan said gloomily. Yi Qingshang also complained, yeah, this guy just loves to stand in the limelight. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help shaking his head and laughing in spite of himself. This was human nature. When it was beneficial to them, they would feel that it was natural and right. But once a problem occurred, they would feel that it was all your fault. But Baili Qingyun was indignant and said with a cold smile, that day when you guys checked in, weren't you still dancing merrily with joy? If not for Yi Yuan, you all would have to stay in the woodshed. As a true God-level sect's disciples, this is your bit of pitiful dignity. At this time, Little Tong was hugging Treasure Pig had a childish voice, but behaved like a senior as he said, do the two of you still want face or not? Did Yi Yuan beg you guys to stay inside? Or is it that you guys feel that with your strength, as long as you're not targeted, you can get the qualifications to enter the temple? The two people could not help choking up when they heard it. This little devil was not old but did not give any face when talking. The two people exchanged a glance, and both fell silent. What Little Tong said was right, even if not targeted, it was also impossible for them to get the qualifications to enter the temple. Hearing that Yi Yuan was going to take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, Little Tong was very interested and insisted on coming no matter what. Each Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave would have a fixed number of 64 people participating. As for the allocation of places, it was allocated to the various major sects according to the sect strength by the temple, by taking into consideration the circumstances. This quota was not fixed, but in the recent few sessions, High Clarity Sect, Rui Sect, and a few other major sects, each one of them occupied 7 to 8 spots. The places of the other weaker sects reduced in turn. The Shadow Moon Sect possessed 4 spots. It was considered not few, but actually, there was basically not much hope. After all, among the 64 people, there were only a mere 5 final spots. The Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave was a fierce battle. The conclave would last for several months, even as long as a year. The disciples taking part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave would fight battles. Every day, only 5 matches were carried out, all the way until all of the people finished fighting. Finally, the 5 people with the highest victory rates were eligible to enter the temple. This kind of fierce fighting was a test to all the disciples, and also the opportunity to all disciples. Disciples able to come to the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave were the best among the various major true God-level sects. Not one was mediocre. Even those sects that were weaker similarly could not be underestimated. In the matches in the past, there was no lack of examples of some powerful sects, disciples being brought down by small sects, disciples. Furthermore, over the period as long as several months, some people would learn from other people's strong points, their strength advancing by leaps and bounds, even charging into the top 5 in the end. It was not that this did not happen before in the past. Du Rufeng held a rectangle-shaped jade tablet and said in a clear voice, all right. Now, everyone, inject divine essence into this jade tablet. The jade tablet will automatically help you all generate a number and automatically pair. The Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave this time was presided over by precisely him. When the group of disciples heard that, they sent out their divine essence one after another. For some time, divine essence with all kinds of colors flew everywhere in midair, and finally injected into the jade tablet. After everyone injected their divine essence, the jade tablet suddenly erupted with rays of brilliant light, emitting a light. On the light screen displayed everyone's numbers. Yi Yuan searched it for a bit and discovered that his number was actually in the last place, number 64. In the crowd, someone suddenly burst into laughter and said, ha ha ha, a genius who stayed in Upper Groove Court is actually number 64, how hilarious. Really shameless. This bit of strength and he also has the face to stay in Upper Groove Court. If I were him, I'd have long moved away. With him laughing, quite a few people all guffawed along with him. The words were full of ridicule towards Yi Yuan. Everyone knew that for the Shadow Moon sect to be able to stay in Upper Groove Court was entirely because Yi Yuan hit it off with that pig. Actually, He did not have the qualifications to stay in Upper Groove Court at all. Yi Yuan felt baffled and asked Shu Yan, "What's so funny about no?" 64. Shu Yan had not spoken yet when Little Tong interjected, "You aren't from the outside world, right? To not even know this. The jade tablet in Du Rufeng's hand is called Profound Realm Tablet. It can accurately determine your realm through your divine essence. You're number 64, which means that your realm is the lowest among these 64 people. Who do you think they should mock if not you?" The moment Yi Yuan heard, he came to a realization, only then, becoming aware of this jade tablet's prowess. This thing was simply a demon-revealing mirror, making you bear everything. Similarly, initial stage first firmament celestial deity, each person's realm could not possibly be exactly the same too. Cultivation realm was linear. Cultivating one more day, there was a possibility of being that trace higher than other people's realm. Of course, because of differences in cultivation methods and differences in talent, cultivation speed would vary. Suddenly, the light screen showed dense text once more. Du Rufeng said, "All of your matches are already displayed here. Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave started officially from today. Don't want to have your match, you can decide not to attend. If you miss your match, you'll be issued a loss." Finished talking, Du Rufeng even glanced at Yi Yuan meaningfully. Someone exclaimed, that kid's fight is tomorrow. His opponent is High Clarity Sects Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan's existence was even more resounding than High Clarity Sects Yang Shen and the Rui Sects Luo Zhen. Straight away, everyone saw his opponent in the first round, faces revealing gloating expressions one by one. "Hey, this kid is really unlucky, encountering Yi Yuan in the first round. Although Yi Yuan is High Clarity Sect's last place, he's also peak first firmament celestial deity. Furthermore, his strength is much stronger than other sects, same rank martial artists." Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, a youth in purple came before Yi Yuan and said with a look of amusement, "Upper Groove Court's genius, tomorrow, you have to give guidance. Make sure not to concede defeat too quickly. Otherwise, everybody will be disappointed. How about 3 moves? Ha ha ha." A wave of laughter came from all around. This youth in purple was naturally Yi Yuan without a doubt. Except, he did not come over to greet, but to intentionally humiliate Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, 3 moves are too many, just 1 move. Chapter 1827. I still have to go back and refine pills. Just 1 move. This guy is so shameless, is this going to directly admit defeat? Yi Yuan's words immediately drew laughter from the crowd. Yi Yuan said smugly, "Looks like you're really sent by the Shadowmoon sect to play a side character. It's just that your luck was good, being taken a fancy to by Treasure Pig. Tisk tisk, I thought how strong you were, really disappointing." Similarly first firmament celestial deity, but Yi Yuan was merely at the initial stage, while Yi Yuan was at the peak. It was not that this small realm itself was insurmountable, but that Yi Yuan's strength was extremely strong in the first place. Outside of the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, he could even exchange blows with some initial stage second firmament celestial deity powerhouses. High Clarity Sect disciples, none were weaklings. This point had already been affirmed using many seasons of Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "You're thinking too much. You'll admit defeat within 1 move." Once Yi Yuan heard, he laughed loudly and said, "Did everybody hear that? He wants to make me concede within 1 move. Ha ha ha. Well deserving of being an Upper Groove Court's genius, this imposing momentum is truly astonishing. I'm so scared." All around, there was a wave of laughter. Within the same realm, there really aren't many who dare say that they can beat Yi Yuan, let alone say to make him admit defeat within 1 move. Upper Groove Court's genius is all out of the ordinary when boasting. Divine Tao realms, the further to the back, the greater the disparity within realms. Each step needed to go through a long time of accumulation. Even between initial stage first firmament celestial deity and middle stage, the strength was also totally different. Idiot. These words, Yi Yuan and Little Tong practically said it in unison. Yi Yuan's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "What did you say?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Haven't even competed yet, so I really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. Or is it that you'll definitely be stronger than others because you come from the High Clarity sect? This baffling sense of superiority makes you seem very idiotic, understand?" Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone all had shocked faces. Aren't those who came from the High Clarity sect impressive? Shouldn't they have a sense of superiority? No idea starting since when, the High Clarity sect already became synonymous with being powerful. Even the Rui sect was already completely crushed by the High Clarity sect until they were black and blue all over. In the Bamboo Groove martial conclaves for close to 10,000 years, there were at least 2 people from the High Clarity sect that could enter the temple. There was even one season where they obtained 4 spots at once. This kind of might already penetrated deep into the marrow. Hence, the quota of the High Clarity sect taking part in the Bamboo Groove martial conclave was as many as 8 people. The other sects could only look at their backs. Yuan's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "Brat, you actually dared to insult my High Clarity sect. I changed my mind. Tomorrow, I'll make you unable to crawl up within 1 move." Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "When you can do that, then talk again. Little Tong, let's go." Finished talking, Yuan brought Little Tong and was about to leave. Bailey Qingyan was stunned and said, "You're not looking at today's matches. These 5 matches today, there are quite a few experts taking the stage. Disciples participating in the Bamboo Groove martial conclave, their strength was actually all very close, the battle situation very intense too. Under such circumstances, apart from the top few people, the majority would choose to remain behind and watch the fights. Know yourself and the enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger of defeat. There was naturally no harm in understanding one's opponent." Yuan waved his hand and said, "Not watching, nothing good to watch." In Yuan's view, pill refining was much more interesting than watching these fights. Looking at Yuan's departing back view, everyone had astounded faces. This boy's realm was not high, but he was unbelievably arrogant. Why would the Shadow Moon sect let this sort of person come and take part in the Bamboo Groove martial conclave? On the way, Yuan glanced at Little Tong and said curiously, "You seem to be very optimistic about me." Little Tong had an appearance like an old man as he said, "Your spatial law is already grand completion 3rd firmament. If you can't even take care of that sort of guy, you can find a place to hit your head and die." Yuan was slightly surprised. This Little Tong's judgment was very strong. Indeed well deserving of being an Empyrean powerhouse's descendant. That Yuan really did not take him seriously. The 5 matches on the first day were indeed abnormally intense. There was a battle where the 2 people fought until their divine essence was exhausted before barely managing to determine the victor. There were virtually none capable of finishing off their opponent within 100 moves. It could be seen from this that the disparity who came to take part in the Bamboo Groove martial conclave might have differences in strength, but there was absolutely not a mediocre talent. The battles on the second day were similarly incomparably fierce. But Yuan did not show up. All the way until midday, when the 3rd match was about to start, did he appear. Yang Shen came in front of Yuan, patted his shoulder, and said, "Junior apprentice brother compete in this match well, don't give that Yuan any chance. Our High Clarity sect's reputation isn't allowed to be profaned." Yuan also nodded and said, "Senior apprentice brother Yang, rest assured, this boy is an egomaniac, I'll give him a lightning blow the moment I go up and absolutely won't hold back." Yang Shen nodded his head, only then, setting his mind at ease. The 2 people went up the ring. Yuan sneered and said, "Brat, originally, I still want to save you some face. But you actually dared to make impertinent remarks about my High Clarity sect, then be prepared to bear my wrath. Today, I'll let you take a look at how strong the High Clarity sect is." Yuan was speechless as he said, "So much nonsense. Quickly make your move, I still have to go back and refine pills." These few years, Yuan refined pills in great pleasure and was even somewhat enjoying too much to think about other things anymore. With Treasure Pig around, he had however many spirit medicines he wanted, no need to worry at all. Battling with Yuan was simply a waste of time. But when Yuan heard this, he immediately flared up with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Want to refine pills, right? Then you crawl back and refine pills." Done talking, Yuan's world power surged out frenziedly, directly enveloping Yuan inside. At this moment, the entire space on the stage seemed to be trembling. The tremors grew stronger and stronger as if it was going to shatter the ring. This is tremor law. It's a kind of earth law, possessing extremely strong offensiveness. Legend has it that when cultivated to the extreme, it can even shatter space. I didn't expect that Yuan's strength was actually so strong. Hey, looks like that kid really infuriated him. The moment he came up, it's his trump card. Below the stage, there was a wave of exclamations. In terms of world power, Yuan had an imposing momentum, as if no one could beat him. He looked at Yuan coldly, the moment on his body growing stronger and stronger. Now, regret it, right? But you already have no regret medicine to eat. Suffer my wrath. Space. Shatter. Yuan just spat 2 words out of his mouth when the Yuan who did not move all along moved. Only to see him take a step out, directly passing through the violent spatial quakes, arriving in front of Yuan. Yuan's pupils constricted and did not have time to panic when Yuan already pointed a finger out. Yuan spent a long time accumulating the momentum but did not even unleash a single punch and was sent down the stage by Yuan with 1 finger. Yuan fell to the ground, fresh blood spurting wildly. Until now, he still did not dare to believe the scene that just happened. Inside the world power, he was the sovereign. The closer to him, the stronger the power of the vibrations. But this powerful tremor force actually had no effect on Yuan at all. As if the domain constructed by world power was Yuan's in the first place. Chapter 1828 Deadly Blow. Just 1 move. Really only used 1 move. No fierce counterattacks, and no flashy exaggerated martial techniques. What they saw was just a light finger action. The various major sects, disciples were all staring dumbfoundedly, looking at this scene in disbelief. Yuan's grandiose and heroic words from before immediately became brainless clamoring at this moment. Was the High Clarity sect very strong? These words that seemed very comical previously was affirmed by Yuan with strength. The High Clarity sect was very weak. The big commotion that Yuan made appeared too boastful in front of Yuan's casualness. Yuan looked at Yuan who fell to the ground coolly and said, "Your wrath is so weak. I still have things to do, leaving first." Finished talking, Yuan's figure moved, disappearing from the ring, only leaving behind the dumbfounded-looking people. This kid is so strong. Is he really only no? 64. Could it be that the profound realm tablet made a mistake? Defeating Yuan with 1 move, probably not many people can do that, right? Below the stage, Yang Shen's expression was very ugly. Yuan's played down finger smacked the High Clarity sect's face resoundingly. During the past 10,000 years, the High Clarity sect had never been defeated so embarrassingly before. Today, Yuan did it. Li Yiping, the next match is you, right? You have to win back this face. Yang Shen said with a dark look. The expression of a youth with short hair behind him turned somber and he said, "Senior apprentice. Brother Yang, rest assured. No matter how strong he is, it's also impossible to be my match." This Li Yiping was ranked 5th among the High Clarity sect's 8 disciples, a middle-stage second firmament celestial deity powerhouse. Compared to Yuan, he was no idea how much stronger. The High Clarity sect had no weaklings, this was not said for fun. Even if rank 5th, Li Yiping's strength did not pale in comparison to other sects, number 1 and number 2. Therefore, he dared to make this big boast. Inside the pill refining room, when Little Tong saw Yuan return, he revealed a slight look of surprise. "Faster than I expected," Little Tong said. The treasure pig who was originally sleeping flew up with a whoosh and bored right into Yuan's bosom, wriggling its pig head continuously. Little Tong's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "You stupid pig, only know how to eat." Treasure pig poked his head out of Yuan's bosom and made a funny face at Little Tong. Yuan smiled and said, "That guy was too weak. I defeated him in 1 move, so it's not worth talking about." Little Tong's pupils constricted slightly, somewhat surprised at Yuan's strength. But very soon, he became totally indifferent to this and said coolly, "The spirit medicines are already all prepared, you can start refining pills." Yuan smiled and said, "Haha, many thanks. Didn't expect that you, this brat, is still pretty useful." Little Tong's face turned back and instantly wanted to explode, but at the thought of how he could not beat Yuan, he was immediately like a deflated ball. "Damn brat, when this Empyrean recovers his strength, you will see. I'll definitely beat you until your buttocks open up." Yuan felt that Little Tong was bored and idle. Hence, he had him help sort out the spirit medicines and do some preparation work before refining pills. He did not expect that Little Tong did the work in this area extremely meticulously. Since Yuan entered the Heavenspan world, it was still his first time encountering. Hence, he guessed that this Little Tong's grandpa must be an extremely formidable alchemist. Furthermore, Yuan discovered that Little Tong's insight in alchemy Dao was extremely deep. Occasionally chatting gave Yi Yuan a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. This made Yi Yuan give rise to the idea of meeting Little Tong's grandpa. The moment Yi Yuan refined pills, he thoroughly forgot about time. All the way until 3 days later, Yi Yuan's pill refinement was interrupted by Shu Yan. "What's wrong, Elder Shu?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. He said before that without special circumstances, don't interrupt his pill refinement. With Shu Yan coming to find him, something must have happened. Shu Yan's expression was very ugly and he said to Yi Yuan, "You go and take a look at Yi Qingshang, he probably can't take part in the competition at the back anymore. If there wasn't any choice, I also wouldn't come find you." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, having a foreboding premonition in his heart, and said with a nod, "Okay, I'll go take a look." Yi Qingshang was carried back. When Yi Yuan saw the Yi Qingshang on the bed, he also felt somewhat unbearable to look straight at him. Yi Qingshang was brutalized too dreadfully. His entire being was beaten out of shape. Especially the face, his eyes were beaten until they popped out, virtually unable to recognize his original appearance anymore. This degree of injury would basically bid farewell to the competition at the back already. According to normal circumstances, without 8 to 10 years, it was likely very hard to recover. His brows furrowed and he asked Shu Yan, "Was it done by high-clarity sects people?" "No need to think. It must have been that high-clarity sects people felt that it was a loss of face, and deliberately gained back some ground from Yi Qingshang. Except, the attack was a bit too vicious. Under such fierce battles that lasted for a long time, knowing how to protect oneself was also a kind of strategy. Under normal circumstances, when one saw that the situation was beyond salvage, they would admit defeat. But very clearly, the other party did not give him the chance to concede." Shu Yan said angrily, "Yi Qingshang was unlucky too. He ran into high-clarity sect's disciples this time as well. It was the Bian Zaichou, ranked 4th among them. There's a great disparity between the two of their strengths. Yi Qingshang wasn't a match to begin with. Who knew that that punk took advantage of Yi Qingshang's inattentiveness the moment he came up and immediately removed his lower jaw, making him unable to even speak. Following that, Bian Zaichou pummeled Yi Qingshang wildly in the ring. If not for this kid was smart, he would already be a dead man now. The Bamboo Groove martial conclave did not forbid killing. If there was no chance to admit defeat, dying on the stage was not impossible too. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed, shooting out 2 rays of cold light. High-clarity sect, this bunch of fellows was seriously too much. Although he and Yi Qingshang had some grudges, he was different from Qian Yi. Yi Yuan did not have a direct conflict with him. Now, Yi Qingshang did not dare to do anything to him too. High-clarity sect doing so was simply aiming for him, Yi Yuan. Yi Qingshang was merely an innocent bystander who was implicated. Yi Yuan also did not expect that these guys actually dealt a deadly blow to Yi Qingshang for so-called face. At this time, Yi Yuan's fury was really stoked. Yi Yuan said in a low voice, "Relax, with me around, he can't die. The next match, he'll also take the field." The moment Shu Yan heard this, his eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He had never seen before what kind of alchemist could cure such heavy injuries within a few days. Since entering Upper Groove Court, Yi Yuan had been fiddling about in the pill refining room every day. Just how strong his alchemy Dao strength was, Shu Yan completely did not know as well. "Senior Apprentice Sister Bailey, Senior Apprentice Sister Zhang, when you guys run into high-clarity sect's second firmament celestial deity disciples in the future, best to concede defeat straight away. Otherwise, they might deal a deadly blow to you guys too," Yi Yuan said to the two in a solemn voice. Zhang Shuiyan's face changed, revealing a look of fear. But Bailey Qingyan was incomparably indignant and said in a cold voice, "Impossible. I want to see how strong high-clarity sect's disciples are." Seeing Bailey Qingyan's resolute look, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, knowing that he could not persuade her, and could only say, "All right then, but you have to be careful yourself." Chapter 1829. A certain someone is angry. "Bian Zaichou, you got all the limelight alone. You crippled that Yi Qingshang, so I don't even have anyone to practice this round anymore. Hey, that kid called Yi Qingshang is too weak. I haven't even started yet and he dropped down." "That's true. If it were me, I'd also definitely beat him until he looked for his teeth on the ground." "Want to blame that brat called Yi Yuan then. Senior Apprentice Brother Yang already said, when he meets that kid, he'll be even more miserable than Yi Qingshang." The battle had not started yet. the few young men below the stage were currently chatting enthusiastically. The content of the conversation was naturally the fight between Bian Zichou and Yi Qingshang on that day. One of them was Yi Qingshang's opponent in the previous round, Bian Zichou. But the other person was his opponent in this round, Ruyi sect's Wei Yunwei. Speaking of which, this Wei Yunwei was also just a peak first firmament celestial deity, similar to Yi Qingshang's realm. But in the view of a powerful sect like the Ruyi sect, the Shadow Moon sect's disciples were naturally too weak to stand up to the competition. Of course, Yi Qingshang was already seriously injured and would never be able to participate in the competition at the back. This made Wei Yunwei have much less fun. Wei Yunwei, the battle has ended, it's time for you to take the stage next. Bian Zichou said with a smile. Wei Yunwei shrugged and scolded with a smile, you this fellow, already messed with him until he's screwed, still take what stage? Today is merely going through the motions. Speaking of which, it's also strange, that kid was injured until like that, the Shadow Moon sect actually still hasn't announced letting him withdraw from the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. Bian Zichou smiled and said, the Shadow Moon sect only has this bit of dignity left, it's probably to intentionally repulse us. Going up the stage, Wei Yunwei had no opponent and was just waiting for the referee to announce the result. According to the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave's rules, late for an hour was equivalent to automatically giving up the fight and directly conceding defeat. Although everyone knew that Yi Qingshang was seriously injured and dying, the Shadow Moon sect did not announce having him withdraw out of the rest of the competition. This meant that Wei Yunwei must wait for an hour's time on the stage. Time slowly trickled by. Wei Yunwei appeared somewhat irritated and cursed, damn thing, became crippled already and they actually still want to repulse people. It's a pity that he didn't end up in my hands. Otherwise, I'll definitely beat the piss out of him. High Clarity Sect's elder was also somewhat impatient already and said to Du Rufeng, Elder Du, either way, it's impossible for the person to come, why not directly announce the results? Du Rufeng gave him a glance and said coolly, rules are rules, the time isn't up, how can I announce the result? Right at this time, several figures slowly walked over, immediately attracting everyone's gaze. The person in the lead was precisely Shadow Moon Sect's elder, Xu Yan. Today, the Shadow Moon sect only had Yi Qingshang, one match. No one from the Shadow Moon sect came and it did not arouse many people's attention. When everyone's gazes looked behind Xu Yan, there was immediately an uproar. That's Yi Qingshang, he's actually fine already, this is impossible, his injuries that day, everyone saw it, he already died. How can he possibly recover? Hang on, his aura is different, he broke through. On the stage, Wei Yunwei's pupils constricted. Yi Qingshang's appearance caught him somewhat by surprise. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Yi Qingshang actually broke through. Merely 10 days' time from start to finish, not only did Yi Qingshang recover from his injuries, his realm even went up a level, breaking through to second firmament celestial deity. Below the stage, Bian Zichou similarly had a shocked look. His own attacks, he naturally knew how far he went. That day, if not for Yi Qingshang being smart, rolling down the stage at the last moment, he would already long be a dead man now. Even if there was a powerful alchemist who saved him, he could forget about recovering without 8 to 10 years. A single mishap and it would even affect his cultivation in the future. But in a short 10 days' time, Yi Qingshang actually appeared in front of him alive and well. This kind of feeling was extremely frustrating, even making him somewhat doubt life. Xu Yan said sarcastically, Qingshang, go up. Some people can scarcely wait and want to pummel the piss out of you. The current Yi Qingshang seemed to have been remolded anew, that kind of stubbornness and unruliness in the past, looking down on everyone and everything, had long already disappeared. If one was to use one word to describe him, that would be maturity. Yes, Elder Xu. Yi Qingshang gave a bow and leapt up the stage. Xu Yan said to Du Rufeng with clasped hands, Elder Du, Qingshang came late because he just so happened to reach the juncture of breakthrough, hope that you can understand. Du Rufeng gave a deep look at the Yi Yuan behind Xu Yan and said, no worries, an hour isn't up yet. Since he came, then this match officially starts. Yi Qingshang looked at Wei Yunwei who had shock written all over his face and said with a faint smile, you seem to be very surprised that I can come. Wei Yunwei's expression was very ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, stop being smug. So what if you broke through? Your kind of second firmament celestial deity with an unstable foundation isn't my match at all. Yi Qingshang smiled and said, "Is that so? Then wouldn't you know if you try?" The confidence flowing from Yi Qingshang's body made Wei Yunwei's heart pound. Thinking about the previous match, he realized that the Yi Qingshang at that time was simply like a different person compared to now. Only by experiencing life and death that one could have a great awakening. Once the battle started, Wei Yunwei could not laugh anymore. The Yi Qingshang after breaking through was not as deplorable as he said. On the contrary, Yi Qingshang's suppression on him was all round, not giving him any chance at all. After a while of stalemate, Wei Yunwei collapsed totally. Yi Qingshang beat Wei Yunwei move after move until he had no strength to retaliate in the slightest. Under heavy injuries, Wei Yunwei finally chose to admit defeat. He achieved the pissing part, it was just that the one who had the piss beaten out of him was himself. Completely defeating Wei Yunwei, Yi Qingshang cast a grateful look toward Yi Yuan who was below the stage. It was Yi Yuan who let him go through a nirvanic rebirth and gain a new lease of life. Yi Qingshang's strength was peak first firmament celestial deity in the first place. It was just that there was no way to break through this bottleneck within a short time. Yi Yuan harbored a portion of guilt towards Yi Qingshang, hence, he also refined a Jadatha purple heart pill for him. Yi Qingshang floated down, came in front of Bian Zaichou, and said coolly, "You must be very disappointed that I can continue taking part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, right?" Bian Zaichou's expression was not too good. Hearing Yi Qingshang's words, he could not help sneering as he said, "Don't think that breaking through to become a second firmament celestial deity is impressive. Get on the stage once more, I'll still beat you until you can't find the north." Yi Qingshang smiled faintly and said, "I didn't say that I'm impressive. The impressive one is somebody else. After today, your high-clarity sects people have to be more careful, because a certain someone is angry." Yi Qingshang was very self-aware. He knew that even if he broke through to second firmament celestial deity, it was also impossible to be Bian Zaichou's match. Bian Zaichou was taken back when he heard that, pointed at Yi Yuan, and said, "You wouldn't be talking about him, right?" "Ha ha ha, I really don't know what you're talking about. What the hell does his fury count for?" Chapter 1830, playing with you all till the end. What does it count for? Hoo, then we'll wait and see. Yi Qingshang just smiled faintly and was disdainful to explain. But at this time, Li Yiping who was beside Bian Zaichou suddenly walked toward Yi Yuan. "I heard Yi Qingshang say that you're angry," Li Yiping said with a look of amusement. But Yi Yuan totally ignored him and just said to Yi Qingshang, "Senior apprentice brother Yi, let's go." When Li Yiping saw Yi Yuan treat him like air, he felt very humiliated. He said furiously, "Yi Yuan, don't think that you're impressive for defeating Yi Yuan. He's the weakest among our high-clarity sect's 8 disciples. Tomorrow, your state will be as tragic as Yi Qingshang." Yi Yuan was just about to turn around. Hearing this, he could not help but turn his head and said coolly, "Yi Yuan should be rejoicing that he was the first to exchange blows with me." Li Yiping's face fell and he said with a frown, "What do you mean?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "You'll understand very soon." Finished talking, the Shadow Moon sect party immediately left. Bian Zaichou caught up, looking at Yi Yuan's back view, he said disdainfully, "This guy is as cocky as before. It's also time to let him know my high-clarity sect's might." Li Yiping said in a chilly voice, "Pretentious fool. I'll make him regret today's arrogance." 3 days later, Li Yiping and Yi Yuan's showdown began. This fight attracted quite a few people's attention. Yi Yuan swept away the high-clarity sect's face in the first round. They all felt that this time, the high-clarity sect would not be willing to take things lying down and would definitely act. Li Yiping's strength was very strong, Yi Yuan was sure to suffer. "Hey, kid, you're very arrogant huh? After today, you won't be able to be arrogant anymore. Your outcome will be even more miserable than Yi Qingshang that fool." Li Yiping said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan's arrogant attitude yesterday was still vivid in his mind. Li Yiping's anger was stirred up. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed and he said, "A bunch of self-righteous idiots. For the sake of so-called face, you wanted to deal a fatal blow. Starting from today, you all will experience the taste of fear. Of course, you can't feel it right away now." Li Yiping burst into laughter and said, "Fear? Haha, this kind of emotion can only be given to others by the high-clarity sect. Just based on your bit of strength, you wouldn't really think that you're invincible under the heavens, right?" Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Not to the extent of invincible under the heavens, but dealing with you all, these self-righteous fools, it's sufficient." Below the stage, when everyone heard Yi Yuan's heroic words, they had disdainful faces. High-clarity sect strength was truly powerful until it made people frightened. Just based on a puny little Yi Yuan, it was simply impossible to do it. Disregarding the others, Yang Shen's strength was powerful until it was freakish. In the last round, Yang Shen only used one move and defeated a second firmament celestial deity, neat and tidily. In comparison, Yi Yuan defeating He Yuan with one move was simply weak to the max. The hour has arrived. Begin, Du Rufeng announced. He looked at Yi Yuan very curiously, wanting to see just how many surprises Yi Yuan could still bring him. Without a doubt, Yi Qingshang's injuries were treated by Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Qingshang's injuries recover that day, and his strength improving a step further, he got a shock. He touched his heart and asked himself, even if it was himself taking action, it was also impossible to do it to this extent. This kid's alchemy Dao strength was remarkable. No wonder Treasure Pig would rather not want Lord Little. Tong'an also wanted to follow Yi Yuan. Speaking of which, His Excellency definitely also discovered Yi Yuan's extraordinariness, that was why he would stay by his side. Suddenly, Du Rufeng's pupils constricted, looking at the stage gasping in astonishment. Li Yiping was dead, just a blink of an eye and he died. Li Yiping didn't react at all and his head hit the ground already. Really too strong. What 64th place, the Profound Realm Tablets test simply doesn't work on this guy. Below the stage, many people still had not reacted to what was going on. Li Yiping's strength was sufficient to rank around the 20th place among these 64 people. Even he did not react, let alone the others. Especially high-clarity sect's disciples, each and every one of their faces were ugly to the extreme. Yi Yuan was provoking them. Bian Zaichou's face was almost distorted, extremely frightened in his heart. His strength was slightly stronger than Li Yiping's, but it was already limitedly strong, around 10 plus ranking. Yi Yuan could instantly kill Li Yiping, he could naturally one-shot him too. To think that they were still pledging in all solemnness before, saying to teach Yi Yuan a good lesson. Thinking about it now, it was simply a joke. Bian Zaichou suddenly recalled the words Yi Yuan said just now and his pupils could not help constricting. Now, he really experienced the taste of fear. Yi Yuan was clearly here to stand up for Yi Qingshang, he was definitely inside the certain kill list. Rather, He Yuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart at this time. Luckily, Yi Yuan did not go nuts in the first round. Otherwise, he would not be able to stand here now. Of course, he did not dare to express this sort of emotion. Yang Shen's expression was gloomy to the extreme and he said in a solemn voice, starting from the next round, everyone who meets Yi Yuan, admit defeat straight away. Leave this kid to me. As if afraid that everyone was not vigilant enough, he emphasized, must admit defeat straight away, don't give him a chance to attack. Remember, it's everyone. At this time, high-clarity sects rank 2, Chen Tianlin frowned and said, Yang Shen, how to do it is our business, it's not your turn to tell us what to do. This Chen Tianlin was a peak second firmament celestial deity too. His realm was similar to Yang Shen's, but he was not Yang Shen's match. This Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, he was also a hot candidate to enter the temple. According to past situations, he could definitely get into the top 5. Toward Yang Shen's words, he was very displeased. Forget about the rest, he did not think that his strength could not even cross swords with Yi Yuan. As high-clarity sect's number 2 figure, he had his own pride too. Making him admit defeat immediately, he could not afford to lose that face. Yang Shen gave him a glance and said with a cold snort, if you want to seek death, that's up to you too. Chen Tianlin was just about to speak, but then he heard high-clarity sect's elder say in a solemn voice, Tianlin, do it according to Yang Shen's words. This kid is very dangerous. Entering the temple is our ultimate goal. Chen Tianlin's brows furrowed and he answered, all right. Although he agreed verbally, he was very disapproving in his heart. He examined himself, if caught off guard, one-shotting Li Yiping in one move could also be accomplished. Yi Yuan was merely using this kind of method to frighten the high-clarity sect. In the end, Yang Shen and the elder were afraid. Truly disgraceful. Yi Yuan walked down the stage lightly. Yang Shen's figure moved, blocking Yi Yuan's path like a ghost. You're courting death, Yang Shen said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan looked at Yang Shen and said with a smile, these words, your high-clarity sect has already said many times. It's too bad that after all is said and done, it's all big talk. Moreover, it was you guys who provoked me first. Yang Shen said in a cold voice, you think that you're invincible by comprehending spatial law, do you? Others could not tell. How could he, Yang Shen, fail to see it? Yi Yuan smiled faintly as he said, invincible or not, I don't know, but since you all want to play, then I'll play till the end with you all. If I didn't guess wrongly, you made him directly concede defeat, right? You can try, see if they have the chance to concede or not. Chapter 1831. You all can't even admit defeat. You can try, see if they have the chance to concede or not. These words were akin to a heavy hammer, smashing onto the hearts of high-clarity sects people. If Yi Yuan said these words the last time, no one would take it seriously at all. But now, he had this confidence to say these words. One-shotting Li Yiping with one move, this was not what everyone could do. Yang Shen's two eyes narrowed, shooting out two cold rays of light. This Yi Yuan was too rampant. Suddenly, Yang Shen's gaze landed on Baili Qingyan and he said with a cold smile, if I'm not mistaken, this is your lover, right? Hey, do you think that only you can kill people? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, expression turning gloomy. How strong Yang Shen's strength was, Yi Yuan was not clear. But he absolutely would not underestimate the other party. It was true that Yi Yuan was confident, but he was never arrogant. If you want to kill me, feel free to come and try. Although my Shadow Moon sect can't match up to your High Clarity sect, we still have this bit of backbone. Yi Yuan had not spoken yet and Baili Qingyan already spoke up first. Yi Qingshang also said coolly, at most it's death. Even if the three of us all die, 3 lives for 7 lives, it's also more than enough to break even. Yi Qingshang's words had just landed when Zhang Shuiyan actually showed a rare support for Yi Yuan as she said, your High Clarity sect's face can't be provoked, then can my Shadow Moon sect be trampled upon by anybody? Yi Yuan looked at the 3 people rather surprisedly, not expecting that they were actually so supportive. Was this still those people he knew? Baili Qingyan was still alright, she had pride in her bones. Yi Yuan could feel it. But Yi Qingshang and Zhang Shuiyan indeed greatly exceeded his expectations. Hearing this, Yang Shen's expression was ugly to the extreme. He suddenly discovered that the High Clarity sect's domineeringness already forced the Shadow Moon sect to twist into a rope. These 4 people's stances were to fight to the bitter end with the High Clarity sect. Yi Yuan looked at Yang Shina and said coolly, you hear that? My Shadow Moon sect's dignity is similarly not allowed to be provoked. Since you all picked the fight first, then you have to be prepared to be counterattacked by us. Let's go. Finished talking, the Shadow Moon sect's few people immediately left. Returning to Upper Groove Court, Yi Yuan's expression was not as composed as before anymore. Elder Shu, is Yang Shen's strength very strong? Yi Yuan asked. Seeing Yi Yuan asked, only now did Shu Yan let out a sigh and said, I still thought that you had anger going to your head and was blind with arrogance. It was not that he did not know the danger of provoking the High Clarity sect like this. It was just that he similarly did not want sully the Shadow Moon sect's reputation, that was why he did not stop it. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the High Clarity sect is bullying people too far. We merely stayed at the Upper Groove Court, but they wanted to take people's lives like there's a great enmity. Senior apprentice Sister Yang's luck in the first round was a little better and didn't run into the High Clarity sect's people. But once she runs into them at the back, they'll definitely still deal a deadly blow. As for senior apprentice Sister Baili, Yang Shen probably won't let her off either. Even if I don't do this, they won't let us have an easy time too. Yi Yuan saw it very penetratingly, the High Clarity sect was this domineering. They felt that their face was more important than anything and did not allow anyone to tower above him. The Shadow Moon sect staying in the Upper Groove Court touched that sensitive nerve of theirs. They did not give Yi Qingshang a chance to admit defeat, immediately taking off his lower jaw when they came up. This already explained everything. It was precisely because of so that Yi Yuan had killing intent aroused. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Shu Yan's brows knitted tightly together. Clearly, he did not think as thoroughly as Yi Yuan. Yang Shen is known as the High Clarity sect's #1 genius in 1 million years. His strength is very formidable. But just how strong it is, apart from the High Clarity sect's people, no one knows. Normally speaking, disciples taking part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, the disparity in strength would not be too great. Of course, there are exceptions too. You're one, Yang Shen should be one as well. Shu Yan said with a solemn look. Yi Yuan fell silent when he heard that. Everyone did not speak, quietly looking at him. Little Tong also looked at Yi Yuan very curiously, wanting to see how he would resolve the present situation. After a moment, Yi Yuan's gaze swept across everyone's faces and he said, "Senior Apprentice Sister Zhang, I'll refine a Jadatha Purple Heart pill for you and help you break through to become a second firmament celestial deity." Zhang Shuiyan's eyes lit up, immediately feeling inexplicably surprised. She did not think that she could actually obtain the Jadatha Purple Heart pill too. Actually, when Yi Qingshang got this medicinal pill, she was very covetous. But she knew that Yi Yuan's impression of her was very bad, so she also gave up hope. Did not expect that under this kind of circumstance, Yi Yuan actually wanted to help her refine. Shu Yan said, "It's no use like this. Second firmament celestial deity is equally too weak to stand up to the competition in front of him as well." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I naturally know this. So starting from today, I'll help you all refine medicinal pills on one hand. On the other hand, you all have to accept my special training. And the goal is to admit defeat before I kill you all." Everyone was taken aback when they heard it, not expecting that Yi Yuan thought of such a method. Yi Yuan saying so was equivalent to saying that he felt that his strength was very close to that of Yang Shen's. Or even stronger. But is this possible? Similarly, a peak second firmament celestial deity, Yang Shen's strength far surpassed Shen Tianline's. This indicated that his law's comprehension was definitely exceedingly strong, far surpassing those in the same rank. "Heh, kid, you're playing a joke with their lives." Little Tong could not help disparaging and being cynical when he heard this. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "Whether it's a joke or not, you'll know very soon." In a blink, more than a month passed. 8th round, Yi Yuan finally ran into a high-clarity sect's disciple again. This time, it was the rank 6 Peng Huan. His strength was not that high. He was only an initial stage second firmament celestial deity, being much worse than even Li Yiping. It was naturally even less possible to be Yi Yuan's match. With the lesson drawn from Li Yiping's failure, Peng Huan naturally chose to directly admit defeat. Hence, after Du Rufeng announced the start of the match, Peng Huan opened his mouth straight away. It was just a pity that he only spat a word out of his mouth and his eyes began to turn lax, and could no longer speak. Yi Yuan's sword was too fast. Below the stage, there was the sound of cold air being sucked in. If one was to say he could succeed the last time against Li Yiping because he was not prepared, then this time, it was completely the manifestation of strength. You all can't even admit defeat, still call yourselves what number 1 sect? Yi Yuan looked at Yang Shen, his words full of scorn. Yang Shen glared at Yi Yuan and bellowed, "Yi Yuan, you forced me." Yi Yuan ignored him and immediately left. In the 17th round, Yi Yuan slew high-clarity sect's rank 7 Wu Min with a sword again. In the 25th round, Yi Yuan similarly instantly killed with a sword against Bian Zaichou. Halfway through the competition, the high-clarity sect already had 4 disciples who died under Yi Yuan's sword. Each one of them wanted to concede the moment they came up, but no one could do it. Yi Yuan's sword was much faster than them speaking. High-clarity sect's elder and Yang Shen were practically going insane. Chapter 1832 Time Law. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or maybe the Shadow Moon sect's numbers were too few. Halfway through the competition, Yang Shen did not meet a single Shadow Moon sect disciple. However, there was no hiding in the end. In the 28th round, Yang Shen matched up with Yi Qingshang. Currently, more than half a year's time already passed since the Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave started. Yang Shen came in front of Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "I've waited half a year for today. Today, I'll let you have a taste of your fellow apprentice dying in front of you." Finished talking, he turned to Yi Qingshang again and said, "Last time, I let you escape a disaster. This time, you won't be so lucky. Want to blame Yi Yuan that he shouldn't have provoked my high-clarity sect." But Yi Qingshang laughed when he heard that and said, "I've long said before, my Shadow Moon sect's dignity is likewise not to be trampled on. I can die, but the Shadow Moon sect's face can't be lost. Of course, the prerequisite is that if you can kill me." Yang Shen's face fell. He discovered that he could not gain any verbal advantage in the slightest. He actually came because he wanted to see Yi Qingshang's nervous and frightened appearance. But he completely could not see it from Yi Qingshang's face. This kind of feeling made him very frustrated. In contrast, the high-clarity sect's disciples were long already killed until they were terrified. But even if they were terrified, they were still unable to survive from Yi Yuan's hands. Unable to even admit defeat. One had to know, the disciples that Yi Yuan killed were all the high-clarity sect's future sect pillars. Because of Yi Yuan's slaughtering, this season's Bamboo Grove martial conclave's arrangement was already completely messed up. Apart from him and Yi Yuan, this first camp, the second camp's competition became abnormally fierce. Of course, Yi Yuan even gave all of the sects a big gift. These sects that originally had no hopes of obtaining a spot had hope now. Yi Yuan looked at Yang Shen and said coolly, "You saw it that we don't fear death. So why threaten us with it? Save your unfounded sense of superiority." Yang Shen's face fell and he said with a cold snort, "Stop pretending. When you step into the ring, I'll see if you guys can still smile." After 2 battles, it was finally Yang Shen and Yi Qingshang's showdown. Presently, as long as it was the Shadow Moon sect and High Clarity sect's confrontation, it would draw great attention. But today, it was Yang Shen's first time facing off with the Shadow Moon sect's disciple. It was naturally a major topic of discussion. On the stage, Yi Qingshang was long already drenched in sweat, cold sweat pouring profusely on his forehead. This was not that he was scared, but that the pressure Yang Shen brought to him was too great. This kind of pressure, he had only felt it on one person before, that was Yi Yuan. Before it started, Yang Shen's aura had long already risen to the peak, dormant above the 9 heavens. As long as the announcement was given, he would give Yi Qingshang a lightning blow, and absolutely not give him any chance to admit defeat. Below the stage, the disciples all had solemn expressions. So strong. Turns out that this is Yang Shen's true strength. In the past, no one could force him to use his true strength at all. Now, it was forced out by Yi Yuan. Separated by the protective grand array, I even feel that I almost can't breathe. Similarly, second firmament celestial deity, why is the disparity so great? Different from Yi Yuan's calm and collectedness, wispy and etherealness, the feeling that Yang Shen gave people was unparalleled domineeringness. Du Rufeng's voice had just landed when Yang Shen's entire person was like an arrow that left the strong, brandishing his saber and hacking towards Yi Qingshang. Under Yang Shen's peerlessly daunting world power and tyrannical law of savor, Yi Qingshang was virtually unable to move. Yi Qingshang's brows furrowed, feeling tremendous pressure. But he did not admit defeat straight away, because he knew that Yang Shen definitely had something else up his sleeves. Although this level was strong, it was not strong enough to the extent of making him unable to concede defeat. One had to know, similarly second firmament celestial deity powerhouse, wanting to make the other party unable to even say, "I admit defeat," 3 words, that was extremely, extremely difficult. Suddenly, Yi Qingshang's pupils constricted. He felt that everything around slowed down. Even when he wanted to open his mouth to speak, he became extremely, extremely slow, as if in slow motion. The entire world, only Yang Shen alone was moving. Time law. Yi Qingshang was incomparably shocked in his heart. What's wrong with Yi Qingshang? Has he been frightened silly? Yang Shen's blade is already in front of his face, why is he still not moving? Below the stage, the group of disciples was totally uncertain what it meant, completely not understanding what happened. In their view, Yi Qingshang already became an idiot who did not know how to move, reaching his head out for Yang Shen to chop. A tremendous rumbling sound came over, Yi Qingshang's body flew out backward. "I admit defeat." Yi Qingshang's body was in midair but spat these 3 words out of his mouth. "Damn it, how can you possibly block it? How could it be blocked? I'll kill you," Yang Shen bellowed, rushing over toward Yi Qingshang once more frenziedly. But right at this time, a surge of powerful world power appeared out of thin air, directly blasting him flying. He already opened his mouth to concede defeat, so you mustn't harm his life. This time, it's just a warning. The next time you commit it again, kill without mercy. Du Rufeng's voice was very calm, like he was stating a very normal thing. Yang Shen crawled to his feet, his face having an extremely reluctant look. At this time, Du Rufeng's voice sounded out once more, "This fight, Yang Shen wins." Yang Shen's expression was grim, until it was about to drip water, his face not having any joy after winning. His objective was to kill and not to win. The emotions that Yang Shen accumulated for half a year was to erupt in this fight. But he actually failed. This outcome, he was completely unable to accept it. Just now, at the last critical moment, Yi Qingshang actually released divine essence out of his body, manipulating his sword to block the certain kill blow. His time law could slow down the flow of time around Yi Qingshang, but there was one thing that he could not slow down, that was divine essence. Of course, this was because Yang Shen's time law skill was lacking. Otherwise, Yi Qingshang would be hard-pressed to escape death too. Yi Yuan's figure floated up, arrived beside Yi Qingshang, and fed him a medicinal pill. The current Yi Qingshang did not have an intact spot on his body from head to toe, his appearance even more miserable than the last time. But he did not die. With the medicinal pill entering the abdomen, Yi Qingshang's injuries improved slightly very soon. I really didn't expect that this guy's trump card was actually time law. Mentioning this, Yi Yuan also had lingering fear in his heart. Time law was the same as spatial law, both being supreme laws. They were extremely hard to comprehend. Apart from Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, it was still Yi Yuan's first time seeing time law. Just one look and Yi Yuan discerned it. This time law was indeed extremely difficult to deal with. Under time law, everything was beyond one's control. Just now, Yi Qingshang did not have any strength to retaliate at all, and could not even speak. Hoo-hoo, this, half a year of special training was indeed, not in vain. Yi Qingshang did not have any dejection but was rather excited instead. For him to be able to avoid this calamity, it was entirely because of Yi Yuan's half a year of training. It was also precisely because of this training that the three of their strength all made substantial improvement. This half a year, they cultivated under the horror of death every day. It was also precisely because of this training that they knew just how strong Yi Yuan was. Chapter 1833 Disjointed Generation. In this half a year, Yi Yuan only unleashed one sword against them every day. This sword was peerlessly powerful, sufficient to take their lives. At first, including Bai Li Qingyan, they could not even move a muscle. If Yi Yuan had the intent to kill, they would have long died until they could not be any more dead. One could say that this half a year's time, they would tour the gates of hell once every day. When it just started, Yi Qingshang and Zhang Shuiyan's spirits were virtually about to collapse. Under such a swift and fierce sword, they did not have the strength to resist at all. That kind of powerlessness put them at a loss on what to do. Ever since entering the sect, they had always been proud children of heaven, regarding themselves being head and shoulders above over others in all respects. When had they thought that they would be so powerless when facing a peer? But as time passed, they were already numbed. They already got accustomed to Yi Yuan's might and began to try finding ways to crack it. Yi Yuan's objective was very simple: as long as they could have a chance to concede, it would do. Today, Yi Qingshang did it. In reality, this half a year's time, their strengths also soared by leaps and bounds. It was just that they did not detect it. Yang Shen stood on the stage, furiously until his entire body was shaking. Yi Yuan slaughtered half of their high-clarity sect's people already, but he could not even kill a single one. This sense of humiliation made him virtually about to go mad. Suddenly, Yang Shen raised his head to the sky and howled. Glaring at Yi Yuan, he said, "Next time, you guys won't be so lucky." Yi Yuan looked at Yang Shen and said coolly, "Although time law is powerful, it's just a pity that your skill is still lacking. You can't kill a single one." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought the heavily injured Yi Qingshang and slowly left. Time law. It's actually time law. No wonder Yi Qingshang seemed to be dazed just now. Turns out that it's time law. My god, spatial law, time law, these two supreme laws appeared at the same time in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. It's just a pity that Yang Shen still failed to kill Yi Qingshang. This Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, the high-clarity sect really suffered heavy losses. Following Yi Yuan uttering a sentence, the crowd exploded all at once. They did not perceive just now that what Yang Shen used was time law. Because time law was only targeted at Yi Qingshang, changing the flow of time within his proximity, so it was very hard for outsiders to detect. Of course, people who were extremely sensitive toward heavenly Tao could detect it. Such as Yi Yuan. Yang Shen's grand and heroic words ended in failure in the end. Although his injuries were extremely severe, when the next round started, Yi Qingshang returned to the ring, like he was completely fine. His reappearance caused another uproar. Now, everyone all knew that there was an incomparably powerful alchemist behind the Shadow Moon sect. And this alchemist was precisely Yi Yuan. As long as you could not kill the Shadow Moon sect's people, in the next round of the competition, he would appear in front of you alive and well. The other sects, disciples were already envious to the extreme towards the Shadowmoon sect's disciples. Presently, everyone would not feel that the Shadowmoon sect only managed to stay in Upper Groove Court because they were lucky. They really had this strength. Or they should say, Yi Yuan absolutely had this qualification to stay in Upper Groove Court. In terms of martial Dao talent, he comprehended spatial law. In alchemy Dao, he could even refine extremely powerful rank 5 divine pills. Such a person, even a genius like Yang Shen, also paled in comparison in front of him. Luck. In the 40th round, Yi Yuan faced off with the High Clarity sect's number 3 figure, Wei Yuanfei. This Wei Yuanfei was a late-stage second firmament celestial deity, his strength rather formidable. He even had the qualifications to be ranked in the top 5. But before this fight, Yang Shen exhorted that he must definitely concede defeat. It was just that when the battle started, the development of the situation far exceeded Yang Shen's imagination. This time, Yi Yuan changed his earlier style. The moment he came up, he unleashed incomparably swift and fierce attacks. One move stronger than the last, one move faster than the last, suppressing Wei Yuanfei until he found it hard to even breathe, let alone concede. Yi Yuan utilized the advantage of spatial law and unleashed speed to the extreme. More importantly, Yi Yuan's divine essence was incomparably thick, his breath drawn out, and was best at protracted fights. But Wei Yuanfei was different. He finally still revealed a flaw under Yi Yuan's coercion. In the end, he was killed by Yi Yuan with one sword. That instant when Wei Yuanfei was killed by Yi Yuan, everyone was stunned. If one was to say those people being killed previously were all because the opponent was too weak, then killing Wei Yuanfei absolutely displayed Yi Yuan's formidable to the extreme strength. High Clarity sect's elder and Yang Shen's hearts were dripping blood. 8 disciples came. After more than half a year, there were actually only 3 people left. One of them was even the most useless, Yi Yuan. This was simply a devastating blow to the High Clarity sect. If there were no accidents, Yang Shen and Chen Tianlin would both enter the temple. This was also to say that High Clarity sect's future pillars of society were directly finished by Yi Yuan. This way, the High Clarity sect would definitely produce a disjointed generation of talents. The impact on the entire sect was extremely far-reaching. After this, Yang Shen exchanged blows with Zhang Shuiyan and Baili Qingyan respectively. Each time, Yang Shen would muster everything up, wanting to kill people. But sadly, he failed to kill a single one. In fact, Baili Qingyan actually even exchanged a few blows with him before being defeated. Among the 3 people, Baili Qingyan's talent was clearly the highest. Her improvement was also the fastest. And Yi Yuan's training also made Baili Qingyan's win rate increase a lot. At present, among all of the 64 disciples, she was actually ranked 6th, only a step away from 5th place. Finally, at the 53rd round, Yi Yuan and Yang Shen, these 2 great geniuses, met. This fight was anticipated by all. Hearing that spatial law and time law appeared at the same time in this season, quite a few temple disciples also came to watch the fight. It even attracted quite a few elders. Baili, Yi Yuan and Yang Shen fighting, who do you think has a higher chance of winning? Before the great battle, Zhang Shuiyan actually had a rare moment of nervousness. Presently, she was overwhelmed with gratitude toward Yi Yuan. This 1 year's time, Yi Yuan refined many medicinal pills for her, making her strength advance by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, Zhang Shuiyan knew that the medicinal pills Yi Yuan refined, the impact was absolutely not just for a day or 2. It would have a tremendous impact on her future cultivation. This kind of impact was sufficient to change her life. Of course, Baili Qingyan and Yi Qingshang were the same too. Baili Qingyan also appeared rather nervous as she said, I can't say for sure either. The 2 can be said to each have their forte. Yi Yuan's might lies in law's fusion. But Yang Shen's time law similarly can't be underestimated. This fight, 50-50 chance I guess. Although very much hoping for Yi Yuan to win, Baili Qingyan had exchanged blows with Yang Shen before and was deeply aware of Yang Shen's might. The sense of oppression that these 2 people brought her was virtually on par. Hence, she also could not say for sure who was stronger and who was weaker. It was also precisely because of this that she appeared somewhat nervous. Yi Qingshang said, relax, there's no way Yi Yuan will lose. This guy gives people surprises in all respects and never seems to have a limit. When the other 2 heard it, they deeply felt that way too. Chapter 1834 Divine Vestige Realm. On the stage, 2 powerful auras gushed out. One was tyrannical, one was proud. Yang Shen's aura was peerlessly domineering, while Yi Yuan's aura was unmoving like a mountain. This battle was a showdown between the High Clarity sect and the Shadow Moon sect, and also a contest between two great supreme laws. Such an opportunity could not be casually encountered. Yi Yuan, hope that you don't concede defeat. Today, let's fight to the death. Do you dare or not? Yang Shen's gaze was heated as he stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. Can't kill the others, he might as well directly have a deathmatch with Yi Yuan. Yang Shen had absolute confidence in himself. There was no way he would lose to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had a calm look as he said, as you wish. Yang Shen laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, the humiliation that you brought to my High Clarity sect, I'll wash it all clean today. You are dead for sure. Yi Yuan's expression was calm as he said, that will depend on whether you have this ability or not. Yang Shen sneered and said, you have a supreme law. But I have a supreme law too. In fact, I'm 2 minor realms higher than you. What do you have to beat me with? Today, I'll let you take a look at my true strength. What my High Clarity sect has to become the #1 sect. Facing Yang Shen, Yi Yuan's biggest disadvantage was his cultivation realm. Yi Yuan was currently merely initial stage 1st firmament celestial deity, while Yang Shen was peak 2nd firmament celestial deity. It was equivalent to being 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. These 2 minor realms did not seem to be much in the initial stages of divine Tao. But at the celestial deity realm, these 2 minor realms were sufficient to be deadly. Even for a genius like Baili Qingyan, breaking through 2 minor realms step by step also required several hundred years. The gap could only be imagined. With a fierce cry, Yang Shen hacked over toward Yi Yuan with a matchlessly overbearing saber blow. This saber pressed forward with an indomitable will. What was even more frightening was that Yang Shen's world power was extremely strong, overbearing until it seized all of the space as its own, not giving Yi Yuan any place to survive at all. In front of this saber, Yi Yuan appeared too weak. At this time, Yi Yuan moved too. The frost counter sword swinging, Yi Yuan's figure cut through space, welcoming Yang Shen's saber. This frost counter sword was a celestial deity mystic treasure. After the Junyi sword shattered, Yi Yuan had no convenient weapon all along. After Yi Yuan broke through to rank 5, Yi Yuan finally opened up the purple extreme hall's 2nd layer space, obtaining the treasure trove inside. He chose a celestial deity mystic treasure from among them, it was this frost counter sword. At the same time, dense blue patterns revolved around Yi Yuan. One sword unleashing, it actually directly broke through the heavy blockade of Yang Shen's world power, charging in front of Yang Shen without any obstruction. Horrifying power of laws roamed about on the stage, giving off a series of rings. In a blink of an eye, the two people exchanged more than 10 moves, power of law surging endlessly. Yang Shen's pupils constricted. His realm was clearly much higher than Yi Yuan's, but his world power was actually unable to affect Yi Yuan in the slightest. What in the world was that blue pattern? Below the stage, everyone was extremely shocked. The level of these two people's battle, they were simply unable to imagine it. The 64 people taking part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave were all the Bamboo Groove Void Realm's top geniuses. But these two people towered about the group of geniuses, reaching another level. Yi Yuan's blue pattern is so strange. It's actually not affected by Yang Shen's world power. It's like where Yi Yuan goes, it forcefully hews open a space that belongs to him. What in the world is that thing? At this time, Little Tong was holding Treasure Pig, currently standing together with Du Rufeng. This place was the place with the best view. Little Tong was also very interested in this fight, he naturally would not miss it. Hearing Du Rufeng inquire, his two eyes narrowed slightly and he said, "It's Heavenly Tao." Du Rufeng's face changed and he cried out in surprise, Heavenly Tao? How is this possible?" Little Tong used a tone that was not commensurate with his age and said with a solemn look, "It won't be wrong. That's the aura of Tao." Yi Yuan's comprehension toward the Tao has already reached an inconceivable realm. He can already spur Heavenly Tao to use for himself. Although this aura isn't strong enough yet, as his strength improves, this Heavenly Tao pattern will become more and more terrifying. Hearing Little Tong's explanation, the shock in Du Rufeng's heart could not be any greater. Controlling Heavenly Tao for one's own use, this kind of thing, ordinary people did not even dare to think about it, but Yi Yuan already did it. Martial artists comprehend Heavenly Tao to strengthen themselves. But Yi Yuan could actually drive Heavenly Tao, this was too terrifying. Actually, little Tong was half right. These blue patterns were indeed the aura of heavenly Tao, but it was not heavenly Tao that Yi Yuan was spurring on. These blue fine lines were Yi Yuan's own. Other people breaking through to rank 5, what they reached was celestial deity realm. However, Yi Yuan embarked on a different path. His realm would naturally not be the same as well. After Yi Yuan broke through to rank 5, his divine sea underwent a change once more. His divine vortex shrunk again, chaos divine essence also becoming more condensed. That viscous aura already became thicker and thicker. If one was to say the divine sea was as big as a lake in the beginning, then Yi Yuan's current divine vortex was at most the size of a pond. Not only did Yi Yuan's divine essence not weaken, but it also grew even stronger than before instead. Apart from this, countless blue lightning was born in Yi Yuan's divine sea. These blue bolts of lightning were extremely similar to what he saw back then on the Heavenspan mountain. It was just that in terms of aura, it was much, much weaker, totally not on the same level. Yi Yuan discovered that when he faced the enemy, he could mobilize these blue lightning and make his attacks sharper. His defenses also became stronger. As for world power, it was even more like paper paste in front of the blue patterns. As long as it was not strong to a certain degree, Yi Yuan could split it apart easily. Hence, Yi Yuan named this realm, Divine Vestige Realm. Outsiders could not tell, but Yang Shen keenly felt his own suffering. Yi Yuan's sword seemed ordinary and sloppy, but an extremely strange force was contained within, throwing his vital energy sea into turmoil, virtually unable to control himself. With several dozen swords, he actually had a feeling of the long sword slipping out of his hand. No way, this kid is too peculiar. I can't carry on like this. Yang Shen knew that at this rate, he would lose without a doubt. Right at this time, he urged time law to the extreme. Yi Yuan's face changed and suddenly felt that his movements became slow like an ant. Even shuttling through space also became much slower. Yang Shen grinned hideously and said, "How can the profundities of time laws be what you can imagine? Let me tell you, actually, the time law that I used on them was not my full strength at all. My time law has similarly been comprehended to third firmament. Didn't expect it, right? Now, you can go to hell. Unparalleled world-suppressing saber." Right at this time, Yang Shen urged his saber arts to the extreme as well. The incomparably swift and fierce martial technique was practically shredding the space. This blade wanted Yi Yuan's life. Chapter 1835 Divine Vestige Space, untainted by myriad laws. In Yang Shen's heart, Yi Yuan was his ultimate goal. Killing 100 Yi Qingshongs was also not as important as killing one Yi Yuan. Hence, when dealing with Yi Qingshong them all, Yang Shen did not go all out. While it was good to be able to kill, failing to kill was no big deal too. The most important thing was that Yi Yuan had to die. The instigator of all this was Yi Yuan. Looking at Yi Yuan's sluggish movements, a hint of a hideous grin flashed across the corners of Yang Shen's mouth. A saber turned into a white streak, hacking over toward Yi Yuan's head. However, just as Yang Shen's blade arrived in front of Yi Yuan's face, it suddenly stopped, as if frozen in the air. His figure was unable to advance an inch forward. In front of Yang Shen, there was seemingly boundless space, waiting for him to cross. His saber cut through one layer of space after another, but it was unable to land on Yi Yuan. Two supreme laws collided together violently. Ha ha ha, it's useless. In front of time laws, everything is in vain. Go to hell. Yang Shen let out a wild laugh, light radiating on his body. The long blade actually pushed another inch forward. The blade was already less than an inch away from the top of Yi Yuan's head. The piercing cold light made Yi Yuan somewhat unable to open his eyes. Everyone's hearts leapt to their throats, looking at this soul-stirring scene. The complexions of Baili Qingyan and the rest turned pale, looking nervous. This blade landing, Yi Yuan would be done for. But right at this time, countless blue filaments spread out of Yi Yuan's body frenziedly, like spiders spinning silk. Yang Shen's face changed. These fine filaments accumulated more and more, wrapping the two of them up very quickly. From the outside world, the inside completely could not be seen at all. What is this? Du Rufeng's face changed as he asked. A hint of terror also showed in Little Tong's eyes as he said, "This seems to be a power similar to world power. But it also seems to be somewhat different. If my conjectures are right, Yi Yuan already won." Du Rufeng's gaze turned intent and he said, "One just like this. I don't know what's happening inside." Little Tong said, although we don't know what's happening inside, this move is definitely extraordinary. Because, even I also felt danger. Du Rufeng turned pale with fright when he heard that. He was aware of what kind of existence Little Tong was. Even he could actually feel danger. Then this blue filament ball was definitely extremely terrifying. Inside the filament ball, Yi Yuan's two eyes showed an azure blue color. Long sword swinging, it directly blew away Yang Shen's blade. Yang Shen's gaze turned sharp and he exclaimed, "This? How is this possible? Time Law." Yang Shen tried his best to urge Time Law, but Time Law seemed to have thoroughly lost connection with him, unable to feel it anymore. This situation made his heart sink to rock bottom. Yi Yuan's azure blue eyes looked at Yang Shen, his eyes not carrying the least bit of emotion as he said, "You held back your strength, but have you ever thought that I also held back my strength? Don't need to waste strength anymore. Inside this divine vestige space, it's untainted by myriad laws. The rules here are set by me. All the laws that you comprehend in the heavenspan world are useless." After Yi Yuan broke through to divine vestige realm, he discovered that he had the ability to construct the divine vestige space. Once he entered the divine vestige space, Yi Yuan could control all powers of law. In this place, he was the sovereign. Clearly, Yang Shen did not believe it at all. He laughed wildly when he heard that and said, "You set the rules. Do you think that you're the creator?" Killing people with laughter, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Don't believe. Watch. Time. Stop." Only to see him lightly point a finger out, Yang Shen's body suddenly turned stiff. He struggled desperately, but he discovered that he was unable to move at all. Yang Shen was very familiar with time laws. He could sense that this was not some so-called immobilization spell, but a genuine time stop. Titanic waves stirred in his heart, looking at Yi Yuan in immense shock. Time stop was an extremely profound time law. One had to at least cultivate beyond the seventh firmament before they could control the power of law. But Yi Yuan clearly did not know time law, yet he could do it to this step. This was also to say that Yi Yuan did not lie, he could really control this space. Too inconceivable. It was too fantastical. There was actually still such a bizarre thing in this world. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Looks like you believe it. Then, you can go and die." A hint of panic flashed across in Yang Shen's heart. He had never panicked like this before. It was as if the being he was facing right now was really the creator. Hang on. I was wrong, spare me. I promise that I absolutely won't find trouble with you in the future. Yang Shen shouted. Yi Yuan's gaze did not carry the slightest emotion. He just said coolly, "It's too late to admit your fault now." Done talking, Yi Yuan pointed another finger out. Yang Shen's body disintegrated just like this, turning into nothingness. Looking at Yang Shen's slowly disappearing figure, Yi Yuan did not have the slightest ripple. The current Yi Yuan, his disposition was greatly different from usual. He exuded an icy cold aura from head to toe as if he was an ice man without the least bit of emotion. No idea how long had passed either, the blue filaments slowly faded away, merging into Yi Yuan's divine sea. Yi Yuan's entire person lost consciousness, falling onto the ring. Of course, there was already no Yang Shen on the stage. There was only Yi Yuan alone left. Yang Shen was already dead until he could not be any deader. There was an uproar all round. Before this, Yang Shen was the sole candidate to win the championship. No one had ever thought that he would get second, let alone talk about dying. But now, he was killed by Yi Yuan silently just like this. Especially the high-clarity sect's elder, his one breath was pent up in his heart, virtually making him about to explode. The high-clarity sect that was powerful until it terrified people actually had 6 disciples die all at once this time. How would he report on his mission when he returned? Seeing that Du Rufeng was still in a daze, Little Tong reminded him and said, "Hey, you should announce the results." Du Rufeng was akin to waking up from a dream. The shock that this scene brought to him was seriously too intense. That blue filament ball that was akin to a cocoon seemed to have the ability to devour everything, directly obliterating Yang Shen until not even dregs remained. Just how strong was this Yi Yuan? In reality, before this, he was not very optimistic about Yi Yuan. After all, similar a possessor of a supreme law, Yang Shen's realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. No one had expected that what they waited for was actually such a result. This battle, Yi Yuan wins, Yang Shen perishes. Du Rufeng said in a clear voice. The moment his voice faded, a figure dashed onto the stage like lightning, and suddenly smacked a palm toward Yi Yuan, who was currently in a coma. High Clarity Sect's elder. At this time, his 2 eyes were bloodshot, already completely lost his reason. Du Rufeng gave a cold snort and took a step out, and already arrived on the stage. 2 mighty true god powerhouses suddenly exchanged a blow. The High Clarity Sect's elder was immediately blasted flying. Han Zhanqing, what are you trying to do? Du Rufeng said coldly. Chapter 1836 Heavenly Tao is heartless. Han Zhanqing's eyes were bloodshot, already losing his reason. He roared at Du Rufeng, this brute killed 6 of my High Clarity Sect's top disciples. Not killing him today, how will I give an account to the sect master when I go back? Du Rufeng said coldly, that's your business. As long as Yi Yuan didn't violate the temple's rules, no matter how many people he kills, it doesn't matter too. Fresh blood kept flowing out of the corners of Han Zhanqing's mouth, and he said in a cold voice, the temple isn't fair. The moment this Yi Yuan came, you all let him stay in Upper Groove Court, based on what? If say that Yi Yuan is a disciple that the temple groomed, then why didn't you tell us beforehand? Why must you take such a path? Once a person lost their reason, the angle of thinking about problems became very extreme. In Han Zhanqing's view, Yi Yuan was definitely a disciple that the temple groomed in secret. However, he was deliberately instructed to participate in the Bamboo Groove martial conclave. Wasn't this nauseating people? Du Rufeng's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, Han Zhanqing, keep talking nonsense and slandering the temple, you'll bear the consequences yourself. At this time, several figures appeared next to Du Rufeng. These were all the temple's elders. All of them were true God realm powerhouses. Seeing such a lineup, Han Zhanqing seemed to have a basin of cold water splash down overhead. One Du Rufeng and he was not a match already, let alone so many true God powerhouses. I'm unreconciled to it. Han Zhanqing roared angrily. Du Rufeng's expression eased up slightly and he said coolly, the Bamboo Groove martial conclave's original intention was to let the disciples who enter the temple obtain more harvests and stimulate greater potential. The reason why it doesn't forbid killing is to let them let loose. But actually, situations where massacres are caused are exceedingly rare. This time, it was originally you all who initiated trouble first but want to blame others. What logic is this? Right and wrong, everyone has a weighing scale in their hearts. I believe that no need me to say any more, and everyone is also clear in their hearts. When everyone heard that, they secretly nodded their heads. This matter was indeed provoked first by the High Clarity sect. But the result now was that the arm could not twist the thigh, and wanted to vent their anger on Yi Yuan. In reality, at first, everyone indeed felt bitter about the Shadow Moon sect staying in Upper Groove Court. They had unhappiness in their hearts. But by now, they had long already tossed this kind of thinking to the back of their minds. Yi Yuan possessed incomparably powerful martial strength and also possessed superb alchemy skills. He indeed had the qualifications to stay in Upper Groove Court. Moreover, they all knew that the cause of all these was the treasure pig. Even though they all did not know what the treasure pig was, without a doubt, its origins were not ordinary. Du Rufeng's gaze was scorching as he said, Han Zhanqing, on the account that you were rash for a moment, you're spared from death. But you insulted the temple. Death penalty can be spared, but it's hard to escape punishment. Today, you'll be expelled from the Bamboo Groove Holy Realm and return to the sect to be confined for 1,000 years, not to leave the mountain. Do you submit? Han Zhanqing's face turned ashen, and he raised his head to the sky and heaved a long sigh as he said, forget it, Han Zhanqing accepts the punishment. In the Bamboo Groove Void Realm, no matter how powerful the sect, they could not contend with the temple too. The temple was a paramount existence. Because they had Empyrean powerhouses. This battle ending, the Bamboo Groove martial conclave's situation became even more complicated and confusing. Yang Shen was already dead, he was naturally unable to become the temple's disciple. This way, the struggle for the second camp became abnormally fierce. While Yi Yuan also tasted his Bamboo Groove martial conclave loss because of the fight with Yang Shen. This coma of his lasted 10 days and nights, directly missing the next fight, and was issued with a loss. However, even if he lost, he still firmly occupied the throne of first place. Furthermore, everyone all knew that they were no longer able to shake Yi Yuan's position. 10 days later, Yi Yuan finally slowly opened both eyes. You're awake. When Baili Qingyan saw Yi Yuan wake up, she could not help being excited. Little Tong's face also showed a rare smile and said with a faint smile, like I said, this kid won't die, but you guys don't believe. Yi Yuan's eyes looked a little confused, the gaze that looked at Baili Qingyan was somewhat unfamiliar. That unfamiliar look gave Baili Qingyan a fright. What, you don't even recognize me anymore. Baili Qingyan's face changed and said. But very soon, Yi Yuan's eyes recovered clarity and he said with a smile, "Ha, senior apprentice sister Baili, what, why would I not recognize? Maybe the time that I was in a coma was a little long, and there's some issues. Unleashing that martial technique is still a pretty big burden on me." Only then did Baili Qingyan feel relieved and said with a smile, "I really didn't expect that even the Yongshen who comprehended time laws died in your hands." By the side, Yi Qingsheng also said, "Yi Yuan, you aren't aware of this, but when our Shadow Moon sect disciples go out now, we really feel extra proud. This is all thanks to you. No matter where, people respected the strong and looked down on the weak." Thinking about Zhu Wen's attitude when they first came, it truly felt like a lifetime had passed. Now, Zhu Wen's attitude towards them already underwent a 180-degree great transformation, addressing them as brothers on every occasion. And all these stemmed from the talent and strength that Yi Yuan displayed. After sending everyone away, Yi Yuan's expression became somewhat ugly. "You seem to be not quite right," Little Tong said. Yi Yuan was taken aback when he heard that and forced a smile as he said, "How so?" "I'm completely fine right now." Little Tong looked intently at Yi Yuan and said in a childish tone, "I can feel that a subtle change happened to you. But as for the specifics of what the change is, I can't pinpoint it either." Yi Yuan looked at Little Tong rather surprised, this kid's eyes were so discerning. He let out a sigh and said, "You saw the divine vestige space?" Little Tong nodded his head and did not speak. He naturally saw the divine vestige space. Furthermore, that divine vestige space gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Yi Yuan continued, "This martial technique seemed to have affected my temperament." Talking up to here, Yi Yuan's expression also became solemn. Recalling the him inside the divine vestige space, Yi Yuan felt very unfamiliar with the former. The him at that time was like an ice-cold machine, not having the slightest emotion. Even if he recovered now, Yi Yuan could feel that the him at that time affected the current him. About this matter, Yi Yuan could not quite understand it. Logically speaking, the divine vestige space was a product of the Chaos Heavenspan canon after cultivating to rank 5. It was the accessory of this cultivation method and should not have this kind of sequela. But why would this kind of strange situation occur? Could it be that the Chaos Heavenspan canon he cultivated had a problem? Yi Yuan could not figure out after racking his brains. He also communicated with Dustless about this situation, but Dustless was at a loss too. When Little Tong heard that, his brows furrowed too and he said, "This martial technique of yours is indeed formidable. I sensed a strong heavenly Tao aura within. Clearly, this divine vestige space of yours hasn't reached grand completion yet. But you have to know one thing. Heavenly Tao is heartless." Yi Yuan's face changed, and his brows were practically knitted together as he ruminated further. Heavenly Tao is heartless. Heavenly Tao is heartless. How could this be? Chapter 1837 Realm Heart Island. Yongshen died, and then the Bamboo Groove martial conclave's fierce fighting continued. But because of this great battle, the Bamboo Groove martial conclave's setup underwent a dramatic change. Yi Yuan naturally outshone the others, no one could surpass him anymore. Even when encountering Luo Zhen later, he also directly admitted defeat after 100 moves. However, Luo Zhen's position of second place was also considered secure. But the struggle for third to fifth place seemed especially intense. The competition continued for more than a year, but the gap between third place and 10th place also did not pull apart. Among these 8 people, any one of them had a possibility of entering the top 5 in the end. However, in the final round, no one could have expected that Baili Qingyan obtained the 4th place in the end. This way, the Shadow Moon sect suddenly got 2 places. Du Rufeng stood on the high platform and announced calmly, "This Bamboo Groove martial conclave's top 5, Yi Yuan, Luo Zhen, Tian Dazhong, Baili Qingyan, and Li Long, shall enter the temple. 10 days later, these 5 people will enter the Void Realm Heart and comprehend Great Tao. The other disciples can go up Skijade Cliff to comprehend Tao for 10 years. After 10 years, you must leave the Bamboo Groove Holy Realm." The disciples who took part in the Bamboo Groove martial conclave, after hearing Du Rufeng's announcement, they all sighed endlessly. Before coming to the Bamboo Groove Holy Realm, no one could have imagined that the High Clarity sect would actually be shaved bald, right? Isn't that so? Later on, Chen Tianlian practically gave up himself. Whoever he met, he directly conceded defeat. He was afraid that Yi Yuan would kill him. What a coward, the High Clarity sect's face is utterly lost by him. Hey, what face does the High Clarity sect still have? This can't blame him either. Even Yang Shen died in Yi Yuan's hands, so how can he not be scared? But like this is good too. At least, he preserved his life. In comparison, the little-known Shadow Moon sect actually obtained 2 seats. This really made people's jaws drop. The powerful High Clarity sect did not even have one enter the top 5 in the end. Chen Tianlian's strength originally could definitely enter the top 5. But ever since Yang Shen was killed, he would concede no matter who he met. Chen Tianlian was very smart. He yielded to Yi Yuan in this manner, hoping that he would show mercy and not kill him. In the end, Yi Yuan indeed let him go. During this Bamboo Grove martial conclave, Yi Yuan's domineering rise changed the fate of many genius disciples. Yi Yuan, thank you. Bai Qingyan came in front of Yi Yuan and gave thanks sincerely. She understood that with her original strength, it was impossible to enter the temple. But in this 1 year plus time, Yi Yuan first helped her refine the Jadatha Purple Heart Pill, then fed her moves, causing her strength to improve greatly. Only then did she rank into the top 5. One could say that for her to be able to enter the temple, it was entirely forged by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your talent is pretty good in the first place. I was merely adding flowers to embroidery." Bai Qingyan could not resist rolling her eyes at Yi Yuan. Was this guy knocking people down on purpose? Comparing talent, was there anyone greater than you? What was laughable was that she even thought that Yi Yuan was a trash back then, dragging Yi Yuan into a partnership to enter the Shadow Moon mountain range. Thinking about it now, Bai Qingyan actually felt a hint of sweetness. Except, she realized now that along with the passing of time, the sense of alienation between Yi Yuan and her was actually gradually increasing. This was not just the disparity in strength, but that Yi Yuan seemed to have the intention of keeping her at a distance. This kind of alienation was not the alienation of distance, but it was emotional estrangement. It seemed that no matter what and when, Yi Yuan would have a professional-like attitude toward her. This attitude made Bai Qingyan very dejected. At this time, Xu Yan also went to congratulate. Xu Yan said, "Before coming to the Bamboo Grove Holy Realm, he never would have dreamed that our Shadow Moon sect can actually obtain 2 spots. When we return, the sect master will definitely be very happy." Obtaining 2 spots was not just a matter of reputation. The temple would also give certain rewards to true god-level sects according to headcount. This kind of reward had a very far-reaching impact on true god-level sects. Hence, that was why the various major sects would spare no efforts to groom disciples and supply talents to the temple. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "This 1 year plus, Yi Yuan is grateful for Elder Shu's care and is endlessly grateful." Yi Yuan has nothing to repay with and presented Buddha with borrowed flowers, giving these medicinal pills to senior apprentice sister Zhang and senior apprentice brother Yi. Zhang Shuiyan and Yi Qingshang's eyes turned sharp and they cried out in shock. "Tendon-changing spirit bamboo pill, Brahma dragon break pill, these medicinal pills are too precious." Although these spirit medicines were all sealed, they knew that Yi Yuan taking action would absolutely all be divine grade and above quality. These medicinal pills, miss this village and there would not be this shop anymore. Among the sects, it was absolutely impossible for there to be anyone who could refine this grade of medicinal pills. These medicinal pills had tremendous benefits to the 2 people's cultivation in the future. It can let him pass barriers smoothly, going further. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Thanks to Treasure Pig, I don't lack spirit medicines when refining pills now. Hence, I dug some medicinal pills from his mouth and gave them to you." The 2 people looked at Yi Yuan, eyes full of gratitude. "This, junior apprentice brother Yi, in the past, it was all my fault, hope that you don't take it badly." Zhang Shuiyan's face turned red as she apologized. Yi Qingshang also said, "Back then, I also harbored malicious intentions toward junior apprentice brother Yi. Mentioning this, I'm really ashamed." Presently, they already understood that whatever faction struggle was simply floating clouds in front of a genuine powerhouse. Yi Yuan said coolly, "That's all past matters, don't need to mention anymore. But, there are some words that I want to remind you guys. The might of a sect isn't brought up amidst internal friction. Rather than spend time bringing other factions down, might as well spend more time to cultivate. The two nodded their heads, deeply feeling that way too. On a small boat, 7 people and 1 pig were currently heading for the depths of the spirit nether sea. Bamboo Grove Holy Realm is merely the outermost rites ground of the temple, the place that connects the temple with the outside world. The temple has a total of 5 palaces, branched out on 5 islands. They are respectively controlled by 5 great Empyrean elders. And these 5 great islands surround another island. It's the most important place in the Bamboo Grove Void Realm, the Realm Heart Island. The heart of the Void Realm is on this Realm Heart Island. Du Rufeng spoke with ease and fluency, introducing the temple's situation to the 5 disciples. As the few people listened, their faces revealed rapt looks. This place was where the nucleus of the Bamboo Grove Void Realm lay. The small boat pulled into the shore. Du Rufeng said to the few people, "There are restrictions everywhere on Realm Heart Island, all of you follow closely. Once you trigger the restrictions, immortals can't save you guys too." The few people's expressions turned fearful when they heard that, revealing a hint of solemnness. Yuan looked at Little Tong and said with a curious face, "We're going to the heart of the Void Realm." "You're going too?" Little Tong rolled his eyes and said huffily, "Why? You have a problem." Du Rufeng chuckled and said, "Opening the heart of the Void Realm needs to borrow the power of Lord Treasure Pig. And Lord Treasure Pig and Little Tong are always together. So, he definitely has to go." "Heard that," Little Tong said with a smug look. Treasure Pig also grunted at Yuan like taking credit for someone else's achievements. Chapter 1838. Maybe, this is a so-called genius. Such thick spatial power. The group of people arrived outside of a barrier. Yuan immediately felt the spatial force that hit him head-on. Du Rufeng nodded and said, "The heart of the Void Realm is the cornerstone of the Void Realm, the entire Bamboo Grove Void Realm built on it. The spatial power here is naturally the strongest. You're the most adept in spatial law, perhaps you might have some gains." Yuan nodded his head, revealing a look of anticipation. Everyone was just about to continue moving on when 2 figures suddenly appeared out of thin air and asked, "Halt. Who goes there?" These 2 people were dressed in black, their auras being incomparably powerful. When these 2 people appeared, Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. These 2 people both knew spatial law. Furthermore, their comprehensions were exceedingly high. Du Rufeng said in a clear voice, "Kong Wen, Kong Chen, why? Don't even recognize me anymore." "Oh, turns out that it's Master Du. You're a rare guest, what wind blew you here?" Kong Wen laughed and said. Du Rufeng smiled and said, "Isn't the once 1,000 years Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave here? It just so happens that I was tasked with this errand this time. I brought over these disciples who passed the test and let them enter the heart of the Void Realm to comprehend." Kong Wen's gaze swept a glance over Yuan and the others. He said with a frown, "Turns out that it's the disciples who just entered the temple. But, the quality of this season is somewhat poor. Why is there even a middle-stage first firmament celestial deity? In this 1 year plus, virtually every disciple who took part in the Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave made substantial progress. Yuan as one of the best among them was naturally no exception either. Not long ago, his realm made a small improvement and broke through. He was now a middle-stage first firmament celestial deity. Although it was still within a minor realm, this cultivation speed was actually very fast already. One had to know, for ordinary celestial deity powerhouses to want to break through, it was all calculated with thousands, even several tens of thousands of years. However, Kong Wen's words made everyone's faces reveal peculiar looks. Poor quality. Yuan's quality should not be too good. Du Rufeng laughed and said, "Hoo, brother Kong Wen has made an error of judgment. Yuan overpowered the masses in this Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave, and is fully deserving of the first place." Kong Wen was taken aback and immediately said even more disdainfully, "He got the first place. Hoo, that shows even more that this season's disciples are too poor." Du Rufeng was speechless when he heard that. Yuan's strength, if not seeing with one's own eyes, it was likely very difficult to believe. At this time, Little Tong suddenly let out a cold snort. Only then did Kong Wen Duo notice that there was actually a child who followed along too. However, when they saw the treasure pig in the child's arms, their faces could not help changing greatly. "All right, stop talking rubbish, hurry up and open the barrier to let us in," Du Rufeng said coolly. Kong Wen Duo did not say any more, immediately taking out 2 magic weapons, and forcefully opened up a door in the barrier. Du Rufeng continued and said, "You all go first, I'll follow right after." Yi Yuan's eyes were flickering incessantly. No one knew what he was thinking about. But he still entered the barrier together with the others. After everyone left, Kong Wen said in surprise, could that child be, that lord?" Du Rufeng had a solemn look and said in a deep voice, "The few great island masters conflict, you guys are also aware of it. This matter, you guys had best take it as you didn't see anything. Otherwise, the consequences are not what you can bear." The two people's gazes turned intent and they said, "Got it." Above the void, an enormous chunk of crystal was suspended there. Seeing the heart of the void realm, Yi Yuan's mind stirred. Laying low in the bamboo groove void realm for so long, he finally saw the heart of the void realm today. As long as he opened up the heart of the void realm and entered it, he would be able to return to the heavenspan world. "Treasure Pig, can you really open up the heart of the void realm?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. The heart of the void realm was normally in a sealed state. The bamboo groove void realm's space was extremely stable. Its normal operation did not need to activate its complete state. Only when new disciples entered the sect would it open once. Treasure Pig grunted at Yi Yuan, seemingly expressing its displeasure. Suddenly, its body shuddered, 2 rays of light suddenly shot out of its nose, flying straight for the heart of the void realm. The heart of the void realm emitted intense vibrations. Then, it burst forth with a blinding light. A boundless spatial power rapidly spread out, making Yi Yuan's heart float up. Yi Yuan was overjoyed, threw several medicinal pills over, and said with a smile, "Well done, Treasure Pig. You're indeed amazing." Treasure Pig swallowed several medicinal pills in one gulp and actually grinned at Yi Yuan, boring into his bosom all at once. Little Tong snorted coldly and said, "Gluttonous pig." In this enchantment, spatial law revolved non-stop. Yi Yuan was impacted by the power of laws all of a sudden until he was almost asphyxiating. Actually, what was contained inside this heart of the void realm was not just spatial power of law, but contained the source of a world, an existence similar to that of heavenly Tao. This kind of source power was infinitely beneficial to martial artists. But Yi Yuan was the most sensitive towards spatial law, so his comprehension in this aspect was also the deepest. Suddenly, a hint of comprehension rushed to his head. Yi Yuan's entire person was akin to being electrocuted, standing transfixed on the spot. A hint of surprise flashed across Little Tong's eyes and he cried out in surprise, "Comprehended so fast. This kid, really." Yi Yuan had already stopped at third firmament spatial law for very long. Today, under the envelopment of this powerful spatial law, he finally produced a trace of enlightenment and started breaking through. When the others saw this scene, they were all shocked until they could not close their mouths. Luo Zhen smiled bitterly and said, "Maybe, this is a so-called genius." These words coming out of his mouth were really rather bitter. In this 1,000 over years, he had always been crowned with the title of a genius. He himself thought so too. Regardless of whether it was cultivation speed or law's comprehension, he examined his own conscience and felt that he did not lose to anyone. All the way until he saw Yi Yuan gain enlightenment on Tao today, this confidence was utterly shattered into pieces. The other 4 people, including Bailey Qingyan, all deeply felt that way too as they nodded their heads. This isn't an ordinary law, but this is one of the supreme laws, spatial law. This guy is really a freak. Li Long could not resist spitting, being dealt a terrible blow. Under everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan took a step out, his body immediately vanishing. Yi Yuan blended right into the void. While at this time, Du Rufeng, Kong Wen, and Kong Chen also entered the barrier and just happened to see the scene of Yi Yuan submerging into the void, their eyes opening wide. This is spatial law. He comprehended the 4th firmament spatial law. This kid was actually so monstrous. Kong Wen said in immense shock. His profound accumulations erupted. Encountering the spatial power of the heart of the void realm, his power of law directly achieved mastery through comprehensive study of the subject, and understood. "We cannot compare to this child." Kong Wen also said. Even Du Rufeng was also inexplicably shocked. He knew that Yi Yuan might very likely gain enlightenment on Tao, but he did not think that it would be this fast. The others had not started yet and he already comprehended. Chapter 1839 Kidnapping an Empyrean. Inside the barrier, Kong Wen and Kong Chen looked at the Yi Yuan above the void with envious looks. Tisk tisk, as 2 brothers spent nearly 400,000 years to comprehend to 4th firmament spatial law. This brat is just over 1,000 years old and actually already did it to this level. Kong Wen lamented. The Kong family was a family clan that guarded the heart of the Void Realm for generations. They had a natural advantage in comprehending spatial law. Furthermore, the Kong brothers were also considered among the best in the Kong family. But even so, they only started comprehending spatial law when they reached the late-stage celestial deity realm. Furthermore, the time that they spent was extremely long. But Yuan only used 1,000 over years and completed something that they comprehended for 400,000 years. This kind of natural aptitude could be rated as freakish. Little Tong rolled his eyes at him and said, "Wonder who was it who said that this season's disciples can't make it?" Kong Wen's expression turned stiff and he said embarrassedly, "Your Excellency, didn't I not know?" Little Tong snorted coldly and said, "If you don't know, then don't simply say things. Some people are existences that you have to look up to all your life. Therefore, be more low-key in conduct." Kong Wen had an appearance like he learned a lesson and said, "Yes, Your Excellency." Kong Wen won't dare. Next time. Right at this time, the Yuan above the void slowly opened his eyes and let out a sigh as he said, "Spatial law is indeed incredibly marvelous. The comprehension ends here as well." When the Kong Wen duo heard these words, they nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood and cursed, "You scoundrelly brat, intentionally aggravating us." From initial stage 4th firmament to peak initial stage, I used a full 50,000 years. Spending 3 years' time, Yuan's spatial law comprehension reached peak initial stage 4th firmament and was unable to make any more progress. Yuan said it not without reason. But this speed in Kong Pi when two people's view was already a heaven-defying existence. It was also no wonder that he was very depressed when he heard it. Yuan's figure swayed. When he appeared again, he already arrived beside Little Tong and the rest. Spatial law 4th level, spatial shift. Before this, Yuan could shuttle through the void, but it was all within a very small range. But now, Yuan would be several 100,000 miles away with a thought. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath at all. Celestial deity powerhouses could also utilize spatial law and shuttle through the void. But their speed compared to Yuan's was like heaven and earth. "Little Tong, you follow me. I have something to tell you," Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said. Little Tong was somewhat uncertain, not knowing what Yuan had up his sleeves, but he still followed. "What is it? Quickly spit out what you have." The two people came to a deserted place and Little Tong said with displeasure. Yuan flashed a smile at Little Tong and suddenly made a move like lightning, swiftly tapping a few times on Little Tong's body. Little Tong's face changed, unable to use an ounce of his strength. "Boy, do you know what you're doing?" Little Tong said in a solemn voice. Yuan smiled and said, "Don't get agitated first, I have something to discuss with you, my Lord Empyrean." Little Tong's face changed and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Yuan chuckled and said, "A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush, Lord Empyrean. Stop pretending. When those true god powerhouses saw you, each and every one of their faces was not right. Even I can't even perceive this, then I'd also be too stupid." Actually, Yuan felt that something was wrong with Little Tong long ago. He kept saying that Treasure Pig was his pet, but how could a strange pet like Treasure Pig be handed to a child? Also, even though Du Rufeng deliberately hid it, his respect for Little Tong sometimes showed up unintentionally. Coupled with the expressions when the Kong brothers saw Little Tong, Yuan was very certain that Little Tong was not some Empyrean powerhouse's grandson, but the Empyrean himself. It was just that no idea for what reason, Little Tong became this current appearance. Little Tong's expression was ugly to the extreme and he said, "Could it be that you're Dallas, that old dog's man? Don't you forget, this place is the divine temple. If you dare to touch me, Du Rufeng and the Kong brothers won't let you off." Yuan smiled and said, "Dallas. That's also an Empyrean powerhouse of the temple, right? But he has nothing to do with me. Calling you here, I actually just want to negotiate a deal with you." Only after hearing Yuan's words did Little Tong's face ease up slightly. But he also knew that the deal Yuan was talking to him about was definitely not something good. Otherwise, he also would not need to restrain him. This fellow had such gall. Since he knew his identity, he still dared to take liberties with him. Wasn't he scared of him taking revenge? "Speak," Little Tong said huffily. Yuan smiled and said, "I want to invite you to go to the Heavenspan world together with me." Hearing this, Little Tong's expression suddenly changed and he cried out in surprise, "You You're a person of the Heavenspan world. This is impossible. Yuan smiled and said, are you talking about my divine essence? Hoo, the cultivation method that I cultivate is a little special. Mimicking the bamboo groove void realm's divine essence isn't a big deal to me. Little Tong's expression was ugly as he said, impossible. You can forget about it. Yuan shrugged his shoulders, patted Treasure Pig's baby pink little head, and said with a doleful look, Treasure Pig, sorry, not that I'm not willing to refine medicinal pills for you. If we're fated in the future, we'll still meet again. Treasure Pig suddenly broke free from Little Tong's arms and used a pair of short pig hoofs to hug Yuan's thighs, eyes brimming with tears, a look of reluctance to part. Yuan let out a sigh and said, not that I'm heartless, it's that the Heavenspan world still has many things waiting for me to go do. Maybe in the future, when I finish settling everything, I'll come to the bamboo groove void realm to find you again, alright? Treasure Pig's little head shook like a rattle drum, clutching Yuan's leg desperately, unwilling to let go. When Little Tong saw this scene, he was furious until he gnashed his teeth and cursed, shameless. Yuan looked at Little Tong and said helplessly, actually, I took part in the bamboo groove martial conclave, my goal was in order to enter the heart of the void realm. It's just a pity that I have ties in the bamboo groove void realm now. Once I leave the bamboo groove void realm, you all will definitely make a move on the Shadowmoon sect. No choice, I can only take this step. Furthermore, your current state isn't able to refine medicinal pills for Treasure Pig at all. You going to the Heavenspan world together with me is the best choice. Little Tong looked at Yuan rather surprisedly, not expecting that he actually had such plans. It seemed like this boy was someone who valued relationships. Actually, on the whole, Yuan did not live happily in the Shadowmoon sect. In fact, for the sake of killing Qian Yi, he even incurred resentment with the sect master. But, without the Shadowmoon sect, this springboard, there was no way he could enter the heart of the void realm. Yuan asked for a clear conscience when doing things. If he left the bamboo groove void realm rashly, it would definitely implicate the Shadowmoon sect. They might even be destroyed because of it. Before he left, he had no choice but to take the Shadowmoon sect into consideration. Originally, he was still struggling with how to deal with this matter. But after he discovered Little Tong's identity, he had this bold plan. Furthermore, Treasure Pig was very reliant on Yuan now. If Yuan left, probably no one could satisfy it anymore. Chapter 1840 What is love? Just that, if I say no. Little Tong's gaze looked at Yuan scorchingly as he said in a solemn voice. He was an exalted Empyrean powerhouse. Even if his strength was no longer there now, he was also not what anybody could need. He did not believe that Yuan really dared to do something to him. As long as anyone found out, Yuan would definitely die. How did the current Little Tong still look like a little kid? His face was full of wisdom that was not commensurate with his age. Treasure Pig looked back at Little Tong with a pitiful appearance. It truly gave people a feeling of unable to help to show tender care when one saw it. But Little Tong snorted coldly, and said, you stupid pig, it's none of your business here. Get back here for me. Treasure Pig's head shook like a rattle drum but hugged Yuan's leg even harder. Yuan smiled and said, Heavenly Emperor realm. Don't you wish to step into the realm of Heavenly Emperor? Little Tong's expression finally had a change. But very soon, he laughed coldly and said, hey, Heavenly Emperor realm, just the likes of you, a measly celestial deity realm, also dares to make this kind of promise to me. But Yuan did not care at all and said with a faint smile, Bamboo Groove Void Realm is only a tiny place in the end, a subsidiary of the Heavenspan world. Even if you're a god-like existence in this place, it's ultimately just deceiving yourself and others too, no. Moreover, your current situation in the temple probably isn't too good, right? Little Tong's expression changed again and again. Yuan's observation ability was too sharp. He had clearly never been in contact with the temple's upper echelons and knew absolutely nothing about the temple's situation. Just by relying on what he saw in his guts, he could guess so many things. This mind was tough for ordinary people to match. Furthermore, the most important thing was that Yuan's words hit the bottom of his heart. These Bamboo Groove Void Realm's supreme powerhouses, all enjoyed the worship of all life, enjoying the treatment of a god. They were afraid of facing the outside world. Empyrean powerhouses were indeed a formidable force in the Heavenspan world. But to talk about being powerful, that could not be said no matter what. There were still heavenly emperor powerhouses above Empyreans. There were transcendent heavenly emperors, and even Tao ancestors. What did Empyreans count for? Any random heavenly emperor powerhouse that came out could instantly kill them. Putting it bluntly, they were merely frogs at the bottom of a well, intoxicated in their own world, that was all. Yuan observed his words and expression and continued, I'm just at the celestial deity realm, so I'm naturally not qualified enough to babble away about heavenly emperor. But my alchemy skills, you've witnessed it before. How do you think it compares to you? Little Tong was silent, his expression rather ugly. Grunt, grunt. Little Tong did not speak, but Treasure Pig sounded out. That meaning was very clear. Yuan's medicinal pills were tastier than Little Tong's. Little Tong wished to kick it flying with a foot and said furiously, you creature who lives off me while secretly helping others, you scram with him then. The further you scram, the better. Treasure Pig had an aggrieved look, it was just telling the truth. When Yuan saw this scene, he also could not help smiling. Treasure Pig's requirement towards the quality of medicinal pills was exceedingly high. He was already used to eating Yuan's medicinal pills now. Du Rufeng's medicinal pills were already tasteless to him. Since that's the case, how do you know that I'm unable to refine medicinal pills to let you break through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor in the future? Finished saying these, Yuan stopped talking, quietly waiting for Little Tong's outcome. He was confident in himself that Little Tong would definitely agree. His strength was currently very weak, staying in the temple was very dangerous instead. Might as well go outside together with him and make his break. Alright, you win, I'll go with you. Now, release the restrictions on me. No idea how long had passed, Little Tong finally agreed. Hearing Little Tong agree, Treasure Pig immediately started jumping happily. Nothing was more important than delicious food. Yuan smiled and said, that won't do, an Empyrean powerhouse who became a child is also an Empyrean powerhouse. I don't want to take my life as a joke. I have a poison here that I specially made for you. When you consume it, I'll release the restrictions for you. Little Tong was angered until his expression was livid. Glaring fiercely at Yuan, he said, punk, when I recover my strength, I'll definitely kill you straight away. Yuan shook his head and said, you won't. Kill me and there won't be anyone to refine pills for Treasure Pig anymore. Don't you say so, Treasure Pig? Treasure Pig nodded its head very seriously and tunneled into Yuan's bosom with a grunt. What, you want to enter the Heavenspan world? When Du Rufeng heard Little Tong's words, he nearly jumped up. Little Tong said with a serious look, I've thought about it, better leave first for the time being. I returned to boyhood from old age because of my cultivation method. This matter can't be hidden for long. Once doubtless that old fogey knows about my current situation, he likely won't let me off. Du Rufeng's face changed and he said, then, this disciple will follow you together to the Heavenspan world. Little Tong shook his head and said, no, even if you go, you can't be of any help too. Yuan accompanying me will do. Du Rufeng was taken aback and said, why Yuan? Little Tong could not resist rolling his eyes and said with a nod, right now, Treasure Pig has stopped eating your medicinal pills already. Do you think that you can replace Yuan's position? Relax, just take it as bringing him out to train. This boy is a promising talent. Du Rufeng nodded his head, deeply feeling that way too, and said, then, alright, but your excellency must be careful. The Heavenspan world can't compare to the Bamboo Groove Void Realm. Experts are plentiful like clouds. With this excuse, Yuan going to the Heavenspan world became proper and justified. He also did not need to worry that the temple would vent their anger on the Shadowmoon sect because of this. Before leaving the Bamboo Groove Void Realm, Du Rufeng even found a large pile of rank 5 spirit medicines and directly gave it to Yuan. Treasure Pig was a big glutton, not bringing along enough food would not do. Actually, after Yuan opened up the Purple Extreme Hall's second level, he was also rather wealthy now. Purchasing rank 5 spirit medicines was still doable, but with the temples present, he naturally accepted it graciously too. 10 days later, 2 people and 1 pig entered the heart of the Void Realm, disappearing from everyone's sight. 7 years later, the other 4 people recovered from their enlightenment. Looks like you all had significant harvests. Alright, this matter is settled. This old man can now go back and report on the fulfillment of the mission. Come on, Du Rufeng said coolly. But Bailey Qingyun's brows furrowed and she said, Elder Du, where's Yuan? Why is he not here? Du Rufeng said, Yi Yuan finished comprehending one step ahead of you guys. The temple just happened to have a mission for him, so he left first. Baili Qingyan suddenly had a trace of an ominous feeling in her heart and she said, mission. Yi Yuan is merely a disciple who just entered the sect, what kind of mission would he be assigned? Also, Little Tong and Treasure Pig are also gone. Elder Du, what in the world happened? Du Rufeng's face was rather ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, this is the temple's business. How is it your turn to tell us what to do? Baili Qingyan was very smart. Yi Yuan's disappearance was too unusual, he kept feeling that something happened and felt empty in her heart as if she lost something. Her heart hurt. Sorry, Elder Du, I. Quote. Baili Qingyan felt wronged as she said. How could Du Rufeng not know her thoughts? He let out a sigh and said, all right, come on. Baili Qingyan nodded her head and followed everyone, preparing to leave. But when everyone was not paying attention, Baili Qingyan suddenly took a step, flying towards the heart of the void realm, disappearing. When Du Rufeng saw her disappearing back view, he could not help shaking his head. With his strength, if he really wanted to stop Baili Qingyan, he could naturally do it. But he did not. Du Rufeng sighed and said, pray ask what is love, guiding people till death do them apart. Forget it, let her be. The few of you, today's matter, you're absolutely not allowed to say a word. Otherwise, you all know the consequences. Chapter 1841 10 Bulls topple. At Thousand Sore Imperial Capital, Heavenspan World. The prosperity of an imperial capital was what imperial cities could not compare to. Thousand Sore Imperial Capital occupied a vast area, it was several dozen times larger than ordinary imperial cities. Divine Lord Realm powerhouses that were hard to see in imperial cities were as plentiful as oxen hair here. Even celestial deity powerhouses could be seen everywhere too. In a small tavern, an 8 to 9 years old little kid was hugging a pink piglet. Beside even sat a young man. They were precisely Yi Yuan and company who came out of the bamboo groove void realm. Brat, why do we have to come here? Little Tong asked curiously. The few of them had drifted in the heart of the void realm for as long as 10 years before returning to the Heavenspan world. But the moment the few people came out, they were in a mountain range in the vicinity of Thousand Sore Imperial Capital. Yi Yuan originally planned on returning to the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. But no idea why, Dustless made him stay in Thousand Sore Imperial Capital temporarily. Yi Yuan asked him why, but he himself did not know either. He just said that there was a feeling from forces beyond his control that there would be a major event happening near Thousand Sore Imperial Capital recently, which seemed to be related to them. Regarding Dustless's supernatural feeling, although Yi Yuan was doubtful, he did not say much. Martial artists' sudden impulse tend to be very efficacious. Little Tong's question made Yi Yuan unable to answer. He could only smile bitterly and said, don't ask me, I don't know either. Little Tong was not surprised and just said coolly, then what should we do now? Yi Yuan thought about it and said, find a place to stay first. I reckon that before long, there will be results. This tavern was not large, but the dishes were pretty good. Yi Yuan and Little Tong both dug into it with relish. Reaching Yi Yuan's realm, he could long already not need to eat. But there were still many martial artists who liked to drink alcohol and eat meat in taverns. Firstly, these wine and meat were mostly not ordinary products. They were helpful to martial artists' cultivation. Secondly, it was also to relieve the dreariness of cultivation and satisfy one's desire for good food. The two people were currently chowing down when a handsome young man suddenly came to Yi Yuan's side and smiled at Yi Yuan as he said, this brother, this tavern's business is quite good. Can you share a table with me? Your wine and food, I'll treat it. Yi Yuan raised his eyes to look at this young man and saw that his face did not have the least bit of prodigiousness, totally different from those profligate sons. When he said treat, his face was also very sincere and did not have the intention of showing off. Hence, Yi Yuan nodded his head and made an inviting gesture, saying coolly, sit then. That handsome young man was delighted when he saw the situation and shouted, waiter, bring a set of bowl and chopsticks, and serve some fine dishes. Finished saying, he smiled at Yi Yuan and said, I'm Leng Shu, I wonder how to address brother. Haha, turns out that it's brother Yi. Our meeting is fate, come, bottoms up. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and clinked glasses with the other party, downing in one shot. Haha, great, brother Yi, this inn's 10 bowls topple is rather powerful. Why don't we compete without using divine essence? Those who came here to drink were mostly looking for fun and to relax. If one used divine essence to refine the alcoholic strength, it was naturally pointless already. But for celestial deity powerhouses to want to really get drunk, it was naturally not that easy. To be able to bring down a celestial deity powerhouse in 10 bowls, the alcoholic strength of this alcohol could be imagined. Yuan smiled and said, "Okay, cheers." Finished saying, the two people raised a glass and drank another bowl. In a twinkle, 10 bowls went down to the belly, but no intoxication could be seen from the two. The other tables were alarmed by the happenings on this side. Seeing Yuan and Lang Shu down one bowl after another, they could not help staring dumbfoundedly with slack jaws. That's the Lang family's young patriarch, right? No wonder he's so impressive. Heard that at his peak, he drank 46 bowls of 10 bowls topple in one go. Ever since then, he was conferred as the god of wine in this place. However, that young man next to him is similarly impressive, to actually fight until he's evenly matched with young patriarch Lang. Hey, it's no use. The name of 10 bowls topple isn't for show. After exceeding 10 bowls, this alcohol kick will double up. I reckon that he can at most drink 20 bowls. This small tavern was out of the way. Those who came here were mostly old customers and were very clear about this 10 bowls topple's alcohol kick. It was not that there were no people who drank past 10 bowls, but they were in the minority. No matter how powerful the celestial deity powerhouse is, it was also extremely rare to drink past 20 bowls. It was just that pity that Yuan let them down. Awesome, cheers again. I didn't expect that Yuan is also a man of the same pursuit. Haha, great, awesome. Lang Shu drank faster and always laughed out loud. It was just that when Yuan observed his language and countenance, he could perceive that there was more or less some bitterness in his smiles. This person was here to get drunk. Yuan was slightly curious on why would such a bright and cheerful young man be like this. But the feeling that this Lang Shu gave him was not bad. So he also accompanied Lang Shu and continued drinking cup after cup. Not long ago, Yuan's fleshy body realm already broke through to the 5th transformation golden body. Such a powerful body had a very strong immunity towards alcohol in the first place. Furthermore, Yuan was an alchemist. Furthermore, he was an alchemist who was fond of alcohol. No matter how strong the alcohol, it was merely so-so to him as well. At least, this 10 bowls topple was not enough. 65 bowls, 73 bowls, 90 bowls. At this time, everyone in the small tavern stopped eating and drinking. Their gazes were all focused on Yuan and Lang Shu. The way that these two people competing in drinking made them stare dumbfoundedly tongue-tied. Finally, when drinking the 103rd bowl, Lang Shu collapsed on the table with a thud. Fine alcohol. Brother Yi, come, cheers again. This guy already drank until he was out cold and still wanted to bottoms up with Yuan. At one side, everyone was stunned. Goodness gracious, to actually bring down the god of alcohol. What deity is this young man? This guy really didn't mobilize any divine essence, so how did he do it? All around, there was a series of exclamations. None of them had ever dared to drink until 10 bowls before. But today, this unfamiliar face actually downed 103 bowls of 10 bowls topple in one go. It was really too exaggerated. Actually, 100 bowls down the belly, Yuan's head was also a little woozy already. This wine was called 10 bowls topple, it indeed lived up to its reputation. While the wine was a fine wine, it was just a pity that it was not the wine that intoxicated, but the drinker who got himself drunk. Yuan's divine essence circulated and directly dispelled that dizzy feeling. He turned around and asked the rest, "Do you all know where his home is?" The moment everyone heard, they immediately understood, this young man was going to send Lang Shu back home. In the crowd, a good person urged, "Hey, young man, your alcohol tolerance is pretty good. But you'd best not get involved in this murky water. The Lang family isn't too peaceful recently." Yuan was baffled when he heard that and said smilingly, "Just sending him back home, so there's no harm." That person just now said again, "Don't listen to an elderly person's advice and you'll suffer right away. Since you want to find trouble yourself, we naturally won't stop you either. The Lang family is the imperial capital's prominent family. You go out and turn right, after passing 3 streets, make a left turn, go through an alley, and you'll reach." Yuan nodded his head, settled the bill, and said to Little Tong, "Come on." But after Yuan left the tavern, a hint of an imperceptible strange smile flashed across the corners of that person's mouth. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.